drawing on his teachings and his philosophy. She was very upset that that guy was found to be a grifter, basically, or fraud. But it took a life on its own. A couple of other people added to that body, and they kept developing that concept until we arrived at what people perceive today or talk about today as New Age. It's been influenced by writings and teachings and certain groups throughout the world. But the idea is to not think about anything, not to consider anything. It's all part of the process. No agency, no responsibility. If anything goes wrong or happens, doesn't go well for you in life, it's all part of your growing process. You're arriving somewhere. The concepts of reincarnation got thrown into the mix, and you are basically trying to seek the light in order to become one with the light and become a tetrahydron and be judged in the realm, and then you will be released as light, and you will be spared the cycle of reincarnation. So
I feel this is a war crime to talk about.
Yeah, but Voltaire, this is the idea in a nutshell. I mean, if you want to go down that rabbit hole, there's a lot of reading to do about it. But this is a quick summary. Off the top of my mind, this is what I can put together. But back to you for a follow-up.
There you go.
Yeah, I was just curious to know, because you said there was like a connection with Russia. That's why I was asking.
So the lady herself is there are a lot of question marks about her. I'll send you her name and some material on her, but there are questions about her, whether she was connected to Russian security services, and a lot of people studied her thoroughly. Well, it's not proven, but it's one of those interesting topics to look at, and I think it's one of the most dangerous disinformation campaigns that has been picking up picking up steam recently.
Yeah. All right. That's fair enough. Let's go. He's had his hand up for a long time. Mr. Tanamera. Juan Tanamera, go ahead.
Did I drop you again?
Who did he call me, Juan?
Yeah, I said Mr. Tanamera.
Oh yeah, I got the joke. I'm at work, so sorry. Yeah, I just wanted to take a couple of minutes. Appreciate the microphone. I wanted to put out some thoughts in regards more to when we were talking about Iranians in the past. I am not Iranian, but I have been pretty involved with the Iranian community, with the whole Massa Act, fighting the influence of the Iranian regime here in the U.S. So these are my thoughts. It is very important for us to separate Persians from the Islamic regime. The Islamic regime has kidnapped the Persian nation. They are a very small minority that they stay in power pretty much because they control the money and they control the monopoly on violence. Since the revolution and their takeover, they have actively tried to suppress Persian culture and push their Islamic ideology. So, they were trying to shut down the Persian New Year, put Mary on their Islamic, but the ceremony they still use the Zoroastrian ceremonies. So it is very important for us to understand they are a very small minority, that they're just in power because they control the money and they control the violence, and they're pillaging.
Now let's be honest. I know. I hear what you're saying.
Yeah.
A lot of my Persian friends say the same thing, but I think we all know they're not a small minority. There are quite a lot of them in there, right? Come on, we have to be honest.
Well, yeah, of course. Since the revolution, pretty much
they run the country now.
Yeah, they've used their power and influence to pretty much clean out everybody that might oppose them, and they've put people on positions of power that, for the most part, they're not qualified, but they toe the line. But yes, what I mean is, if you talk about the country itself, the people, they are proud to be Persian. This is they're kidnapped, and as far as how many people, that's fine. I'll just try to finish my points. Pretty much, they extract the resources from the country to fund proxies abroad. They utilize them for, this is one show of how much of a minority they are. When they're in trouble, when there's protests, when the people are starting up, they fly in all this Hamas, all of these proxies from abroad. They fly them in so they can suppress the people inside. They don't have enough people inside to try to kill their own people. Okay. And then they use all that money to fund influence abroad through lobby groups, through universities, through capturing news sources. So my whole point with all of this is the money is everything for them, and us in the West, United States, Europe, we need to pressure our politicians to really shut down the money on them. We need to
Shut it down.
yeah, we need to make it politically costly to take any action that appeases. And here's a great example. The Iranian countries, there's a ton of sanctions, but those sanctions don't actually affect these terrorists that are empowering and creating this chaos in the world. Regular Persian person trying to open a bank account abroad to send some money to their family here in the United States or the other way around, it's impossible. But somehow all these IRGC guys have their family here. They got all these houses, all these Ferraris, all this BS. That's what we need to shut down. Right now, they have captured our government. They have captured our politicians. And even the sanctions are a show more to oppress the regular Iranian people, keep them trapped on the regime power, than to actually affect the regime and sanction the terrorists. That's all. Thank you for the time.
Okay, thanks. No worries. We'll take that as a comment. I don't know if we should give the Farangam a reply. Farangam, every Persian who's come up here isn't like you. Remember, I don't know if you have Sesame Street over there. You might have Shahid Street, but on Sesame Street, there's this thing. One of these things doesn't look like the other, and in this case, it's you. All the Persians and Iranians who have come up are roundly embarrassed by your position. They even say that you're a minority. I disagree. I think there's quite a lot of you who support the Islamic theocracy dictatorship in Iran. So much so you even trumpet your supreme leader. If you have to call yourself supreme, you might not be so supreme. But Farangam Jesus, who am I kidding? In the attempt to look like we're gonna have some balance with someone like you, do you want to respond? I mean, are you getting dejected? You realize no Persians outside of Iran. And by the way, the biggest brain drain in the world next to Russia is Iran. All of Iran's best and brightest, they leave. They go to LA, bruh. They go to New York. They go to Toronto, Montreal, London. Why do they go? Why do they go? Maybe they don't like you. I don't know. Do you want to respond? Do you feel bad about it? I don't want to pick on you. I do, but I don't. You're holding water for a terrorist regime. I don't understand it myself. But since you have so many Persians who've been here who disagree with you, do you have anything to say to them? Do you want them to come back to Iran, support your Islamic Republic? Go ahead, Farangam.
Yeah, thank you. Yes, like my countryman said a lot of things, and Juan, I think, made a good statement and points. Yes, some of the things that our government and our leadership does is not supported by all of people, but most of what they do is they are trying to protect us. We understand that because there's war going on in Afghanistan, in Iraq, and we understand why some of the actions they take. Yehuda, if you please, I want to make just 2 points and ask you a question. Can you let me do that?
Yeah, I tried it, but when you say things that are palpably false, so if you want to say, listen, I believe this, that's one thing. But if you say, even the Jews say this and it's wrong, I'm going to cut you off. I'll interrupt you. How's that? So if you want to preface what you say is, I believe this, and then I won't have to say, because if you say to everyone, it is 800 Celsius in New York today, and I'm just going to talk like that's normal, I'm going to say, no, it's not 800 Celsius. That's not true. It's your opinion, perhaps. So if you want to limit your comments to your own personal belief, that's acceptable. You're entitled to your opinions. Then I won't, but do not claim to speak for things that you don't know about. Okay? If you think it's controversial, you can say it, but stop saying stuff like, even you, your own people say that you're evil. Don't say that. It's ridiculous. So start with what you want to say. You can make your 2 points and then a question to me, but please, have some self-respect, right? I don't agree. Nothing that you've said about Judaism, the way you've characterized Judaism is even remotely correct, and I'm kind of an expert on that. So go ahead and make your statements. I'm not going to interrupt you. Just stick to what you know and speak in your own voice. Thanks.
All right, thank you. First, I want to make the point that I'm not IRGC, like my countryman said. He sounded like I'm one of them. I'm not. So that's the first one. Second one is that Iranian regimental, what you call it, the regimental government is protecting itself in protests, and like France, every government does that. You cannot push them because they try to save their own government, because all of the governments do that. Even France does that. We saw it in their protest, and even US does that. That's the second point. And question I want to ask you is, I'm a Muslim Sunni Hanafi. How can I become a Jewish person?
Sorry, I was away from the phone. So you've made comments. You've put on par. So just for the audience, you've said that Iran is not doing anything wrong. They're doing what every other country does when they suppress their public. I think a lot of Persians would come up and argue with you. I'm not a Persian, so I'm not going to argue with that. You're asking me how you could convert to Judaism. Is that your actual question?
Yeah. No, how a person becomes a Jewish person? How I want to be a Jewish. How can I do that?
You don't want to be. You're asking me, is it possible? Okay, so we know you don't want to be Jewish. At least that's my gut feeling. If you now, I'm an Orthodox Jew, so I don't like saying the word Orthodox. I call it Jewish. So what we do in our rite, R-I-T-E, is if you wanted to be a Jewish person or be a member of the Jewish community, you would have to go to an Orthodox Beit Din and announce your intention to be Jewish. You would have to learn about Judaism and the holidays and major points of law. And after, depending on your abilities and your understanding and your commitment to the community, you would then be converted by an Orthodox Jewish court, which would involve a nominal circumcision if you weren't circumcised, a brit dam, pricking of some blood to emulate a circumcision, and you would have to go to a mikveh, which is a ritual bath, and dunk 3 times in the mikveh, and magically, according to our religion, you would become a member of the Jewish community. That's how you would become Jewish, should you so choose, and you have Orthodox rabbis in Iran that could help you with that. Does that answer your question?
Yes, thank you.
May I ask why you asked that question? Because I get that a lot from there are
Yeah,
bigots in the world.
I
say
think
you
you
can't
know.
become Jewish.
Yeah, I think you know that. Yeah.
Yeah, and so there are people out there that spread a lie. It's part of the whole the Jewish are Jewish supremacists, that we believe we're better than other people. We're so better you can't become us. And the reality is that's just not true. So you're Jewish automatically in all forms of Judaism if your mother is Jewish. And if your mother isn't Jewish and you choose to convert, then you have to go to a Jewish rabbinical court. And it's usually something that's recognized in the community. It can't be just 3 people hanging around. And 3 rabbis would, listen to you and teach you and learn. You'd get a mentor, maybe a family would help you out with understanding the Jewish holidays and how to live a Jewish life. And once that was completed, you would be some kind of informal examination. What do you know? How do you know? And it's not something that it's just one test. Like you could come in for a year, every other month, and they talk to you. If you're doing it for the sake of marriage, that's not acceptable. You should want to become Jewish because you feel in your soul. And in the Jewish community, the belief is, at least in the Orthodox or the most observant strand of Judaism, is that your neshama, your soul, was at Mount Sinai, even though your body wasn't, and that's why you're returning to the Jewish people spiritually. So for those who believe that you cannot become Jewish because we're a cabal of satanic Talmudic baby eaters, that you'd be surprised that you can also join the cabal of baby eaters just by converting. I'm just kidding. We don't eat babies, Nick or Em or whoever might have thought that. It is absolutely something you can do. And we have Decado coming up. I'm almost uncomfortable bringing Decado up. Decado is a friend from Iran. I don't know if he's been listening to you, Farangam, but Oh, I don't know. Gee whiskers. Who we've got Daniel. Daniel Arfire. The strangest compliment I ever received of any speaker on MriyaReport, and it was from someone who said I could listen to Daniel swear at me and I'd be happy. I don't understand what that means. I think it has to do with his radio announcer voice. I'm not sure. I don't want to go there. Daniel, welcome. We're gonna go to Dan, and then some other people.
Yehuda, can I ask M something because he's Muslim and he understands better than me, which I am not?
Well, I couldn't. I'm not Muslim, but I could. Okay, go ahead. Yeah, for sure you can.
Okay. M, try to explain me two things. First, if you are a pious Sunni, I don't know, Hanbali, Wahhabi, I don't care. Who's your enemy? And I mean, you know what I'm referring, not to you, but if you look at Daesh, they have a very clear classifying who are their enemies. Yazidi, Shia, yeah, the people without God. Okay, and I want to understand, if you are a Sunni, who you will project like the worst of the worst? And second, if Hamas is a Sunni organization, how the fuck they supported by a Shia system? Because this is funny like hell. So they are Sunni or they are Shia or they are just hypocrites who live in Doha?
Sorry, your question.
Yeah.
Every Sunni Muslim's enemy is the devil. That's it, pure and simple. The only enemy a Sunni Muslim has throughout their lives is the devil. The temptations of the devil, the evils of the devil, anything related to the devil. Now, some people try to manifest that devil in a human format or a competing ideology or an enemy in this realm. That's perversion of the religion, pure and simple. Now, the Muslim Brotherhood as an organization and Hamas as an offshoot of the Muslim Brotherhood, they claim to be Sunnis. They are, by design, an elitist Salafi organization. Their leaderships enjoy the perks of the elites in any socioeconomic, sociopolitical hierarchy you'll find across religions or systems of governance or any political ideologies. However, the perversion of the religion that they manifested or they drafted and indoctrinate is considered by the majority of Sunni scholars as the neo-Kharijite ideology, which is a parallel from the Kharijite ideology, which al-Khawarij, and by the term al-Khawarij is coming from the verb kharaja, or went out. They are the fighters who decided to fight against Ali. They are the ones who left Ali's camp because they didn't agree with Ali's policies and Ali's decisions. Every single terrorist organization, in the eyes of governments and in the eyes of higher scholars of Sunni Islam, are considered Khawarij or Kharijites. And therefore, by design, since there is a schism between the Sunnis and the Shias that happened during the same battle when al-Khawarij became known as that sect, al-Khawarij have more in common with Shia than they have with Sunnis. And it's no secret in counterterrorism circles around the world that Shiite Islam has been using Sunni terrorism as a tool of statecraft. They are allied together, and they are both considered hypocrites and heretics by all established scholars of the four schools of jurisprudence of Sunni Islam.
There you go. And just to provide context, Em, because I know you didn't want to get into it for those who talk, but you just jumped into Ali. So after the Islamic prophets, their life and the succession of the mantle of the leadership of the Islamic world, the Ummah, there was a fight at some point against a group of people, let's just say, Shia, Ali, those followers of Ali, who believed in the infallibility of the family of the Prophet, which means they believed that everything the family of Muhammad did was pure and they couldn't make mistakes, versus the Sunni group, which kind of looked at leadership more as a meritocracy, and there were schisms. And in fact, the first three Sunni caliphs of Islam are cursed by some Shias in their prayers as being usurpers. And so this led to what's called the Sunni Shia schism. So when we talk about the fights between Ali and then Hussein, we're looking at almost like a family affair fight in the Muslim world, which led to one branch of Islam, Shia Islam, going to one direction and another going in another. And to this day, Shia Islam is usually the minority at about 10% of the Muslim world. The Sunnis are a majority at about 90%. And you find pockets and offshoots of Shia Islam throughout the world. You could have, if I'm not mistaken, the 12er Shias, and from them the Ismailis, and you have different groups peeling off the Abadis in Oman. So Islam is not a monolith. It has a lot of different groups. And I think the key takeaway that M might probably say is that the deranged or strange fringe groups of one are used by Shia Iran as a tool in which to bludgeon other people around. So there isn't, for those who are in the know, there's not a whole lot of love in the Sunni intelligentsia for Iran and their beliefs and their eschatological beliefs, because there's a belief that they intend to use Sunni extremists to their advantage. Is that a fair wrap-up summary, M, for those who are not Muslim scholars like yourself?
Yeah, fair enough.
There you go. I'll write a book. Come and buy it. No, I'm just kidding. I will not. We will give all the proceeds. Decado, you had your hand up. I know you're probably wondering, what are we doing and who is Farangam? Actually, one of the questions I asked earlier when you weren't there, we had some other Persians on, was how prevalent is the standpoint that Farangam shows from Iran? I know a lot of our Persian friends want to minimize perspectives like that because, frankly, they're embarrassed, and I would be too. I'm not trying to attack you personally, Farangam, but all the things you've said to date are quite, really, it's an anathema to me and many other people. But Decado, a very well-spoken Persian Iranian, go ahead, and thanks for being here.
First of all, thank you, Yehuda, and hello to everyone. Hello, M. The thing is, there was a speaker who was saying this is normal for the Islamic regime to do, etc., etc. I'm sorry, but is it normal that during peaceful protests in 2019, the government killed over 1,500 people inside of 2 days? I'm sorry, is it normal that over 100 kids have been directly killed, including Armita Garavand, by this regime? Armita's only crime, like Mahsa, was not wearing the mandatory hijab. And today she's not with us anymore. These are not normal things. Anywhere else in the world, children are killed, there's hell to pay. Not only that, they have shot people during namaz. They shot the Sunni people of Sistan Baluchistan in Zahedan on the Bloody Friday of Zahedan almost a year ago during namaz.
But he said that France and America do that all the time, right? That's what he said.
I can assure you that no one can say the contradiction to this, but has something like this ever happened? Like not ever. In the past 40 years, 50 years, has something like that happened in anywhere in Europe or US? Over 1,500 people being killed by their own government inside of 2 days?
Let's ask him. So Farangam, is it fair that the Iranian regime murders 1,500 protesters because a young lady didn't wear hijab? Is that the Islam you want to live in? Over to you, Farangam.
Okay, so I'm not quite accepting that the point. I'm totally agreeing with their actions. I'm standing the point that governments do these things, do this kind of thing. Maybe these people did that, and I believe they killed some people. Yes, I'm not denying that, and I don't want to live in that world, believe me. And I don't want to live in a world that a kid like Armita gets killed for a hijab. No, I don't support that. But the point I want to make is governments do these kind of things, not hijab, I'm not talking about hijab right now. I'm talking about protests. Do things against protests to keep their governing in place, if you understand what I
Show
meant.
me one other government in the history of mankind that has executed someone for dancing in the streets. Year 2023.
Please
No one.
don't do the soundboard. No soundboard, Tori. Go ahead, sorry. Dakota.
Yeah, there is no evidence of that in history that any government has killed someone, that someone's name is Jawad Ruhi, by the way, for dancing in the streets. That was his literally only crime. And they pronounced that war against God. Do you know the things that these people pronounce as war against God? Setting fire to a trash can is war against their God. Defending yourself in the streets is a war against their God. Dancing in the streets is war against their God. Burning hijab, burning mandatory hijab, is war against their God. And they execute people for it. They are poisoning school children in their schools for over a year because they dared to tear the image of Khamenei and Khomeini.
Before you came, actually, Farquad there said that it's the Jews who want to take over. They're mad about Persian Empire and that they're really upset. We want to take you guys down. It was pretty bizarre. Maybe he's walked it back. I don't know, but something to the effect of, there's this big Shia Jewish thing. Do you, as a person, do you think there's this big Jewish conspiracy to make Iran not great again? Because that's what kind of he said.
From where I'm standing, people of Iran and Jews have been friends for over 2,500 years. That is written in history from a lot of different perspectives. 2,500 years ago, Cyrus the Great freed the people of the Hebrews of the time, I think.
The people of Judea. In fact, Hebrew in Judea, it's Yehuda, which is actually my name, ironically. But Farhan there, you said that. You said that this was all because the Jews want to keep Iran down, keeping Iran down. You still feel that way? I mean, you got a lot of Persians up here. I don't mean to gang up on you, but
from what I'm standing, actually, the people of Israel, the Jews, like you, my friend, whom I have known for almost a year, are actually the only ones who have been listening to us, not only during the past year, but I remember in the year 1396, which would be 6 years ago, sorry, which would be 6 years ago, I saw the page Israel in Farsi for the first time. And your ears have been open to Iranians through messages since then. And month by month, year by year, when the revolution got more serious and Mahsa Amini's revolution started, you guys were the only ones who were truly listening to us.
Let's hear Farhan Gam. Sorry, what you started this by? Remember, it was just me and you didn't have any Persian descent. You said something about the Jews and you people, which was funny. I think you realized to smarten up the language here. You said something about the Shias. The Jews care about the Shias because you were the first empire. We just don't like it. We just don't like. I mean, I don't know how I could say this to you any clearer. I don't care. If you want to be the best empire in the world, buddy, fill your boots. Go be an empire. I don't care. But it's really weird that you think I do care. Why do you think I care? Why do you think Jewish people give a flying toss about your Persian Empire? You actually said you want to recreate the Persian Empire. Why do you want to recreate an empire? Why don't you just be happy being yourself? It sounds like a little bit of internal hatred. That's what it looks like to me. But could you repeat that for our friends here? Thanks.
Yeah, thank you. Yes, a lot of our people have that kind of vision that Iran must be great again. Like, I don't know, Trump says US should be great again. We says Iran should be great again. And Israel kind of defies that. We know that you guys helped create ISIS to be a
Who's you guys?
Obama. I mean, your Trump said,
Obama.
yeah,
Trump.
that's
Sorry, I just want to. Trump said that Trump created ISIS.
no. Trump said Obama and Clinton created ISIS to help Israel against Iran, and a lot of ISIS were treated in your hospitals back then when Soleimani was
Who's
killing them.
your? When you say you, I'm a Jewish Canadian. So are you telling me that I
Yeah,
brought ISIS people to Toronto? I'm curious.
Okay, there is. I've seen clips that Netanyahu goes to visit them in hospitals and treats them the ISIS I mean, and
So you
we
saw
know
Jesus, Murphy. So you saw Netanyahu visiting ISIS fighters in a Jewish hospital in Toronto to thank them for helping.
No,
Is that
Toronto.
correct?
I didn't say Toronto. I said
Okay.
Israel.
You keep saying you people. Okay, so you're talking about Israel now. Okay. So in
Yeah,
Israel,
when I
you
say
think
you
that
people, I mean Israel.
yeah, usually in English when we say you people, it's kind of a pejorative. We don't like to say you people, but it's I understand it's not your first language. Are you in Scandinavia? You have a strange Scandinavian inflection in your talk. Sweden, Denmark, anything like that?
No, sorry. I'm a Turkman.
Okay.
Habib Nurmagomedov. I'm their people.
Okay. Okay.
Can I ask a question from M?
You may. You may. Go ahead.
So M, what do you think the solution is here between Palestine and Israeli?
Peace through superior firepower. Did you get that, or do you need me to repeat it again?
What?
Peace through superior firepower was his answer.
Please explain.
You're about to see a field trip about that soon.
Okay, so he's saying that the Israeli army will probably destroy Hamas in place, and that's what's going on. Does that make sense?
So M, you want to your fellow Sunnis, but I want to make a point. Hamas claims.
No. Finish that statement. Just give him the guilt. Give him the guilt trip. Give him the guilt trip.
No. I don't want to give
your fellow Sunni
No.
Muslims to die.
Have you studied fiqh? Do you know anything about fiqh al-qital? Do you know anything about the fiqh of waging war? Anything about that? Do you know the standard rule that says qatalahum man akhrajahum, for example? Do you know anything about that?
Please let me finish my sentence. Hamas stated that they're Shafi'i Sunni, and you think they are Khawarij.
I am a Shafi'ite. I am a Shafi'ite, and they have nothing to do with Shafi'ism. Do you know Ibn Hajar al-Asqalani by any chance? Have you read any of his books? Do you know Fath al-Bari, for instance? Have you read Fath al-Bari?
No, sorry.
And you consider yourself a Shafi'ite Muslim who hasn't, or Hamas? Oh, no, you're not a Shafi'ite. You're a Hanafi. Yeah, right. Yeah.
Al-Asqalani, that's a familiar name.
So they're not Shafi'i.
Dude, try to phrase a question. What's your question, my love?
Yeah, you said they're Khawarij, and they claim to be Shafi'i. If I'm putting if they're Shafi'i, how do you feel if they get killed?
They are dying in combat that they initiated against an enemy they decided to go to war against, and that enemy decided to wage war back against them. It's simple. And I know why you're doing this, because you're getting it recorded, or someone else is getting it recorded, and I don't
believe me, I'm not.
care.
Believe me,
I don't need to believe you. We don't need to play this game.
Yeah, I don't want those kind of things. I just want to ask this: if they're Shafi and we, as Hanafis or Shias, shouldn't support them against this enemy?
No, because this is not a religious war. This is not a religious holy war. There's something called international law. There's something called Westphalian sovereignty. There's something called terrorism. And I'm not going to support someone who set out to kill 1,400 unarmed civilians, including women and children, and taking hostages. I'm sorry. That's not what my religion says. I don't know about yours.
Maybe
Well,
his deen to him and your deen to yours. I'm not sure what religion Farquaad is actually talking about either. But anyway, we have gone down that rabbit hole. There are so many hands up. Let's wait for that. Let's go to, I think Liberty has been, I don't know, texting or doing some strange things. Liberty, we'll go to Liberty, then we'll go to G-Man, and we're going to go through the list. Go ahead, Liberty.
Yehuda, thank you very much. Shalom to you and hello to the rest of the group. For those of you that don't know, I fought in the Ukraine war. I'm just slightly over the border now. Some of you do know that. The point I'm going to make, and it might be an interrupted point, not by you, Yehuda, but by others. I have a memo on my desk that I'm still finalizing. I'm going to read you it's going to the FBI and to U.S. national security agencies. Okay, I'm not going to read you the text of the memo, but I'll give you what the rough working title is. It says cyber influence campaigns, risk to U.S. national security, domestic unrest, Israel-Hamas war context, possible ties to foreign nations, Foreign Agent Registration Act, FARA violations. And then there are a number of points that go there. They're incredibly complicated and complex points.
Okay, give us context. Most of the audience has no idea what you're talking about.
I'm going to give you some context. First,
Is it someone in this space you think who's a foreign interferer?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yehuda, I'll give you a little bit of the background data. First of all, Hamas and Hezbollah are terror groups. Those of you that are trying to guess where I stand on that issue, they are terror groups. Vladimir Putin is a terrorist.
then why did you speak against Israel?
Did you see what I'm telling you, Yehuda? That's where it comes in, right? Okay, that's where they start to interrupt.
Okay, so sorry. So I don't know what if you spoke. You can speak against Israel all you want, but anyways, go on. So yeah,
that's okay. That's ridiculous.
I don't. No, I'm saying I don't know. I don't care anyone's position. I don't know what Dakota was just saying, but let's get to, like it almost sounds like a veiled threat against someone in the room, right? I have to have a complaint. Okay, I don't think anyone here, at least none. I'm not in the States. M's not in the States. You know,
I understand you're not in the States. So look, my basic point is this. I think it's a mistake to mix together Russia's aggression against Ukraine with some of these other issues. Why? Because a whole host of other actors come into the picture, all right? And there are organized troll farms that are violating, they're acting in contravention of several provisions of Title 18 of the US Code. And to bring that and mix that in together, I think poses a risk to the information war against the Kremlin. That's the first point. Whoever wants to do that is welcome to do that. But I don't think it's a good idea. And here's why. Because when you have some bad actors engaging in inchoate criminal activity, I'm not talking about you, Yehuda.
Yeah, obviously, because that's a ridiculous.
Right. I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about mixing two things together. When you have a certain group doing that, there doesn't need to be, under U.S. law, there doesn't need to be a formal agreement. Not every person needs to foresee every crime. There doesn't have to be an explicit agreement, just an agreement implied by conduct or a tacit agreement. It's not a good idea. But secondly, it's not a good idea because it works against countering the Kremlin to bring in disingenuous groups. I don't believe the gentleman that you called up with the blue check mark is from Iran, because I tracked him to a cyber group. That's number one. I speak the language, by the way. I was in Ukraine and I also speak his language. Time out, my friend.
Yeah. No, not time out. This is getting too close, and it's kind of throwing people off. What are you saying?
I'm saying that there are U.S. sanctions. If somebody from Iran is not paying for a verified Twitter account with a bogus follower account. Okay.
I'm not sure who this is. This person is not a verified Twitter user, Farangam.
No, I'm not talking about him.
He's talking about me, Yehuda. He is so dumb that he doesn't understand that you can have friends, for example, in Canada, that you can give your username and password to, and then they can pay for Twitter Blue because you're actually working for a cause that you need. Contrary to your stupid beliefs, I can prove without doxing myself that I'm in Iran. I can send the proof to Yahuda, and he can say if it checks out or not. Right the hell now. And
Okay, I see where this is going.
Dakota, just one.
You.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I understand.
Okay.
Dakota, what time is it where you are? Quickly.
1651.
You're wrong. It's 1851 in Iran. You're in Europe. You fucking bastard.
Oh yeah.
Okay, okay. Iran has several. Okay.
Yeah.
Can I just add something, please?
Did you hear what I said? That this is precisely why this is dangerous.
Okay, so let's okay. Thanks for so you're for the audience. Your belief is that one of the speakers is a foreign agent or something. This is an issue for someone else. This isn't our space for that. We don't really care about that, Liberty. I don't.
You can't combat Putin by acting like Putin. That's my point.
Okay, well, I if you think I'm acting like Putin, I think that's pretty bizarre.
Don't bring in the cyber troll networks, friend.
Okay, well, no, this is Twitter. I'm sure you're aware we have the massive supreme control of pressing add speaker. That's about the only thing we can do, and we could remove speaker. So I think this is a pretty weird conversation. Definitely, I think not on point there, my friend. There, I don't know you. We don't follow each other. I don't think we've messaged each other. So I think this fear mongering is not helpful. All I know is Dakota has been a loud voice for Iranian freedom, and that's all it is. All these other comments about FBI and whatever, write all the emails you want, dude. Like, it doesn't really affect anyone. No one here is out to break laws. We're here discussing Hamas's relationship with Iran and Russia and their attacks on Israel now. It's the same thing as Russia attacking Ukraine. This is a genocidal. I think it's a play. I think it's a master stroke from the bad guys who are out to not just destroy Ukraine, and they're committing a genocide. Let's face it. However, the exporting of these ideological views to the Middle East in order to distract from Ukraine is certainly important. It is absolutely a very, very vital part of the misinformation war. And I listen to you. I think it's a little paranoid, frankly, and everyone's entitled to their opinions. I don't think that the veiled threats against people speaking are really meaningful.
It's not a threat, my friend. The point is,
I posted a screenshot that clearly prove that I am Iran. Just look at my antenna; it says Iran cell and right here. And just cause I glitched for a second.
Okay, Yehuda, if you're gonna run Putin as if you're gonna run
you anti-Semite piece of shit, all right, you are taking our time.
I'm not sure who you are. It's getting a little silly. Don't tell me I'm running Putin. Blah blah blah. Grow up, dude. Like, just stop. You don't like the guy.
Just come to a U.S. court.
Just come to a U.S. court. Okay, thanks. Have a good day. All right, let's go to the next hand. Dakota, please. I'm not gonna lower the dignity of the space to listen to someone threatening you that you're I don't know, Putin spy. I don't even know what he's saying. It's just weird. Okay. Putin spy Dakota, who doesn't like Putin. But all right, listen, guys and girls and everyone, let's just be a little more ecumenical. Let's not jump down some rabbit hole. And I have no idea what just happened. That was a weird. M, are you tracking any of this? I feel a little bamboozled.
I'm being takfired as we speak, so I'm just worried about my ass right now. But that's a different story.
Okay, don't takfir anyone. All right.
No, right, I'm getting takfired, not takfiring anyone. ED at the very end.
Wow, that was weird. That was a trip. So for those just joining us, a speaker who I don't know says he fought in Ukraine, said shalom to me. I thought he was Jewish. Maybe he is, maybe he isn't. Who really cares? Thought that Dakota was contravening U.S. law by having a blue check mark on Twitter. Okay, that was a strange aside. Let's move past it. I don't understand it. Maybe there's something more sinister, and I'm just a gullible Canuck. It could be. Speaking of gullible, we have G-Man. from a green isle, wet and rainy for the most part. G-Man, over to you.
Well, you're right there. That's absolutely true. I am from a green isle, and it is absolutely soaking. However, you don't want a weather report. That's not what we're here for.
Well, if you don't tell me what time it is there, you're not there, you jerk.
Anyway.
Lies, I
Yes,
tell
it
you,
is.
lies.
No, I'm really in the Kremlin. Okay, no. The Kremlin is actually a bar in Belfast that I would not go to ever. Anyway, right. I don't know about the Islamic government of Iran, but and Franklin was saying that in every country, people, if there's protests, the government put them down violently and shoot all the protesters and stuff. In the UK, United Kingdom, of Great Britain and Northern Ireland, the first duty of the government is to keep citizens safe and the country secure. That's the first, and I see that as the first duty of any government. And I do not believe the Islamic Republic of Iran government hold those beliefs because of how they act against people dancing in the street. How dare they? How dare they dance in the street? That's definitely a hanging offence. No, it's not. So that's all I'll say.
Typical Monday in the Middle East. Iran Revolution Report first, and then Tori.
Hi guys, hi Yehuda, hi can I just run a test if you allow me? I want to make sure that this dude that says his Farhang Saidi is actually Iranian.
Sorry, say that again.
Can I make sure that he's actually Iranian? Because ها؟ کجای ایران زندگی میکنی؟
هستم یه جایی حالا لازم نیست بگم اوضاع خطریه جو.
Who are you speaking to, Iran Revolution?
Oh, to Farhang, the guy that says that the regime in Iran can do whatever it wants because they are trying to make sure.
Baba, Farkan, Farhagam, Farangam. Let me do it. She cut them, Baba.
But I had once.
No, let's get him to reply. I'm trying to talk to him. Are you a Farsi speaker? You said you're a Turkmen, Sunni, Hanafi, big supporter of Shia Iran, though. It seems a little weird, even to my Jewish ears, who are
not
obviously
native Farsi speaker. You can tell by the stupid accent, but anyways.
All right, Far and Gam, we're going to do the quintessential test to prove if you are Iranian or not. Name me 3 songs by Black Cats. Go.
Who? بابا من چجوری بگم ایرانی هم باید ثابت کنیم.
All right, no answer from him. All right, next test. I'm going to say 2 words in Farsi. You're going to finish the lyric. Bora, bora. Go on. All right, this is horrible. I'm being very insular here,
Dude,
and I'm baiting.
You're doing the test wrong. His Qasem check is Musbat. His Qasem check is positive, which means he really, really misses the crispy general Qasem Soleimani. So he wouldn't know these songs. These songs are for Iranians, not regime assholes. So he wouldn't know.
All right, let's watch the language. All right, so listen, I think I'll take his word for it. He says he's in Iran. He says he's a Turkmen, Hanafi, not a scholar. He's proven that. All right, let's make this relevant to all the speakers here. This is about Hamas, Russia versus Israel, Ukraine. I've called M. Mohammed just to be spicy. It's not Mohammed and Yehuda, but let's do it anyway. Look, where are we going here? I mean, can we see...
You're getting me killed, I swear, but continue.
Listen, we know that Russia benefits from all of this, right? They benefit from the confusion, they benefit from the distraction, they benefit from the violence. There's a pogrom in Dagestan. Who even knew where Dagestan was 2 minutes ago? No one knew. And now we see, we're being accused of supporting troll networks. Strangely enough, I don't understand it myself. If someone said to go to a U.S. court, do I just show up at a court in the United States? Can I drive to Buffalo? I say, I'm here. Liberty Cola on Twitter told me I need to come here. What do? I think they would laugh me out of the courthouse and say, sir, you don't have pants on. I think that's what they might say. All right, let's go. There's a lot of speaker requests.
Can I make a point, please?
Miss Molly, if anyone can bring them up, let's talk about, this is serious stuff. Hamas has committed a pogrom on a scale that no one has seen in probably 100 years. It's bizarre. We have Iranian proxies trumpeting this as a great success. We've heard from Farangam that all of the Jews are fleeing Israel. They're so scared. And as a result, the Israelis, you people, are attacking Jews in other countries just to scare them to go back. This is truly a strange world of disinformation, but it's important we discuss it. There are a lot of listeners listening in. People have just showed up and said, what's going on? This is a bit of a dumpster fire. Hopefully these guys, this Muslim and Jewish guy, can moderate it. We're doing our best. But let's go ahead and go to some hands. And Em, please do, if you can, help bring up some people. That'd be great. Tori, minus the soundboard, wants to go next, and she will definitely not be using that again. Go ahead, Tori.
Yeah, hi, sorry about that. So where I live, like there's a full moon, and I think there's quite a lot of people that are being affected by that today. But the point was that I think all the Palestinians that following Hamas, they're quite like the Russians, because there's a lot of video evidence about the massacre that was in Israel, and they don't actually seem to grasp the idea that it did actually happen. So that's where I think the it goes in with the Russians. And also, if everyone's so worried about all the Palestinians dying, then all that Hamas has to do is to release all the hostages and surrender. Maybe then they'll stop bombing them. Yes, so that's my point, really. Thanks.
Sounds legitimate. Sounds like it makes sense to me. Instead of hiding behind children and women in hospitals, they might want to either surrender or get out of your tunnels. Don't be little silly scaredy cats. Get out of your tunnels. You've got a lot of Israeli soldiers above ground. They're willing to meet you. They'd like to say hello, like E.T. did. He reached out and said hello. But Em, are they going to get out of their tunnels, or are they just looking for a death count? What do you think?
It depends on how the IDF will develop the operation. So in their incursion, they inserted engineering elements supported by mechanized infantry and armor to, in my opinion, prepare staging areas inside the Gaza Strip to move more troops in. When doing so, they encountered Hamas fighters emerging from tunnel openings and trying to ambush and attack them. They took them out. So it seems that Hamas is waiting for the IDF to commit the majority of the troops assigned for this mission and engage them in urban warfare as they advance into the Strip. So far, it's been a clean operation. They are clearing land and making sure that they don't encounter large pockets of resistance or large pocket of deployed fighters using ATGMs or other types of weapons against them. Seems to be a very calculated approach towards securing areas as they advance in the Strip. So far, it seems like shaping operations, taking the staging areas inside the Strip first before committing the full force.
Scusi, Huda, do you have my voice?
Sure, Rahal, go ahead.
Buonasera, Ukraine. I want to criticize the morality of that person who went here. He was investigating about the character of people, now is not an appropriate time for investigation and such and something like this. I am from IRGC cause I have seen Ismail Haniya and planner of the genocide of Buenos Aires face to face. Am I from IRGC? And also saluted the general and a U.S. general militarily, or may I am American. Here we are to cooperate contribution for Ukraine. Thank you very much. And please move me to the speaker, to the audience. Thank you. Gratitude.
We'll take that as a statement. Sean, please go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. I think I would like to just start off with the fact that, you know, we have had contact with Hezbollah in this Gaza movement, and you know, this idea that it's all Russia behind the scenes is, to me, yesterday I heard a space where everyone's saying it was all China. And then, you know, you go back to BRICS and it's like, why does India support Israel? Well, because there's only 5,000 Jews and 17 synagogues, and there's 250 million Muslims and 300,000 mosques, and India is a rational actor. I don't think anybody likes the way radical Islam is behaving. Everybody knows Hamas and Al-Qaeda and ISIS, all of these things are acting as terror structures, and I don't think anybody wants to be doing business with them. So to be honest, I think we should be like a little bit separating when we use this word genocide, because genocide is clearly here is when it becomes acceptable and it is actionable by one side to eradicate another person based on race, religion, heritage. And this is what ISIS, Hamas does to the Israelis. What they say, you know, in this chant, from the river to the sea, what they're saying is all of Israel, you know, it's all stolen land, and this corruptness of the left supporting and giving billions to Gaza. Meanwhile, they don't use any of these dollars for anything good. They use them for, as Em said, they use them for tunnels, little concrete tunnels, and after they do terrorism, and they have an enormous amount of support in Qatar, in Damascus. They have a huge amount of support, you know, Syria, Iran. You can't have you can't have rational discussions with radical actors. And I think this is what people mean when they say, well, there could be a new order in which India, China, Russia, and Brazil get along because we stop obeying autocrats who invest money into evil programs, who betray their trusted business partners. I mean, look at how well the Israeli people have operated within the world compared to these Hezbollah, Allahu Akbar, blah, 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 blowing people up, terrorist structures. So, I mean, that's sorry I went off on a tangent, but I hope I highlighted on what I came in to say.
Thank you, Sean. We'll take that as a statement. Let's go to Naked Whale.
Yeah, hi. I hope you can hear me okay. I haven't got a headset on. I'm just talking into my phone. So I was listening to your Iranian friend who was ranting about an hour and a half ago, and it reminded me of I don't know much about the Middle East. You know, no more than a Brit would know, who has been, you know, watching the news over here for 50 years. But it reminded me of when I was in Uganda in the 80s, and it was peak AIDS. And I met a doctor. He was very educated, and he was absolutely convinced that America had imported AIDS to kill the Africans. And he wasn't alone. There were plenty of people over there who thought that. And I suppose what I'm saying is that what you get is this irrational thought that you hear on these spaces that are so far, they're so delusional to what we would consider to be rational thought. Where does it come from? And it's the hatred for the Jews seems to be so ingrained in society that It just can't be changed. You know, this is not a school lesson. This is of lies and hatred. It's chipping away logic for years and years in society that's happened to these people that mean that they really just hate Jews, they hate Israel, and they believe it. And it's going to take generations to change that opinion. No peace plan is something going to pop up where everything is going to be fantastic. The hatred is so ingrained. I've got a colleague from Egypt. He's another highly educated man. He honestly believes that Israel must not exist and Jews must leave the Middle East. When you ask him where he wants the Jews to go, he says anywhere, just go away. I mean, that is one very small step away from Holocaust talk. So it can't even be considered silly. Yeah. But the point is, no peace plan will work, in my opinion, for at least several generations. Yeah. But, you know, okay, I have a question. So I haven't just come out here to say that. I have a question, because when you listen to that, you do think, and I want you to take this in a, I don't mean anything biased. I just want to know the answer. Okay. Would Israel consider moving? Would they consider leaving the area because they are surrounded by enemies? They're surrounded by people wanting to die.
No, fuck no. The answer is fuck no. The answer is literally fuck no. No, the answer is fuck no.
Okay, well, we try not to curse because we upload to Spotify. Thanks very much. So let's pretend we're in, polite company. So go ahead. Would Israel consider moving? I think the first question that I would ask is, where on earth would you consider them moving to? Cairo?
Go ahead, Naked Whale. Unmute yourself, and please, everyone, let's keep it civil. Don't talk over each other. No yelling, no cussing. It's a very colorful Monday so far.
Yeah,
Naked
let's ask a stupid ass question and then mute everybody and say Israel. Would they move into a different location? Oh wait.
Yeah, but maybe it's an intellect. Maybe it's like a philosophical thing. If a tree falls in a forest, is a bear taking a poop? No one knows. Let's go ahead let's finish up with the crazy Naked Whale suggestion. Has Israel considered picking up and moving? I can tell you no, as the previous speaker said. But where would they go, and why do you ask the question? Let's get to that.
Well, I remember when 30, 40 years ago, I remember someone telling me there was discussion of Madagascar at some point. I am not saying Israel should move. I want to make that absolutely clear. Israel has every right to be there.
Oh, stop. Did you say? Okay, listen. In the Zionist Congress and meetings by Herzl, other people, actually it was the Nazis, I think, that said Madagascar. There were views, where can a Jewish national home be established? Some people at the Zionist Congress were told that Uganda was on the books, and that was roundly rejected. If Jews were going to go back anywhere, they'll go back to where they came from. They'll purchase land and farm the fields and become people of the earth, which is where we started from. So yeah, no one's talking about Madagascar. I think the Nazis mentioned Madagascar at one point. What's your point, though? Let's narrow it down here.
My point is that the state of Israel, okay, and I support Israel.
We got it. You support it. You're good. You're on board with Israel. But why on earth would you think that Jewish people in a land restored, in a country revitalized, a nationhood identified, why would they pick up and move anywhere else?
I'll tell you why. And Israel, I want to say again, Israel has every right to stay exactly where they are. Okay. However, Israel is going to, I don't know if you're Israeli. But
go ahead.
Okay. They're going to have generations of anger and hatred directed at you. And for me, I just go because I know wherever Israel is, it will thrive. It will thrive. We have I think almost 1,800,000 Jews in London. They thrive. They're a great asset to our society.
You don't have 800,000 Jews in London. You have 300,000 Jews.
300,000.
You have about 300,000 Jews in the United Kingdom. Okay.
Okay. Well, okay. You're making this like I'm trying to.
I'm not making anything. I'm not trying to.
Okay. You are. Your tone is making.
You just tripled trebled, if you're in the UK, the population of the Jewish community. And you've just said maybe 30, 40 years ago, you heard someone say Madagascar might be a place. It's a weird thing. All right, why don't we wrap it up? There are a lot of hands. I'm not sure where you're going with this, but like 20 seconds, finish it up. Thanks.
No, you've got the mute button. You can mute me, so just go ahead. You've taken the question in completely the wrong context. I was just trying to make the point that there cannot be peace in the Middle East. There cannot be peace in the Middle East. So we've seen it for 50 years. We'll see it for another 50 years. Simply
Fair enough. Thanks for that. Little cynical and kind of sad. I disagree. I think there can be peace in the Middle East. But you know, some people said there wouldn't be peace in Northern Ireland. Boy, they were wrong, right? They were pretty wrong. All right, let's go to some other hands. Who is next? We got a bunch of hands. We got Stealth,
G-Man, and then Stealth, or Stealth first,
let's go
whichever.
to
Go ahead.
Stealth.
Good morning, gentlemen. How are you? I'm packing my bags right now for the Maldives, Madagascar, and Uganda. I think that's where I'm going to go. I'm just teasing. I think what we should do is, I'm just responding to this gentleman as a joke. What I want is a status update from the rockets from Jerusalem, if you don't mind. I just woke up. I got my much needed beauty sleep. And if you wouldn't mind letting me know what's going on with those rockets, I'm a little bit concerned. And I think that we can stay in the region just fine. We'll take Lebanon. We will take, we'll take all of Lebanon. And maybe we'll take half of Syria.
We're trying to like tone it down here. Not
I'm teasing.
I know you are, but you know what? There are a lot of people here. They're going to report back to their Hamas handlers and say, "We knew it."
No, I'm teasing.
They want to take over everything. I mean,
Yeah.
did you know that the Israeli flag means the river of Nile, the Nile River
Yeah.
to the Euphrates?
Also, we'll take Turkey. We'll take.
You know what? It's a strange world that we're living in. So strange that we have to hear from everybody. So
I know. So if you wouldn't mind giving me a status update on the rockets and what's going on in Jerusalem. And this morning there was a stabbing on the light rail in Jerusalem as well by an Arab.
Well, so we're not there yet, but I mean, yes, there are the stabbing. There was a policeman who just recently was granted police officer status. His daughter was killed 3 weeks ago at the Nova Film Festival, and his partner was stabbed by a terrorist who he then shot and killed. And it was a pretty big news item in Israel. And his name is, I think it's Gabay. Rashid Gabay, I'm not sure.
Yeah.
But anyways, you can check it out. Rockets, listen, Hamas will continue in their death throes, their pangs of death, PNGS, to do stuff. And that's what's going on so far. So we do have those issues going on. It's in a constant state of flux. There are also Hamas propaganda video of 3 elderly women that's been released. And I won't retweet any of that because that gives a succor to the terrorists. I'm not interested in that. In the meantime,
wait, that's a new video of hostages or different?
Yes, no, it's a new video as of this afternoon in Israel time, this morning North America time. Anyways, 3 women under duress, elderly, and obviously they were made to attack Netanyahu. But we'll park that for a second and let's go to some other hands. There's a lot of hands. I think we had G-Man waiting patiently, and then we'll circle back. So.
Hey, yeah. I'm not sure where the previous speakers wants the people of Israeli state to go and that to be safe everywhere else. Well, the history of the Jews in Europe hasn't been.
I can't hear G-Man. I'll step down. I'll come back up.
We'll suck you down there. Come back up.
I don't want the people of Israel to go anywhere. I didn't say that. I asked if they were willing to go anywhere. If they preferred that to 50 years, I don't want them to go anywhere. That was not my question. I wasn't here, why don't you go somewhere? I was saying that's what the region wants you to do. And is it being considered? That was my question.
What about the Northern Irish people,
not,
the Ulster people? Some of them people didn't want us here either. But we've been here and you just can't make people go somewhere because you don't like them. That's genocide. And the Jewish people have been genocided for years everywhere they were in Europe. And so they thought that it would be a good idea to go back to their homeland. The fact that the people that lived around there, and many of those countries were, by the way, set up by the British Empire. Jordan, Iraq, and a few others. were administered by the British Empire after the fall of the Ottoman Empire. So somebody from Britain should really know more about the region. That's
I guess, you know, Naked Whale, I'm sorry, I don't know your real name. I guess it kind of, people are getting confused because it seems like such a strange question to ask. Like, you should know the answer. Israel and Israelis are not going to ever consider leaving just because their enemies want them to leave. Does that make sense? I mean, it almost seems disingenuous. I have to be honest with you. I'm going to take what you say at face value and assume you mean it in good faith. But why on earth would you reward terrorism and hatred with, oh, we're just going to get up and leave? I mean, it's one thing to say, imagine if they did, versus do you think there's an appetite to leave? If you really don't know the answer, I'll tell you plainly, there's absolutely no way any of them are going to pick up and leave because Hamas murdered a bunch of them. If anything, Jews have been inclined to move to Israel now more so than ever, based on the fact that they don't feel safe in the UK or Canada or the United States or France or Russia or Dagestan. The 800 families there don't feel safe. So it's just a strange, you know, forgive me, I'm not trying to attack you. You seem very genuine in your presentation, but gosh forbid, there isn't a Jew alive, I think, in Israel that thinks leaving Israel will benefit them in any way. And I just don't see how you don't see it. And I think a lot of people feel the same way. So please don't be offended by our incredulity, but it's very evident. Okay.
Yehuda, did you already give a Dagestan update? So I can just listen to the earlier recording and just was curious.
Yeah, we did. We did. And you know what? We don't want to stop the flow because there are a lot of people with their hands up. So why don't we go to them and we'll circle back? How's that? All right. We've got IJ, Scottish person coming up. I think he wanted to speak to Naked Whale. And I think your once was IJ. You're going to have to reconnect because you're cycling in and out. IJ, go ahead and do that, please. Elon Maxwell. I thought it was Elon Musk for a second. We got excited. He is not in the space. Who is next, please?
Philip.
Yeah, I would like that Dagestan update. The one that Stealth wanted, because I slept the whole night away, actually. So it would be nice to hear something.
That's what you're supposed to do at night, is sleep, Philip. Don't be silly.
Well, I know. It's just news is always coming through at every hour of every day, and it's like I want to hear, what's going
Fair
on.
enough. All right. We're going to get to those updates soon. M's going to go through some of the topical updates. We've got Decado. We have our resident IRGC supporter, Farron. Let's go to Decado and over to IRGC headquarters. Go, Decado.
Sorry, I was eating something. There is a tweet in the nest I want to mention. One of the biggest guys in IRGC just came out and said, even if everyone in Gaza dies and the bombing takes a year, Hamas is the winner of this situation. That shows to you, that's the proof that they don't care about any lives, not Iranian lives, not Palestinian lives. They just wanna expand the ummah of Shia Islam, which is what they say. They are not Iranian. That is evident in their own actions and words. Even Raisi said in an ABC, I think, I don't know, one of these news agencies that still works with the regime, and they're like huge in the West. He says, and I quote, about the $6 billion that they were gonna get and now it's frozen. He says that that money is the Islamic Republic's money, not the Islamic Republic of Iran's money, not Iran's money, the Islamic Republic's money. And that is why I say, when you're mentioning them, do not call them Iran, call them the Islamic Republic, because even they themselves do not identify as Islamic Republic of
But
Iran.
that's just
They
semantics.
identify as
For the
Islamic Republic.
For the average Westerner listening, they don't differentiate between. I know it bothers you, but it's like, the United States of America or the U.S., right? I mean, that's the difference that people look at. All right, thank you for that. Let's go to.
I will say this, Yehuda, really quick, just for two seconds. I will say this to make our friend feel better. especially on Twitter, enough of us have heard from our Iranian friends, and they are friends, that we know there's a major difference between the average Iranian and the regime. We have no doubt about that. That is unambiguously clear for anyone who follows geopolitics.
Yes, but not everyone is as educated as you, and words are like iron. And by this emphasis, I have received messages that thank you for mentioning this. We did not know this. So we should not take our own knowledge and education for granted, and we should be careful with the words we use as the people who know the difference. So the people that come into these spaces and listen and are new to this would learn faster and better. That's just my point. Thank you, but your words were kind, and I love you for that. Thank you.
All right, let's go over to IRGC headquarters. I'm just kidding, Ferngam.
Can I start?
Yes, please, by all means.
So thank you. So I want to make 2 points and answer to
I
Naked
can't hear your
I
mic.
think. Yeah, my mic is on. Can you hear me?
Looks like he dropped.
Yeah,
All
hold on,
right,
mic check.
I can
Yeah.
hear you. We can't hear Ferngam. Hope you're not in a tunnel underneath a hospital in Gaza, are you?
Oh,
Yeah,
sorry.
you couldn't hear him, but he was talking. You couldn't hear him, so he probably has to bring him back or whatever.
Yeah, bring him on back again. All right, bring him on back again. All right, we're gonna bring some more speakers from the other side. We want to make this fair. Ferngam, go ahead.
Thank you.
Yes,
So
I'm just kidding. I can hear you. Go
yeah,
ahead.
I want to answer to Naked Whale and make 2 points and ask 1 question again. About Jewish people living.
Are you going to ask to convert again? Or?
No, that was rhetorical, you know that. So, we have a ayah in Quran, I think in Surah Maida, that enemy stuff, your enemies are the Jews. And by Jews, I mean Zionists here. You know that, right? So.
Wait. Did you say an ayah in the Quran says Zionists? Because it doesn't.
Not Zionists, it says Jews. But I think by Jews, they mean the Zionists, I think. Because none all of the
maybe it even means Freemasons. How can you reinterpret the Quran or Hadith and say that it says Zionists when it says Jews?
It's exact verses of Quran, you know. The most enemy of your enemies are Jews. I'm not making that up. You can look it up. So I don't think.
But what about in the Quran where it says Banu Israel live in the land of Israel, it's their kingdom? Do you ascribe to that ayah, or do you miss that ayah?
I want to exactly ask that in the end. Can you let me finish my point? So we have that, and I like to know M's opinion about that. And second point is, please don't make these conversations security-wise, like where are you from? I don't know. Are you Iranian? Are you not?
Which verse? Which verse exactly are you talking about?
I'm gonna
send you. I'm gonna send you. Please make.
Which verse, man? Which verse?
I have my VPN on. I can search Google and answer you that, but I'm gonna send you in PV. So let me make my point.
Don't send me anything. Which verse are you talking about? Do you know the name of the chapter? Do you know the number of the verse?
I don't know exactly which verse, but I know it's in Maida Surah. So please don't make this.
Which Surah?
Maida.
He's talking about verse 82, Surah Al-Ma'idah. Yeah, I know.
All right, thank you. So don't make this conversation security-wise, especially to Dikato or me. This is not good. Where are you from? Are you not in Iran or things like that? And we have ways to pay for our needs in other nations, like I'm building a VPN.
Are you saying that you're contravening? Are you contravening the supreme leader of Iran? That's weird. I thought you loved everything he said.
Please let me finish my point. Don't make this conversation security-wise. And the questions I want to ask, 2 questions. For to make it well, no, Zionist people, I don't think they're gonna live that there. And I agree with M. It's gonna come to which side has a big stick. And I have two questions. First, why Palestine? We all know that, but I like to Yehuda to say to all people here, why Palestine? And second question is, Yehuda, are you can speak Farsi, right?
Oh, I can sing a song or two.
Yeah, I know that.
Doesn't matter what I speak. I speak the language
Speak
of
Farsi.
love.
Can I tell you a couple words that I can say in Farsi? Is that okay, everybody?
No,
Oh,
no.
oh, okay,
Let's let him ask his question. Why Palestine? Why? What do you mean? Why Palestine? Why did Jews go back to Palestine?
It's
we all know. I want you to say it.
Why did you? Because that's where Jews are from. Did you know that? I mean, you've mentioned Kurush, Cyrus the Great, who allowed the Jews to return to their homeland after the Babylonians were defeated by the Persian Empire. Why did the Persian Empire let the Jews go back to? It wasn't called Palestine. It was called Judea, Yehuda, which is my name. Why did they go back to Yehuda? Because that's where they are from. Does that make sense? Why would Persians go back to Persia? Why wouldn't they go back to Baltimore?
Why did you leave then?
May I answer him?
No. I'm going to deal with this. Go ahead. Why what?
Why did you leave then? Why there was...
Why did we leave? Why did we leave? You know why? Oh, because you know what happened? You know what happened? What happened was the Jews in 70 AD thought to themselves, you know what, we'd love to go to Europe to be treated as second-class citizens. And one day, the United States will be created and we could go to Miami and live on the beach. And that's really worth it. So what we're going to do is we're going to wait for Miami, South Beach, Val Harbor, all those fun places. And that's why we did. We were kicked out of our country. How do you not know? How are you a teacher? What do you teach? Propaganda? You know, we were kicked out of our country by the Romans in 70 AD or 70 CE, depending on what nomenclature you use. Jews were kicked out of their country by the Romans for we were feisty. We were feisty Jews. So we said no to Roman imperial. We said, we don't want to pray to Zeus and all these silly idols, mushrikun. We didn't want to be polytheists. So we said, we're gonna fight for it. So they kicked us out. How do you not know that? The Jews left Israel. They left the kingdom of Judah because they were forced out, and they were made slaves in Europe, in Rome, and other places. And other Jews who escaped went to North Africa. They went to Egypt, where the pyramids are made, where M is from. They went to the Maghreb. They went to Morocco. They went to Spain. They went to Italy. They went to Greece. They went to all these places, but never did they forget, because we have a psalm, Kitab al-Zabur, book of Psalms.
Mazamir.
Mizmor le-David, the Psalms of David. And one of the Psalms said that if we forget you, O Jerusalem. Thanks, I don't need your help. I know the song. If we forget you, O Jerusalem, may our right hand lose its effect, or cunning, as it's translated in English. The Jewish people every day for the last 2,000 years have prayed for a return to Zion. That is Zionism, right? So for you to ask and not know the answers why the Jews went back to their homeland, it's a really weird thing to think, or it's a really weird thing to answer, because you should know the answer. If you're so invested, if you care so much about Palestine and this and that, you should know the answer. Jews went back to their homeland. In fact, they went back to their homeland and purchased 800,000 dunams of land. Don't believe me. Believe Haj Amin al-Husseini, the actual mufti of Jerusalem, who admitted at the Peel Commission that, in fact, the Jews purchased all the land that they lived on. But he said, we'll just kill them and take the land anyway, because we're kind of badass like that. Didn't work out. It was an issue of not being what we call self-aware. He was not self-aware, and he thought that he could push all the Jews out and therefore mitigate any issue there. So to answer your question again, Jews moved back to where we're from because we had no choice. We were being murdered in Europe. and there were Jewish leaders who said that isn't good. So let's give our co-religionists, our Jewish neighbors, our Jewish brothers and sisters in Eastern Europe, let's give them a chance to have a country where they can live without being molested. And now you ask, from lofty Iran or IRGC headquarters, it's a joke, I don't care where you're from. You ask, why did they go there? Well, guess what? There wasn't a there to go to. Jews made what Israel is today. There were no luxurious farms and plantations where people could grow things, kibbutzes. Tel Aviv was a malaria-infested swamp when the Jews built it. There was no Tel Aviv before. There was no center of industry in Haifa. That was all created by Jewish people from around the world that moved back to the country of their forefathers. Now, someone is imbued with the sense of history, as any Persian should be, would easily recognize the importance of respecting your ancestry and where you're from. So where you expect others to appreciate Persian history, you want Jews to forget their own history in the land of Israel. It's called the land of Israel. In fact, it's so much called the land of Israel, your own prophet in your Holy Quran mentions the land of Israel and mentions the kingdom of Israel with King David and Solomon and Banu Israel and Moses and all of that. They didn't go from Egypt with Moses, Musa, Alayhi salam. They didn't go to Brooklyn. They didn't go to South Beach or Bell Harbor. They went back to Israel. So why are you, as a Muslim, asking such a ridiculous question as to why did the Jews go back to their country? Is that not weird? Am I missing something? Yeah, please answer.
So I want to hear you to say that. So you know what Masjid al-Aqsa is there, right?
No, I'd newhat heard of it. What is that like a Harvey's or a Burger King? What do you mean?
Aqsa Mosque.
They don't have Harvey's in the US. Sorry.
All right, sorry. So Masjid al-Aqsa, yeah, the mosque on top of the temple was built 30 years after Muhammad died. So you built a mosque on our temple. So what?
Yeah, you said Quran and our Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, said all things about your people. It shows our Quran comes from the same source as your books. It's come from Allah.
I disagree. As an Orthodox Jew, I would disagree. But let me ask you something. How many times is Jerusalem mentioned in the Quran?
Yeah, we are so many sayings about Jerusalem. In fact,
how many times was Jerusalem mentioned in the Quran?
I don't know. Honestly, I don't know.
Zero.
I just
I'll tell you.
want to
Well, shame on you. Zero. It's mentioned 0 times.
Literally zero. Literally zero. Yeah.
Okay.
One less than one. Zero.
But
so there is no. So
How can somebody be a good Muslim if they've never read the Quran? How are you a good Muslim if you never read the Quran?
We don't know.
Did you read all the Old Testament, all the 30
I had
books?
to. Yes, seminary, 21 years of my life. Next. And I still learn. I have to learn twice a week.
Yeah, we don't do that. I just want to point this.
You know what I do?
Please, no shouting, no talking over one another. Yeah.
So let's wrap it up. Farringham there. What's your point? So you don't know the Quran. We've established that. What's your point now?
Actually, I want to ask him a question. Do you know how long it took for Surah Al-Ma'idah to be revealed to the Prophet? Farringham?
Yeah, can I talk? You muted. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah,
No, I don't know. I'm not a
know?
religional, all-knowing person. I'm not Ayatollah or Akhund or Mufti and whatever you call it.
Okay,
I'm
but
an average Joe. I'm an average Joe Muslim here.
Do you agree that there's a rule that says that every single verse was revealed for a reason at that specific timing, and that you should take into consideration the reasons for revealing a verse when you are analyzing and studying the verse and trying to understand its meaning? Do you agree to that simple rule?
Yes.
Do you know? Yeah, we agreed that. Do you know how long it took to reveal Surah Al-Ma'idah to the Prophet? Do you have any idea? Just guess a number.
No.
But he doesn't care. It doesn't even matter because he doesn't understand the importance of what the timeline is. You understand?
I know.
No, not my point. You didn't let me finish my point.
Finish
Can
your
you?
point. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, Masjid al-Aqsa is our first point of prayers.
Qibla.
As,
It's your first
as
Qibla.
yeah, Qibla, as you Jewish people, and you can say whatever you want, to make whatever you want, but we'll never let it go. As much as you love
It's
her,
not
we
even
love that.
considered a
Love her
holy
too.
place by any normal Muslim. They turn their back and they pray towards Mecca. What is going on? We pray
Okay,
towards
that's
Jerusalem.
No,
I,
no,
yeah.
you don't know the history.
Did you
Please
study?
inform
Did you
him.
study in Aramaic? I speak Aramaic. I speak Biblical Hebrew. I speak Arabic. I obviously speak Farsi.
okay, but
This
he's
guy can't
talking.
even read his own
He's
Quran.
talking.
Ya Allah.
Okay, so
He can't even say Qibla.
all right.
I'm pronouncing it by
Let's just
the
guys. Let's wrap it up. Farnham, what's your point? You said that
yeah.
Muslims, the first Qibla is Jerusalem, and you'll never forget it. Who cares? Jews aren't forgetting our holiest site. It's
Yes,
not our third holiest site. It's our first holiest site. It's our only holy site. So what's your point?
Our first holy Qibla. I'm pronouncing it by English pronunciation, Mr. Decoder. Yeah, we're not gonna let it go as much as you not gonna let it go. So point of this conversation is meaningless because it all comes to big stick at the end. Whomever holds the big stick
Do you
is
have
gonna
a
win.
big stick?
Yeah, Azain Shali Yoter
Who
Gadol
has the
Shela.
big stick? No, stop. We don't talk like that. What's your point? Israel has the bigger stick. You know, Israel has the bigger stick than Iran, right?
So you're gonna take it.
What do you mean take it? Israel already has Jerusalem. What are you
All right.
talking? What planet are you on, dude?
What are you gonna do to the mosque? Just tell me that.
What do you mean that Israel has controlled the mosque for the last 50 years and nothing's happened to it because we're not monsters or dumb? Do you understand that? Muslims pray at the mosque every day. Ding dong. You pray every day there. Muslim, Israeli, Arabs pray at the mosque every day. Stop. Muslim, Israeli, Arabs pray at the mosque daily. You're just talking nonsense. They're not trying to destroy it. If they wanted to destroy it, they would have destroyed it in 67. They don't destroy it because they're not heathens. They're not monsters. So what's your point? You've lost the war. There's no war. In your imagination, all these things you're saying is nonsense. There's freedom of religion. Do you know the first time all religions could pray equally in Jerusalem? Do you know when that was? Fargad, do you know when that was? When were all religions allowed to pray equally in Jerusalem? For the first time in history.
I don't know. I'm not from them.
1967. When Israel took over, Muslims could pray at the mosque, Jews could pray at the Western Wall and in the synagogues that were destroyed by Jordan in 1948, and Christians could pray no problem. Okay? So all of this nonsense that you've been taught in school, I mean, gosh, at least we could say IRGC, Islamic Republic propaganda and schooling is quite effective because they've created complete automatons, mindless zombies who just say whatever they want. What will you do to the mosque? What do you mean? What will we do to the mosque? Israel's controlled it since '67. What's happened? Renovations, new prayer facilities, new washing facilities for Muslims praying. That's what's happened. Wudu facilities. Are you mad about that? Are you mad that the Jews have allowed and created a condition where Muslims can renovate their mosque, where they can work? Is that bother you? It doesn't make sense. What are you saying?
Can I answer?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, that place is holy to us and holy to you, and we can both agree on that. But we think, by mean I'm Muslims, people here think you're gonna ruin that holy place and you build your temple again.
Okay, so why do you think that?
But
I'm asking,
it doesn't make any sense, right? Israel's controlled it since June of 1967. It's the last time the Toronto Maple Leafs won a Stanley Cup.
Because
67 years.
Because it's our first Qibla. If they do
Right.
something
So
good, all
the
of
point is,
them
how long?
will rise up.
And Faringham, so the Jews have had the biggest stick there at least since 1967. If they want, how long do you think it takes to destroy a mosque? An hour, if they wanted to?
With their bomb, less than or 10 minutes.
So then,
Right.
so
of course,
it's been six.
Right.
Sorry, one second. It has been over 50 years. It's been 56 years. Why have they not destroyed it? Maybe, just maybe, buddy, they're not trying to destroy it. Have you ever considered that? Faringham.
Yes, I did.
Okay, so do you think it takes the sinister? Do you think it takes the sinister, evil Israelis / Jews 56 years to destroy a building that's 50 meters by 50 meters? Do you really think that? Honestly.
I think they're afraid because we Muslims are gonna rise up if you do something to our first Qibla.
All right. So now it's they're afraid. Before it was they wanted to do it. So guess what? There is no benefit to destroy an historical building that's been there for I don't know 1,300 years. So there's your answer. Anyways, all right.
By the way,
thanks. That's a bit of
Yehuda, you know that most Israelis would be outraged, if only for the stupidity of it, if they decided to do that. Let alone, so Faringham, the point is, you've been lied to.
Tourism.
Yeah, the tourism, exactly.
All
The
right,
point is, Faringham
listen.
has been lied to. He's been lied to his entire life, and that's okay. It's not your fault. Yeah.
No, it isn't. It is. It's a lot of lying going on. Ariel Formanovsky, he wanted to speak.
Good evening. I wanted to add a few things. Firstly, as we hear,
we can't hear you. You sound like you're in a wind. Hey, it sounds like you're in a wind tunnel, Ariel. Please fix it.
Ariel has the worst microphone on Twitter.
I'm with my daughter, so I'll come back later. I can't do
really
anything.
Loud.
Yes, I'm traveling with her. Okay,
All
so
right,
we're
gonna pass on him because he's his mic's really loud. There's a lot of wind in the background. Let's go to someone else. In the meantime, Ariel, come back please when you've got your mic sorted out. Go ahead. Next in line.
Dora, please go ahead.
Thank you. First of all, for whom doesn't know, I live in Jerusalem in Israel. And I want. What?
Can you hear me?
Ken?
Suelem, please mute your mic. Dora is speaking right now. When she's done, you can have your turn. Dora, please go ahead.
Thank you. I wanted to say something about things I've been reading on Twitter. People responding to me, saying that I should leave Israel, going to the place where I came from. Well, I was born in Israel. My mother was born in Israel. My father, though, was born in Poland. People from it, I don't think lots of people know this, but the people of Israel came from all over the globe, really. Some came from Iraq, like my mother's family. Some came from Iran, from all over, India even, because we were forced to leave our homeland, as Yehuda said, 1,000 plus years ago, not by choice, by force. So I actually have no other place to go to but Israel, and that's what Golda Meir said on Yom Kippur. I think Biden spoke about it in his speech when she told him, we must win because we have nowhere else to go. That's our place. We have an historical connection to this place. We actually don't have any other place to go. And for Farangam, if I'm saying this correctly, if I'm not, I'm sorry. I wanted to say there is no intention from Israel side to destroy Al-Aqsa Mosque. No intention for it whatsoever. Um, I mean, people here in Israel, we live Muslims, Jews, and Christians together. There are Muslims in Israel. That's all I wanted to say. Okay, thank you for letting me speak.
All right, thank you, Dora. Suelam, please go ahead.
Hi guys, how are you?
We're good. Can you please just raise your voice a little bit? And Amir, please keep your mic muted. Suelam, unmute yourself and go ahead, please. All right, Amir, go ahead.
Hey, everybody. I just want you guys to know that the mosque and Jerusalem, it's not the first Qibla, it's the third Qibla of the Muslims. Okay? This is the first thing. And I'm an Israeli Arab, okay? And the mosque is not under the Israeli control, it's under the Jordanian control. Come on. Everybody know that. I don't know how the Jewish here didn't say that.
أول القبلتين وثالث الحرمين.
Okay, يعني ثالث مكان مقدس.
Yeah, I know, I'm following.
Yeah, but
it's the first. Hang on. You just said it wasn't the first point of prayer. It was the first أول القبلتين وثالث الحرمين. So it's أول. It was the first point of prayer. But carry on, continue. Yes, and it's under the Jordanian control.
And yeah, and it's under the Jordanian control. It's not under the Israeli control. So
Well,
yeah,
it's under, to be specific, it's under joint control. It's under Israeli security control, and it's under the religious authority of the Waqf. Okay, so let's be specific.
And believe me, nobody want to destroy it. Okay, it's just some property from the Quran that it's the end of the day, the fight of Armageddon, something like that. Come on, it doesn't make sense that Israel want to destroy it, guys. Israel exists like we have around 2 billion Muslims around us. This would be crazy to just destroy the place. Yeah? There is no fucking reason to do it. And thank you, everybody.
Thank you, Amir, for that. Obviously, our friend Farangam doesn't know that when in a street fight, and there's another guy in front of you saying, "Don't touch me! Don't touch me! You're gonna beat me up! You're gonna beat me up!" and they have no intention of touching them or beating them up. It's called provocation, which is basically saying something is going to happen when no one has any intention of doing it. But it's called provocation in simple science. Suelam, do we have you back? Can you unmute your mic and go ahead?
All right, Suelam. So is he an Israeli
yes, please
Arab?
go ahead. Amir is Israeli Arab.
No, yes, I'm an Israeli Arab. Israeli Muslim Arab, eh?
Okay, good. No, we're just curious. Thank you.
Amir, thank you for telling the truth, buddy. Thank you for telling the truth. It's important.
Suelam dropped. Let's go to Arya.
Yeah, hi. How guys? First of all, Yehuda, I just want to say that it's a breath of fresh air to hear someone finally debating with facts versus emotions, because I've been in a lot of spaces recently where, first of all, it tends to be a bit of an echo chamber, and there does seem to be a little bit of a lack of the other side on this space, but it's at least there's arguments that are based on facts, not emotions. That's number one. To the gentleman mentioned about half an hour ago, a while ago, about Israel moving somewhere else. And we don't even have to guess what would happen, because it did happen in 2005. Israel removed itself completely and all its citizens out of the Gaza Strip. And we all know what happened since then. The only thing that the Gaza Strip has provided to Israel has been problems, right? Rockets, mortars, forever terrorist attacks, constantly building tunnels, trying to kidnap citizens, and so on and so forth. So this whole concept of Israel moving somewhere else, first of all, it's kind of ridiculous. But besides for that, Israel has actually given back territory to the Palestinians, and it's never been anything but problems for Israel. Additionally, first of all, you mentioned also that the Romans, you said 70 CE, just a small correction, I think it was 135 CE, but the Romans called it Palestinia, to diss the Jews, because it was the Pelishtim were the enemies of the Jewish people. So to punish the Jews, the Romans called it Palestine. That's the first indicator of
70 CE was the destruction of the Second Temple, which led to the expulsion of the Jews. That's why I mentioned it.
Oh, okay, but yeah. So the whole concept of Palestine as an existing ever in history was as a punishment to the very people that you guys are claiming don't belong there in the first place. So that's kind of pathetic as well. Also, Yehuda, you mentioned that that since Israel took control over the Temple Mount in Jerusalem, it's the first time everybody has an equal right to pray there. And I would argue that's actually not accurate, because Jewish people are the only people that cannot pray on the Temple Mount. If the Jewish people walk onto the Temple Mount, there is actually security guards and soldiers that walk alongside them. And if they see anybody mumbling anything, any prayer of any sort,
Yeah,
they are removed.
but from an Orthodox Jewish perspective, praying tefillot given on the Harabite is not considered kosher because of the fear that that someone might step upon where the Aron Kodesh was, the Ark of the Covenant. So therefore,
It's a machlokas, Yehuda. It's a machlokas. It's not one opinion on that, obviously.
No. Sorry.
Yeah, yeah.
No, it's not.
There's debate among the rabbis about it.
When you have smicha, as I do, you can talk to me about it. There is no rabbinical opinion that says you should be up on the Temple Mount.
That's
You could be-
objectively false. Okay.
No, it's not objectively false. You're just uninformed, ill-informed. You could be the most generous rabbinical take on it is that you could skirt the boundaries. Now, I went to a Litvish yeshiva. I'm not sure. Maybe you went to a.
Yeah, you can't step on the
Judaism
Kodesh. You can't step on Kodesh Kedoshim. I know you can't, of course, but the belief is exactly you can stay away from the Kodesh Kedoshim itself. I know what I'm talking about. I went to school just as long as you. Yes, there's machlokas on it. The Rambam disagrees with you. Rav Kook disagrees with you. There's a lot of disagreement with you. Go ahead.
Right. No, there's a misunderstanding, and I'm not going to get into it. This isn't a Jewish theological conversation. However, there are no qualified rabbinical opinions that say you should be able to gallivant around the courtyard of the Haram Sharif or the Harabite with impunity. It's just not there.
Yehuda, obviously, since you can see my name, you know that I'm obviously an Orthodox Jew as well, and I happen to believe that what you're saying is accurate, right? I do agree that you're not supposed to pray, but that being said, with whatever the rules and the regulations are, obviously there's going to be Jewish people up there who are not super religious and don't necessarily know the rules. But the Israelis have a policy,
and that's but that's the next thing. Who cares that 80% of the population of Israel is not religious? So if they want to go up and take pictures of a mosque and walk around at the foundation stone, Evan, whatever, that's their business. However, the whole Jewish argument, which I will take a lead on, and no offense, AB, I don't care what you think Rabbi Kook or the Rambam says. No scholar, no Jewish, no posek in the last 100 years wants Jews to go up on the Temple Mount to pray. It's just not happening. And that's why you don't see them go. You see modern Orthodox or religious Zionists going up. It's just not kosher. The fear is
Those people have poskim too.
Stop.
The religious Zionists have poskim too. They have poskim too. Like you're not telling the truth.
Sure.
You're not telling the truth.
First of all, don't tell me I'm not telling the truth. Just because my reality doesn't jive with yours, that's fine. But there is no Haredi, Litvish, Hasidic rabbi that says, yeah, fill your boots, go up on there. How many Bobovers have you seen up there? None. For a reason. If you want to go up there,
those aren't the only from Jews, the ones you mentioned.
Yes.
Just don't say, you could say it's your opinion. You could say my poskim don't say that. Don't say no poskim say that. It's not true.
Okay, stop. You're not the authority on Yiddishkeit here. I will pull rank and say I am and you're not. So stop. There is no religious belief in the Jewish world of any rabbanim or rabbis that are worth their salt that say Jews are required or that they should go up on the Temple Mount. In fact, the exact opposite is true. So stop making stuff up. You're feeding into the Islamist Hamas propaganda machine that Jews want to take over the Temple Mount. We don't. And it's not an issue. Just drop it. It really is an issue. Let's move to the next hand. You're incorrect. I don't care about Hesder Yeshiva in the West Bank that says something or that. Don't care. It's not.
Okay,
it's
fine.
Not
And fine.
Okay.
But it's two separate arguments. Obviously, I made it clear to make, and I'll make it explicitly clear that nobody wants to destroy the mosque or take over that. That's a
This
different
is the
story.
key. This is the
Yeah,
key. No one's
that is
looking
the
to
key.
destroy a mosque.
Or
This
even,
is just
even touch it, or remove it, or have Jews pray inside the mosque.
if you're a Jew with the Yirei de Shemaim, of a fear of heaven, and you believe the Mashiach is going to come, you're going to believe that the temple will get
That's right.
there on its own. You don't need
That's
any
right.
help. You certainly don't need any help from an Australian Christian who wants to blow up the Temple Mount in the 70s. So let's
Not
just
even a
cut it
little.
out. There
No,
you
I
go.
agree.
All
I
right.
agree. I'm just talking about whether you can pray anywhere on the Har Bayit.
You should
And
not pray anywhere on the Harabite. That's where my argument
Okay.
is. Anyways,
Okay.
all right,
Agree,
all right.
disagree.
There we go. Cheers.
Okay, and by the way, just to finish, earlier people were asking how there could be peace in the Middle East. Somebody mentioned that it will never happen, but I believe that there will be peace in the Middle East when you reverse the statement of the Hamas leader who said, we love death as much as they love life. So when the Palestinians and the Islamic jihadists start loving life as much as they love death, then there's a chance. There is a chance there. That's at least what I believe.
Can I answer to that?
Sure, why not? It's the Monday night Middle East crazy hour. Go ahead.
Yeah, Gaza is an open air prison. How they can like life there?
Well, they could
Oh
start
my
by not voting in
God.
Hamas.
Go ahead, Arya.
The Gazan citizens voted in Hamas, right? So you're calling it an open air prison, which is a fallacy, a complete fallacy. It's not an open air prison. The people imprisoning any Gazans is Hamas themselves. When people scream "Free Palestine," we stand with Palestine. We did Palestine, Palestine. This. We agree, free Palestine from Hamas. Hamas is terrorizing its citizens. They're stealing their pipes, their water pipes for missiles. They're stealing their concrete for tunnels. They're building tunnels instead of building bomb shelters. If they really cared about their citizens being bombed by the Israelis, why are they not allowing Gazan citizens into the tunnels that they created that will help protect them from the Israeli bombs?
Do you want to respond to that, Farragon?
I think they choose to fight to let their land get taken by Israelis, I think, because they did that in the past and they threatened to do it in Gaza before. And I think I read somewhere they were preparing to invade Gaza before October 7th even, and they were trying to make them move anyways. And Hamas just surprised them by attack.
Okay, so first of all, let's get something straight. How many times is someone going to have to prove to you that it is not, put in quotes, their land until you actually take that talking point off the table? Because it's not their land. So you keep talking about it as they're defending their land. They're fighting for their land. What land are you talking about? How does it belong to them? That's number one. Number two, you're saying that you read somewhere, you're quoting something where you don't even have a name and you don't even remember that Israelis were planning on invading Gaza. First of all, Israel left Gaza in 2005. Israel doesn't want Gaza. Israel gave it back to them. So why would Israel now all of a sudden flip around and say, hey, let's go back in there and take it? And the only justification for that could be Hamas firing thousands and thousands and thousands of rockets into Israel over the last 15 years. So if you're going to quote something that you read, at least provide the source. That way we can all legitimize it and know that it's true. That's number one. Number two, take the talking point of their land off the table, because I think Yehuda's proven you wrong. I mean, I'm sure you've heard it other times before. It's not their land, period, end all, stop.
Even if it
somewhere in some point,
money that they are using to buy weapons to kill Israelis. They take the money of Israelis for the land and then go around buy weapons to kill Israelis with those weapons. That is not their land. That could not be their land. It has been literally bought. And by the way, Israel not only left Gaza in 2005, it rebuilt Gaza and then left. And what did they do with it? That's my question. I'm gonna wait my turn.
Thank you, Dakota. Let's just move ahead. Farragon, mute yourself. Mute yourself. We've had enough.
yeah, Yehuda
Mute
and
yourself. Mute yourself. Don't let me mute you. Thank you. Basic Inc. and then David.
Yeah, so when we get in these spaces, we hear these common phrases like open air prison, Israel's an apartheid state, and I just really like to just hear, especially from, I think we did have an Israeli Arab Muslim in the space. How is an apartheid state? This is the claim, right? I'm not saying this is the case. I'm saying, but Israel, didn't they just elect to the Supreme Court a Muslim Arab Israeli to the Supreme Court? So how is an apartheid state when you have 2.5, I think, million Arab Israelis? I could be wrong. Correct me if I'm wrong. How is this a real talking point, or is this just fake news propaganda? I really want to know the answer to this. Thank you.
Well, they didn't just elect an Arab Israeli. I mean, Gibran, what's his name, has been on. There are plenty of Arab Israeli judges, including one that sent an Israeli former president to jail. So that kind of debunks the whole apartheid thing. But I think we all knew that, right?
Well, it's just a common phrase that's thrown out, and I just would like to see your facts or cases of why that isn't true. Like, for instance, I heard in one space, Arab Israeli citizens don't have the same rights. They're restricted on quote unquote for their religious beliefs. They don't enjoy the same rights as quote unquote regular Israeli Jews do. So if this is in fact false, I'd like to hear that. I do know some of this is false, by the way. I just want to hear this for the sake of 1,000 people in this room, why that may be false. But I was referring to the Supreme Court. I know that there's judges that are Arab Muslims. I'm talking specifically about the Israeli Supreme Court, though.
Amir, would you like to take this one?
Yes, I want to tell you something. Seriously, we are more than 2 million people, and if we didn't really like Israel, we could just stop going to work, dude, and the economy will collapse. It's the only way that we could take Israel down. But here's the thing: we love it to be here. Israel is a Western country. Come on, look around. You have chaos everywhere. The only place that people really live like in some kind of peace, the Arabs, it's in Israel, bro. Don't let them tell you their bullshit. Okay, we really live here in peace. We have a good life here. That's why we didn't join the fight. Never. We never joined the fight for Palestine because we really know what's going on there. So yeah, that's all I wanna say. No, there is kind of racism here. Yeah, it's not a perfect place, but yo, dude, I've been in Canada. There is also racism in Canada. Nothing is perfect, but it's not different from other Western countries. Not at all.
Well, thank you for that, Amir. Let's go to David.
Yeah, hi. So I'm going to be a bit arrogant here and maybe suggest a potential solution to the peace process, to the Palestine question, if you like. And in that, we've tried 2 states. So how about 1 state? So clearly 2 states hasn't worked because the Palestinians have decided to go a different way other than liberal democracy, and the only real model in the Middle East for liberal democracy is Israel itself. And as we were hearing just then, Arab Israelis exist. Now you could probably argue that they don't have exactly the same rights as other Israelis. I don't know enough about that, but it would seem to me that a single state solution is a better solution than a dual state solution. So that's kind of a question in the background. I don't know if it's completely stupid or if there are some legs in kind of creating a democratic framework for both nations to live in. I don't know how that would be perceived by Israelis, first of all. The other point is Gaza itself. So, I mean, if I was Israel, what I'd be doing with Gaza would be kind of fencing it off and making sure that no one can come in from the side, and then telling the Arab world just to go and sort it out for themselves. So, is there any idea about what the end game is for Gaza? And because we've seen at the weekend as well, Erdogan coming out with all kinds of statements and sort of angling to be the protector of Gaza, maybe. So what do you think is the end game here for Gaza itself?
All right, David Bailey. Honestly, a 1-state solution, what does that mean to you?
What does it mean to me?
Yeah,
well,
what does it mean to you?
It
When
means
you have a functioning brain, you're an adult. Do you think that Israel should say that 8 million people, 2 million of them are Arab Israelis, Arab Muslims, and Christians. They should say to several million other people who actually want to destroy and murder and cook Jewish babies in ovens, come into our country. Let's have a unified country. Do you think that would work? Beyond dreaming, beyond the impossible dream, what on earth are you saying? Do you even make sense? No, it's you know, you say it with this ridiculous, like, oh, I'm just quiet. I might suggest, I'll posit the following. Do you think that makes sense? In your heart of hearts, does that make any sense? Like, for good God, man, give your head a shake. You know full well, when people talk about a one-state solution, usually they're raving racist lunatics who say, let's destroy the Jewish people in their own home by saying let's have a one-state solution. Because then people think that Bohemian, ask yourself, in Tel Aviv, who likes to wake up late on a Sunday and have some Hollandaise Benedict eggs at a cafe, they're going to compare themselves or say we should hang out with those who, you know, recite verses of some, you know, misread belief or liturgy that says the Jews are the descendants of apes and pigs, and then that's the reason why we should barbecue them in an oven. Like, why say something so stupid? If not to embarrass yourself because you're a masochist, why would you suggest a one-state solution makes any sense? If the Palestinian Arabs in Gaza and the West Bank had the benefit of 20 years of education like Israeli Arabs have, where the humanistic approach to the world was something that was discussed, I would say that's a great idea. However, that's not reality. So you either are saying, I don't know the reality on the ground, therefore I'm going to say something ridiculous, or you're trolling me. And I'm curious. How on earth would you say that? Why would two divergent cultures, because Israeli Arabs and Israeli Jews are in the same boat. They live in the same country, they have the same passport, they enjoy the same liberties. Is there racism? Yes, there is. There is racism. But at the end of the day, they have the same nationality. They're happy to be where they are. So why would, like, an Israeli Arab like Amir, would he say to you, you know, I think that it would be great to have people in Gaza voting in the same block as me? Amir is here. Can we hear from him?
Yeah, sure. I just wanted to defend myself just a little bit there. I mean, I completely understand, and you know, kind of that's the answer I was more or less expecting, right? And I completely get it. But you know, there are Arab Israelis that live perfectly happily within Israel.
You know who doesn't want a one-state solution? Arab Israelis. You know that an Israeli minister on the right side of center said, you know what, in a future peace deal, we should give al-Fam, an Israeli Arab town in the north of Israel, we should give it to the Palestinian Authority. Do you know there were riots in al-Fam? Riots. Do you know why there were riots? Because we don't want to be in a Palestinian state. We're Israeli. So where is the love for Palestine amongst those people? They said, we like our pensions. We like our police who issue tickets when people park illegally. We like all of the trappings of a modern democracy. How dare you slough us off to the Palestinian Authority? Now, here we have David from sunny England who's saying, well, why don't we just have a one-state solution? Because it's an absolutely ridiculous statement. That's why. And shame on you for thinking it. Honestly. Honestly, David, like, you should know better than that. Anyway. I apologize. I'm a little in shock that you even suggested it. I'd heard someone said this. David Bailey said a few controversial things. I don't know, but that's just weird. That's just a weird thing to say. There is no one state.
Hey guys, I have a little bit of positive breaking news. Apparently, Israel has recovered one of their hostages, a soldier who was taken on October 7th during an operation in Gaza.
Yeah, yeah. A female soldier was liberated yesterday. A female soldier who was taken hostage was liberated yesterday. A special operation forces operation.
I have one, a person named Private Ori Megadish, which seems like it's a guy, but maybe it's another person. I don't know, or a joint,
or it can be a female name as well.
There's a picture. I can show you the picture. There's a picture.
Oh, you're right. You're right. It is a female. You're right. It is a female. I'm looking good. You're right. And anyway, that's good news. That's good news. So they have one down, 238, I guess, give or take, to go.
Ricardo, go ahead.
To a very previous point, I wanted to say that people of Middle East do not want the Israelis to move. I can say that because there is thousands of instances of at least Iranians showing that intent over and over again. And I sent Yehuda 3 different instances. In a recent football game, Iranians chanted, "Shove the Palestinian flag up your ass." In another instance, there's a picture of this girl jumping over Israel's flag because she doesn't want to walk over it. There are a lot of videos that people are refusing to walk over Israel's flag, and I'm showing that. I've sent that to Yehuda. And there are thousands of instances all over the world of Iranians in the diaspora coming out in support of Israel. And to another point, my people, not only for the past 13 months, but for 44 years, have shown the distinction between them and the regime. However, that line becomes blurry when it comes to people of Palestine, because even those who are coming out worldwide are acting like terrorists, attacking people. And I would love to see more clearance of that distinction by the Palestinian people, because I know it exists, but we need to see it, and the world needs to see that these distinctions matter, and people aren't necessarily represented by the acts of their government. I think the Palestinian people that are not Hamas are hostages that Hamas is using as human shields. And I think it's high time they rise for themselves, just as my people have. I know it hasn't been enough. If it was, we would be free and the Islamic regime wouldn't be able to wreak havoc on the world. But if the world listens to the voices of Iranian asking them to isolate the regime, do not deal with them, maybe we could cut the source and dry the rest of the goddamn terrorists out. And that way maybe we can have peace in the Middle East. Peace in the Middle East will never come as long as IRGC terrorists are in power. And
Thank you, Ricardo. Let's go to Florida,
I just
man.
want to mention,
Oh, go ahead.
it's official from the IDF spokesperson, a dual German-Israeli citizen, Shani Luke, was confirmed dead. Her body was found decapitated. Her head was cut off. And it's been about 3 weeks. So it looks like those videos that showed her being carried in the back of a truck with a broken leg, she was most likely shot in the head and then decapitated later. For those who are still unsure if Hamas are freedom fighters or not, the animalistic and brutal murder of 1,500 Israelis, including a family of 3 recently who were discovered, a wife with a broken pelvis. She was raped multiple times while her baby was burned in an oven in front of her, and her husband was shot earlier. This is Hamas. This is who Israel faces. This is who the free world faces. If you are equivocating, if you sit on a fence and wonder, gosh, I'm concerned about Israeli airstrikes against legitimate Hamas military targets in the Gaza Strip, which do kill civilians because Hamas embeds themselves amongst the civilian population. If you think those murders or those deaths of innocent Palestinians are at par with those who murder and cook babies in ovens after or whilst raping their mothers, and cutting off the heads of partygoers at a rave, if you somehow feel there's parity between that, you are either an emotionally, mentally disturbed person, a flaming bigot, anti-Semite racist, or just simply unwell. So we wish you the best of luck in your endeavors in life, and I can promise you that once the complete animalistic behavior of Hamas terrorists is brought to light, when those videos come out, when those documentaries are made, I can assure you that that form of terrorism and those that support it will be brought and showcased for the world, and you will not find refuge anywhere. You will not get a job. No one will hire you. No one will consider you to be a civil human being. You will be outcast, cast out from the human and the body politic. You can make those choices today, and you can stand behind your positions, but you will pay for those positions later, because the fact of the matter is the Israelis have not shared the extent of the disgusting and animalistic, inhuman behavior of Hamas and Gazans, everyday Gazans who participated in this. You can call it whatever you want, but donors and employers across the United States and Europe, they're taking note of who you are. They're making lists of those who support the rape and murder, all of those supposed progressives that say women's rights are important, those who care about pronouns and the rights of trans folk and other people. You are hypocrites, because you are literally suborning. You provide succor to those who rape and murder human beings in the most vile and heinous ways. And now we are seeing more of it come out, and more will come out. And do not forget, if you choose to, if you're a doc, how on earth is someone with 5 to 10 years of medical training in the United States supporting Hamas, and you're going to think you're going to walk away from that? You might as well remuster, get a new job, because you won't be serving the public. You might, can open up a landscaping business, and maybe go and visit people who are just as racist as you. But the reality is, the truth is coming out. You can't hide from it. You can't make this stuff up. Over 1,000, almost 2,000 Israeli, most of them Jews, some of them Israeli Arab, Muslims, Israeli Arab, Druze, and Christians, butchered and murdered by Hamas terrorists on the 7th of October. The fight has been brought to Gaza. If you're so concerned about Gazan civilians, then tell Hamas, get out of your holes, you little cowardly rats. Fight the Israelis, 1-to-1, man to man, woman to woman, and I guarantee you're not going to do it. So keep hiding. It breaks my heart. Thousands and hundreds of stories of victims currently hostages by Hamas. The world needs to speak out. We need to show the world. We need to tell Iran. We need to tell Russia, your game in Ukraine is over. You can't export violence. Iran, your crazy, psychotic beliefs of some world war, those are over too. And the Israelis will deal you that death blow in Gaza and Lebanon, should you so choose to go there. But more importantly, Ukraine, which has been fighting the fight against genocide for over a year and a half, they'll meet you, and they're going to do the job, and they'll finish the job that Russia started. So on that note, I pass it back. I'm sorry for the interruption, Em. Over to you.
No worries. Florida man, please go ahead. Florida man, you requested the mic. Please unmute yourself and go ahead. All right, David Branson.
Hi, everybody. So I'm going to wade into this really carefully, just because I want to show my my lack of understanding of the situation, and I'll also make my allegiances very strongly known right now that Israel does have a right to defend itself, and I hope that they stamp this out so that another rocket is never sent into the land of Israel ever again, because it's insane if anybody wants to, I don't know, equivocate on that point. I have a very sophomoric question about, and please tell me if this is not the right place to make it. So Yehuda M, can I ask a question about settlements? If you don't want to wade into it, then I'll.
Sure, go ahead, whatever.
Okay. So I have a who I asked him the question, why, given social media, everything's online now, we see what's going on. You also have, the Israeli, as far as I understand, politics in Israel, not 100%, supporting what's happening with settlements. connect with me why narrative.
You're breaking up there, David.
Oh,
sorry.
Can you guys still hear
David,
me?
you broke up for me. Did you break up for him? So settlements, why what?
So I asked a Jewish friend of mine why, because that seems to be a huge sticking point, and just what, because I've never studied up on it. What is the reason for why that continues to happen? And he said that this through, and listen, I'm not a troll or anything like that. I'm really asking just out of ignorance. He said that Bibi Netanyahu did a deal with the Hasidic Jews, who are the ones who believe that this. He said they're the only people who are doing the settlements, and that's what he had to do to maintain
Okay,
political
well, he's
supremacy.
wrong.
I don't know. I don't
No.
know.
Yeah.
I
Okay.
want to be
All right.
educated.
So,
I want to be
no.
educated.
Okay. All right. I'll educate you. Hasidic Jews don't want to live in settlements, number one. So whoever told you that is a liar, or really, really stupid. So those who live in settlements are either secular Israelis who want a better life, and or religious Zionists, meaning those who don't come from a super strong religious tradition, who believe that because the Jewish people originate from the land, they should go back to the land. Now, they're not the majority in Israel, thankfully. They're very small, a minority in Israel. For the most part, settlers are used very much as terrorists are used by the Palestinian Authority, as a revolving door. So for example, when the PLO used to say we're going to do this and this and this and murder Jews, the Jews said that's fine, we'll just build on the land, and it would scare the Palestinians. So it was kind of like a tit for tat. However, every time peace was on the line, the Israelis always removed settlements, whether it's in Sinai, Yamit, as M knows, was considered this great Jewish settlement in the Sinai, and everyone said they will never leave. Every Israeli politician who supported said, "Oh my gosh, they'll stay there forever, never, never." The minute the Egyptians were down for peace, they're like, "Yep, you got to leave." Right? They just grabbed him by the hair and dragged him out, kicking and screaming. They did it in Yamit. They did it in Gaza. The Israelis have proven time and time again that they are more than ready to make peace if it means a real peace. So are settlements a bad idea? Absolutely. The ones that are illegal under international law. So we're not talking ones in Jerusalem. Who are suburbs of we're talking about? No one in Israel in the powers that be consider that trailer park to be a city, and often because international media and aid organizations are very angry about it, they'll look at that and say, "Look, another Israeli settlement! OMG!" Blah blah. It's ideologically driven, strange people who want to live. Who wants to live in a box with no electricity or water? No normal person wants to do that. So these settlements are usually, as I said, religious Zionists. No one in their right mind. You said you spoke to a Jewish friend. Maybe they're not Jewish. Maybe they're not your friend. Maybe you're just lying. Oh, we want you to build a settlement, so we move in. The only thing Haredi groups, not Hasidic groups, say to the government is, we want to have money for our schools, and we'll support you in a coalition government. That's the only thing they've ever said. So wherever you got your information, don't go back there, because they're lying to you. Are settlements an obstacle to peace? Absolutely. Are all Jewish residences that are called settlements? Not really. The weird ones on the side, yes, they are. The ones that are on the green line, which involve like normal Israelis living, to say that is it's a stretch. Okay, so I hope that answers your question. Whoever told you Hasidic Jews made a deal with Netanyahu, he's lying. Hope that helps. Thanks.
Anastasia, please go ahead.
Oh yeah, thanks. Wow, there's so much to say. I've lived in Israel. I'm Jewish. My father brought me up to love Israel and the Jewish people, and they're wonderful people. I went to a fundraiser the other night for the kibbutz. They literally built JNF. They built the southern part of Israel from desert to a flourishing garden, and that whole area has been destroyed. They're going to come back and they're going to rebuild because we're resilient. We're here. We've been here for thousands of years after pogroms and annihilation and kicking us out of our land and all of that. And I see these spaces like Mario and that other space that has genocide at the top of their headline. And really, there's no genocide going on at all. In fact, the only genocide being planned is against the Jewish people by Hamas. And they're literally holding Palestinians hostage. I wanted to talk about the videos that have come out of the hostages speaking. You know, Mario is like so naive that he thinks that those hostages are actually meaning what they say. They're being told what to say. So, you know, I just wanted to mention that. I've noticed that he's been just putting out a one-sided story to thousands of people. It has 12,000 people in there. And
It has 12,000 users. A lot of them are bots, so let's not worry
yeah,
about that.
well, there's a lot of people listening to the garbage, and it's causing us Jews to be threatened in every country. And we're bringing these people into all these countries. Everybody knows this. You know, the West is being
What do you mean
conquered.
bringing people in? I mean, this isn't about immigration. It's not an immigration talk, right?
Well, I'm just saying that if you look at the thousands and thousands of people in the United
Yeah,
States,
I look at the thousands and thousands of people demonstrating in Canada, and they're Canadian white people who have nothing to do with the Middle East
that
who
too,
believe.
that
Okay,
too.
so that's
I'm
more
Canadian also.
concerning.
I was
Mhm.
born in Canada. I grew up in Toronto. So when I grew up, we didn't have anything like that happening. But anyway, I just wanted to make a statement. I've got a lot more to say, but there's other people that would like to speak. And thank you very much for letting me speak.
Thank you, Stasia. Let's go to Unwise Nabkhart.
Hello, thank you very much for this time, and hello to everybody. And I hope this difficult time will be over soon for every family and everybody in Israel, especially. I have just few comments in regards to a couple of subjects you covered. You talked about a single state solution. I believe that this is not a solution for you. I can tell you why. In my opinion, the world is not ready yet to understand that being politically correct will not always help. Criticizing people should be, in fact, in a certain way, pointed to the ideologies as well. The fact is, in my opinion, Palestinian and most of Arab nations. I'm sorry if there are Arab people here. Most of Arab nations. I'm not talking about all. Unfortunately, they are grown in a very a sort of culture that unfortunately doesn't let them to grow, doesn't let them to, in fact, in terms of understanding others and living with the others, somehow, in fact, look at them in a similar level. Unfortunately, I have this experience that, especially Arab world, they are looking at people from above. They are not humble towards other nations. It doesn't matter which nation you are. This is my experience, especially as an Iranian. We were suffered during thousands of years of brutal brutality from caliphs, from Arab invasion of Iran. We have lots of records in our history which exactly shows similar pictures you are seeing during that raid of Hamas into your country, even worse. So we understand what's the root, what's the cause of these events that are happening again and again throughout the world, and it's becoming, unfortunately, a norm, apparently, because European also are closing their eyes to what is happening in these situations. As they close their eyes to the Taliban, what's happening in Afghanistan? They left Afghanistan and they started, in fact, negotiating with Taliban. And we know what's happening to the Afghan people.
Point being, because this is historical revisionism. If we all go back to the age of empire, we'll find that someone was subduing someone else and someone was waging war against someone else. There's no point in going back on historical animosities
Yes,
and
yes.
events.
But
And
my point,
Arabs don't feel superior to others, and they don't feel superior to Iranians, and they don't feel superior to Europeans, and they don't. This is completely false. I needed to push back
well,
against this, but
sorry,
go
I
ahead with
think
your point. Yeah,
I
like we
think
don't wake up. We don't wake up early in the morning and say, "Hey, whom are we going to subdue today? Is it the Iranians? Is it the Brits? Hi, Gunny. Is it the Canadians? No, we don't. It's just absolute nonsense. But please carry on.
Yeah, but it's for you. I would suggest to travel to one of these countries, and you
I
get in
live in
trouble.
one. I live in one. Carry on,
Excellent,
please. Yeah.
excellent, excellent. Anyway, my experience shows difference. Anyway,
So it's
to
personal anecdote. Please get to the point.
okay. So my suggestion to you is these people, these Hamas people. The only way you can get rid of them is to humiliate them. You cannot just go there, kill few people of those terrorists.
The only way to deal with them is to engage them in a counterterrorism operation, the same way that's being done right now, observing the laws of armed conflict, and either forcing them to surrender and release the hostages, or they die in combat. Thank you so much for your contribution. Gunny, please go ahead.
Yeah, thanks, mate. I'm still a bit rocked back by the one state solution there. Well, yeah, I think it's a lovely thought, and I think lovely thoughts are invariably made by people who have absolutely no concept of hatred, all-consuming, visceral hatred. So no, it's not going to happen. I forced myself to look through the online list of Hamas crimes today. I didn't want to be fair, even though I consider myself quite robust, but I thought it was my duty to try and get a feel and an understanding for how the Israeli population are going to feel. And then I worked out. I wasn't tearful or sad or, really emotional, outright fury, absolute disgust. And to be honest with you, if I was an IDF platoon commander, before starting of operations, I'd have sat the boys and girls down and I'd have made them watch that. And I would have said, go do your worst. Now, I think we all have to be honest here about the Geneva Convention. You're going to have to forget it in one way or another in various instances, because the Geneva Convention is made up so that many of you who do not ever deploy in the military can feel good about going to war. Right? The Geneva Convention is often a hindrance to ops, and it does get people killed. Now, it's lovely, right? And there are norms of behavior that, of course, we should try and attain and stick to. But unfortunately, on the battlefield, that isn't always possible. Right? Now, a lot of people aren't going to like that. It's a fucking fact. You might not like it, but then you probably haven't carried a weapon system. Not gratuitous violence, not gratuitous killing of civilians, but sometimes you need to make hard choices. So, for instance, 3 teams of Hamas fighters who were at that music festival, right? And you got a list of the various crimes that they carried out. Team A is in an apartment block in Gaza, and there are families in there, right? 10 guys, kill or no kill. Now, a lot of you are going to go, well, you can't do that because of the Geneva Convention. Then they distribute, right? So one goes one way, two goes the other way, one goes another way, and you lose them. And they disappear into the population. Sandals, flip-flops, pair of jeans, t-shirt, dusty face. Who's to know? Still a kill, no kill? Or would you have dropped the JDAM? These are the hard choices that you have to be prepared to make in this kind of operation. Team B is in that building and there are families in there, and you've got close target reconnaissance on them. And that was the team that oversaw the gang rape of the mother, the shooting of the father, and the baby in the oven. You're going to go in that building? You go into that building, grenades and bayonets, you're going to kill civvies. But if you don't, get away. And you might not ever get an opportunity to get them again. So these are going to be the hard choices that IDF commanders, all the way down from platoon sergeants, all the way up to brigade commanders and higher, are going to have to make. And we are all going to have to sit in and strap in for some very harsh decisions that no pleasure will be taken in, but are an operational necessity. Personally, I'm starting to think the hostage situation, they might get 1 or 2 wins. I think a lot of them are dead or potentially moved way down south. And judging from the conduct and the behavior of those people on TikTok, etc., I saw today, I think it's probably better if they are dead, to be honest with you. So this is a war gloves off that many of you are not going to have experienced, because you have sat back and you have enjoyed this warm feeling that our own militaries have previously conducted themselves in a very professional, humanitarian way. But I've got to ask you where it's got us. How did Afghan pan out, guys? Going well? After all that effort? 450 UK dead. God knows how many injured. Suicide rates through the roof. Taliban are cutting about Kabul, knocking women about for not wearing the headgear. How did Iraq turn out? Anyone feeling the love from the Middle East at the moment? It's just not happening. So you are going to see the IDF do stuff. I would ignore people like Mario. Right? Mario's an idiot. Mario has paid people on his Twitter spaces, and he likes to be all controversial because that's how he makes his living. He's a moron. He's got no concept of what went on October the 7th. The only way he'd have concept is if we dragged him kicking and screaming into an Israeli morgue. Yeah? And then when we dragged him out again half an hour later, bawling his eyes out, shook up and needing therapy for the rest of his life, then we might get a win and then we might be able to talk him around. But until then, he loves being controversial and he loves pissing you off because that's what he does. And the people who go into that space, apart from the hardy souls who want to try and counter him, they go there for confirmation bias. They don't go there to be challenged intellectually because they'd come here and they'd coach their questions in a respectful way and they'd seek knowledge. They go there because it's other idiots confirming what idiots think. So I won't get too upset about it. Don't look at things like London. Met Police say it's about 100,000. The usual idiots say it's 500,000. Fuck off. It wasn't 500,000. It's an absolutely stupid idea. But as ever, these sort of protests will grow in the size of the people who were there. And before you know it, there'll have been 6 million there and they'd fly past by dragons and God knows what else. But I've got a question for Yehuda. And I say this, don't bite my head off, because the sight of Palestinians being pulled from the rubble leaves me absolutely cold, right? I do not care. Really not interested. I have no feelings towards them whatsoever. Well, fuck about, find out. Is the IDF, do you think the actual IDF mission here is to visit such a calamity on Gaza through killing every single Hamas operator that they can? And you can't destroy an ideology, unfortunately, or it's quite hard. Well, you can do it, but you've got to Dresden and Berlin it, which, you know, it's not going to be an option. Is the intention here to turn that place into a desert for 10 years, fence it in, as we should do with Russia, as a zoo, and buy time for either some kind of international peace process to bear fruit, or simply buy the Israeli people a relative 10 years of peace and security pending round 2?
Yehuda, did you get that?
You're gonna have to take it, yeah. Putting a kid to bed.
Well, obviously, October 7th changed everything. So now, with what Hamas did, and because they miscalculated, they left the IDF and the State of Israel no other option than to pursue or prosecute a military campaign where they remove the threat actor from the immediate vicinity. Anything less than that actually becomes a strategic defeat. So Hamas themselves admitted that they miscalculated in a series of interviews and televised ones and published ones, either given to the Financial Times or given to Egyptian private satellite channels or given to Al Jazeera. Some of their leaders said, well, we didn't expect the Americans to field such a robust response at such a record time. Others said, well, we need the blood of Palestinians in order to achieve our statehood and nationhood and independence. Some denied that Israeli civilians were killed, and then went on to say, Khaled Mishal specifically, and then went on to say, well, in every war, in every struggle, in every conflict, people die on both sides. No, we didn't order our fighters to kill unarmed civilians. Of course, they conducted themselves in the best possible way militarily, and they only assaulted military targets when they actually videotaped everything they did using their own GoPro cameras and their own cell phones, which were recovered after they were neutralized, and the videos were made available to the world. You can see them killing Labradors, you can see them killing children, you can see them killing women, elderly citizens. You can see them even trying to cut off the head of a Thai immigrant or a Thai worker who just traveled to Israel to make a living. Right? So when you do those crimes, when you commit those crimes, and when you plan an attack with the goal to commit atrocities, you leave the State of Israel and the IDF no other option than to remove you from the geographic vicinity of their peaceful communities. That's it. That's the dilemma Hamas put us all in on October 7th. I said it before and I'll say it again. Had they stopped at the border fence, the strong points, the command and control center of the border fence and the nearby military bases and went back, we would have been in a different situation. But because they committed atrocities against unarmed civilians and killed and slaughtered 1,400 unarmed civilians, the playbook has changed. And because they are a terrorist organization sponsored by a state sponsor of terrorism with ideological beliefs, and they are not the legally, internationally recognized body that represents the Palestinians. That's the Palestinian Authority, not Hamas. Therefore, the IDF has every right to prosecute a military campaign against them, observing the laws of armed conflict to their best abilities, to destroy Hamas, to demilitarize the Gaza Strip, to dismantle Hamas networks and the armed Palestinian factions, and destroy their subterranean infrastructure, because the Gaza Strip will not be allowed again to become a hotbed for terrorist organizations to siphon money, to siphon resources, to continue to conduct attacks against Israeli territories. So to answer your question, Gunny, there's only one option left. Remove the threat actor from the immediate vicinity, not just deal them a blow so that they can recover from it using Qatari money and international donations and funds to rebuild the sector after the damage it sustained so that they can live to fight another day. There is no other day. Playbook is burnt. It's done. Back to you, Gunny, for a follow-up.
Yeah, I just think people sort of saying, well, you know, the intention is to destroy Hamas utterly. You're going to absolutely rock them back on their heels and destroy their military capability. But I think we all have to accept here that the degree of absolute hatred that the Palestinians will feel on completion of this, that's not going to go away. Now, again, look, I don't have a problem with it. Right? I do not have a problem with turning that place into an absolute wasteland, because that's what needs doing, in my opinion. But I'm just kind of curious if actually the unspoken intent here is just to destroy the threat for a period of years in the anticipation that it's just going to keep coming back and coming back. I mean, for me, a two-state solution is dead. I just don't see any way around it. I think after this, it's going to need a generation of Israelis to even countenance that. And there is always going to be suspicion that there is something very sinister lurking on their borders. And I think that we all have to also accept that there are going to be punitive raids over the next few years, just to make sure that everyone in that zoo understands that Israel hasn't forgotten and nobody get any good ideas about it.
Well, that's expensive. Well, there will have to be a political formula of sorts, and that political formula will depend on security guarantees in the Gaza Strip. That's what the international stakeholders are trying to discuss right now or work towards. However, that will come after the military operation is over. Whether it's a two-state solution or something else, it remains to be seen. Granted, the hatred on both sides and the pain on both sides, due to what Hamas perpetrated, might take time to heal. I hope that the Israelis might or may find solace in the total destruction and dismantlement of all those armed factions. In a way, that's justice delivered. It's not vengeance, it's not retribution, it's justice. Terrorist organization attacking unarmed civilians and committing atrocities and massacres being taken out, that's justice delivered. And if the Palestinians were suffering under Hamas rule, but some of them do support what they do, and some of them cheer on them, but others maybe they don't, there will be, form of deliverance for them from living under the control of Hamas. Maybe they will change their minds. Maybe they will, see that there is no reason whatsoever in pursuing this chronic conflict. Now, out of that suffering, there could be a political opportunity. But back to you, Yoda.
I just want to let you know there are people that are trying to connect, and I wasn't able to add you because you're cycling out. So exit the room, and re-enter if you can. In the meantime, we're gonna go. We're gonna go far, and then we're gonna go near and far, wherever you are. Near, you're next. Near.
Near, can you hear Yehuda? Unmute yourself and go ahead.
His emojis are working. Near and far, wherever you are. Can you please unmute your mic and go ahead? You're next. All right. He's gone. Let's go. Imran is just going to mute his mic because he's new to the spaces. Put up your hand. Imran, show us you can. Let's go over to John Howarth and then up and over. I don't know who's next. Go to John.
Thanks. Good evening. Just replying to the two-state solution proposition. For me, I mean that's obviously gone. But what might be possible is a city-state solution. So post-war, once Hamas has been rooted out, physically rooted out, you might be looking at the only really viable option being an old-style Mediterranean city-state arrangement, where the Palestinians, are given probably from regional countries financial support to rebuild a peaceful enclave, a peaceful city-state on the coast. And if they don't choose that option and they want to go dystopia on sea, then it's, the Israelis I would imagine will be looking at that and saying, well, there's only really the sort of the Carthage option left, which obviously nobody wants. But I don't see how Israel can be expected to live longer term with that level of threat in that location. I don't know what will, obviously I've got no idea what will happen with the West Bank. Sorry, go on.
Not everyone is sophisticated as you, John. When you say the Carthage option, I think you're referring to the salting of the soil, so nothing shall ever grow again. Could you fill us in, please?
Yes, and I was probably, I mean, that is it, and I was probably being a bit strong there.
No, but I mean, just because not everyone is as well read as you are, right? So, kind of like finishing the problem so it never arises again type of thing.
Yeah, what the Roman, I mean, obviously the Roman Empire and the Carthaginian Empire fought over the Mediterranean for a very long time.
Couple Punic Wars,
Yes,
even.
yes, exactly. And in the end, the Romans came up with a definitive end to that. That it wouldn't really pass muster in the modern world. So it was a bit of a thoughtless comment. I shouldn't have said that.
No. I mean, I took like it's an expression, but I mean, scorched earth might be what we'd use today, right? And so that's not where they're going.
No,
Right?
I mean,
not the Israelis.
clearly, and I think that the Israelis are trying to deal with an immediate security threat. I think that they will deal with it. I think it's going to be a really difficult process. Most particularly for the people involved, but I think they will do it. It's what comes after, and I'm just saying I think this whole thing about a two-state solution is gone. I think Israel will probably fence Gaza off, certainly from the Israeli side, to the point that it is a land apart. It is effectively an island on that side, or a peninsula. We don't know what will happen long term with Gaza and Egypt. But what I mean is that there will be, I think, the potential there for the Gazans to choose a different path. Whether they choose that will define what comes next, I think.
Fair enough. I think I'm going to say something controversial. I actually think that if ever was a two-state solution possible since 1994, I think it's now. Believe it or not, I think there's so much will on the responsible adults, whether they be in the Gulf or Egypt or wherever. I think maybe something can be rescued from this. Who knows? I'm not a mind reader. I barely have my own mind. I do notice we have a bunch of new people up, John. We've got where is he there? I was gonna have him come up. I think he gone. All right. We had Imran something or other, Imran Khan supporter gone. Imran Khan is gone. That's what they said. All right, so John, no, good points. I guess proof's in the pudding. We'll find out. Who is next? So many hands, so little time. Go ahead.
Fiona, please go ahead.
Good evening, everyone. To me, it seems like the crux of the problem is Iran, and I was wondering what you think of the prospects of a regime change in Iran, perhaps from the US and Israel and some other interested parties.
It's a good question. Before we do that, a little bit of housekeeping. MriyaReport's been here for almost 2 years, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. We've been highlighting the Russian genocidal invasion of Ukraine therein. And what we've been doing is highlighting disinformation and Russian attempts to promote their agenda around the world. In the last 3 weeks, we've seen Russia promote that agenda in the Middle East. They tried it in the Balkans. It didn't work. The Americans were on station pretty quick. However, it would appear that the Middle East is one of those easy, targets where you can gin up racial divide and hatred. So if you're so inclined, please do retweet the space. Let people know we're here talking about it. Additionally, MriyaReport raises funds for really awesome Ukrainian charities and refugee-based initiatives that help people who are the victims of Russian aggression and war. We've had all sorts of people come up, even recently from Israel, who are supporting refugees, internally displaced refugees, including the World Maccabee Union, who supports Ukrainian refugees in Europe. If you have the ability to, please do consider donating to MriyaReport.org. It is a 501(c) organization in the United States. You can get a tax receipt. Please do tweet, let people know you're here. Also, our main goal is to speak truth to power, to highlight injustice and bigotry and xenophobia. By participating and helping us, you do your part as a global citizen. So please do consider MriyaReport.org. Let people know you're here. Right now, the Hamas-Russia nexus with Iran is super important because we've seen Russia green light an Iranian-led strike in Israel, that these are proxies through proxies through proxies. They want to obfuscate their origins so that we don't see it, but we see them. We see Kremlin, we see Putin, we see his birthday, 7th of October. We see the dastardly acts and the genocidal behavior of Hamas with the playbook from the Soviet Union, murders, pogroms, death. And the Russians are still doing pogroms in Dagestan. So if you don't see it, now you do. Please do follow our guests, our hosts, and our friends. Let's keep this going. We're here 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. We're going to continue to be here until the job is done. Thanks so very much. And back to your question. And Em, if there are any answers, please go ahead.
Oh, I'm sorry, I missed the question. Can you repeat it very quickly, Fiona?
Yeah, I'm just thinking, to my mind, the crux of the problem is Iran. And I was just wondering what the prospects are of a regime change there by the big players like the US and Israel.
I don't think that any nation will pursue a policy of regime change towards Iran right now. There will be responses to its proxies across the region should they choose to escalate. And probably they will be applying more sanctions on Iranian bodies, Iranian organizations, and people affiliated with their activities, and hoping that those sanctions will be tight enough to further degrade their economic abilities until the regime is weakened enough to collapse on its own. There is no political capital and there is no stomach right now for any form of military intervention in the far abroad. So I doubt that any country will pursue an active policy of regime change against Iran.
And remember, regime change, as per what you're referring to, is the active support. Regime change, when it comes for Iran, will come from within. It'll have the support of the West, but there'll not be troops on the ground or some, crazy CIA operation. It's going to be the Iranian people saying enough's enough, minus Farringham, who he says enough's not enough, keep it going. But for the most part, it's going to come internally. I agree.
All right, let's go to the next hand. Few troubles.
Hi, everyone. Can
Hi.
everyone hear me?
Yes, loud and clear. Go.
Yes. Just hope this space welcomes all ideas to be shared. Heard a lot of what was said. I just want to come back to the crux of the problem, like the lady before me was speaking, which I don't think the crux of the problem is Iran. I do believe that the issue started way back, way before the 7th of October. I do not believe that the 7th of October was the initial
when was
of
it?
the
When
issue.
was it? 6th of
Yeah,
October?
so let me tell you when I think that was. I feel like you're eager to tell me.
No, I want to hear what you have to say.
Yeah, but you already have your idea. I'm gonna share you, if you don't mind. I do believe
Go right ahead.
I do believe that the fact that European Jewish refugees coming into an Arab land and displacing its population year by year and stealing homes year by year, I think that just there is an issue. I'm not done. I do believe.
No. I know you're not done, but I'm gonna jump in. If that actually did happen, I totally agree with you. And if it did happen, that would totally be a valid point. But it didn't happen because do you know why it didn't happen?
It never happened.
It never happened because do you know what happened from 1880 to 1940? Do you know what happened, or do you just say things you've heard on the interwebs? The Jewish people under the guise of Sir Moses Montefiore and the Alliance Israelite French Jewish Philanthropic Organization purchased 800,000 dunams minimum of land from mandatory Palestine from the Ottoman Turks, and they settled Jewish farmers and victims of racist attacks. So they didn't just go there and steal people's land, dude. Just because you don't know your history, that's fine. I'm not here to educate you. You can learn that all on your own. But when you want to come in and you want to start talking, better make sure your poop doesn't stink, because I'll call you out on the B crap. All right. So we've talked about this ad nauseum, ad infinitum on this space. The Jews are not foreign to the land of Israel. In fact, the name of the damn country is called Judea. Judea in Hebrew is Yehuda. Yehuda, if you haven't noticed, is my name. It means Jew and it means the land. So prior to any Islamic advent or conquest of the land of Judea, Jews lived in the land for 2,000 years. If you do not know that, that's your problem. We're not here to do rudimentary history with you. So the fact that you just said it didn't happen on the 7th of October, where Hamas people put Jewish babies in ovens and raped their mothers. Oh, please tell us, when did it start? It started in 1948 when the Jews stole all the land and kicked the palace. You can keep saying it to yourself, but read the room, buddy. No one believes it. We all know better. We can read. Does it mean Israel's perfect? No. Does it mean Netanyahu's? I hate Netanyahu, frankly. But to make up stories to suit your genocidal narrative, it won't happen. So start from the beginning. If you want to believe that Jews came from Poland, right? We came from Russia and we just moved to Palestine out of nowhere. You're not going to get anywhere. So do yourself a favor. Zippity doo dah, zippity day. So start from your whole premise is wrong. I'm not going to allow you to start crapping everybody, because either you don't know history or you want to lie to other people. So when did this start, according to you, and why is it important?
Okay, so I never said that the Jewish people did not buy land from the Ottoman Empire. That would be stupid, because that's.
You said that they came there and started taking away land. What does that mean?
That's well known. Like, don't think that I'm that stupid. Maybe you could give me a bit of credit that I know that. The thing is, if you refer to other events in 1947, definitely you can see a lot of villages being literally erased from the map. We're talking about.
No, I can't see that. Explain.
But wait a second. At the end of the
you
day,
just made a comment. If you make an extraordinary claim, you should have extraordinary evidence. What Palestinian village? First of all, there was no Palestinian villages. What Arab villages of mandatory Palestine were erased from the map in 1947? I'll wait. Name me the name.
I have a question for you. Was there any official?
So you're not going to name the name because there's not one that exists. Is that what we're hearing?
You're talking about Deir Yassin?
Deir Yassin was in 48, and Deir Yassin was not a Palestinian village that was attacked by the Israeli army. There was no Israeli army. There was Irgun and Zvi Leumi.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
And hold on. To answer your question, those who were there don't say that they murdered Deir Yassin. If you listen to the UN reports from there, the claims that the Jews, or so-called Irgun, murdered 500, 300, 200, depending on who you ask, are contested. The Arab Higher Committee lied and said that the people were decapitated and murdered. That wasn't true. Was it a Jewish paramilitary group that went too far and attacked and killed people? Yes. Did they throw grenades into houses with people firing at them? Yes, they did. Does it mean it's right? No, it doesn't. But you talk about one town. What about the hundreds of Israelis?
Multiple villages.
It wasn't. No, Deir Yassin was one village, bud. You're wrong.
No.
You're
multiple villages.
You're wrong.
Multiple villages, including Deir Yassin.
You're wrong.
Multiple villages by the Irgun and the Haganah have been.
No, it wasn't by Haganah. You don't know what I'm talking about. Irgun and Zvi. No, you're wrong. You're confusing. You don't know your history. So for those who are asking, the speaker is referencing wayward and unsanctioned actions by other Jewish paramilitary groups who were fighting a war of survival, and they wherever they committed war crimes, the Israelis own it. It wasn't the majority. The Haganah, which is the military arm of the Jewish agency, fought under the rules of law. And it doesn't matter, even if they didn't, it doesn't mean the Jewish state doesn't deserve to exist. What you're confusing is your own bias against Jewish people and saying they don't have a right to. Guess what? The whole world disagrees with you. The whole world disagrees. The world voted for a Jewish state in mandatory Palestine. Get over it. It's been 80 years. It's done. You're not going to relitigate it, and the Jews aren't going anywhere. So if you care to advance the cause of peace, your next statement should be, how can we make peace? It's certainly not for supporting Hamas, buddy.
I do not think that the Jewish people living in Israel should be pushed out and kicked out and leave the land. That's not
Wow,
my.
Hazat. Yeah, because it's a completely irrational and silly idea, right?
That's a stupid idea. That's a complete, and I agree with you. But let me ask you: do you think that right now, bomb shelling civilians, whether they are for Hamas, whether they're not, do you think that bomb shelling civilians in Gaza is gonna bring peace? And do you think? Wait a second, I'm not done. Do you think that Israel, as being a foreign military base for the U.S., basically, do you think
That's your opinion? I see. When you say dumb things, I'm forced to jump in.
Everyone sees it, but everyone sees it.
Okay, everyone sees it. Good for you. I don't see it.
Yeah,
Okay,
but the
good
fact
for
that
you.
the fact that the U.S. aid going to Israel is probably one of the biggest outside foreign aid given to any other country.
Do you know anything about what you're talking about, sir? How much money does the United States? How much money does the United States give Egypt and Jordan combined in the Palestinian Authority? 3 times as much as it gives Israel. Wake up, open your ears, read a goddamn book. So is the Palestinian Authority, Egypt and Jordan, an outpost U.S. military base, blah, 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 blah? No, you're saying it because you have a bias towards Jews. So cut the crap. Israel gets money. You just don't. Jordan's a military base. Is that Jordan's thing?
Yes, Jordan is a
Egypt?
U.S. military
Is
base.
Egypt? Is Egypt?
Yes, Egypt is a U.S. military base.
Fuck you. We're not a military base for anyone. Sorry, everyone. No. Fuck you. Fuck you. The Arab Republic of Egypt is not a military base for any foreign power. Fuck you.
It
All
actually.
right.
But
Well,
let
thank
me
you.
tell you. Do you think?
Thank you for your
that
conspiracy theory.
No, wait a
Bye.
second. Do you think that it's going to be a good thing? Do you think it's going to be a good thing for Israelis to be left alone in the dark after the U.S. has
But you know what? You've just said.
Wait a second. Has
But
not the power to confront the people that are going to get involved in the region. Do you think that the U.S. will not sacrifice Israel because it's not able to bring a fight to Iran, who's going to probably?
Do you think Israel has no agency? Do you think Egypt has no agency? You already answered that. The fact that in your mind you don't make any your internal logic is flawed. So Israel, Egypt, Jordan, the Palestinian Authority are all U.S. bases. So frankly, they should all have peace because they're all U.S. bases. It's ridiculous, man. Bring something more clever to the table. When you do get a chance, please bring something more clever. We've been here. We're burning the midnight oil. It's getting ridiculous. I mean, the next thing you know, you and me are the same person. We actually are the rulers of the Cairo, Israel, Palestinian Authority pyramid, and it's all one big smorgasbord of weaponry and American foreign policy. Please, it's a bigotry of low expectations to say that Jews and Egyptians and Israelis, we're all U.S. military bases, industrial blah 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 complex. We didn't go to the moon. COVID is a hoax. JFK is still alive. He's hanging out with Elvis, and they're having crack under a railway bridge in Idaho. It's enough already. Please, let's go to the next hand. My brain hurts. Thanks.
Ignorance leads to fear, leads to paranoia. Paranoia leads to complete lack of agency. You're not responsible. There are powers that be are running everyone. How the hell are we a foreign base for the United States when we're buying half our weapons from other countries than the United States?
Silence, you American.
Just a simple look at Egyptian defense purchases the last 5 or 6 years. Oh, we only get 1.3 billion in foreign military funding from the United States, and sometimes they block it because of our human rights situation, and rightfully so. But what else do we buy, and for how much, and from where? But we are an American base. No, we don't. We're not American base. The only thing that we do to the Americans, that we do to everyone else, because there's something called the Constitutional Agreement that governs the operation of the Suez Canal, is that we give military naval vessels priority passage when they need to cross the Suez Canal. That's it. And overflight airspace rights. That's it. Which every single civilized country extends to other civilized countries they're not at war with. That's the norm.
You know what, though? Honestly, it sounds exactly what an American base stooge would say, Em. You're just saying exactly. You've proved his point. You've proved his point.
Maybe I'm sorry. I fail at this, but let's go to the hands. Up and over, and then Bull Terrier. And thank you everyone for being with us in this during this beautiful marathon. I've been takfired. I've been called whatever. Go on, Up and Over.
Thank you, Em. Can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
Yeah, I'd just like to, if I may, speak to not the previous speaker, but to other people who I've heard in many spaces who I think out of just a position of ignorance and wishing to learn, why not and these are people coming from mostly liberal democracies, why not a one-state solution? Or why don't we had a previous speaker say, why don't the Jews just pack up and go live somewhere else where they're not hated? So really there's 2 points that people need to understand. One is you can't give democracy or capitalism to people who have no history with it. So in 1998, when the Soviet Union fell, we tried to impose capitalism on a people with no history of it, and it led to the same corruption and collapse, an oligarchy. And the same thing happened when we had elections in Gaza. You can't have people who don't believe in democracy and the peaceful transition of power participate in an election and then never have an election again. So that's just point one. And then point two, and it's not an Orientalist or a colonialist thing to say. It's just people, a generation or two who don't have this, who haven't been inculcated with norms of liberal democracy. You can't foist it on them and expect everything to go hunky dory. And then point two, it's not just the Middle East in terms of it's a bad neighborhood for Jews. Since 70 AD, when the Romans took the Jews, or the Jews they didn't slaughter, out of Jerusalem and brought them back to Rome, every century since then, no matter where Jews have lived throughout the world, there's been times of peace and times when assimilation, but then whenever something goes wrong, the answer is just to round up and kill the Jews. And that's why, not just for the Holocaust, but we say never again, Jews need one state where they know that they will be in control of their own destiny and can provide for their own protection. Even in Germany, the European country at the time, in the 20s, where there was pogroms going on in the Palais of Settlement, before the revolution in Russia, Jews were the most immigrated and assimilated and in the German and Austrian cities, feeling like they were a part of the community. And then not 10 years later, rounded up and sent to the ovens. So it can happen anywhere. I mean, look, and the reaction around the world right now in liberal democracies like Australia, Great Britain, the US, and Dagestan just reinforces the need for a Jewish state where Jews need to be a majority and control their own destiny. And that's, I think there's some trolls saying that, but I think there's also people from liberal democracies genuinely asking the question, why can't we just live in peace? Why can't everyone get one person, one vote, etc.? Look at the past 2,000 years, and that'll give you your answer. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Up and over. There's also one element that a lot of people don't talk about, which is the fact that Islamists love to play this game of using demographics to game liberal democracies, but I will not get too deep into it. I believe it's Bull Terrier, then David Bailey, then Marcus, then For Every Child, then the Long Tall Texan. So go ahead, Bull Terrier.
Oh, yeah, finally. Hey, M and Yehuda. Look, I think you've been incredibly patient tonight. I've been listening for a long time, and I appreciate your patience with some of the speakers. And I'd like to support M. I think that, you know, what's happened in Israel is absolutely appalling. And I think that Israel has given ordinary Palestinians every chance to move away from the dangerous zones. They've allowed aid to come through the south of Gaza through Egypt. And so I think now they have every right and every responsibility to hunt down and kill every last Hamas terrorist. And I really do believe that. But I have a question for Eb. Look, given there's been enormous demonstrations, pro-Palestinian demonstrations. I mean, support for Palestine has been going on, I can remember, since the 1970s, even, you know. And I think this has fed into what we're seeing today around the world. My question, though, is do you think that this current situation, the demonstrations that we're seeing, pro-Palestinian demonstrations, is this going to hurt or help the Ukrainian cause?
No, it will hurt the Ukrainian cause. There's a lot of dissonance here. Simply put, with the absence of proper information about the arc of development of every conflict, and the fact that a lot get lost in translation, and that governments in the Arab world print what they want, air what they want to the vast majority of the population, and even those who speak English may not really speak English because they know how to speak English, they know how to talk, they know how to read, but they're not reading the right references and they're not understanding the historical events. So the perception itself is flawed. It's skewed. In my opinion, the false equivalence that Russia is seeking to establish in the information space regarding the war in Ukraine and the upheaval in the Middle East right now is taking hold in the Arab world, and it's taking hold in the global south. It's also taking hold in liberal democracies as well, due to a combination of reasons. And generation and integration problems, socioeconomic grievances, the infiltration of academic circles, the prevalence of certain academic constructs and lexicons and bodies of knowledge that side with a parallel narrative and a parallel version of history, specifically regarding this specific conflict. And if you throw social media in the mix with a lot of clever sound bites and short videos and rage and anger, you get a very explosive situation. And I believe that we're going through that right now. I'm not trying to alarm anyone, but to give a very honest assessment, my assessment, that it's a very important and a very seminal moment in history that carries a lot of risk with it. And I pray and I hope that there will be a way for all of us to navigate through that, because this is how conflicts spiral out of control. This is how tragedies start. So, in short, yeah, it will hurt support for Ukraine. But those who understand what has been happening in Ukraine, and those who understand what has been happening in the Middle East, and if they have a conscience, and if they have a mind, and they can clearly see which side they should be on. Say all you can say about the state of Israel, the previous episodes of the conflict, of things going bad, but what happened on October 7th simply changes everything. There was no justification whatsoever for the atrocities committed on October 7th. For someone who claims to be fighting a noble cause for their noble right. For someone who claims to be on the side of God, with the better religion and the better teachings, and a very noble doctrine when it comes to waging warfare. That was not that. That had nothing to do with that. That had absolutely nothing to do with that. Same thing that has been happening regarding what has been happening in Ukraine. You can always say whatever you want to say about how they started their democratic transition, CIA color revolution, a revolution of dignity, whatever narrative anyone wants to pick. Nothing justifies what we have been seeing in Ukraine for a year and a half now. Nothing. Nothing justifies a Russian soldier violating a toddler and then brushing his eyebrow with. I don't want to get too graphic, but people know which video I'm talking about. One of the earliest videos that emerged in the war in Ukraine. It reminds you of the videos that we've been watching about Israel for the last 3 weeks. Same level of mindless killing, mindless destruction. But that's why we're here, so that more people can listen and more people can just. You don't need to believe us. You don't need to do anything. Just think for yourself. Go. Find other sources, read, learn, and make up your own mind. But yeah, Bull Terrier dropped, so we'll go for the long, tall Texan, please.
Hey there, can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
Oh, fantastic. Hey, couple of questions and maybe points, but I guess hopefully I won't be too provocative like others earlier. One of the things that always astounds me is that people, when they use the terms like their land or whose land, is how little people know about the Ottoman land codes and land laws, which were carried over and modified to some degree by the British and then carried over into Israeli law. I mean, people forget someone's got to like pave the streets and make administrative decisions here and there. And yeah, and I mean, I'm certainly no expert on it, but if maybe you could help to comment on those categories, because I think North Americans are not used to vast amounts of like crown land that are leased, and how that might have worked. I mean, and the second thing is, before I have to go back to listening status, is to talk about, like, we're going to start seeing a lot of numbers about children who are casualties, and it's awful. I mean, and heartbreaking, and I heard what Gunny was saying about these pictures, but I'm certainly not immune to it yet. But I think that where can one go for good numbers about how many? The UN defines children as anyone under 18, but certainly a lot of these quote children are combatants. And as numbers come out, I mean, is there a source to look at the demographics? Because I think that'll be kind of telling. Thank you. And I'm going to drop down because I've got to actually work.
Sure. Thank you for that. So regarding the land laws, yeah, the purchases and all that, that was more or less done according to I believe it was 1885 Ottoman laws of acquiring land. There are resources to show the areas allocated and allotted and purchased, and with the exact dates. And there are photographic evidence even of the sellers selling the land, giving it to the buyers. I mean, it's out there. It's documented, and it's documented by several authorities that have put those resources available online. People can go and double check. So the Ottoman land laws in the Ottoman territories under the Ottoman Empire, sort of Quds and the other regions and the provinces what is known today as Israel were carried over, like Texan said, by the British Mandate authorities. So the same laws applied during, and actually the state of Israel also inherited some of them, if I recall correctly. So yeah, it's a good point to start to find resources. I'm not going to even suggest anything. You can go ahead and search them and find them yourself. You'll find resources on the Ottoman laws that govern land selling and purchasing. And you can also find resources on how those laws were basically also kept by the British Mandate in Palestine. First, it was called the Occupied Territories, and then it became the Mandate of Palestine, or the British Mandate of Palestine, and they applied the same laws, more or less. And then the State of Israel also inherited those laws, and they applied them more or less as well. So that's actually a very good point. Thank you for that. What was the second question? Hi, Tracy. Welcome.
Hello, thank you for having me. Good evening, everybody.
Good evening, Tracy. And just a kind reminder and note to our listeners, we'll probably be pivoting to covering Ukraine soon. So we are wrapping up this Middle East hour, Monday Madness. And we'll be pivoting back to Ukraine, but let's take the rest of the hands. Forever Child, please go ahead.
Yes, thank you so very much, Em. I so appreciate the time that you and Yehuda have devoted to us. I've learned a lot. I've unlearned a lot during this session, and I'm deeply grateful for that. I know that the time is short, and I'll save the rest of my comments for another time. Just thank you so very much, and thank you for all of the speakers who have been here as well. Slava Ukraine.
Hello, I'm Slava.
From Slava. So, yes, welcome everyone. This is the MriyaReport. We're a 24/7 Twitter space that has been running since the Russian invasion of Ukraine, bringing you news, updates, information, analysis, and expert opinion, keeping you informed and helping you find ways to help Ukraine. You can always visit MriyaReport.org to learn more about us and learn how you can help Ukraine. We're currently fundraising for purchasing mine clearing equipment and demining equipment for the Ukrainian armed forces and other organizations working on ridding Ukrainian territories of unexploded Russian ordnance that the Russians used against the Ukrainians. Visit MriyaReport.org, find out more about us, and let's go to two last hands before we wrap this up. Raisin Kane, please go ahead.
Okay, on the Middle East issue, on Hamas, we all know. Can you hear me clear enough?
Loud and clear, sir. Go ahead.
Okay, I may break up a bit because I'm only on 100 megabyte bandwidth. But on the Middle East issue on Hamas, like they've always been a terrorist organization since it was formed. And the biggest problem I can see with the Israeli government is why they didn't deal with the issue a lot sooner. It was left to fester in a way and let them come to this position where they were able to do such a heinous attack. That could never be acceptable in any culture. We're all part of humanity from one end to the other. We're all in this boat together. So that attack on Israel on the 7th is a day of infamy that we have now in history, unfortunately. Being in Canada, we had a good day on the 4th, where we had the first Native Canadian made a premier of our province and the first Black Canadian in the Speaker of the House. But I hate to see it overshadowed by the 7th on what happened. But I'm very aware on how Putin's involved as well, because I've been following his rise ever since he began. And I actually interviewed a couple of new Canadians out of Russia when they came over to Canada on what the situation was like when trying to find a job and stuff like that. And they were telling me on how the mob tactics were used within certain areas in Russia in order for people to maintain their jobs. So I've been keeping a close eye on Putin too for a long time. So I'll be around for the Ukrainian time as well. But the only thing I can see maybe with the Palestinian issue in the Middle East, if somehow we can guarantee a safe area for the Palestinians and get those people stabilized and out of that area, because those tunnels have to be cleared. They have to be cleared all the way down to the bottom up and filled in. And it's been going for way too long. Like this whole event has been, has been going on for all of our lives. Most of us here, at least all of my life, and I'm almost 60. And being a Canadian, I got to meet a lot of people coming to Canada from war-torn nations. My first friends were from Vietnam. My next friends were from Christian Lebanon. So I've been looking at the world and watching this all happen, and it's really a sad event. We are at a horrible hump in the world, and you're right that the infiltration in our democracies is horrible. Right now, we have this man Pierre Poilievre in Canada, and he's totally a support for right-wing nationalist Christian tactics. And I've already fared out a little bit in the party. But I also know that the CPC have been involved with the Hells Angels for more than 30 years. And people now are just finding out that they're involved with the Hells Angels. These right-wing organizations take their money from anywhere, most of the time, especially in democracies. Okay, that's my main piece on this issue now, so I'll let you guys switch it over. I hope I'm not shocking anyone either. I used to run a printing company in Ottawa that used to do federal, municipal, and provincial printing, and I've been all throughout all the closed off areas in Ottawa. And I know how closely the Canadian government works with the US military. That's enough.
Thank you, sir. We'll take one last speaker before we circle back to Ukraine. Ahmed Yusuf, please go ahead. Ahmed Yusuf, you requested the mic. Please unmute yourself and go ahead.
Ahmed, can you hear M asking you, telling you it's your turn to speak?
Right, I don't think it's an active account. So we're doing a co-host swap here. Christopher will be taking the con with Tracy. Again, thank you everyone for being with us the last few hours. It's been an honor and a pleasure. And welcome, Christopher. And I'll be seeing you again soon. And I'm here. If anyone needs me, just ping me and I'll come back as speaker as soon as possible. Thank you, everyone. Good night. I'll see you again soon.
Thank you, Em. Good night. I hope you enjoy the rest of your evening. And hello, Christopher.
Hello, Tracy. How are things in your neck of the woods?
It's a funny old day today, as we say in the UK sometimes, Christopher, but that's all good. We manage along, don't we? We plod along together. How are you today?
I might get lost if during the swap up, climbing the stairs, sometimes you can't, sometimes it takes your breath away, so you can't speak and be heard. Anyway, no, it's been rainy and about, I don't know, it's about 12 degrees outside. No, it was a low of 10. It's now about 18 outside, but it's wet and damp. So I think you can probably imagine what that is, and but that's okay. It's a Monday here. It is the start of the work week. We have an abbreviated week here coming up with Veterans Day next week. We also have elections on the 7th. They are not the major elections, they are minor elections, a lot of local stuff going on. November 7th, and then it will mark 1 year before the major elections. I just want to say I've been listening in for most of the Yehuda and M space takeover, and they've done they were remarkably patient, and they were remarkably they were remarkable gentlemen, I think, in my opinion, not just because I love both of them, but it's to hear them try to bring clarity and try to bring the honesty to the conversation and situation. And there's just so much disinformation out there, and misinformation, I should say. It's probably an equal parcel of both. They're probably on purpose and probably accidental. But I like for every child said, I learned some things and I unlearned some things. I think that was very poignant of her to place it that way. So I think that's what I think at the moment. Back to you.
Thank you, Christopher. Yeah, it's been very intense, hasn't it? Certainly, and there's a lot of misinformation flying out around there. And it is nice when people are prepared to listen and, weigh up the proper evidence. And obviously that makes a huge difference, and that's part of what we do here. And yes, we're so lucky to have Yehuda and both of them have a great deal of knowledge that we can all learn from. And that's nothing wrong with that. That's another wonderful thing about MriyaReport, is that we all learn from each other. And we all bring our own skills and our own different advantages from life to help Ukraine and also to help Israel in their fight too. Now, Bull Terrier has a hand up, so I was going to go to some mine information and some bits of news items for people on Ukraine and what's happened there today. But let's see what Bull Terrier has to say first, shall we? Bull Terrier?
Yeah, that's fine, Tracy. No, I was just going to ask you if there's any good news from Ukraine today.
Thank you, Bull Terrier. Okay, well, so I've been trying to keep up on the news of what's happening in Ukraine today. There's been a number of things happening, as I'm sure you can all expect, as is every day. So I guess let's start with the numbers, seeing as people haven't heard them for a while. So today's Russian losses are 860 eliminated invaders, taking the total to 299,940. So very, very close to that 300,000 target, which some people believe we might reach by Halloween. So right on target for that. Today, 15 tanks, 17 armoured personnel vehicles, 14 artillery systems, 1 anti-aircraft warfare system, 1 aircraft, which is the one we saw yesterday, I believe, 20 UAVs, 23 vehicles and fuel tanks, and 2 special equipment. So those are the numbers from the General Staff in regards to Russian losses. The State Special Transport Service numbers for today from the Coordinating Centre for mine safety in the deoccupied territories of Ukraine report that they have cleared another 8.95 hectares and destroyed another 409 explosives. That's down slightly on the usual total. I believe that's probably, I can't say for sure, but I would imagine that's probably down to the intensity and increased amount of shelling that we've seen in certain areas, in particular in Kherson, which I'll come to shortly for you guys, let you know what's going on there. So the armed forces of Ukraine are pushing the Russians out in the Verbove region, and this is according to the General Staff. Defenders made progress east of Klishkivka and east of Andriivka, and the Russians are suffering additional losses. In the Melitopol direction, the defence forces also continue to conduct offensive operations. and step by step they are displacing the enemy in Verbove. We had some fantastic news confirmed from the General Staff, from AFU Stratcom, and they officially confirmed that they had hit a strategic object of air defence system in Crimea. So this is an S-400 air defence system, so another one, which is absolutely fantastic. And it seems like, oh dear, it seems like 17 Russian servicemen were injured at the same time. That's just a shame, isn't it? So let's go to some regional news. Sumy got hit quite bad this morning. There's quite a big long list, so 17 explosions in Kotinsk, Esmansk, 6 explosions, Bilapil, 18 explosions, and Seredino, Busk, 6 mines were dropped. Kherson's been hit particularly bad, and some of you may already be aware that's been happening on an ongoing basis for the past couple of weeks at least now. So this is why they chose to do some forced evacuations just recently. And actually there's some news about those today, but Kherson has been hit several times today. One of the most popular libraries has been damaged. The fire was extinguished, but fortunately people were not injured there. Then they carried out 95 shellings and 504 shells from mortars, grads, tanks, UAVs and aviation. The enemy fired 46 shells at the city. 42 KAB flights were recorded. Wow, that's just staggering. That's an absolutely staggering amount. No wonder they're having to do forced evacuations. People just cannot live under those conditions. So the Russian military aimed at the residential and populated areas, of course, that's what we expect of them, and an educational institution in Berislav, also a district social centre. 2 people unfortunately died and 4 others were injured there. And that was first thing this morning. And then again at 7 o'clock they hit, and then again at 9 o'clock. A 70-year-old man received light injuries at 9 o'clock in that attack. And a 40-year-old local resident was injured. And then at 10:18, so then they hit Berislav again. And due to that attack, the houses were damaged and the Chapel of the Holy Virgin was destroyed. So all this was this morning. And, we haven't even got like halfway through the day at this point. So there's been a considerable amount going on. And Kherson is really, really getting insidiously shelled right now. So there's some horrible pictures flying around, which I'll post out for people to see. They're not graphic, so I would not post anything graphic, and anything I always censor anyway, so you don't have to look at them if you don't want to. So let's have a look. What else? Donetsk. 2 houses were damaged in Donetsk, 3 houses in Koma, 3 cars and a power line were damaged this morning. Also a shop, 3 high-rise buildings, an industrial building and a garage. 1 person died in Donetsk area. And it looks like Zaporizhia was the increased hits. Even yesterday, there were 133 strikes on Zaporizhia yesterday. And today it's 178. I mean, it's just, you can't even imagine it, can you? Just living under those conditions. It's just disgusting what they're trying to do. 23 settlements came under fire in the Zaporizhia area, and a 16-year-old boy was unfortunately injured as part of the shelling. A 59-year-old woman was also injured. And the last day, the law enforcement officers recorded 35 UAV attacks on several settlements in that area. It's just staggering. Sometimes you're at a loss for words, I think, the things that they do, it's just absolutely heartbreaking. So let's have a look and see what an Energoatom official have said this morning. Everything's stable there, which is good. That's something that I look for every day at the Zaporizhia nuclear power plant. The cooling pond is stable there, so that's great news. The commander of the ground forces, Colonel General Sersky, was in the east today. What he said is that it remains a very difficult situation. Russians are particularly active in the Kupiansk region, where they're trying to advance in several directions at once. In the Bakhmut area, the enemy significantly strengthened its group and switched from defence to active actions. With such actions, the Russians are trying to stop the movement of the defence forces. However, what he's saying is that the enemy is suffering great losses. So that's good. The SBU today have detained an FSB agent who tried to install hidden webcams in Zaporizhia to spy on the convoys of the armed forces. He collected intelligence on the routes and the movements. I'll post this out for people to see because there's a great video of him being taken down right in the middle of what looks like in the middle of the city somewhere or in the middle of the town centre. One of the first tasks was to collect information about the local and regional SBU administrations. And then that's how he was caught. He was caught red-handed. And let's have a see if he's looking at his sentence. Oh, yes, that's what I was looking for. I was looking, he's facing life imprisonment. So that's good because some of these crimes do just come under the sentence up to 12 to 15 years. So when they get life, that's fantastic. Although we do have to also consider that sometimes 15 years can mean life, depending on your age. So let's have a look what's happening in terms of mines. So I have some mine information here from General Pavliuk. So that's probably a good time to ask people to consider donating to our fundraiser for demining. It's been going on for a couple of weeks now. I'm hoping it's going to go on for a number of weeks actually, because as everybody understands, it's an incredibly important fundraiser. And, like many people have said, the war's not really over until that last mine is gone. And until all those children, and not just children, all people, but obviously we think of children more because they're vulnerable, and even animals and wildlife crawling around in the woods and trying to just, live off the land and do the normal things that animals and nature does. It's not going to be able to be happening. And so the knock-on effect is going to be huge. We know that there's more than 174,000 square kilometres of Ukraine that's now mined. We haven't had an updated amount since that last figure was given. I believe it's up to about 35%, between 30 and 35% of Ukraine. So we need to help as much as we can, I think. I mean, I get really inspired by seeing all the incredible things that Ukraine's trying to do, especially in terms of innovation and all these new machines that they're creating themselves. But, they don't have enough, simply. So they have 169 demining groups of the units of Ministry of Defence are continuing to clear Mykolaiv, Kherson, Kharkiv and other liberated areas of Ukraine. So during the week from October the 20th to the 27th, the following were examined, cleaned and made safe. 3,481 hectares of land, 1,559.8 hectares of agricultural land, 23 kilometres of highways and 3 kilometres of power lines. And they also managed to neutralise 4,102 explosives. So that's a staggering amount, isn't it? But it's 4,102 lives saved. I don't know about you, Christopher, but that's how I look at these things when I see. And then sometimes I think really it could even be more lives because, some of these mines are huge, aren't they? So it's very possible that 2 or more people could be killed in one incident. In fact, I think we've seen that happen just recently. I think 2 people were killed just recently at the same time in the Kharkiv area, I believe. But every day somebody dies from mines. So if you can afford to give and if you can afford to spare some money, please consider donating to our fundraiser so that we can get mine detecting devices. They look like metal detectors, but they're much more sensitive. And they really, really help these guys find mines in difficult conditions. The unit that we are collecting for and fundraising for is actually one of the units that goes into newly liberated areas. And I'm sure many of you have already heard about and can probably even understand yourselves how people want to get back into their homes very, very quickly, as quick as they can once areas have been liberated. And in order for that to happen, then those areas need to be made safe. And that's where these devices come in really, really handy. They can get into tricky areas and tricky situations. So like I said, if you can consider donating to our fundraiser or any fundraiser for Ukraine, it doesn't have to be this one. Of course, we are doing this one because we think it's extremely important. And you can find the easy payment link in the tweet. It should be the first tweet in the nest. I'm just going to double check that it is. Yes, it is. And so if you could retweet that also, that would be fabulous if you feel like you're able to. If you're not able to donate, that's one way that you can really, really help. It's by retweeting and also by sharing the space, because we've had a number of technical issues with the space not showing up on Twitter. So that really helps also. So thank you, everybody, for listening to that. And don't forget to check out MriyaReport.org. You can also donate that way if you feel more comfortable using the website. So let's go to some more military news. You see what Brigadier General Alexander Ternavsky's got to say. He is the commander of the Operational Strategic Group of Troops in the Tavria direction. So he's reporting about the Su-25 that was destroyed. Now, this is already the sixth one in the Avdiivka direction since the 10th of October. So, I mean, that's absolutely fantastic, 6 of them. We'd like to see those coming down, definitely, because that means more Ukrainian lives saved. In general, the enemy in this direction carried out 21 airstrikes, 36 combat engagements, and launched 1,086 artillery barges. That's increasing as the days go on. It seems to be climbing back up to that 1,200, 1,500 per day target that it was a few weeks ago. So that shows you the intensity of the bombardments and the artillery on the troops and on the civilian areas. Soldiers are firmly holding the defence of this direction. The enemy's offensive actions were unsuccessful, and units of missile forces and artillery from the air defence performed 1,387 fire missions during the day. The total losses amounted to 527 people, and they destroyed 49 units of military equipment, in particular 5 tanks, 6 BBM, 4 artillery systems, 1 plane, 23 UAVs, 8 cars, and 4 enemy ammunition depots. So that's absolutely fantastic news there. So what do you think about all that news, Christopher?
I was hesitant to stop you. You were on a roll. I think all that news is wonderful. I was just going to comment that Bull Terrier has his hand up, and perhaps we could go to him before we go and talk about Zelensky and the Dutch Prime Minister conversation that they had. Bull Terrier, please.
Sure. I'll probably get told off by our American friends, but I just noticed that there was a report in the Kiev Independent that despite the opposition by House Speaker Mike Johnson, Mitch McConnell, the U.S. Republican Party's Senate Majority Leader, is going, quote, all out in support of Kiev. So, abandoning his cautious consensus-building approach, McConnell is lobbying extensively to muster Congress's support for keeping the $61 billion for Ukraine as part of the White House's $105 billion funding package. I don't know if that means it's going to happen. I know he's an old guy and he sometimes mumbles his words like I do, but I just thought it was a bit of good news.
You know, here's the thing with McConnell. I think there was a comedian once that talked about their grandparents and how the difference is between how about their parents being grandparents and how they treated the children differently, the grandchildren differently than the comedian was treated. And the comedian's response to that was, these are old people. They are trying to get into heaven. I think to a certain degree, Mitch McConnell has always been a proponent of the supplies to Ukraine and for Ukraine fighting for its independence, and has been also in the same vein sees Russia as one of our mortal enemies. I think that his days of trying to be obstructionist because he is not in power, because he isn't the speaker. He isn't the head of the Senate. He doesn't wield the kind of influence on the legislation and the floor votes and the running of the body that he used to. I think that he's willing to take that step back and not have to toe the partisan line, because he was a real big partisan. I mean, sorry, partisan's the wrong word. He was a stalwart supporter of his party. He was a stalwart supporter of the president, of when the president was any president that was a member of his party. And he was a fierce fighter against others who would be in the opposition. And, he has to be respected for that. I don't like his politics, even though we are of the same party. I don't like his methodology, but I can respect his tenacity. And so I think that he will do his best. Now, maybe here's the other thing and this is, I don't mean to be glib about this, but I guess it is kind of, I'm sort of making it funny. If you remember, what's the story I'm thinking of? Anyway, I think the ghost of John McCain is coming to visit some of these individuals in the middle of the night. So that's my funny for this. But I hope that helps and answers your question there, Bull Terrier. Back to you.
Yeah. So what's the state of play at the moment? I mean, I'm getting confused. Mike Johnson is the speaker, right? So has he managed to separate out the bill or the bills, the financing for Israel and Ukraine now? I mean, what's actually going on?
Dry Fry is requesting him. He's going to be better at it to answer that than I have been. I've been traveling a lot today. I haven't had a chance to get. So Dry Fry, please go ahead.
The word right now is that he has not, but that he intends to. Bull Terrier, my belief, and again, I'm not in DC. I'm about 1,000 miles west, but I just read voraciously. And I follow people on both sides. So I'm following a whole bunch of lefty guys who are really strong proponents for Ukraine. And I also follow guys like Randy, who is a right winger, who is strong for Ukraine. In fact, Randy and I don't agree on much at all, except our support of Ukraine and the defeat of the autocrat movements in places like Russia and Orban and such. My take is that what the Speaker of the House said on Sunday, was a trial balloon to test how far he could push it on the floor. My take on what McConnell said, and I read that too, was that it's a trial balloon to send them the message that it ain't going to just walk through, it ain't going to just fly through, and the House GOP is not going to go in lockstep with them. At the very, very least, the Senate won't go in lockstep with them. At the very least, the Senate is going to side primarily or predominantly with the Democrats and force any kind of bill like that, separating out, or any kind of end result, separating it out like that, into what we call a conference committee. When the House and the Senate do not get along on a bill, so you have the House pass a bill, the Senate passes a bill, they don't agree, it goes into a conference of the two bodies. In other words, they select members from each organization, each house. They go into a meeting, they hammer it all out, they add, they subtract, then those bills have to go back to their respective bodies to be voted on. Okay. So that's very likely what's going to happen. The reason CC so adamantly wants Ukraine in the bill with Israel is that part of it is going to just fly through because of the politics of supporting Israel. It's very unlikely that gets held up more than a week or two, maybe a day or two. Okay. On the other hand, a bill as messy as Ukraine, especially with Taiwan thrown in, especially with border security, and there'll be tons of other crap thrown into it. that could get dragged out with multiple iterations through both the Senate and the House. It could go on for months. It could go on until the potential shutdown and be dragged into that. So there's a potential on the part of the Republicans to kill it without actually having to kill it. And that's really where you're seeing the battle fly. I think what McConnell said is fantastic. I was just putting together a text message to McConnell to thank him, to tell him I'm a moderate Democrat who generally does not support Republican issues, but that is gold, and I will support he and whoever on his caucus brings that to the table. I'll also send that to my Democratic senators. I have two of them, both of them very pro-Ukraine, but I just want to keep them warm and fuzzy as well. The key, though, is to watch that interplay. What he suggested, and this is absolutely almost 100% sure, and I've read it across the board everywhere on the both Democratic and Republican kind of pundits watching this, is that what the Speaker of the House said Sunday morning was a trial balloon to see what they could get out. And from what I read, the Republican rank and file were okay with it, but McConnell was telling them they're going to get it through the Senate. So there's going to be some thinking, some horse trading, a lot more that has to be done. And I hope that answers your question.
Yeah, thanks for that.
Yep. Thank you, Dryfly. That was very concise. Tracy, we don't have any hands, so should we continue with the news?
Did you say that you had something about President Zelensky and Mark Rutte's meeting today? I actually saw a really great video of that. Did you see that also?
I did not see the video. I did read the headline, and I've also read their meeting both is congenial and supportive. But the best supporting piece there, I think, is the fact that Rutte noted that the Netherlands would continue and to support Ukraine, and the escalation in the Middle East would not hinder that support. He was also able to inform President Zelensky that the F-16s in the Netherlands pledged in order to strengthen the Ukrainian air defenses will arrive at the training center in Romania in 2 weeks' time. That means that the training courses for the Ukrainian pilots who will fly them can start shortly. And I think that that's a good piece of positive news, concrete news coming from a head of state that is helping to deliver those very much needed air assets to the Ukrainian armed forces. What do you think about that, Tracy? What do you think about that?
Yeah, I think it's great news. It's really nice to see this cooperation continuing, and I'll post the video out for people to hear. I apologize if you can hear background noise. I just have to be outside at the moment right now. So I hope it's not too noisy. Yeah, I think it's fantastic, and like I say, it's really nice in that video. He's so pleased, and it's in English also, which is that doesn't often happen, does it? I don't know if you notice when he has meetings and the videos are posted, it's usually in Ukrainian. So I think it's actually really nice that he's put it in English for everybody to see, and he really greets him with a fantastic smile. I mean, you can really tell that they're just good friends, you know. He's like, "Hi, Mark," you know, like it's just somebody that you meet in the street, you know, one of your friends that you might meet as you're walking about or something like this. That's the kind of impression that I got.
Oh yeah, I can imagine it. Some of the other parts of the aid package that is going to come up, they'll be supplying some. The Netherlands will be supplying some extra Patriot missiles, and he'll also going to be supporting the grain corridor by helping Ukraine to acquire patrol boats, which can help they can help use those, because as we all know here, there isn't really a navy for Ukraine yet, but I'm sure that they will come up with one in short order, and these patrol boats will probably help start that off, or just add to it. Very important, I would imagine. I haven't seen the specifications on the boats, but they've got to be I would imagine, more substantial than the ones the SBU had been using to take their special forces across the water. So that's kind of exciting. I'm excited about that. I'm also excited about seeing the British, I'm sorry, not British, let's try that again, German support. And Germany is going to be giving some additional weaponry to Ukraine, as well as a package of aid for winter gear. And that's also an excellent. So all of these countries, and I think this is probably, we're seeing these announcements come out of, or come on the heels, I should say, of the talks in Malta that President Zelensky had arranged for his 10-point peace plan. Was the third iteration of these talks and discussions amongst countries of the world. Zelensky was encouraging people to take pieces of the peace plan that they liked and to run with them, the 10 points that are on there. And he was very smart in saying that we don't need to have you swallow everything all at once. If there are pieces of it that you believe that you are better equipped, or whether it's politically or militarily, or whether financially, or whatever the criterion is, just help us and support something, and stand behind it and get behind it, and don't pull a China. China kind of picked up its toys out of the sandbox and went home after did not attend this particular meeting in Malta. That's fine. Their loss, not Zelensky's or the Ukrainian loss. They weren't really very genuine about the peace plan and support anyway, since they floated their own version of a peace plan. And I really think that that's a very disingenuous thing for anybody to do. Russia had some, and some others in the pundit sphere have had some ideas, but you know what? It's Ukraine. It's their plan. It is their country. It is, that is all up to them. And we should be respectful of that. We should be supportive of that. And, this is the thing about democratic societies. We don't necessarily have to agree with each other. And Dryfly made a very good point when he was speaking about, and doing the right thing by thanking Senator McConnell for his support. And also that we can have differing opinions and sides, but when it comes to the one thing that we are all very passionate about, everyone who is here and has been following and supporting since the beginning, or even if you've just started since last Tuesday, one of the it's very centered on the success of Ukraine, and that's what makes us. I guess I don't want to say the first word that came to my mind was superior, and I was going to say that in reference to the genocidal invaders. And maybe that's too strong of a word, but I think that I'll go with it for the moment. So I see CC is requesting. Let me see if I can get her up. I'm sure she will have additional stuff to tell us, and that's always great when she comes on. So let's see if she's connecting, and we see others that are down in the gallery. Everybody, if you're interested, come on up and join us. We have a bit of an abridged, Tracy and I have a bit of an abridged session today because we're following on the heels of M and Yehuda's excellent conversation, which was, I think, an hour, but it turned out to be closer to, what was it? It was definitely over 2 hours. So, and Cece has arrived, and we'll see if she wants to let us know anything. Cece, if you have something, go ahead.
Having terrible technical problems this morning. I apologize. If you had called me before, I lost audio a lot. So I would concur with Dryfly about what he's doing, testing the waters. And guess what that means? If he's testing the waters with these moderate Republicans, means we have to give him hell, right? Politely. and say, look, the $60 billion should not be separated from, there's three things, super simple, three things. Keep the bill bundled, unfreeze Russian assets to give to Ukraine, and F-16s and medical aid. So that's how I'm approaching it. That's how I've talked to everyone this morning, talked to a whole hell of a lot of people this morning, but just my one call is not going to do it, right? So I'm targeting the 18 Biden Republicans. Those are Republicans that won in Biden districts. So people voted for Biden for president, but in a Republican rep, right? So they're very vulnerable in those districts. I also thanked McConnell, which is kind of funny because I have been furious with him in the past over things. So I called his office this morning and thanked the tortoise for supporting Ukraine, because that's my number one issue. I didn't call him a tortoise to his staffer. Some of you will be delighted. Some of you will be chagrined. So this is just, again, beyond words how important. If you think of Putin thinking $60 billion is coming towards him in weaponry, he's terrified, right? So I don't really understand, for instance, if you're a private investigator or police detective and you see that someone, i.e. Johnson, has a campaign that was funded by not just Russians, but known Russian oligarchs. He's voted against 6 of the 7 and the 6 most recent bills to Ukraine. It doesn't take a brain surgeon to figure out. You just put the puzzles together and you solve the case, right? He does not want Ukraine to go through. So anyone that tells you to follow the advice is, oh, we're fine. Sit back and let this thing be stripped out and whittled down, because that's the only reason they're stripping it out, right? So completely agree with Dryfly. I completely disagree with other people and think it does, or know that it does a huge disservice to Ukraine to have this thing taken away from Israel, which is the hot topic for good reason right now. And that's why we got to put them together. Because then they won't be able to whittle it down as well. So I would just encourage you guys to, if you need to reach out to me to get these phone numbers. It's on my pinned tweet, the tweet within the tweet. You'll see the 18 phone numbers. But I always just call and tell them I'm a constituent. I have been to Ukrainian church before, so I always say I'm part of Ukrainian church. So, my voice represents hundreds of people, which it does when I go to this Ukrainian church sometimes. And we're one issue voters, and we will back the opposition, but I don't think we need to back your opposition candidate because we believe in you. So please keep it bundled, unfreeze the assets for Ukraine, F-16s and medical equipment. That's how I do it. So you can either take that advice or do it yourself.
Well, that's
I don't mean do it yourself, like
remarkably blunt. It's remarkably blunt of you. I've
you
never
can
heard
tailor
that.
it. What I mean is you can tailor it.
I know what you meant.
Yeah, I don't mean like go off and do it. Yeah.
I know what you meant. Although it would be nice to see everybody descend upon the halls of the Capitol to do what you do. And walk and talk to the
well, we're at the point now where if you have any miles on your credit cards or anything, any air miles, this would be the time to go in. And I was super intimidated the first time, right? I'm like, oh my God, I don't belong here. This is no, this is the people's house, right? And there's walk-ins all the time. They even have terminology. They call them drop-ins for constituents who just drop in. And there's all sorts of people, they're a group of librarians that were, in one of the office. There's always people there, but they're not always groups. Often they're individual people. So if you really, really believe in Ukraine and you have, say, friends in DC, or you just see that this $60 billion is everything and it really does, mean winning the war, unless the Europeans can figure out how to amass that much money, which I hope you do, trot on over. It's open. There's no, you go through a metal detector and that's about it. You can go anywhere you want to and just walk in. It's the people's house.
Although I will say there, I'll hand over a pro tip. If you are like somebody who brown bags their lunch, they don't let you bring your lunch in. You'll have to sit outside and munch on it. But other than that, you're welcome to go, as CC says. I see a couple of hands, and it looks like I think Bull Terrier, and then Ukraine war update, please. Go ahead, Bull Terrier.
There's a cafeteria.
Yeah, so thank you, CC. And as a Brit, it confuses me. I don't understand. Has Mike Johnson done some sort of deal with the small number of extreme MAGA Republicans that got him into that position? Is that what's happened? And why? I don't understand why. Why are they objecting to funding for Ukraine?
Well, I told you that it's my opinion that it's they're in bed with the Russians. So you can think that's conspiracy, not you personally, but one can think that's conspiracy if you like. But I tend to lean towards deductive logic, which is who's voted you against Ukraine every time, who's funded by oligarchs, and who hates everybody but straight white evangelicals. Like, it's pretty straightforward to me.
Bull Terrier, do you have a comeback on that, or would you?
No, not really, because I just don't know. I don't understand it. So yeah, I mean that's as good an explanation as anything. Thank you.
No reason you should understand, because it is chaos on the outside, but if you just distill it all down, it becomes quite clear.
I think, though, CC, what makes it difficult for some outside observers is the effort that people put into floating these the trial balloons. And the former president was relied upon that as sort of like, instead of doing polling, I'm going to do my own polling by saying something completely ridiculous and see what happens. And and I think that we've gotten used to seeing that here, but I can see how that would make us look completely dysfunctional to the outside. You want to see your hands up?
Yeah, I would just say also you can just look for their clear clues. Like he said, so Speaker Johnson said, was some of the first words out of his mouth was, "My wife has been on her knees for 2 weeks." And if you think about that timeline, how did they know 2 weeks ago? So this has been spun as like, oh, this was just a last minute idea. Remember, there were 9 candidates after Johnson and Scalise, and then, oh no, this is just, here's 9 candidates, and oh, weird, this dark horse out of nowhere, Mike Johnson. Everyone had to Google him, right? Susan Collins was quoted as saying, I had to Google him. Most people did. But this has been a plan, it sounds like, for some time, because his wife knew that this was on the table and was praying for it for 2 weeks. So you just kind of got to put the puzzle pieces together. It's not even that complex of a puzzle, right? So yeah, super disappointing. Their goal is to shut down the government. So I know that's hard to understand, but just, you go into the Twitter sphere of these folks, and or on the interwebs, and it's clearly they're very open about it, that their goal is to shut it down, right? So the MAGA's idea is that they hate Biden, and they want to shut her down. So that's what they're doing. They're doing a damn good job. Matt Gaetz, I'm sure his wildest dreams, he never thought he could actually do this, but he's getting away with it. And his email to Speaker Johnson said, "We did it," or something to that effect, like our plan worked, or whatever it was. So anyway, yeah, super scary times, but we fight against the dying of the light by calling and writing, so that we don't have a MAGA Speaker of the House for long. I spent the weekend doing something really unfortunate, which was listening to his podcast with his wife. Luckily, I had friends to do it with, and we dissected it and really saw where he's coming from. And it's absolutely terrifying. And it's kind of, these moderate Republicans have to keep him corralled and on a very short leash to get Ukraine funding passed, right? There's the Ukraine space. I won't address all the other issues that are horrifying to 95, no, even more, probably 97% of the population. It would be horrified with one of his points, one or the other. So yeah, it's I can't even believe it's happened. I can't even believe the MAGA is second in line for the presidency. It's second, not third, because the president doesn't count in the line. So, yep, that's where we are apparently. But if you care about democracy and freedom and all the stuff we love, and I know everyone here does, and I know everyone here, it's Ukraine is not a fad. To so many, it was kind of a fad thing to get behind. But this is the time to prove our strength and our beliefs, and super simple to call these people, and all these staff members I've been talking to today that answer the phone, they don't care, right? They don't be intimidated at all. It's very transactional and super simple and easy. So yeah, just DM me if you need any help.
Thank you so much, CC. Ukraine war update. Your hand was up and it went down. Do you? Otherwise, we'll go to the rest of the hands.
Hey, Christopher, thanks. No, CC answered my question, and Blue Terry asked what I wanted to ask as well. If you don't mind, I'm just going to say hi, Christopher, hi, Tracy. Thank you for hosting this space. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening to all the wonderful people who support Ukraine. Thank you for providing opportunity for people like myself and others to come up and ask questions and participate in these wonderful discussions. But yeah, I got my question answered. I'm still dumbfounded why some politicians, right? How do they draw this mental line for themselves, specifically between supporting Ukraine, or not supporting Ukraine, but supporting Israel, right? Like to me, it doesn't make any sense. It's both countries are facing evil right now, and I think Cece probably said it right. It's the legal corruption known as lobbyism, I guess, that's sometimes prevailing, and they do get financed by some of the entities from Russia. But at the same time, I thought the same thing about McConnell. I know for a while, people were referring to him as Moscow Mitch, right, because of how because he was in a greater position to supporting Ukraine, and all of a sudden he's changing his tune right now. I'm looking and watching his narrative, and it's changed significantly. Anyway, that's all I wanted to say. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Dryfly, and then David, please. Dryfly, go ahead.
Yeah, I want to follow up on what CC said. Two things that people need to realize: that the Republican Party is not monolithic. It is not even close to monolithic right now. There's huge fractures inside the party. Now, they're all conservative, but after that, there's a bunch of differences. And even more importantly, they all want power. They're all kind of autocratic in the sense that they're the ones that think that they should be the top dog. And so there's a huge power play going on. There are a number of pundits who believe why did Johnson get picked? Because it was pretty clear that the MAGA group all wanted Jordan. They wanted that bulldog, and they didn't get him. But he just had too much baggage. Well, they picked Jordan because he was sort of a stealth candidate. But why then did all the others unanimously go along with it? And the reason is that Johnson is incredibly weak. I mean, he does not have the pull, the power. I mean, all you have to do is look at his connections, how much money he raises, his sort of allies. They're all stealth, and it's just very, very shallow. Okay, so they put a guy like him in power specifically because the other people who really, really want to move and shake are then much freer to do so because he can't really stop them. Okay. So in some ways that's great because it means it's going to be harder for Republicans to push their agenda, really aggressively and actively. In another way, it's really awful because it means that you're not going to be able to get a straight up answer from Johnson and have him be able to deliver the votes. So again, it goes back to what CC says, call your Congress people, make sure that they're on board. There is a large fraction of Republicans who are like Don Bacon, big enough that if they bolt, and I mean, there's probably 30 of them at least, that if they bolt from something extreme from Johnson and Jordan and that whole clique, okay, the whole thing blows up on them, and they could be back to looking for another Speaker of the House. So they're going to be very cautious as far as alienating that group. That group that are the moderate Biden district Republicans really hold more cards than you would think, even though they don't have the speaker, because in some ways they're the kingmaker. And so I agree a lot with what CC says. I tend to be in the same kind of political access as her. I tend to be really, really concerned about the ultra right. However, the only good thing I can say is that they are not united at all. I mean, it is a sack of cats in the House right now for the Republicans. So for Ukraine aid, and this is specifically for Ukraine aid, not for some Democratic agenda, that's to our advantage. Okay, use it. Find the people on that list who are the moderates and let them know, give them love, tell them that we're on their side, and especially if you're from that district, because those people are the ones that he's most worried about. He knows the Democrats will oppose him, but if he loses his own people, none of it goes through. So just be aware of that when you're making the call. Those people really, really are our friends. And I'll listen.
Thank you very much, Dryflight. David, go ahead, please.
Yes, Johnson being chosen as speaker, I'm quite confident that he will allow Ukraine aid votes to be brought forward in the House. So otherwise, all the Republicans supporting Ukraine would not have voted yay for him. The other thing is, I want to let you know, after CC spoke, there are a number of white, straight, evangelical Republicans who support Ukraine. I'm one of them. So that's not the cause. The cause is propaganda. People like Trump and Tucker Carlson. And I've been looking through all the history of this pro-Putin propaganda. Uh, if all the influence to the gullible MAGA types, if Tucker Carlson and Trump tomorrow decided to support Ukraine, they would all fall in line. It's gullibility and a lot of propaganda out there, as you've seen on X. Just to let you know, I fight against that every day. If anyone's ever seen my post or went to my profile, you can see how I constantly fight against the MAGA crowd. So let's not turn this into a Republicans bad, Democrats good thing. That's not the way it is. Without the support, strong support, some of the Republican senators, Ukraine wouldn't even have ATACMS now. I made a post about that. I don't know if anyone's seen that, but Lindsey Graham, who's a Senate Republican, met with Zelensky back in May and urged the Biden administration to send ATACMS. Otherwise, the war would be prolonged. Back in early September or mid-September, 4 or 5 Republicans wrote a letter, a strong letter to the Biden administration urging that ATACMS be immediately provided. And shortly thereafter, they were. So this fight for Ukraine has to take both Republicans and conservative Republicans, Reagan Republicans, whatever you want to call it, non-MAGA Republicans. Maybe some MAGA Republicans do support Ukraine. I don't know. But in any case, it's a fight that our political differences, liberals, conservatives, whatever, will not solve the problem. We have to come together and support Ukraine, and there won't be a single dollar given to Ukraine without Republican support. So remember that. Remember there is Republican support, and I'm one of them. Thank you.
Thank you, David, for the comment. CC, do you want to go ahead, please?
Yeah, I would like to, because I think maybe he didn't hear me say that I called McConnell's office and thanked one of his senior staff members for supporting. So that was one thing. Another thing, I was talking about white, straight, male evangelicals when I was talking about issues outside of Ukraine, and I did not bring those issues up on purpose by design. If you know me at all and have heard me speak at all, I work with offices like Joe Wilson, who's one of the most staunchly conservative Republicans out there. And he loves and adores me and gave me a Gadsden flag, don't tread on me flag. So all I do is work with Republicans as well as Democrats. And so that's not what I'm saying at all. What I'm saying is the MAGA sect that has been against Ukraine, many of them from the very beginning, most of them didn't really understand what was going on and voted for Ukraine the first time around, right? But the next 6 times they voted against it, just like Johnson did. So I do nothing but get bipartisan support on inward-facing letters from DC. I am very strongly against people who are saying that it's okay and to sit back. Here, do it this way. Let's just break it down like this. We do not want to put political conjecture, my opinion or anybody else's opposing opinion. We do not want to lay down on the table with Ukrainian lives at stake. So what you do is you plan for the worst and you hope for the best. So let's let no one subscribe to my opinion or other opinions and only use Ukrainian lives which are at stake. And that is, there's zero political conjecture, and just go to the mat to not have the bill stripped and to not have it whittled down in its amount, because they're already the talks behind doors right now. That's why they want to strip it, so they can whittle it down. So I would say a lot of people hear me speak and they just immediately their eyes just turn red and their ears clog up with cotton. I work with Republicans all the time and have said how appreciative I am for these moderate Republicans going so hard for Ukraine. They're the ones who are help saving this thing. So again, if we cannot split in partisan ways and not if you've seen me on Twitter arguing with people, it's because I don't want people to say, yes, let's just sit back, everything will be fine. That's the sticking point, and I stand by it. Thanks.
Just to let you know, CC, I like a lot of the things you say. You did use the phrase straight white evangelicals, and not in a positive manner. I'm going to say that straight out. I didn't bring it up, you did.
So the reason I said that is because he's against gay people, he's against women's rights, he's against a lot of the things that I did not want to bring up in this space, and that's the only reason it's pertinent. That has nothing to do with Ukraine. I was speaking towards other issues, which I am tolerant of. Every other religion is fine with me as long as they tolerate me and mine, right? And everyone else should be like that. So, it's the same thing as the when we always say like tolerance and how you tolerating tolerance and tolerating intolerance is the same thing. Like you have to have both sides tolerant, right? You can't just mow down everyone else's rights. You have to be tolerant of everyone else's varying.
Yes, I agree with
viewpoints.
that. It just didn't need to be discussed in the context of Ukraine. That's my point, and I'm finished. Thank you.
I've made my point as well. Thanks.
Thank you very much, folks. We are coming up on a co-host, James Marsilius. I am sorry. I was clearing hands out, and I've seen you with your hand up, and so the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, and hi. Nice to be back here after a short vacation, and thank you, Christopher. And I actually didn't want any word of topic. Besides, we have a call swap. Let's stay in the conversation, and I really would like to point out an article which I put into the nest in a thread fashion, summarized by a friendly, actually also he's a fella and very and a journalist, but first of all, fella who came up with this article from New Yorker, which is actually talking more or less about Sullivan and his views, which then actually this had huge impact inside German NATO, because what it clearly shows, the article is very, very long, so he summed it up in a few threads. But if you follow this, you will see that actually there has been moves behind the scenes, which very much have been actually you could only call it appeasement. And Sullivan actually in this article is described more or less like the German Vatnik called Professor Warwick, who is always actually more or less a Russian mouthpiece in most manners. So this I found and not only me, myself, but also the others, very much concerning, because there seems not to be any clear strategy in their thinking about how Ukraine can actually win the war. It's more or less about just not losing it, but also leaving Russia as it is, with a face straight up, and so on and so forth. So I would very much agree to CC's and David's point of view that we should not divide ourselves, and should not think in terms the left has better opinion or the right has better opinion, but we just need to stay together and just shut those voices within our own bubbles, which tend to appeasement and tend to thinking about selfishness. But the majority of both sides, not, let's not say majority, but because that's a fight, actually, at least a better half, or better half, let's call it like this, needs to be aware of what's going on, and not tend to give away what we all dare to love, which is democracy and human rights and things like that. And so please, I'm very actually happy that Pedro also wrote his thread in English, so you can also have a quick glance about it, because otherwise the article is very long. So if you might have the time, please go see it, because it's very concerning. And yeah, and also, who knows, it was written by I see the hands, and I stopped my rambling. So let's go to the hands. And Axel, nice to see you again. I'm very much looking forward to our co-host session. I think yes.
Maxilius, before we go, I'm going to say goodnight. I'm going to say goodbye, and I'm going to drop down to let you all get back into the speaker's chairs. So, Slava Ukraini.
Ukraine Slava. Thank you, Christopher. Thank you, Tracy, for being great co-hosts. And yes, I think Bulgaria was first, and Ukraine. Please go ahead.
Yeah, I completely agree with the previous speaker. You know, democracy is very important. But I just wanted to go back to US politics, because again, as a Brit, I'm confused. It seems to me that Representative Marjorie Taylor Greene is one of the worst examples of a politician that I could ever find. And on October the 26th, Republican Becca Balint moved to censure Representative Marjorie Taylor Greene. And I watched the YouTube video, and it was absolutely astonishing. And I couldn't believe that, you know, a bit like the other one, whose name I won't mention, from the cinema, who, I can't believe that they're still in office, you know, after doing all this stuff. So, like, just somebody please explain to me how American politicians can still remain in place after doing all these awful things. And these seem to be the people who are against aid to Ukraine.
Well, what I was talking about earlier was also American politics, and 100% American politics, and I can't explain it to you rather than selfishness. And actually, you know, there is a saying that each top of a fights its bottom. So there are always people who desire some kind of vocality, and do not think about quite far enough to actually see that helping others is also helping you. So yourself, and making work better is also helping you, but they only think about the next day. So that's the only explanation I can give you, and maybe the other speakers who raised their hands can also contribute to that. So Ukraine, you've been next. Please go on.
Oh, hey, thank you very much. Appreciate it. So I raised my hand for a different reason, but since Bull Terry asked the question about the representatives, I know the answer. I think I'm not eloquent enough to say it probably holistically, but I will just say the bare bone why some of the politicians remain in their seats despite their egregious behaviors and violations probably of moral values and conduct. Basically boils down to they will stop being in those seats if they stop getting elected, right? So the idea is that people next time, right, their electorates will be able to assess their values and vote differently and make sure there's a different person sitting instead of those people. And not always the case, but I'm sure there's other people who can explain this whole thing a little better. The reason I raised my hand because I just wanted to reflect something that I think Dryfly was saying, and I found it very interesting. This is not the first time I heard about Republican Party not being monolithic, right? And also wanted to reflect on something that David said about making sure we're not polarizing, based on the political systems, right, left versus right, because absolutely, there are definitely a lot of Republicans and conservatives who support Ukraine. I think the issue here is that we might be faced with a situation where a minority, a very radical minority in those in Congress, right, is the one who dictates and drives the behavior of the majority. And we're talking about Republican Party specifically, and that's what I'm concerned about. And when you couple that with the idea that Republican Party is not monolithic, right, that creates a lot of room to maneuver amongst all those different political fractions within the political party. And that's what I think, again, I'm saying things out loud because, that's how I conceptualize this stuff when I listen to CC as well, right? And that's when we really need to be vocal and making sure that they're not using Ukrainian aid as the political currency, to give ground on some of the other issues that may be pertinent to certain political fractions within their party at the expense of not supporting Ukraine. I don't know. I think I just confused myself saying all this stuff out loud, but hopefully it makes sense for somebody. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. And yes, I saw that Bull Terry raised his hand, so he might have direct feedback. So please go on.
Yeah, I just wanted to come back on that. I understand that politicians get elected ever so often, but in other countries, when they do a series of not ridiculous, but like awful things, they get kicked out. I mean, so one question I have is that this Becca Balint has moved to censure Marjorie Taylor Greene. What does that mean? Is that a serious thing? Does it mean she's going to get kicked out? Because we have this situation with Lauren Boebert, who we all know on camera, gave a wristy to her boyfriend, and nothing happened. And in England, something would happen about that. They wouldn't be in their position anymore. And this is what I don't understand. I'm sorry, I don't understand about American politics. I don't understand how these people, and why is it these specific people who are anti-Ukraine, who do all these awful things and keep their jobs? It just doesn't make sense to me.
Oh, well, sometimes we can't see the full picture, and therefore we think it's confusing, but it's it is as it is. And CC was next from what I saw, then Jim, and then David, please.
Yeah, so I love Ukraine so much that you can hit the bell on my profile if you want to hear me talk about it in my comedy spaces or tourniquet spaces. But I'm not going to, because invariably someone takes umbrage from either party, right? When we get into this. And so I love Ukraine so much that I really just want to keep it focused on Ukraine. And I apologize because I do have an opinion on it and a bunch of mechanics and based on a bunch of mechanics involved. But I'm going to not give that opinion because what I care is I care about women and children and papas not and old people not dying. That's what I really care about most, and I think that's what most of us do. So that'd be my answer. But I do want to say my concern, as far as Johnson is concerned in Ukraine, is that our U.S. government works on majority rule at a very basic fundamental level, and right now we have minority rule because he is the minority in the majority's party, right? Yes, the Republicans have the majority, but his crazy, he's not even on the horseshoe. That group of Republicans, most Republicans don't even agree with. So this is the huge problem and the chaos. And my friends on the Hill who are inside the system who keep texting me and I'm talking to them. This is why everyone's freaking out about Ukraine, is because we now have something that is the exact opposite of the ethos of our governing, which is the minority is ruling the majority. And so they're trying to corral them in. But they're trying to do deals, right? And use all sorts of things, leverage everything that Ukraine War Update just said about they're trying to do, horse trade off the back of Ukraine. And that is the problem. It should be unfettered, pure Ukraine bill, unstripped, the full amount. That amount of 60 billion didn't just come out of nowhere, right? Biden wasn't just dreaming one night and had this, dream of this number. So it was, there's architects involved that are Republicans as well. And they all came up together with this number based on many, 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 many facts and pieces of the puzzle. So that's why it should not be stripped, so that it cannot be. There's three things that they're trying to do. So they're trying to delay, distract, and then destroy. Right? If you delay and distract, then you can destroy. Because no, he's not going to come out and say, I, Mike Johnson, am not going to vote for the Ukraine aid bill. That's not going to happen, right? But he can just tie it up in endless bureaucracy. And if you strip it, then that's what he's going to get away with. And that's why we have to put the pressure on them. We have to. My lone voice, or a couple of you, that write me, like, our voice is not going to be enough. So if you've never done it before, I'll hold your hand through it. So, it looks like a weird process, but it's actually super straightforward and easy once you do it.
Thank you, Zizi. And I see we have actually a lot of potential speakers who try to come up. So for anybody on the panel, I would ask you, either you ask your question or give your statement next, or think about maybe coming up later, because we have at least 3 people has been there who have been asking to come up. And with that, I will pass over to G-Man.
Good evening. Hope everybody's well, or well enough. Well, Terry, I've heard you talking about Marjorie Taylor Greene and Lauren Bobbitt a few times. I'll make a few points. They have a mandate from the people who voted them in. We may not like them. We may not like the things they say, do, and whether Miss Bobbitt did something with her boyfriend is really none of her business. But anyway, I would look closer to home if you want to see some politicians who should not be there. I'll give you a few. You have Jerry Kelly. He is a member of the Legislative Assembly in Northern Ireland. He was a convicted IRA terrorist who blew people up and killed them. I don't really like the fact that he is a politician. However, he's got a mandate from the people who voted him in. I wish it wasn't so, but it is. And then you have another, I'll point out one more. I don't want to go too far here. Jeremy Corbyn, MP, former leader of the Labour Party in the UK. Also, once upon a time, was an agent of the Czech Communist Secret Service, has shared platforms with the Irish Republican Army, is a Holocaust denier, widely shared platforms with them. He supports Hamas and he supports Hezbollah, and he actually invited their representatives to the British Parliament in 2009 and called them my friends. And it took nearly 8 years before he would recant on that. He's been in on Iranian press TV, where he praised Israel's release of 1,000 Hamas prisoners, terrorists who had killed 600 people between them, and referred to the terrorists as brothers. He's held meetings in Parliament with members of the Palestinian Islamic Jihad, shared a platform with Black September terrorists, and in Tunisia led a reef for members of Palestinian Black September. That's the terrorist movement that killed the 11 Israeli athletes at the 1972 Munich Olympics. That's a guy who's no longer a member of the Labour Party because he's been pushed out. But when he stands again in the next election, the people of his constituency will no doubt vote him right back in, because that, unfortunately, is democracy. We can't. It's one of those things. What can we do? Can we?
Jim,
Yeah, I'll leave it there.
sorry for interrupting. If you are somehow walking or changing your position, your voice audio is getting sometimes very quiet. So maybe there is something you can do about it. Sorry for interrupting.
I was on a headset. I've taken it off, but I was sitting down. Yeah, I'll leave it there. I don't know how much wasn't heard, but yeah, I've said enough anyway.
Thank you. The last bit has been much louder.
Okay.
Actually,
Yeah.
just for.
Okay.
Thank you. Yes. Well, democracy isn't perfect, but it's a process, and that's what differentiates it from something which is planned and put upon ahead. And I see that our dear co-host Tracy raises her hand. So I, guys, David and Dryfly, I will. She raised her hand for beforehand, and so maybe she's now here, and so I think it's fair enough to give her the moment, and then it will be David and Dryfly.
Yes, I just want to briefly answer the British speaker's question regarding why certain members of the U.S. Congress can't just be removed, and what censure means. Censure is just a slap on the wrist. It means nothing other than the voting members disagree. To be removed from office, a congressperson, there's only two ways. First way is by vote in an election, where they vote against that particular congressperson. The second way is by impeachment, which CC, you're very knowledgeable of U.S. politics, appears, but I believe it requires like a 60% margin vote for an impeachment, and then it would go to the Senate, just like impeachment of the president, I presume. But in any case, those are the only two ways someone can be removed. So that hardly ever happens. I don't know if it's ever, I think it has happened a couple of times, but not in recent times.
Okay, thank you, David. Actually, Tracy, Cici is not with us now, and I will.
I can answer that if you'd let me briefly.
Okay.
That's not exactly accurate. Yeah, you can get voted out, but you only get voted out at elections. So you can't have a by-election, and you can't be recalled. Congressmen and senators cannot be recalled. There's nothing in the Constitution. States like Arizona have tried to pass laws that have had recall elections. They have never been tested by the Supreme Court, and until they are, it's assumed that they are non-viable. As far as removal of a congressman, yes, he's right. It takes a vote of the House to remove a congressman, a vote of the Senate to remove a senators, but there is no impeachment. It is just a straight up vote, but it is a 2/3 majority. At least that's my belief. It's a 2/3
2/3.
majority.
That might be right.
Well, just let me finish, and I'll let you can jump in. But the point is that the House could remove Boebert for those actions. They would have to have a vote on it, and then she would be expelled. Okay, that is actually in process right now for Santos. So Santos has had the majority of his New York congressmen in the caucus. These are Republicans who have pushed a motion to have him expelled. So that vote is actually possibly going to be taking place. It's uncertain whether they have the 2/3 required to remove him, but it's very likely that they do. It's only happened 6 times in the history of the country. So it's not something that happens like every week. But the last one I remember was a guy I think named Trafficant, and he was a Democrat. And you're right, he was expelled. He was expelled and then reelected. So in a crazy world, if Boebert got if Santos got expelled, it's not DeSantis, the governor. This is Santos, the guy in New York, for people outside the U.S. If he got expelled, there's nothing stopping him from running again. The only thing is his polling numbers are so horrific, it's likely he wouldn't even survive the primary. Now with Boebert, she has not been suggested to be expelled. She was censored, and that was sort of a compromise because they didn't want to kick her out. There was some concern that the Democrat who's actively running for that seat would win the seat like immediately. And that is a very strong Republican seat. That would be a real problem. Much more so than someone like Santos, which is a toss-up. They know that seat's in jeopardy, but they do not want to put a powerful, popular Democrat into a seat like that because they may lose it for a long time. So they censured Boebert mostly just to try to look like they're corralling her, but not. And it isn't going to make a bit of difference on the Ukraine vote for us. But knowing these mechanics, okay, trying to explain it to Europeans is why it's so difficult to get stuff through the House and the Senate. These guys are powerful. They can't just be removed by the party. They can't be disciplined by the party. The only way they can be disciplined is by their voters, pretty much, is by their voters at the time of an election, of a scheduled election. So once they're in, they are they're almost like mini political warlords. They can cut their own deals. They can do their own things. We cannot force, as far as an American people, our representatives to do anything, unlike you can in the UK, where if you have an MP who's really out of line, the local party can recall him. That can't happen in the US. So that explains why nothing happened to Boebert substantially. And I'll listen.
I just want to respond since you mentioned me, Dryfly. You are correct. I just looked it up. The House can expel a member with 2/3 votes. The same for the Senate, 2/3 votes. The other thing is when I brought up the point about or by election, I meant a normal election, not a special election. So in any case, that point was correct. But thanks for your correction.
Great. And Tracy, sorry that it took so long, but it's your turn. Please go ahead.
That's okay, Mr. Lee. It's no problem. Thank you. I was just trying to help Cece out. It seems that she's having some technical problems with audio. So we're still trying to get her up. Cece, you've popped back up now. Here you are. But I just wanted to say first, I think we might be getting slightly too much into the weeds of US politics here. I appreciate your explanation, Dryfly, and that you weren't making any remarks against personal indiscretions. But I just think if we could leave people's certain politicians' indiscretions, personal indiscretions out of it, because it doesn't really matter and it has no effect on what happens with Ukraine. And while I understand that it may be relevant, when you get these politicians in and out and this and that, at the moment, that's not relevant. So I think if we could just stick to what's relevant to Ukraine and getting those aid bills through and any of the votes and things, explanations that are needed to help inform people in that regard, I would really appreciate that. And I would just like to say thank you, Cece, for not giving your personal opinion on that, because that must have been quite difficult for you, for holding your tongue there. And I really do appreciate that. Thank you. Cece, please go ahead.
Yeah, I'm having all sorts of technical problems. I'm just going to say yes, it's 2/3 of the body. But I found a great sentence that I thought would elucidate, which is they're saying, like, yes, it can be 2/3 of the body, but why it's so rarely done is it says, however, policy considerations as opposed to questions of authority have appeared to restrain the Senate and the House in exercise of expulsion when it might be considered as infringing on the electoral process, such as when the electorate knew of the past misconduct under consideration and still elected or re-elected the member. So I thought that was just an interesting tidbit there.
Thank you, CC. Okay, it looks like we might have cleared the hands now, Miss Elias. So we did that quite quickly, actually, I think, when we were getting a little bit into the weeds of US politics there. What do you think?
I think, yes, we did it. And I still want to really highlight the article, which is now on the second from Internet, from left, because it's also US politics, and it's really mind-blowing, actually. Because from what we can see, there have been if it's correct, what is written there in the New York paper, the New Yorker, I think it was. Yeah, let me double check actually before I say something wrong. So yes, NewYorker.com. Yes, it's a very long article, but it's mind-blowing because it says that there have been deals tried to made with Putin behind Ukraine's head. So we are back to the topic, and they've been offering a lot, and it's just not like it have been more or less publicly said that we are supporting Ukraine with everything and we are standing on their side. And so that's why it's very disturbing, actually. And we should really, when we are calling the politicians, not only focus on the party, but on the topic, actually, as such, because they are still trying to think in the old-fashioned way that, not that old-fashioned way, but a new old-fashioned way, where actually Russia is a global player and they need them somehow to also have a grip on China. But sorry, I don't see where we really need Putin actually to solve problems with China. What he just proved to makes trouble whatever he can. So I think the US politics is actually a topic here, and we should discuss also those circumstances and what we are actually, or the nice four fellas in the US, what they are talking about to their representatives or whatever representatives they are actually calling. Because I think a lack of strategy is the first thing which comes to my mind. What do you think, Tracy?
Well, yeah, I absolutely agree when it's US politics in relation to what and to Ukraine and to what aid we can get for Ukraine and what support we can get for Ukraine, then absolutely it's vitally important. And unfortunately, I don't know enough about US politics to help people out in that regard anyway. So I'm very thankful that CC is here and Dryfly's still here, wonderful, yes. And I'm going to leave you in the very capable hands of Axel now, Miss Elias. He is going to be coming up and joining you, so you'll be able to take your double act away and keep these lovely listeners informed. So thank you very much for having me for this short time.
Thank you, Tracy, for being here. And yeah, I'm also very keen to hear Axel's opinion on that, because it have been quite a wave, because it reflected actually the worst expectations which we know from here, and printed those actually about around Biden, and that's what should be warning us. Yeah, there have been also other things going on, of course. But if Axel is here, I would actually love to stay on the topic. as long as possible. If I'm sure he is familiar with it, or at least with Fred maybe now. So, Axel, if you are with us, I will pass over to you and say a big hello.
Das funktioniert nicht.
Doch, doch, doch.
Ja, nicht.
Ja, so ein bisschen. Axel seems to have a little trouble with audio. No problem. So maybe before he comes up, I can highlight a few important points from the articles. It seems like the Jake Sullivan is a top high score student. He was at least, and he gets free of possible. Oh, now I'm missing the word. He at least in his young age, he has proven to be a very bright mind, and he found his way very early to the politics and into the gang of Hillary Clinton, William Burns, Anthony Blinken, and so on and so forth. And with that began his career very early, and he was very analytical. And in this analytical path, he was also applying a little bit similar realpolitik kind of thing, as some people we actually do not very would oppose, at least to people like Jane Patton or Senator McCain or Churchill, who more or less understand how you need to deal with Russia, actually to show the clear line where which it should not cross, but in a way that he thinks that Russia is more or less a partner, and you can work with them, and that's what troubling, because it really looks like appeasement what has been done behind the curtains. And those are like the Cici, I see you raised your hand, so please, you might have some insight. Go ahead.
Oh, no, it was before when Axel was having audio problems. I thought you might want some breaking news, but I don't want to interrupt your flow there.
News to break the news, please. My voice is anyway shite. Carry on.
Okay, so to find it now. So the House Republicans' Israel aid bill is just out. It offsets. This is the proposed one, right? It offsets 14.3 billion in Israel aid, with 14.3 billion in cuts to IRS from the Inflation Reduction Act. This offset will never fly. The Dems will reject it out of hand. But yeah, I just, it's my opinion and many others that Israel and Ukraine should not have things impeding it. So that's the latest on that.
Okay, Axel, your voice seems to be working again, so nice to have you here with us. And what do you think about this article? Have you had a chance to get familiar with it?
Which article?
I put it into a nest. It's second from the left, and it's a summarized thread about the article, because the article itself was very, very long, and it came out I think 3 days ago in New York. The New Yorker from Susan B. Glessner, who have had some insight actually behind the curtain, and yeah, obviously you didn't have insight, so we might also swap a topic maybe and come to it later when we can discuss it, because it really had quite high impact in the last days within the German NATO. So I thought it would be a good topic to discuss. But yeah, what have you brought with you, and how are you?
Yeah, sorry.
That is answers the question.
I apologize. The thing is, but it is hardly controllable. Anyway, I'm sorry. Yeah, so as everybody by now knows and laughs about or can make fun about, at some point in time, after say extended use, my voice starts to croak. It is the irregularly appearing mixture of what they call laryngitis or pharyngitis, depending on whether it's upper or lower end, it doesn't matter. So my voice is a little bit hurt, and unfortunately I have to use it in my business throughout the day as well. So, and now I'm currently having to find a way to donate a little bit of time here and donate a little bit of time over there. I apologize for the inconvenience, but I will try to work through it. As to Ms. Glasner, yeah. I subscribed to the New Yorker when I was young. At some point in time, I felt they were misreporting heavily. That was started with, I don't know, like 2005-ish, 6-ish, they turned again from basic, metropolitan, liberal, but well-written to completely inane and, from my point of view, utterly un-American, unsupportive, derogative, heavy-duty, anti-US armed forces, praising every single Hollywood doom and gloom movie there was, and entering the culture wars themselves because they had a change of authors. But that's my personal view. It doesn't matter to most people, but those who are old enough will probably remember that shift. The New Yorker prides itself on writing in essayist tone investigative reporting as portraits of a times. They try to be the never-ending, all-weekly F. Scott Fitzgerald, as if every week they could detect another Hearst, as every week would have another cause for righteousness and nihilistic, narcissistic, passive-aggressive, derogating, say, criticism of pragmatism. It's often that case. That does not mean that they don't have good people. They have a number, quite a number. It does not mean that they're not writing about good topics and that some of them are well researched. They definitely are. The New Yorker and its sponsors put a lot of money and effort into this. However, even when they're right, it's all a matter of the tone. I haven't read the article yet. I will look at it. Don't forget, I am very, very critical of the way President Biden's administration seems to have engaged in what can only be described as a less deterrence-oriented and rather awkward, ambiguous, and not necessarily driven to overwhelming force contribution and victory, kind of snatching defeat from the jaws of victory approach. I've mentioned this here many times, so that is consistent. And I think that Olaf, I don't want to lead from the front. I want to lead not even from the back. I'd rather lead from the middle of the pack. Scholz is obviously, if you can find a way to project failure and then administrate it, then he's the right guy. But I will have a look at it. Let me read it quickly. That gives my voice a little interim. And in the meantime, the feuilletonistic and ever theatrical style here will have to pause.
No problem. Thank you very much, Axel, also for framing it into the right direction. And you can also find the summary of the article in German if you prefer it. But also
I have a subscription for all my faults. I have a subscription to the New Yorker still today.
It's actually available for free, this article, and you can find it in the end of thread I posted in here as a second from the left. So you can find it easily, and Cici wants to add something to it. So Cici, please go ahead.
Yeah, this is kind of cool. So I just got an email directly from one of the staffers. I won't say who to protect their anonymity. I do work with both sides, so then this especially has nothing to do with that, but it's just fascinating and great for our calling and writing. They say to add to this, talk to Republican offices with big defense contractors and R&E receipts. Hate to make this argument, but these wars stimulate our economy by increasing job opportunities at manufacturers. Also, the grants to research and build these latest and greatest. Even if they're not part of the House Armed Services Committee, we are all tied to the defense base. So, yeah, I highly recommend that you find out what's made in your state, even better yet, district.
38 of them, right?
Yep. We have a list going, trying to be exhaustive here, with the fellow member that I met on the MriyaReport. So yeah, it's ongoing. So yeah. So I mean, to ask them to step away, to walk away from job creation in their state, takes some big cojones.
Can you tell us, Cici, can you be so kind and quickly dig up what is being produced in Louisiana, if you remember?
I can look at my list. It'll take a little bit.
There's some famous stuff coming out of Louisiana.
You doing a Louisiana accent would crack me up. Well, if you already know, what is it?
There's a couple of missile systems which also have their input from Louisiana. You wouldn't believe, but it's actually quite nice. And you would find out that there's quite a number of defense contractors who all have a foothold there. So the man from Louisiana should probably look at his own little backyard.
Yeah, that's a great idea, Axel. We should all put those in our love letters to him.
Artillery ammunition, for example, is also coming from them. So there's a couple of people, and don't forget that there are, I think, if I'm not quite mistaken, it is still Textron Systems which is on site. And then, where was this? Next to the factory which blew up. When was it? This is such a long time ago. Yeah, Minden. Yes, exactly. You remember Minden?
No, I don't. Minden,
Well,
what
it's
was
not
it?
Germany's Minden. I mean Cici. There is a factory which blew up, and that was in Minden. And so yeah, there's quite a number. So that's Hodgson powder, which was well, it came from DuPont origin, but it was Hodgson powder, and say 155 shells came from there. I apologize. Sorry, I need a break.
Yeah, I hope you get your break and your voice straight, and appreciate for still making the effort, and a pleasure to have you with us. I just dropped something into the nest, which is the first striking news beside what I came across about the politics. And it's directly from Ukraine, and it highlights heavily that we cannot get disturbed by the other things which are also very frightening going on in the world, and should not lose our focus of for fate the Ukraine people are actually facing. Not our, but the good known Anton Goroshenko has posted not a thread actually, but a longer post about the family which has been erased fully, a full family in Ukraine, and the youngest of those has been 4 years old. And this is how the war looks like over there. And we talk about politics. Well, those people need to face the reality. Not real politics, but reality. So, if there is anybody in the panel who would like to talk about any particular topic, please just hit the mic button and come up here to talk with us. And I hear someone, but yeah, Raisin you can speak. Oh, actually, it's not you, but
Well,
I
we know.
hear some open mic. Oh, hi, please go ahead.
Yeah, like I might come in and out because I'm on a 100 megabyte bandwidth, but you know, Canada is like 1,000% behind Ukraine, you know, because in the previous conflict, over 70,000 Ukrainians resettled in Canada. So a good portion of the people I know have Ukrainian background. Now, the history over there is also very complex, as most of you know. A lot of people don't understand about the pre-conflicts in Russia before World War II and the events that happened after World War I, which all have an effect in the area. So we have to give the rise of Putin is one of the worst things Russia has ever had. When the wall came down, I was like so optimistic about Russia. I was hoping there was going to be a democratic government that would take over in Russia. And as I watched events take place on the news and how power switched slowly towards Putin, I saw that slowly disappeared. And that's when I started interviewing Russians that came over to Canada. But just on the front itself, on what's happening today, it's very right. 155 millimeter shells are needed, and a lot of them. 3/4 of casualties in a battlefront are from artillery. Look at all past conflicts. You can see what the average is. Now we have a new asset on the battlefield, which are these drones, which I can see they're very, very effective. So we have to move more into the drone technology as well. Why waste a tank when a drone can take it out? Those assets that Ukraine has right now, they should bundle them up as they come in and use as little as possible as they hit the front, so that they can use it in a mass later on, because this trickling in of forces is ridiculous. Okay, it's called a battle group. I've been studying warfare from the beginning of time, and it's evolved all the way through, and it's made humanity what it is today, unfortunately. I was hoping, you know, humanity has risen past that point where we don't have this shit going on anymore, but we can see there's a lot of, I call them
Well,
soft
if you
skills.
studied it, Raisin, that's very good that you said it, that you studied since the beginning of time, then of course you will understand in that godlike fashion that humans will never raise above that level, because war and conflict is human.
There was one society that's been found in South America at 5000 BC that had no weapons shown in their development in their society, and what
They could
eventually
have strangled each other with hands, you never know. And it's 5,000 years ago, and we just
I
don't
know, but there was
I wouldn't be that hopeful, that's what I'm trying to say.
I know. They were developing nets, but they had not developed any weapons within their society. And the society itself was wiped out from a natural disaster. So we'll never know. Eventually, maybe, weapons would have developed within that society. But we're still learning a lot of things. Like, nothing is really written. Most things are theoretical anyways.
Well, that's fair. That's okay. I had a question for Cece. Cece, if you don't mind me, if you could indulge me, please. If I'm not quite mistaken, maybe you can find out from one of your friends on the Hill. If I'm not quite mistaken, the RCS is working together with her two counterparts amongst Democrats on submitting a revised House version of the Biden bill for Ukraine as a standalone bill. Is that true?
They're arm wrestling over it. We'll see what comes of it.
Yeah, but we should highlight the RCS is pushing that. It's something coming from the, from what can only be described as the single largest group within the Republican caucus, right?
I have not heard that that's where it originates.
I think we should be observant and monitor this, because we may be surprised to see that horse trading which took place in those days in order to make Mr. Johnson the unopposed speaker with a clean sheet most likely will have consequences. As always, elections have consequences, even that of the speaker.
Yes, this is why I just don't want Ukraine stripped out, right? It's because things need to be simple. I'm just so tired of the politics. I'm disgusted with both parties and their corporate interests. I just want them to pass a clean bill. That's it. 100%. Or in this case, a bundled bill, right? But with clean intentions, I should say.
That's my point. The problem is that the omnibus bills never really deliver all the things which they're supposedly focused on. They deliver a whole omnibus full of things. But if we could get a clean Ukraine bill carried by, say, 70, 75, nearly 80% of the House, that'll do.
It needs to be bundled.
How many days left until the continuing resolution?
There were 17 3 days ago, but then there was the weekend, whatever math that is.
I like it when you say that, whatever math that is. I'm sure somebody has a timer clock.
So it's around 14 days, but
I know it is.
Yeah.
So within 14 days, they won't get an omnibus done. They may get a continuing resolution done at the price of an agreement on budgets. Johnson wants a January timeline for this. That's a shotgun. Nobody wants to agree on this because it's insane. So they have to settle for something in February, which they don't like because of the primary season. So they'll have to find a date in between January 15 and the primary season kicking off heavily, right? If I'm not mistaken. And at the same time, you have what? You have only 14 days left, so you can pass two bills on that side and maybe a few tag-alongs, but that's it.
Yeah, and then I have a letter from a representative that's saying that Ukraine's going to run out of ammunition after the first 2 weeks of December. So I don't know what reports that's based on, but yeah, not good.
Yeah, it depends on how much ammunition they use in terms of artillery, and how much the Ukrainians fail to receive from the Europeans, because the Europeans are short by a few 100,000, which they should have delivered. Which is what is currently being used by some people in the Congress to make this more difficult and onerous.
Yeah, well, I'm really trying to hone in on which reps on both sides, but especially beyond the 18 Biden Republicans to target. So I'm going to start calling again here in a minute. So I'm going to duck down, but yeah, if anyone wants to see the list of those 18 Biden Republicans, I'll link them on the or no, they're there under my pinned tweet.
By the way, I think we call them Republicans who also are bipartisan.
Yeah, they're the ones who won in Biden districts, so their seats are vulnerable next year, especially, and so that's why I'm hoping that they will keep him in line. This one man who's far to the right will keep him in line.
Yes, I hope. Sorry, but don't have anything to add to it. Hope is always good. But Drively has it
Drively
his.
Yeah, I
Please
just
go ahead.
think one thing I really like about this site and what you bring to the table, Axel, and UCC both, is that we just need to keep it simple. Call the people. One of the ideas I would have is your district, and it's like a anywhere from Democratic leaning to say +5R. That person is vulnerable. Okay, whether he tells you he's vulnerable or not, because if you're at a +5R, you're at risk of having an outlier election, which 2024 very much could be, in which you get wiped out. And it could go either way. But if I were a Republican right now, with the way the hard part of the party is kind of pissing off the independents, and I were a moderate Republican, I would worry. I think they're probably the most at-risk group in the whole House of Representatives and in the Senate, for that matter. The hard right in a +20 seat, +R20 seat. By +R, I mean that there's 20% more. If you break it down, you have 30% Democrats, 50% Republicans, and the rest independents or something like that. So you'd have a +20 seat. There's no way that Republican House member is going to lose. There's just no chance. But if you're in a district that is 35% Republican and 30% Democrat and the rest independent, boy, you're at risk. And you may not even be in a Biden district. So if there's any way, CC, your guys can break that down to see who are the Republicans in anything from +5 to 0, those guys should all have their bells rung, every single one of them. And they should be rung over and over and over again, because they're all vulnerable, and they won't tell you they're vulnerable, but they really, really are. And so that's just something that I would strongly encourage. And I read that from multiple sites on the political sites, that is sort of the bailing. And by the way, it goes the other way with the Republicans targeting Democrats. If there's an issue that they want to target moderate Democrats, they look for anyone from +5D to 0. And those guys are all vulnerable. So in this particular case, we're looking for Republicans that are likely to support the speaker, but in the back of their mind, they're still worried about their seat. And if they're in a +5 or less, yeah, they should worry. So those are the people we should target. Now listen.
Thank you, Cici.
So this staff member named, as far as I was really pressing for like who I should get everyone to call, and she said Fitzpatrick, Molinaro, Laloda, Brandon Williams, New York, Lawler, Despacito, and Schweikert. So I'll put those in a tweet because I don't expect anyone to remember them. But this is insider information coming in kind of in real time here on how to get this bill passed. So let's do this thing.
Very well, thank you for that. And at the same time, let me just throw one more curveball into this. For those people who have been monitoring what Big Bad Orange Man is doing, Big Bad Orange Man's polls are tanking across a number of sensible and very specialized polling institutions, both Republican and Democrat leaning, both mainstream and both highly analytically outliers. Very interesting. And with that, I leave you to think about what happens if Mr. DeSantis finally loses all clout with his donors and Tim Scott says, it's enough now. And Mr. Christie decides that's a good idea to run as vice president on another ticket, then you only have the insidious little snake oil tradesman, Ramaswamy, and Orange Man. But you have Haley in the bang middle, and she can take the moderate vote. Think about what that means. In Iowa, Miss Haley has just doubled her count. in a number of those polls. This is not over by a long shot. And that's why it's so interesting as to what happens both in the House and in the Senate, because the Republicans there almost likely will not quite like what's happening to their party. I would never count them out. As much as I wouldn't count out say 12 years ago, 15 years ago, I would have thought the majority of the Democrat caucus is still driven by the good intentions of the small minority of the blue dogs. That, of course, now is a vanishing minority. But Cece, please.
Well, I would also just hope that, every time Biden comes out with something for Ukraine, he gets so much flack from the far right that I would also hope when he's not up for re-election, that then he would just go hard in for you. Well, hopefully this thing will be over then, right? But if it's not, that's how I hope it would play out. If nothing else, I'm just trying to think of every eventuality to help Ukraine here.
Very well, very well. Dry fly.
I had been expecting that, quite frankly, Axel. I watch Iowa pretty close. I worked down there for 30 years. I lived down there, and I lived on the border. I'm almost sort of like a closet Hawkeye. Okay.
You're a Hawkeye spotter.
Yeah, well, I'm not. I went to their top rival, but the point is that I lived on the border so damn close for so many years and did so much business down there. And I lived there, and it's burned into my brain. They are a very odd bunch. Okay, they were super supportive of Trump, and when they
I knew you would start with something like that. I like it.
well, it really is. I mean, I love the state. I had some of my best business trips in Iowa, and it was a lot of face palm. Okay, but I love them. I just love them, and it's the kind of thing that rivals are made of. I mean, I grew up in Minnesota most of my life and lived right literally 10 miles across the border. And we just fought like, and I tell you, if I took you on a car ride and went back and forth across the border, you wouldn't know Iowa from Minnesota. They look so identical, ethnically the same. The landscape is the same. The accents are the same, but oh my God, are we opposed? But anyway, the point is, I get where they're coming from. I expected Iowa to be a mess for Trump if he didn't get his ground game going. And from what I'm reading and hearing from people down there, he does not have a ground game. Haley has a ground game. Okay. Meaning this is a caucus. This isn't a primary. So it means you have to actually go get people to show up at a school and then say, I'm for this guy or I'm for that guy. And one of the things I would love to pick Randy's ear, and if you get a chance to talk to him offline sometime, ask him, what would it take in the primaries or in the caucus states to get, if they don't have a way to block Trump, is there a way to get a group of people who will be unaligned? In other words, in Iowa, if you go into the caucus and say, I don't want someone for Trump, I don't want someone for this, I just want someone non-committed to go to the convention and then decide. By pushing it out, the decision out, it puts Trump in a very, very awkward position to be able to really raise hell, and especially raise hell with Ukraine, which is what he's going to do over the next 2 to 3 months. And so I don't know if that could be done, but that would be huge. But yeah, I expected his polling to decline. The people I follow had been telling me that, the sites and the pundits I follow said they expected Trump to get weaker as they got closer to the primary, which is why his organization pushed the primaries up so hard into the spring. They wanted it to be done by February. They want this whole thing to be wrapped up by Super Tuesday. So yeah, anything
not happening, right?
I don't know. I really, that I don't know. I mean, I don't see the numbers on the ground, but I think you're right. I don't think it's going to happen because too many people like who are conservative in every way, shape, and form, but are not MAGA, are going to do everything in their power to try to keep that guy from getting the reins, and at the same time not make it look like they're the ones personally who killed him off, because it's going to be too much retribution amongst them. Then you end up like Liz Cheney. So it's going to be really interesting to watch. I think Iowa is going to tell us a lot what goes on at that caucus, but that's months away. Ukraine needs aid now. If those representatives in those R+5 districts, okay, worry about Trump not being strong enough to really punish them, and certainly not strong enough to help them, they're going to be way, way more interested in finding a compromise that gets the heat off them. That's why I say the +5 R and below districts, are really important. And I think there's like 30 of them, not just 6 or 8 or 10. And I don't know what they are because I don't have database to that numbers, but I bet you guys could find out, and you could find out who is in a R+5 or less Republican leaning district. And I bet you there's 30 or 40 of them. And those guys could all be hit on. And it might surprise us how many of them would either openly or behind the back, closed doors, push to make sure this thing got through. And I'll listen. Thank you.
4 weeks ago, the betting average at RCP on Haley was a third of DeSantis. She's now at 9, DeSantis 8.5. She paired off. Trump is hovering on betting averages high because people like to, bet on the leader of the pack. But strangely enough, when you go granular, as you just suggested, state by state and the likes, the early voting states and the caucuses, the primaries, are turning against him. There's currently already he doesn't have a majority anymore. He doesn't have a lead beyond 50% in New Hampshire or in Iowa. He just doesn't. National polling is irrelevant in primaries. People need to get that. We need to get back to the 1990s set of proper politics. I think we'll be surprised, not only because his utter decrepit behavior shies away independence and has lost a vast amount of the Republican Party and caucus already. I think we'll be surprised about the outcome of the first, say, pick 7 primaries and the caucuses. And we won't have to worry about Orange Man bad any further. I think what we have to worry about is only whether by that time, with all this Humpty Dumpty behavior, Humpty Dumpty hasn't fallen off the bloody ledge and broken because you can't fix him. As CC says, we need that bill, and we need it tabled, and we need the House to vote on it. Everything else is important strategically and in the medium term. But short term, that's 14 days and a few hours to fix that dang thing. Dr. Menace.
Yeah, I was actually going to encourage people to call their member of Congress, or a member of Congress in their state, or one that looks like it's in a purplish district. And I'm going to say, as a person who hates talking to real staffers, you can call after 5 p.m. and leave a message on the answering machine. It's very low stress. You will not get anyone there. No one will talk to you, and they will still log your call in the morning.
CC loves to hear that because that's so classic. It's like it's the Sunday evening message so that their voice inbox on Monday is keeping them busy until the kazoo.
Yeah, I talked a lot about that this weekend, and I'd pictured us all with cigarette extenders, just leisurely, slowly, these elegant arguments to them. It really is a name and shame game, right? Like, everyone feels so ashamed of what just happened with the House of Representatives. Republicans trying to get a speaker that they really, and I don't blame them, right? They want to look like they have their shit together. Okay, well, this is how you can get your shit together: is get this bill done and dusted to get this help out the door.
100%.
Yes, now that we spoke about Donald's, Orange Man's, and so on and so forth, I kind of feel reminded myself of a country I just came back from, which is Poland. But going farther into the north, I would like to share with you some piece of interesting news. You all remember the pipeline which has been sabotaged after Nord Stream, which then came out that it was sabotaged by the Chinese ship with its anchor. It seems to turn out that the owner of a ship, which has been called New something, Let me look it up again. Your new polar bear is actually a Russian. Surprise, surprise.
Well, that was what the Finns published right away in the moment when they published the name. They said that this, whilst in service to the Chinese, is a Russian ship.
Oh, sorry then. I didn't get it. I kind of get the impression that it was a Chinese ship, but nice to
Well, it's
now
owned
hear
by
it.
it is owned by someone who supports Vladimir, and there you go.
There you go.
Everything going to plan, Vladimir Vladimirovich, huh?
I don't know. There have been also rumors, actually, that one, at least, of the doubles has passed away. But you know, there have been always rumors. So I can tell if everything is going according to plan. But he's at least they are good in making trouble, and this at least is going according to plan, from what we can see. And it's not good. And we should stop it. We should unite and do not fight with each other, but against the real threat at hand. Yeah, Axel, did you had any chance actually to look into the thread of Pedro's or into the article?
Not yet at all. I will
Okay.
give it a look in a little while.
Well, then maybe
You may remember that you heard me talking for a little while here.
that's true. No problem. But I know you can multitask.
If only. I'm told by the powers that be that my level of multitasking is just high frequency sequencing.
That's also what the computers do, by the way. That's why ones get the impression that a one core CPU is multitasking, although it's one CPU. It's just because it's frequently switching between different tasks.
Unbelievable. In a second, you will tell me that there is no artificial intelligence yet. We have not yet approached the singularity, and it's all just machine learning.
We talk about it already. You know I will. So yes, 100%, 80%, and about the singularity, what the heck, I don't know. Oh, well, yes, it's so sad actually to seeing anti-Israeli paroles sprayed all over Vienna. I saw also yesterday a riot here in Hamburg going into similar direction where I can actually live. So I can't really look
I did not know
optimistic
that you're
into
living in Stahlshoop.
No, it was I'm not living that much far away from the from the center, but
Sorry, I was making a joke. That was an inside joke. Apologies. The global audience, there is one specific and only one area of Hamburg which really is decrepit in terms of its, shall we say, social cohesion, and that's that.
Oh, I would also call St. Georg actually a little bit
Yeah,
problematic.
but that has to do with different things and a different. Then that's different.
Yeah, different. Okay, let's leave it like this. But of course, it does not mean that.
This is where medical researchers go after the HPV virus and how it spreads, you know?
True. So great people. If you would like to came up, we have a few places on panel right now available for you. And I would gladly dig into my news and topics bunker filled with great stuff and bring something up for you. Well, yeah, it works. And Jonathan comes up. It's amazing. You just say and you get it. I heard it somewhere.
Do you want to hear a really bad joke? You get what you say for?
Okay, go on. Sure. To get what you say for?
Yes, it's mangling the language. It's an abuse of the English language. You get what you pay for. I apologize. Carry on.
Yeah, something. Yeah, at least I know that you need to be careful what you ask for. And Jonathan, you joined us, so maybe you might want to say something. Yeah, go on, please. Jonathan. Now I know there is a.
No, it's Johannes, not
Johannes.
Jonathan.
Hallo, Johannes. You can speak. Du kannst sprechen.
Sorry, I forgot to unmute myself. Yeah, first I actually wanted to listen a bit before actually chiming in, but if you ask me, I obviously have to do that right away, and I really need somebody to give me an optimistic spin on this. I don't know, Axel, if you've seen it, or if anybody else on the panel has seen this incredibly, I would say, rather pessimistic article in the Ukrainska Pravda, in the English edition, which was talked about Zelensky being no longer optimistic and still kind of his closest advisors considering Zelensky to be deluded, kind of stubbornly still believing in victory, and which was also mentioning cases of military commanders refusing commands, refusing to advance, and being determined to just stay in the trenches and hold the line instead of moving forward. So I mean, this was I just read this 5 minutes ago, and since I mean, I think they've taken that from the New York Times, and the journalist who wrote it is a certain. Well, his last name is Schuster, and he seems to be a rather well-credentialed guy on Eastern Europe, and but I was surprised. I thought, well, if this is just total claptrap, then Ukrainska Pravda would probably not republish it. So, yeah, I wonder what's going on there. Is there serious doubt? Around the kind of the closer circle around Zelensky, whether Ukraine is still kind of on the path to victory or not. And yeah, I don't know if I feel like when I'm reading things like that, I'm always getting nervous. So
I don't see the article of Mr. Schuster on Ukrainska Pravda, neither in the Ukrainian nor in the English language section. Where do you have it?
Maybe you, Johannes, you might.
Sorry,
want to
I'll have to, because I just moved away from my computer, so I don't have it in front of me. I have to find it again.
But I see we have.
Schick mir mal den Link.
Yeah, okay, I will.
I see we have two fellas coming up, Kerry and Green, who kind of directly responded to them. So whoever of you has some insights on this, please go on. If you go on both,
Sorry, just don't wait for me, because I have to go back to my computer, and because I don't find the link on.
Not a problem. You're not Argentina. We neither cry nor we wait for you. Come back. Come back soon.
Okay.
See you later. So, guys, do you have any insight on this particular article? Because it might seem to a little bit.
Ladies, Kerry and Anda, please.
I don't have insight, but I have questions while Axel's there.
You have questions. That's an understatement.
I do have
That's
questions.
an under-opening.
Go on,
Carol.
Anda, the Green Witch. You go first.
Oh God. Oh God.
Do you have questions?
I always have questions. But this time I have a comment, if I'm allowed.
What do you mean, if you're allowed? You're speaking. Come on. Carry on.
So it has happened in every army, right? We have to be. So from time to time, we will. The press will reach will reach out with some pieces of news which are concerning, right? This happening, that happening, which is not good for Ukraine. Johannes mentioned earlier, some kind of a mutiny and people refusing to leave trenches and stuff like that. If it would have been a mass action, something that happened regularly within the army, that's actually something you go. Everybody hates the police in the army, but for something like this, you do meet them.
Please direct all your complaints again towards Mr. Patrick Fox, who was an Air Force military police guarding a base, which is why he is so highly qualified in his judgments today. Carry on.
But apart from that,
This is where you learn combat strategy and theater strategy and all those kind of things. But he was definitely very good at suppressing mutinies at the PX store. Carry on, please.
Well, my point is, in every army, at some point, someone will, disobey what's been told, disobey the orders. But from that to extrapolate that to there is a problem in the Ukrainian army, I think it's a great overstretch. And I say this because, one, they want to defend their country, right? And two, it's not that bad. I don't know how to put this. I don't know how to express my point of view more clearly.
Simple, loud complaints are completely fine under.
Yes.
People are taking the anecdotal individual complaints and extrapolate them, as you just said, to a systematic failure, which is not there, which is typical for media hype, isn't it?
Yes, because there are two things, right, Axel? Right now, there are two things at the international level, three actually, which pulled our attention. Ukraine has been on the front of every newspaper for the last 2 years. We're closing on 2 years. And I think actually we should be more concerned what can we do to help them to go through this winter better. So that's one. Two, Israel, right, who right now has a personal, separate. It's not. I know everybody says that's an invasion. I don't see that as an invasion. I see it as an attack to their sovereignty, and that as an attack to humanity. But that's my point of view. And three, there is Iran, and the problems there. So you have to sell. there are not many things in the States right now worth selling, if may I say. Like, it's same old, same old. It's a bit of a down. So you find something. I'm not saying there just like you said, there will be people who will have problems, and one thing is that they have ATACMs right now, correct? They have weapons they didn't have last year, they didn't have last winter, and there are weapons which make a difference. So for the army, when you get such weapons, it gives you courage and hope. It doesn't make you say, yeah, okay, I'm not leaving this trench. Right?
It's completely normal that you have troops who are failing. And in combat, often enough, troops, when they're completely exhausted, have to make a decision as to whether they are willing to simply stand up together and fight, or they cave. That has happened in the past in pretty much every army known to man. So it's not unusual. You're absolutely right. And has it happened in the Ukrainian army? Some reports have surfaced, yeah. Has it happened thousands of times in the Russian occupation force? Oh, yes. The Russians complain about it. They execute those. They currently, today, tonight, in this very minute, somebody south of Avdiivka, Russian soldier, unwilling to fight, retreating, is being executed by his own, by troops of the Russian state. So be it. It's a barbaric, authoritarian regime. Not a single Ukrainian soldier has been executed by its own armed forces. There's a difference between them and us. And in that difference lies the crux to victory. And I couldn't care less what kind of media spillover comes, for example, from the infamous Time magazine's authors to Ukrainians who then try to bring it back and report it back, but it's not even a Ukrainian author, it doesn't matter. Ukrainska Pravda. That'll happen. Anda is correct. This is anecdotal evidence. It's being used for yet another, what the Germans call saure Gurkenzeit, sour gherkin time. Time, or the Americans called it once, the slow news day. There is no slow news day anymore at the moment, but there are slower days of hard slog of an ongoing offensive. I have a number of good colleagues and friends who are all completely unhappy with the results of the current offensive, and they're constantly badgering people about it. I'm calm. I am absolutely calm. There's reasons for being calm. What I see and what I hear is that they're annihilating the Russians. They're attriting and thinning them. They're whittling them down until they have more of the key equipment which they need. It's true, it should be all much faster. It's true, the Ukrainian counteroffensive should already be way down to Henichesk and way down Skadovsk and Amiansk. But let me remind you what that depends upon. Air assets, ATACMS, GLISDIBs. It requires maybe another 800-900 Bradleys. It would require another 400-500 M1 Abrams. It requires definitely a lot more Excalibur, a lot more Vulcan, a lot more precision-guided ammunition in general. But it would have required ATACMS when General Ben Hodges demanded them to be delivered here on this space, on this very space, last year, end of May. And always since. In every single interview, in every single posting, whenever there's a possibility, it was highlighting the key assets to be delivered to Ukraine in order to create the capabilities, the resilience in order to defend, as well as the variability, and therefore capability to constantly keep the enemy on its toes, nervous, guessing, and pushing them back, attriting them, getting behind the lines and hitting them. So if somebody's complaining about a lack of perceptible progress to the extent that cities on City Street would like to see it when they play Risk at home, or watch on YouTube some strange video done by someone who summarizes to them the results of World War II, Korea, or watch the biggest ever battle of Vietnam, whatever kind of bullshit they're watching, all right? All that kind of crap. Forget it. If you're below the age of 21, go enlist, serve, learn the craft, learn what it means to serve, to fight, and to lead man into battle. Then come back and talk about it with us about exactly that point. If you have the opportunity, if you have the opinion beforehand that you shouldn't. But if you follow the lead of, I don't know, Ben Hodges, Big Ryan, John Spencer, Nuno Felix, Chuck Farrer here on this program, then you will understand by now where this all goes. This is a political issue. It's a purely political issue. This is why we're here. We need to make sure that the weapon systems are there, because then Ukraine can defeat the enemy, which is why President Zelensky was completely right when he gives the quote that he is the only one who believes in Ukraine to be victorious as much as he does. And that is a Churchillian position. The man needs to be commended for his leadership. The man needs to be supported for his outcry. The man needs to be absolutely, generally, every single day praised for the dedication, commitment, and absolute unswerving, energetic push to get Ukraine what it needs to win. And with that, my voice is really croaking. Hi, Alan.
Yes, I heard it. Ellen is the next to speak. Sorry, but I just wanted to relieve you somehow because you need a pause, obviously. Do not overestimate it. Ellen, please go ahead.
Hi, Macilius. Hi, Axel. Axel, you need a hot toddy. And this Time cover story that Johannes is referring to, it's sensationalist and subjective. And it, as Axel says, is published at precisely this time when it can achieve high visibility, bring readership to Time magazine, etc. But the one true thing in it, and it deserves to be true, is that President Zelensky is angry or growing angry with the delay and the dilatory tactics, political tactics of some of the NATO nations and allies that have supported Ukraine. If anyone has a right to be angry, it is Volodymyr Zelensky, who, as he said, as Axel emphasized, nobody believes as much in Ukraine's ultimate victory than President Zelensky. And allies should be chastised by this, especially Olaf Scholz. The Taurus missiles should be arriving in Ukraine urgently at the earliest possible moment, now that all of the earliest possible moments when these missiles could have been delivered have sped by us. And now it is Olaf Scholz who is the outlier. The UK and France delivered their Storm Shadow and Scalp missiles, still after a delay. The United States delivered a version of ATACMS, still after delay.
but more are on the way. And now only Olaf Scholz is the outlier here. He, but all the critical allies, should be chastised by Zelensky's feelings. And they must act because there is still so much more to be done.
That's totally true, and I'm 100% right. And I'm keen if you have actually read also the article which has been published about Biden and Scholz in the New Yorker. It's like the second from the right, the third from the right now. And I also added to the nest the article you've been referring to from Ukrainsky Pravda, which is the second to the left. And actually one more, which is also very interesting and we might want to speak about, which is going into similar direction. But I see hands, so I didn't want to take up your time, guys. And if it's okay, do you have some direct feedback, Ellen, or should we go on with Carrie?
We should go right to Carrie.
Thank you. Carrie.
Thank you, guys. Sorry, I dropped before and then I was able to come back in. So, Axel, this isn't my question. It's just a little interjection and then I'll ask my question. So I have an idea for you. I took a load of things to the charity shop tonight, which is like a thrift store, I think is what you call them if you're in America. And I bought this button that speaks for you. So I've only got a no button. I don't have a yes button. But being a teacher, I thought, oh my God, I've got to get this. So I'll just demonstrate it for you briefly, Axel, because maybe you need to have a set of buttons in front of you to save your voice. So, should we stop believing in Ukraine? No. Did you hear that? Should we make sure that Putin is victorious? No. So I hope you heard that. So basically, this is just something I'm going to use in the classroom. No. To basically, avoid having to say stuff to the kids. I'm going to try it out, see if it works. But my concern is that they will start playing up, so I keep pushing the button. But anyway, so my question is, and this is why I wanted to ask it while Axel is here. So Ukraine is not going to give up, no matter what. No matter what the rest of the world does, Ukraine will continue its fight. We all know that, and we are constantly campaigning to reduce how long that takes, the amount of Ukrainian lives that are destroyed, the amount of Ukrainian land, everything that is being destroyed day by day by day. We're trying to support in whatever way we can to reduce that. But worst case scenario, what do you think the situation is with all of the private companies, military industry that is now moving into production in Ukraine and their own work that they're doing, things like the Army of Drones, the work that Alexandra Commission is doing with the strategic industries? What do you think that self-perpetuating, self-sustaining scenario, what can that achieve at the moment? And just to say, thank Jesus H. Christ that they started doing that. I had a really strong feeling when that began snowballing that the Ukrainians, Zelensky and his team were like, Jesus, these guys are not pulling their bloody fingers out. We are going to go all out on pushing forwards our own capabilities as much and as fast as possible. And thank God they did. So, Axel, this is more the type of thing that you would know about. What is their own production, self-sustaining, partnership with industry capability? Where is that going? Because that's something that is less able to be fucked up by international politicians?
It may not achieve the scale which they need. It's hard for it also to achieve that in such an environment. But it may create an output of critical systems which can tip the balance in each and every segment. And that's very important. Having a maintenance capability for Western tanks in country is vital. This has been a discussion which we had with a number of people last year, early in summer, as to how this could be set up. And it's good that this is happening. You need depot level maintenance for tanks, for IFVs, as well as APCs. So they need more than just Rheinmetall land system, and they need a few of them. And I think they'll get them now. Creating drones and creating them in Ukraine is important. Creating them in adjacent countries will be helping them to scale. They can't create aviation assets as much as they like, but they can create missile technology inside the country. They may have to build some critical items outside the country in order to be able to put it under the umbrella of Western nuclear umbrella patronage. And that's fine. It's completely okay. But so their commitment in building out their own industrial base shows the Europeans what is needed. It allows the extension of the workbench into the country, helps on maintenance and operations, and as I said, in certain elements, for example, if they were to be able to integrate a couple of missile systems, you can see it now with, there's now various discussions about this, and we had this here last year. If you remember, there was a kind of it looks like a Jeep type system which integrates Hawk missiles and the likes and Sidewinders. Kongsberg once created this. We spoke about this here, even Mamadou Little Air Wing once, the Paris Air Show in 2014, and that system does exist. And the Ukrainians have done the very same thing. They've improvised and they've created what this kind of Franken missile kind of setup. There's going to be developments which are sort of say intersegment, or the connect different kind of segments, change the use of existing weapon systems, improve the usage of old NATO past generations of weapon systems which can be utilized in a better fashion, integrate them into different fire control systems, upgrade them. That's all good. And this is stuff which they can do by means of improving their industrial base. So if you take this all together, what they're doing is extremely worthwhile, both from an industrial perspective, in terms of logistics. It sells well towards the West, interconnects with the West, therefore you always have a feedback loop and allow Western weapon system manufacturers to also take in back data. So by means of interconnection with the Western weapon system manufacturers, you become the battleground where things are being tested. This is not just economically attractive, but it's also extremely worthwhile. And it helps NATO and the Western coalition. All in all, this is a decent concept. It is absolutely necessary, and Ukraine is making big strides in it. So it has a multi-layered approach. It has a multifaceted setup. It integrates different parties on both government and industrial level, and it allows them to develop capabilities, some of which are utterly critical and others are exceptionally helpful to create new benefits in the battlefield, which otherwise would not have existed.
Thank you, Axel. I knew you were the right person to answer that. And I think we need to hear that forward momentum, that movement, that organization, that progress that is being made. Because, what the rest of the world is doing is rather annoying, frustrating, depressing. We need to hear this positive news about what Ukraine is doing for itself, which it always has.
Yes, thank both of.
Yeah,
Excellent.
let me just add one thing, because Alan is here, and Alan has been talking to Chuck more often than I have in recent weeks when Chuck was not traveling. But there's a couple of, I don't know, there's a couple of developments which are actually quite interesting, where auf Deutsch würde man sagen, auf tönernen Füßen, where the Russian armed forces by now, logistically, contrary to what many analysts in the West and people who read news and read interviews and listen to the anecdotal evidence of certain, I don't know, military voices are allowed to be interviewed or not, but still bringing their news about, have recently been saying, especially in the last 2 weeks, which is, there's a lot of gloom and doom in there. The Ukrainians have managed to dehull the Russians. They have managed to take away their foundations of support. They have tied them up in the southeast. They've pushed them across and around Crimea. They've opened up capability to create better lodgements on the left bank of the Dnipro. They're about to push hard there and in at least 2 other vectors. And they can do so no matter the weather. I think a lot of Western observers are in for quite a ride and quite a surprise in the next few days and weeks. It's not the miracle on ice, because there's very little ice yet. And by the way, we had significantly less rain than in years prior. I think the Ukrainians are doing reasonably well given the hand they're dealt with. But Alan, please.
I was simply going to say, Axel, that, you know, everywhere we look, we see the result of delay and procrastination. Everywhere we look except Ukraine, because Ukraine is not procrastinating. They are not delaying. With Alexander Commission and the minister in charge of innovation, that you see Ukraine signing agreements with German munition manufacturers, French munition manufacturers, actually already building factories in Ukraine to ramp up 155 millimeter ammunition production, to ramp up drone warfare. You know, one of the things that Chuck and I are going to review tomorrow night on Bullet Points is the rapid development of drone warfare over the line of contact. Not simply as reconnaissance, but as a new striking force that it is Ukraine developing first and foremost, faster than Russia. It is not just the Shahed drones that Russia is aiming constantly at Ukrainian cities. It is what Ukraine is doing to develop this new form of warfare with a great sense of urgency, with great skill, and with great innovation. So you look around and you see the results of delay in the United States Congress. You look around, you see the results of delay by Ukraine's allies. And it is only Ukraine that is going full speed ahead.
I mean, it's fair to say that the gains are not what people would have looked for. That the Russian strategy of mining everything to death has soaked up a lot of the force. Yes, that the Russians are using their drones also quite effectively. But at the same time, the Russians are losing material on a level which goes far beyond what we have assumed. And I think Chuck also in recent days talked about the impact of the massive losses of infantry on the troops and troop commanders around Avdiivka, I presume, right, Alan?
Yes, exactly, around Avdiivka. And Chuck and I are going to talk a lot about Avdiivka tomorrow night. Is it the next Bakhmut? We'll wait and see. But I do think that the ability for Ukraine
It's
to
going faster
use,
there, right? Alan, is it fair to say it's going much faster in and around Avdiivka than it ever did around Bakhmut?
yes, it is fair to say that, and the Russian losses are growing faster. I think the latest I saw was already 4,000 soldiers fed into that grinder in Avdiivka, and no decisive advance by Russia. Remember, Ukraine is on the defensive, and then in Avdiivka has been since 2014. But I think that Ukraine's ability to strike Russian logistics, to take out air defense, as they did yesterday, again in Crimea, these are not pinpricks. These are all adding up to knocking the legs out from under the Russian war machine in Ukraine.
You said it,
I think,
knocking the legs under. This is it. I said auf tönernen Füßen oder yeah. It's if the legs are so thin that they would vibrate and therefore give off a tone. That's how it is, and you can knock them off by now.
I think in very short order, you will see the Russian war machine in Ukraine floating like a disabled Hulk in the ocean.
Yes, Tönen Füßen was so hard to translate because you described it now 100% correct. But I thought about House of Cards or castles built on sand, but you can only describe it like this. It's built on very thin legs which vibrate, and it's something different. Thank
Deutsche
you.
Sprache, schöne Sprache.
Ja, in der Tat, in der Tat.
Oyvind.
Yeah.
Good evening, guys. I see Alan is on, so I have a question that I raised maybe yesterday, but the people online there, I think they wasn't real. They couldn't really answer it, so I raise it again. Alan, if the Congress is blocking aid, but they're producing ammo in USA, is it any way that ammo can be exported to NATO country and they pay for it? So it's not an aid without having a voting in the Congress.
Well, to the best of my understanding, Oyvind, the ammunition that is being produced now in the United States is bound for Ukraine no matter what. It doesn't require a vote of Congress. It is part of the aid that is already in the pipeline. But the Department of Defense could also sign sales contracts with various NATO nations that are outside of any Ukrainian aid package that the U.S. Congress has to vote on. They could begin to sign such contracts today if they so wanted, and if the NATO nations wanted to enter into these contracts, and this will be true going forward. I don't think that you will see a Congress delay aid to Ukraine. There is going to be a way through for Ukraine, whether it is a bundled aid package, as the original package was bundled by President Biden, or whether there is agreement for successive up and down votes on aid packages to Israel, followed by an aid package to Ukraine. which frankly would have to be followed by an aid package to Taiwan, because Taiwan was part of the originally bundled, I think it was $160 billion of military aid to these three nations specifically. Now, the Republicans may have a speaker, but that doesn't mean they have found a way to govern in the House.
Another question about these aids. The attack camps that was sent to Ukraine, they were as I understand, they were so old that they had no value. They actually had a negative
That's not
value.
true. That's not true. They all have a value. The minimum value in the asset register of the U.S. Armed Forces is $1. And they're not so old, they're just old. Are they useful? 100%.
I know they are useful, but my question is more related to if these aid packages is related to a budget or money. Why can't they send more attack camps that is written
It's not
off?
related to a budget of money. It's related to politics.
So it's related
The
to
US has enough money. It's all about politics as to who has the power to decide as to how money gets spent in future for what things or for what it will not be spent. It's all about, it definitely is not about saving money. If it were about saving money, the various Congresses since the Second World War, all of them, most of them Democrat, the remainder of them Republican, would not have been as collectively spendthrift.
But money is used in the debate in I see on the net
Of
in
course they use
USA.
it. Oyvind, come on. If you go to the market in Norway somewhere on the weekend and somebody tries to sell you something, what will the person do? He or she will use any trick in the book to make sure that what he or she wants to sell you is neatly described. And he or she will have. And the benefit in politics is always measured in money. Therefore, they measure it in money.
Yeah, and then it's better to give something that it costs nothing. I'm kidding. Anyway, yeah, we have to fight these who is against, and if they use money as a weapon in the to prevent Ukraine to get aid, well, then we must explain to them that it doesn't cost that much. Well, okay. Anyway, I stepped down.
Oh, no, you can say with us. It has been tried. It has been tried to describe them that it's actually they are using only a few percent of their own military spending and gaining not only security but actually defeating their historically most obvious opponent. But it somehow didn't sink. And then it has been tried to describe that this little investment is not only an investment in security, but also it's actually spent inland. So it's financing and recycling, getting back into the society. That didn't sink as well.
I know that, but when people putting up blockading arguments for not giving something, you have to walk around that blockade and say that that isn't the case, etc., etc. Well, anyway, I think I stepped down for this. Thank you.
Oh, fine.
Slava
Fine.
Ukraini.
Ukraine, Slava, and the third one is actually if Ukraine does not win this thing they are in, then there are other things to come. Because we know how someone who has won something in such a way will behave. He won't sit down and say, "Oh, this was my goal. and now I'm happy ever after. No, he will see this tactic has worked, and he will continue. And then we will get into some point where they will attack a NATO partner, and then they will not only have to send money, and not only them, but all of us, but also humans. So it's the cheapest thing you can actually do is to support Ukraine with whatever it needs. But we've been talking about politics for a good reason beforehand. And I also put it into an article from quite an old time where it was about Ukraine giving up on their atomic arsenal and how actually US has pressured them in hope to get on good terms with Russia. I mean, if they could have left at least one or two of them of their own atomic bombs they had, we would been now in this situation. So how cheap would this have been? But it does not sink either. So we are left with real politic issues here, and that's why we need to discuss them. And I hope Greenwich has something to add. And I stop my rant. Greenwich, please go ahead. Greenwich.
Hi.
Hi.
Sorry. I didn't realize I was called upon. I raised my hand because I saw a puzzling news in Ukrainian media, and I dug a bit deeper. Why is this in the Ukrainian media? Because on the site I'm looking at, it's usually specialized in everything military, but related to Ukraine. And the news is about Elbit Systems, which is a company from Israel, which is establishing an industrial center in the Czech Republic. And reading further, the keyword that attracted my attention and that made relevant this for Ukraine is drones. One of the things that Elbit Systems is known for is electronics for every kind of flying system, guiding systems, and also in this case, remote guiding systems. And one of the potential for cooperation is, in addition to drones, is the production of a remote combat vehicle. It looks like you will laugh at me. Probably Axel will cringe at this comparison, but I'm really, really that bad. This vehicle is called Pandur Second. It is manufactured in Czech Republic. So for the people who actually know what I'm talking about, this is what I'm talking about. For a girl like me, it looks like a Gepard in various ways.
It has no spots.
It has those spots. Oh God, I will paint some. I will make it happen. Didn't they say? But if I want it really, really bad, it will appear. Anyway, Elbit has a very big market. part of the market is in what's called multiple launch rocket systems, and also in short-range missile systems, right? So they have gained some attention, and the fact that they move in a very safe environment, and pairing up with the Czech Republic, which actually has pretty good equipments. I'm looking forward to see how this will develop. I hope next year. Am I so optimistic, Axel, to see
Yes.
next year something? Yes. To see next year something.
Pandur is a very decent piece of kit. It has a number of very cool little capabilities which no other vehicle has. But that's typically Czech. They find out things and they test things and they come up with great ideas. Love it, absolutely. They're superbly creative, great engineers. Issue is it has a single gun. The gun is a stupid Bushmaster, and sorry, my dear Anglo-American friends, but the MK-44, sorry, try it again, please. Nice doing, but try it again. And so yeah, it's decent. It's good. It's better than having spike up your ear. But other than that, if you want a real piece of kit, build more Gepards. Build them, or actually, you know what? Sod it. Upgrade the way the Sky Ranger works, and probably give the engineers there a good hot toddy, as I shall do now, and have them think again about that single gun, because it's bullshit. If you really want to make sure that you have the same kind of target acquisition, target elimination capacity, you want to use a double gun. This is why the Gepard concept was absolutely pitch perfect for its purpose. And if you do the same thing with the Sky Ranger, better sensors, better gunning, and then make it a double gun, then you win. But then again, hey, you would have to actually invest time into this. By the way, in the good old days, when things had to be developed under pressure, existential pressure, countries develop things in not months, but in weeks, and convert them in days. And coming back to Alexander Commission and the chaps in Ukraine who do this, they are and should be always to be applauded, because they're doing exactly that. Under existential pressure, they're developing unique solutions. And this is how it should be. If only our own capabilities would be used for this. And whilst that is going on, let me take out the big baseball bat to help my friend, mentor, and good leader, General Ben Hodges. The experienced but still young at heart Floridian highlighted that Mr. David Sachs, who is just that, has no idea of what warfare is at all. We are here on a platform where Mr. David Sachs is a friend of Elon Musk. We're here on a platform where David Sachs is spewing all his bullshit, where he says that Russia, Iran, China, North Korea, all together would have more resources, more people, and more industrial capacity, and definitely now comes more engineers. Whereas Ben Hodges had to highlight to him that he has absolutely no idea what we're capable of. The bullshit propaganda, gloom, and doom in the West, the anti-American, anti-capitalist, and I mean that, anti-capitalist, anti-freedom messaging from the far left and the far right, sponsored by the authoritarians, as Yehuda and M tried to fight them off today yet again here on this space, is absolutely abysmal. They have all torn off their masks. They have declared themselves. It is absolutely clear who we're fighting. But the good thing is, whilst we're slow, super slow, whilst our populace is complacent and still currently selecting the next holiday resort they want to travel to, which is completely fine. I understand why. Sooner rather than later, with that attitude, you'll be thinking about our armed forces. This is an existential, seminal moment in time. At this point in time, in October 2023, Ukraine, Israel, the coalition of the willing, the West, can still win this quickly, decisively, and without too much impact on their economies. In 3 to 4 months from now, that won't be the case. In 5 to 6 weeks from now, when everybody believes that they should go home for Christmas, that won't be the case either. We have 3 weeks, maybe, to decide, 14 days until a continuing resolution has to be passed in America. We have very, very little time to shed complacency and get fucking focused. And with that, my voice is really breaking, and Alan, I'll follow your advice. I'm gonna have a hot toddy.
A hot toddy is well deserved, Axel. Vasilius, go ahead.
Yeah, I just get something from one of our listeners who is actually he don't want to speak because he thinks that if he says it, he might be dropped off because he will run in anger. But I think his opinion deserves to be speak out here because he gives full credit to what Axel have said about Ukraine and the betrayal of actually currently the West. So instead, he said, I'm not going to speak in the space, but this is precisely the problem, what Axel said. Instead of knocking the legs off the Russian military machine, Ukraine should be able to retake the land. I don't give a about how bad Russian military is doing. I only care if Ukraine is in a state to liberate the land. And clearly they are not. I'm not gonna cope with narratives about how bad the Russians are doing. I want Ukraine to do well. And as of right now, the West has betrayed Ukraine again. I have never felt so ashamed being part of a Western society. Ukraine is not doing well, and there is no excuse for that. The only one who is excused is the Ukraine leadership. So this was one part he was referring to. Every single Western country is to blame for Ukraine's failure. Granted, if there will be one, but I'm none with coping myself into delusion. Round off, and he asked me to forward it because if he would put it into in front of everybody, he has yes, he thinks he will be dropped off. But no, you won't, and Metal Gear fella, we would gladly hear things like that. Don't feel ashamed. We all feel ashamed for what happened, and this was exactly the point which I started my rant today, and my contribution in the nest is still the third one from the right, and it's going exactly into the same direction. This article clearly showcases how the Western has failed, and the other articles I've been citing multiple times are also going in the same direction, because we actually need people like Senator McCain and leaders like who knows? History-wise, there have been so many who knew how to deal with a beast, how to tame it, and now not how to, yeah, do what the West is doing by appeasing it. So thank you very much for your contribution, and don't worry, you can speak it freely out, and we are here to support Ukraine, to support democracy, to support freedom. So you don't need to fear about anything. And there was about speaking up. I see someone's coming up, and it's once again Jonathan. Great
Yo,
timing.
Johannes is coming back. Yes. And
Yes, Johannes. Exactly.
you know, Masilius, to your point and to Axel's point, one thing I found very interesting in the news today, who did we hear from? We heard from Mitch McConnell. We heard from President Pavel. I just put up in the nest, it's not from today's news, but it is a very pointed interview with Mitt Romney. If you listen to all of these leaders, any fears that you have that the West will abandon Ukraine, any such fears should be allayed, especially listen to Mitt Romney. I never thought I would say this, but I will be sorry to see him leave the United States Senate and possibly leave public life, because he is sorely needed. Just listen to him. First tweet up in the nest and take what he says to heart. Basilius, let's welcome back Johannes. Johannes.
Yeah, I'm sorry to always be the doom and gloom guy. It's just that I'm just confused a bit by yours and Axel's messaging. On the one hand, I mean, you of course you I mean, it's really great how you reassure us, and that the West is not going to betray us. But at the same time, kind of a sentence prior, I think you and you also spoke about how the West is actually betraying Ukraine. Have very little time left to make sure that this, yeah, that Ukraine wins this thing. So I'm not really sure where we stand, and I guess there's absolutely certainly no place for complacency. That's clear. But of course, also the possibilities that we have to really make an impact are rather limited. And yeah, so I thought, well, this, maybe it's just me wanting to have a good sleep tonight and not be woken up too much by nightmares. But I'm really confused as to how you, how I should understand what you're saying. And on the one hand, you say we can kind of rest
How
assured
about
that the
literally?
US and
Well, one thing I'll say, Johannes, is that the way I especially read what is happening in Washington and in Congress currently, and this is a change, frankly. I see it in the Biden administration. I see it in the Senate, and I see it in the House. There is a new understanding about the cost of delay. and I would go so far as to say that some members of Congress are going to have to humbly admit that they have been wrong in the past in terms of helping Ukraine. The
Who was
cost
the
of delay
VP?
is
Who was
becoming.
the VP when Mitt Romney was mocked?
When Mitt Romney was what?
Mocked.
Mocked.
Who was the VP when Mitt Romney was mocked? In what?
Oh, come on. The mocking of Mitt Romney is at that point in time at an infamous debate, which everybody in the world saw, where the then flailing president, Barack Obama, who was about to lose an election, ridiculed candidate Mitt Romney and said the 1980s are now calling back to ask for their foreign policy back because the Cold War has been over for 20 years to earn a cheap shot, which then the moderator of that debate let go and reinforced with the next question.
Well, of course, Joe Biden was the vice president.
Ah, there you go. Thank you.
Yeah.
Case closed.
Well,
I rest my case. The defendant can carry on. Because evidently the defense counsel has already resigned.
I will simply say, Axel, I think that there is a new understanding in Washington, wherever you look, that delay makes it much more likely that the United States and NATO will find themselves in a hot
Who made that argument in the election of 2008?
John McCain.
Thank you.
And thank you, guys.
Who
Just
traveled?
quick
Hold
reminder.
on. Who traveled with John McCain? Who traveled with John McCain 3 times to Ukraine? It's 2 people.
I don't know.
It's 2 people.
2 people. Let me think about that, because John McCain gave great speeches in Kyiv. Who was with him? I can't tell you.
Lindsay and Amy.
Okay, well, there you have it. Then they should understand.
Biggest mistake of Amy was to recommend Mr. Sullivan to become an aide to Miss Clinton.
Wonderful. This is how much you learn through questioning.
Miss Cilius, I'm just going to break in here because all I have right now is my phone. I see Hop C requesting, and I do not have the ability to bring up requests. I hope that you can.
No, this is exactly what I was trying to bring up. If there is anyone in the panel who would, who does not have a question and is,
I'm fixing it.
I love you.
I'm fixing it.
Oh, thank you. Then we have an option to bring new speakers up. And also, Alan, I am sure you noticed we have Casper MD who joined us and raised his hand directly, and CC. So if
can I just
I'm
for
very
comic
glad
relief
for the question.
Sidious, for comic relief, Alan, you're right. It's not perfect, but the hot toddy works.
That's great. Your voice is all really getting better, Axel. That's for sure. And it was a great questioning. Sorry, Alan, for being the one who needed to bring up the answers, but it was a really good lesson for all of us. And with this, I give Casper the voice. So, Casper, you may speak.
Yeah, hello. I wanted to answer to Johannes that what if West betrayed not only Ukraine, but it betrayed itself a long time ago? They took the economic tool called migration and transformed it into welfare, future voters. So we have a lot of people, and we have also quite a few teachers promoting we know what in schools. We have global organization which are leftist, obviously. We pay a lot of our economic money, yeah, our potential to feed people in deserts without giving them, you know, a real future, because yeah, we just keep giving them food. We don't have what it takes to go to war. Imagine what will happen in your hometown. Imagine all these protests that are going on, doubled or tripled by insecurity, by people that imagine who is the politician who will be able to make any sort of proper changes to take the power in the country, because it's like we really got the, you know, universal voting really recently. How do you expect to unify around an aristocrat, you know, somebody with good brains and proper ideas, when everybody just has a, you know, a right of vote? And if majority doesn't agree with a good idea, we have to go to the bad idea, no matter what. So we don't have what it takes to just break the economic ties with the South or our enemies, because it will cause a war. Yeah, we can't just say, hey, you cannot cross with your ships anymore, China. China will respond. Yeah, China will put down our ships, will
Sorry,
make a lot of trouble
Casper,
for
where
us.
does all the Casper, where does all the inevitability come from? You're completely, utterly derogating human ingenuity and the creativity of the West. You're currently declaring that none of our politicians, none of our say, because we have bottom-up democracies, bottom-up republics, contrary to the heteroscedatic, say, wealth pyramid of authoritarian rule. Where do you see this come from? I can't quite follow. I mean, I understand that there are certain criticisms which you and I would easily agree on. I'm quite sure many people here would. But you're painting a picture of inevitability, which is not there. Could you provide some evidence for this?
Exactly. I got a really
It's an
bad feeling that
extraordinary claim, Caspar.
I don't really know if the end game already happened in the really past, or it's still somewhere in the future.
An end game, Caspar. An end game. That sounds a little bit more like Dune.
I will
I'm not
tell you
quite sure
what's
that
an
we're
end
going
game.
into
I
the.
will tell you what's an end game. Is to create.
What do you mean
Is
end
when
game? No, end
I will
game.
tell you
No,
what's
sorry,
an end game.
Caspar.
I will tell you
please,
what's an end game.
wait a second. An end game is a specific format within a tabletop or strategic exercise. I think there are people here on this panel who can talk about this. May I suggest that you think about this again, because there's no such thing as an end game currently in the grand opening.
Okay, I would rather say, maybe I used a bad term, but let's say a strategic blockade. So the free world created itself an own prison. You know, we paid for the cage we locked ourselves in. Basically, yeah, I paint a very dramatic picture. I had it really not so bad, but it gets bad. I don't know who is the politician who can make you know, proper change. You know, to go into education, to go into the military, to make cut the money where they shouldn't go and put them where they should go. You know, that's a lot of work, and people in the West, politicians in the West, got used to a very simple way of winning elections. They are using money to buy votes, directly or indirectly. Yeah, sometimes it's very corrupt and direct, like in East Europe. Sometimes it's, you know, through contracts.
Caspar, it's not in the West. Caspar, can you hear us? Please don't make such generous statements, because there's not a single election I'm aware of which has ever happened without people going out to win votes by promising something in future, which is what you just said, buying elections. So that is, by the way, part of democracy, projecting a different or a change with a view to benefiting people with the outcomes, or at least with the, which is better, that's by the way conservative politics, if you don't promise
Okay.
outcomes, but you promise adherence to principles. So let's just keep it at that, because otherwise this is going to meander off.
Yeah,
What's
let's
your
go
point?
back
You
to
were trying
just
to
a
raise a
strategic
point.
blockade. Okay, who is gonna be the politician that will stop sending money to useless international organizations and use it to improve our security? And
But they're not so
maybe,
useless, Caspar. See, you said useless. You make this generous statement of useless. I'm sorry to ask this. You're making very condescending statements to the United Nations organization, which supports the research of a certain worm. Why would you? Because we deposit mediocre, academically unqualified, but happy descendants of nations which are still in transition and their power elites into these organizations so that they don't bother us elsewhere. It's something which we do. Sorry to say so. Oh, apologies. I should not have said this out loud. Caspar, I think we need to move on, if you don't mind me saying this, because I'm not moderating, I'm just highlighting. But let's go to Hop C, because Hop had a comment as to my previous notions of not gloom and doom.
Upsy, are you with us?
Hibbity Hop.
Oh, sorry, guys. Caught me away from my phone. To our last speaker, we do not fear. Yeah, be concerned. Know that we have to do all the right things in the right order. But we have hit a crucial juncture in history, and these happen every few decades, maybe a little longer, maybe a little less. Ukraine will win, and through their own preponderance of effort and the fact that they don't have a choice, and due to the corruption of the Russian regime and political system, if you can even call that, it's really a kleptocracy. It's going to come crashing down, and is already doing so under its own weight. I feel like your dystopian view of the world is that of a cynic, and I feel cynicism is the easiest of all points of view to take. So if you want to expand your mind, try to let go of cynicism, see optimism, opportunity in at least equal balance. That's my only point. And when you do that, and when you look at the situation and you look at things that happen in the world, black swans, both good and bad, you realize that the future is anything but written. That's all I got to say on that.
Hopsy, I agree with you 100%. And I'll tell you something my father told me. He, towards the end of his life, said, "Alan, I'm an optimist." And that does not mean believing blindly in the best outcomes in the future. It means finding a way to those outcomes. Optimists are activists. I couldn't agree with you more, Hop.
100%, my friend.
Axel.
I was just about to add one thing. Hop, you saw that today an Israeli soldier was freed and rescued. Oh, sorry, was reported as being freed and rescued by the IDF, right?
Yes, yeah, I saw the reports. I don't know any details. I don't know if anything substantive is out there, but I saw that a young female corporal, they mounted an operation for. Keep going, Axel.
Of course. They rescued a female corporal of the IDF who had been captured in resisting the Hamas intrusion. We know very little about the fate of the young woman. But let's assume that it was not easy. They mounted an operation, exactly that. Oh God, now the wrath of God is coming here. What do you think was the headline of The Guardian this evening?
Well, I don't know, but I can guess that it's something idiotic, and maybe some sheep or something got loose in Scotland. I don't know.
No, the headline in relation to exactly this event of this communist, Polly Toynbee, stupid, Islamist, Islo-fascist, tolerating, yuckity yuck rag was what? Hostage soldier released in Gaza, says Israel.
Yeah, released. No captors live to tell the story.
Thank you for saying it. I'm so fucking fed up with the horseshoe. You know what? If I could literally find a way to relegate every single communist and every single right-wing fascist into a theme park on another planet, I would do so right away and sacrifice my life for it. It is inane. It is insane. It is so stupid. Say again. The Guardian doesn't say anything. It puts up a picture of this woman, supposedly amongst her family. And under the heading, they have a theme heading, which says Hamas. It goes on with hostage soldier released in Gaza, comma, says Israel. I mean, this is just the moment where you think, please, lock and load. Hopsy.
I'm thankful for moments like this. I really, really am. Let me tell you why. Because it allows clarity. I appreciate the Guardian doing that. It honestly, it's takes the low hanging fruit and moves it even lower for those of us who have a hard time reaching up and picking it. It offers clarity, and we should be thankful for these things. And as far as communists, being on the planet and all, sometimes God shows you good through evil. And that makes me want to segue into what the IDF is all about here, and the Ukrainian forces versus the forces of Russia and Hamas. There is no way in hell that Hamas or the Russians would ever mount a rescue operation for a lowly corporal, let alone a colonel. Their version, both those places of a rescue operation, would involve, mortaring the position where they last thought that individual was. There's rumors going around that the Russian battlefield medical care, if somebody's got a chest wound or a sucking gut wound, they just basically morphine them out of existence. They don't bother if they have the morphine. And that is the difference between the West and liberal democracies and places that have no value in human life, but only power and money. And that's all that Hamas and the Russians are about. They're really both kleptocracies, and they don't value human life. And the IDF willingly, and I know the UKR does the same thing, put men and women in harm's way to save one of their own. And I guess they don't have to ask for volunteers. They just come forward and do it. It's the deal. When we were, when I was actively in naval aviation, the deal was if you risked yourself and something happened, you truly believed in the deal, and the deal was they'll come, they'll get you. If they can, they will come and get you. And others will put their lives at risk to do so, just like you would. That deal doesn't exist for these morally bankrupt regimes.
Thank you. And I saw that Caspar has hand up, and then CC. And before Caspar, we go to you. I just wanted also to make.
Anybody there?
Thank you, Hopsy. to bring you somehow out of this tragic way of thinking. I mean, we are aware of our society.
I think I lost everybody.
Oh,
No, I
Hopsy,
can
I
hear
don't.
you. Hop, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Sorry to rant,
It's
folks.
Mercedes has an audio problem.
Well, Hopsy, maybe you can tell him to recycle because I think it will actually solve the problem. What do you
The
think,
funny part
Axel?
is, Mercedes, it's you having the issue because I can hear Hopsy can hear me, but you can't hear him.
Yeah, but it's sometimes actually I tried it also in other spaces. It's the other way around, and when he recycles, he will hear me again. And if anybody else does not hear me, maybe
Save us,
just
Alan.
to
I can hear you, Mathilius. I can hear Hopsy and Axel. So Mathilius, if you recycle, it will solve the problem, and you'll come right back as co-host. If you can hear me say that, and I hope you can.
I can,
Okay.
but I think also Hopsy's recycle will solve it. But I
Well,
can recycle as well.
Yes, I think it's better for you to recycle, Mathilius.
If you both recycle very quickly, we can measure who recycles faster.
Okay, 1, 2. He doesn't hear. You need to count. Axel, you need to count.
Okay, I'm supposed to give a countdown, Hopsy. You both recycle at the very same time. This is a recycle countdown, Hopsy. 3, 2, 1.
And the race is on. With that, we will briefly go back to Casper, and then to David and Cece. So Casper, one
I can
thing
see
that's
Hop.
yes, I can see Hop. One thing that struck me, Casper, about your statement as you first made it was that you said the West doesn't have what it takes to go to war. And as the conversation developed, I took it to mean that you know of no political leader able to unify public support if war is required. Is that a fair summary of what you were saying?
We need more than one political leader. We need a political leader in all of our countries, and preferably in every of our countries if we talk about the European Union. Yeah, but my question is a little bit more diverse, and maybe everybody can think of an answer for this. How do you see the tomorrow's world order? Yeah, we had a lot of stuff. Yeah, we had theocratic past, we had nations coming to rise, we had wall in middle of Berlin. Yeah, and now we have what we have today. Theoretically, democracy is freedom, basically American version exported throughout the world. But we see that there are some nations that want to create their own sphere of influence. Yeah, let's say so. Which means, to my opinion, basically another, kind of Cold War, like it was with Soviet Union. Basically another war. Basically, my question is, what do you see after the winning of Ukraine, after the winning of Israel, after the war ends and we find another balance, maybe another institutions which will maintain peace on our planet with some better instruments than the ones we have now? Thank you. It's for everyone question.
And I think that is an excellent question. So, Axel, take the first crack at it.
Yeah, before I hand back to Cece, who has a great view on these things, and lunchtime, and David, Hopsy, and everybody else, I'd say it's very straightforward and simple. First, you win. After winning, you move on with your day's work. Next.
I have an even more optimistic view, if you can hear me. How about the recycle? Did it work out?
Yes, it worked out.
Great. I would say that and I love actually to discuss with our Romanian friends about politics, because they had just this little bit of sadness in their soul, which is so pure I wouldn't call it pessimistic. It's some kind of purity, but maybe I'm too blinded optimist. But I see a huge potential in Europe. I mean, look at the map. Europe is look where Europe ends. Actually, it's much greater than what we are now what we are used to think about Europe. I mean, when we think about Europe, we mostly can count about the western part of Europe countries, and it still has so much potential of a right side in the eastern bank that when we bring it all together, Europe does not need to be something like a power circle, something like USA or what Russia tend to be, or China. It's just this is actually the way, a conglomeration of multiple countries living side by side, working together with each other, having quite good way of living. And there is so much market still to explore, so much potential, which is now shown by the Ukrainians, and which has not been discovered yet. And when we bring it all together, the future can be really, really bright. And Ellen, do you? Ellen dropped.
The future is bright. The future is bright. By the way, Alan is coming back up
Okay,
in a
great.
second. Vasilius, I'm just trying to recycle and back up. If you don't mind, we have CC David, Lunchtime and Hop C.
Thank you for keeping track. Cici, go on, please.
Yeah, so I just had come up to answer Johannes's question about, he's a little confused because one person seemed optimistic and the other one a little pessimistic. And I would like to point out that that's probably because we're at a precise precipice right now. So in real time, things are happening, like, for example, the Israeli aid bill that they're trying to split apart now from Ukraine. They just made contingent upon slashing the IRS bill, which I actually agree with, but in normal times, right? But in this sense, I do not. You do not have anything in the way of giving money to Israel right now. You do not have anything in the way of giving money to Ukraine right now, right? So what's happening is we're at such a precipice this week, this very week, right? October 30th, that the difference in those two perspectives of optimistic and pessimistic are these 6 numbers, which is 202, 225. So what that is, it's the area code of all the US representatives, 202, and 225 is the prefix to all of their phone numbers. So I just got off the phone with Bacon's office, and as we're calling these people and I'm talking to these staffers, they're really saying that constituents are the ones that are going to sway this one way or the other. So that's why you're feeling that we're at such a crossroads here, because no one knows the outcome, and it is being written right now, and it will be written with 202, 225, and then the continuing 4 numbers for each of the different reps.
Post it. Cece, post it. Key thing is, and Don Bacon said it here on this space. This is I don't know how many months ago. Alan, remind me, was that in January, February, whatever? Don Bacon was here on this space, and he highlighted it here in discussion with Jeff and myself, and we went in quite some detail. Don said that there's not enough engagement from the public. There simply isn't enough engagement. You wouldn't believe it if you're here, but it's true. You need to reach out to people. You need to go out. When you go to church this weekend, if you go to I don't know, a local raffle, or if you go to a bingo parlor, I don't care. If you talk to your, if you go and do college football, high school football, you go to your training sessions. If you train someone in lacrosse, I couldn't care fucking less. This week, high school, college, church, every single community meeting matters. Next week, same, but this week is vital. There's 14 days and a few hours left for the continuing resolution. All of this boils down to voting in the last 4 business days. Sorry, not business days. Cece, correct me. There's how many days are there? 3 days prior to the continuing resolution, they can still vote on this shit, right? So that's it. 3 days. So please, it's now. Ukraine is now. It's not Israel only. Ukraine is now winning against Putin and China. If you actually want to win against China, you have to kill the Putin snake. Listen carefully. I'll say it one more time, and that's it. Or, as they said in Alo Alo, I shall say this only once. If you want to win against China, you have to kill the Putin snake first. So, my dear American fellows, reach out to your friends, your colleagues, your mates, anyone you know. This week is absolute fucking vital. This is essentially the week before Super Bowl.
And I think, furthermore to your statement, Axel, in the United States, if you are an American focused on competition with China, and that means that you're not recognizing the confrontation not only the United States but all Western democracies face today. It is a confrontation with an authoritarian axis of terror. It is Russia, it is China, it is Iran, it is North Korea. If you are interested in defeating China, you are really fighting Russia, North Korea, and Iran as well. Hopsy, go ahead.
Actually, I believe I'm behind David in lunch.
Okay, that's in fact the order. David, lunchtime, and Hopsy. David, if you're with us, yes.
Yeah, sorry about that. My fat fingers at work again. Yeah, there's quite a lot here to kind of unpack, and I'm not really sure where to dive in. But first of all, Johannes was kind of saying that it's not really clear whether we're, winning or losing, more or less, I guess. And I wanted to say to that and CC, was saying, we're on a precipice at the moment. And to both of those things, I'd say basically we're always on a precipice, and we're always going to be in a position where it's up to individuals' agency to change things, and it means that everybody has to act all the time, everywhere, everything, all of the time, everywhere, and that's just the way it is in a democracy. And somehow Casper also seemed to be saying
David, can we agree? I apologize for interrupting, but can we agree that you shouldn't derogate this always being as a precipice when it actually matters? Because this is the continuing resolution in the United States Congress, and therefore for the United States as an economy, extremely vital. Before Christmas, prior to a primary season, prior to an election season, it's a completely different ballgame. This doesn't exist in the UK. It doesn't exist in Europe, and there's a reason why it doesn't exist in Europe, and both structural democracy, structure of the country, and the process, but more importantly than anything else, we don't have that power. The United States of America is the only power which can turn this. And if you want 850 Bradleys, if you want 400 M1A1 Abrams, if you want to have the continued support from one nation alone, which simply does the very same thing as the rest of the EU,
Listen,
you
Axel, I
need
totally,
that happening.
I totally agree, and you know, obviously, right? So I totally 100% agree, and I 100% think that, you know, this deserves the focus it gets. But all I'm saying is that even if that goes wrong for whatever reason, and I don't think it will, but even if it does go wrong, we still have to get up tomorrow morning and carry on doing what we're doing. It doesn't matter. That's what I mean. So yes, we need to focus on this, and it is a precipice, and it is a key point. But
by the way, I agree with that.
So that's what I wanted to say.
Sheer necessity, because we have to carry on, right?
Well, yeah, exactly. I mean, you know, we say it's an existential fight for Ukraine, but you know, we also say that it's an existential fight for democracy and our freedom at the end of the day, and that's the truth. That's the God's honest truth at the end of it. And you know that we're going to have to fight that anyway. And you know, the sooner we fight it, the cheaper it's going to be for all of us, from both an energy point of view and a monetary point of view as well. What Casper was saying, and I'm not really sure I got that entirely, but I think Casper is saying that we need kind of better leadership or better leaders, and kind of we're doomed because we need these leaders to kind of appear miraculously in every single democracy that exists. And again, here I come back to, you know, individual agency, and that's what it's all about. I think that we're barking up the wrong tree if we're looking for messianic leaders, and that's kind of what we're not looking for. It's not to say that you know there's not space for charismatic leaders, but the charismatic leadership isn't the solution. The solution is everyone working and everyone taking part in the democratic process in one way or another. And that doesn't just mean voting, it means, you know, talking to people.
Determination, basically.
Exactly, yeah.
And there is some power indeed in continuation. Although most part of my life I've been against being conservative, I must admit that raising up comes somehow with realizing that there are ideas that span a longer range than one lifetime, and one should not be ignorant about them. And because speaking of long range, I hope he didn't raise his hand before lunchtime, because I didn't hear lunchtime for a very long time, and I would really gladly follow to him. So lunchtime, please go on.
Oh, thanks so much. That's a very kind. Well, I feel very welcomed. Thank you. I just want to say, you know, it is it is of course absolutely crucial what's happening in the USA. It really is, but you know, we also have a voice in Europe, and we can push in Europe too. There should be a political cost to being on the wrong side of this issue, to be the voice that is, you know, equivocating or sort of thinly calling for some sort of weak gruel type, in quotes, peace, right? There should be a political cost to looking the other way when it comes to genocide. And that is something, I mean, you know, that is the reason, ultimately, that Ukraine isn't getting a lot of airtime, in my opinion. Because if the population at large was truly informed, I mean, maybe this is just conjecture on my part as I say it, but I do believe that, you know, if the population was truly, truly aware of the absolute horror that is going on, this would be a tide that that business as usual politics simply would not be able to ignore. So we few on this space participate in a platform, in a 24/7 platform that keeps this issue at the forefront of as many minds, as many ears as it is possible to reach through this flawed medium. And I think it's up to us. Sadly, it shouldn't be up to us. It should be up to our leaders ostensibly, but it is up to
No,
us
no,
to
no,
spread
no.
the word.
You're too etatist, mon cher, too etatist. It's never up to the government. It's always up to the citizens. The citizens wield the power. And by the way, Yehuda said it a few hours ago when I listened in here whilst doing my thing and working and whatnot. He made a very impassioned statement about those people who currently are still, who are even trying to now deny that Hamas killed people. He was making a very clear statement. If you are a doctor or a teacher in the United States of America or in Britain or in Germany, and you make statements in support of Hamas, if you're employed by the government or by any sensible corporation, if you are someone who sells their services to governments, to other corporations, and you have made statements in support of Hamas, when finally the videos which Western journalists, Western governments, Western agencies, and many people unfortunately now had to see, where an Israeli family's father is killed, the wife is being strangled and raped, and the Hamas throws their baby into an oven and cooks it while she's being raped, and they make a video of it on their GoPros. And I'm sorry if you're vomiting now. You should better be. If that happens, and Western audiences are not informed, are not getting the information, because Hopsy, what did the Guardian tell us? Oh, released, right? Fuck them. These
But this is
bastards, everybody who
but my
everybody
point,
who
Axel.
supports this will lose their capacity to interact economically as soon as this war is won. They will
Axel, my
not have an
point is this is
opportunity to
happening in
over.
Ukraine every day, right?
I agree with you. You're absolutely. You're speaking out of my heart. You're making my point. I am fully in agreement with you, lunchtime, as always. Actually,
Exactly.
we should
Axel
be
introducing.
showing more of this imagery. We should be making it more clear that the atrocities committed by the Russian occupation force are equal to the inane animalistic atrocities committed by Hamas. Aaron, carry over.
Absolutely. Well, this is it exactly. The brutality. My first thought when I saw as that event unfolded in Israel, my thought was this seems like a Russian methodology, right? And I believe at the time there was some footage of, I don't know how, if this was actually verified or not, but there was some footage where there was some training going on and there was some possibly Wagner people in the background and so on. So I don't know, but to me, it seemed like the same absolutely medieval brutality that we see week in, week out. The stories from Mariupol haven't even been told yet, right? But when Mariupol is liberated, honestly, I don't know if people are even equipped to understand the scale of brutality that will be revealed there, because we haven't encountered it in that scale probably since the Second World War. So I don't know, but my point is, this awful thing in Israel, this brutality by Hamas, to me, just it seemed like basically what the Russians are doing week in, week out in Ukraine, and this is just something. People that look the other way on this, there should be a political cost. People that sort of both sides the argument. I mean, it's not inhumane, it's inhuman to look away from this and to say, well, I'll just cynically think about the next electoral cycle. I'll just think about whatever my idiot electorate wants to believe. Right? That's inhuman, in my opinion, in my view. And yes, anyway, I'm just ranting on. Sorry.
No, everything fine. And just to close it up, I think you all have seen that today it was released that the girl from the first day, which has been carried on a pickup truck, which it has been claimed that she might have lived and that she's been only carried, which has been the narrative, to the hospital, actually has been found with her head chopped off and her body disassembled. So very hard to swallow, but she is dead. Remember her name as I try to. And I think the next was Hopsy and then CC and Casper,
No,
right?
Mercedes, please highlight whether the German Evening News actually said that. Because
No,
it did not.
I am reading Twitter and so I get it quite.
The
early
German
on.
Evening News,
Oh,
the
man.
mainstream, unfortunately, one that I hate doing this, but I have to say this: the German Evening News failed to report this appropriately because they didn't want to shock people. The German Evening News catered to an audience which wants to remain complacent. It wanted to appease the Islamist supporters of the small minority of Muslims in Germany. The German Evening News simply didn't want to do right. They wanted to abide. It's a fucking failure. It's painful. They are nearly as bad as the Mayor of London.
Misilius, let's go on to Hop C, then to CC, then back to Casper. Hop C, please.
100%. Thanks.
Okay, guys, I know we're probably kind of going to wrap this one up and move to the events of the day, but just something for those of us out there who aren't hopeful. The next 3 days are critical, and CC does, with her boundless energy and relentless and relentlessness, sets a good example for a lot of us. Let's all flood our congressmen and senators' offices. But beyond that, beyond those 3 days, what we need is both sides of the aisle to grab their bully puppet and talk about fighting evil in our time, and draw the line between despotic regimes that steal from their people and seek to enslave those around them in order to enrich themselves, and prop up their decrepit, unable to do anything regimes by taking others' resources, and make it clear to the world that we can fight them now or we can fight them later. And it's never going to be any cheaper than it is now in so many demonstrable ways, especially for you people in the US, Germany, England, Western Europe in general. And the time is now. We are at a crossroads. It is 1939, and we have a choice to make, or 1938 or 1937. These are simple historical concepts. We need the president who is in charge of foreign affairs in a nascent way, but in a very real way, to set the tone. And then we need senior senators and congressmen on both sides of the aisle to echo that and get that conversation going and make that truth self-evident, so that we can see how important it is to the survival of the United States, Western Europe, liberal democracy in general, and to point out, more importantly, to those who oppose freedom, People's Republic of China, so forth and so on, that this is a fool's game, a fool's errand, and this is the quickest way to lose your regime, because all these people truly care about is staying in power and enriching themselves. And we have to show them that the math isn't there if you go up against us. That's all I got to say about that.
That is perfectly said, Hopsy. Absolutely perfectly said. I happen to think that Joe Biden is getting better at flexing his voice in foreign policy. And he is the leader, after all, who sent 2 carrier strike groups to the Mediterranean in response to the Hamas attack on Israel. And he did it instantaneously. That demonstrates to me real leadership. So, Cece, go ahead.
Having a little trouble gathering myself after those war crimes, even though you know stuff, it's just hard to cognitively focus with them. Okay, so here's the deal. If anyone has ever read Hitchhiker's Guide to the Universe, you will know that the magic secret of the universe is the number 42. And I'm telling you that this week, the magic secret number to the universe is 202-225. So 202 is Washington, D.C. 225 is every representative's first 3 numbers. And G-Man knows this too. So Europeans or people from other parts of the world don't get discouraged that we keep talking about this, because ask G-Man what he does. So the magic number this week, 202-225. And then the next 4 numbers, everyone has different for, right? So I just hung up the phone with Buck's office. He's 202-225-4676. And it's voicemail time now, because it's after 5 there. So you don't even have to interface with a human, right? So as we think of each of these war crimes that completely derail our brains, you can think of like 1 call per war crime, right? Because you're going to battle against Russia with every call you make, and that's not hyperbole. Quite literally, you are keeping not only democracy going and not shutting our government down, but you are getting Ukraine paid and Putin to have $60 billion come toppling down on him. So with each of these war crimes and there's so much darkness in the world right now, right? So I want you to do something. Every time, this is what I'm doing. Every time I hear something hideous and dark, which is a lot, think 202-225, 202-225, right? And call any of these Republicans in Biden districts, 18 Republicans. You can go on my page and check it out. And call them and tell them, please, bundle the aid. 2, unfreeze Russia assets, give it to Ukraine. 3, F-16s and medical equipment. It's all spelled out there. But that really is the answer and the salve and the tonic to what ails us right now, is because that is how we go to battle. You go to battle with 202-225.
Thank you, Cici. And because I'm about to drop down and being replaced, I think, by Peter, who's coming next. I just wanted to highlight the other part of the equation, which was a question to the universe. You just presented the answer, and the question to the universe was about being in a totally different mindset of the being on the other side of the universe. So once you are on the other side of the universe, you are in such a different mindset that you even are not capable of processing the answer to your question. So therefore, do not bother yourself by trying to understand everything in the universe and every bit. Try just to be a decent human and help wherever you can help. And therefore, thank you guys for a nice space today, and see you next time. Bye.
And with that, you should enjoy your meal and watch the universe explode.
Oh, I don't think that's going to happen. Thank you very much, Vasilius. The universe doesn't explode, Axel. It simply simmers.
Technically, it may have exploded already. You and I just don't know because the impact hasn't arrived here yet.
This is true, and so I'm happy to remain unaware of whether or not the universe has exploded. I want to go. I want to go back.
You do know that you could have looked up the plans 52 years ago in the wonderful planning office in the Andromeda Nebula. You just didn't care, right?
Exactly, and I won't be here when the Andromeda galaxy and the Milky Way galaxy collide and become one big galaxy. I'm not going to be here to see that, although I would love to.
But at least you now have a Vogon poet with you, Peter Hedderly.
Welcome, Peter. Peter, let's move to hands, and I'll get some more requests up here. You and I will have a great panel going. Back to you, Casper, briefly, and then to G-Man.
Hello, I just wanted to make a parallel. Do you remember the Zetniks and the beginning of the Ukrainian war? Basically, it's the same, they didn't say it's war, it was special operation. Here, it's also not genocide, it's decolonization. We didn't manage to stop the war in the beginning. So now I feel like, the story of Dorian Gray. Basically, we saw the beauty, portrait, our own beauty portrait. Basically, we have Zetniks around us. Zetniks are these guys who are like cynics without any responsibility sense, which might consider even themselves fighters against dictatorship. And not dictatorship like Putin. They're fighting dictatorships like America, like European Union, and whatever else they don't like. So basically, political elites. So how do you fight people like this? Because how can you even talk to a person that gives you a motivation like, oh, Israelis just deserves that for all the stuff they did to Arabs
So
before,
it basically it seems to me, Casper, you're asking how do you fight propaganda and the mouthpieces of propaganda, and we all know there is only one way to do that. It is to get the truth out as quickly as possible, and in this case, frankly, as graphically as possible, in a way that will not allow people to look away. That is simply what has to be done. And I think that that we can do it. I also think that in the course of Russia's war against Ukraine, we have seen leaders come up through the ranks and take their rightful place. I'd begin with Ben Wallace. I'd add Jens Stoltenberg. I would add the Prime Minister of Estonia and Finland. I would add President Pavel of the Czech Republic. And I would add Joe Biden. There are lots of leaders out there who have stepped up and delivered. I would add Lloyd Austin. And I have a feeling I will be adding the new chief of the Joint Chiefs of Staff. We will come back to you, Casper, but I want to go to G-Man and to James. G-Man?
Good evening. Mic check.
Loud and clear.
Okay. So I have, I heard CC mention my name and thought, well, okay, I'll come up. So I'm answering the call, and I'm writing to my reps. My reps? Well, okay, I identify as many things. So this is my letter that I'm sending them, and working through the list of the Biden 18 reps, because I'm obviously a multipolar person, and I've got this TARDIS thing, and I can project myself into different spaces and time. Anyway, never mind that. Support 106 billion aid package for Israel and Ukraine to safeguard national security. So that's the header. The proposed 106 billion aid package for Israel and Ukraine is a strategic investment in our national security. It is crucial to understand that the conflicts in these regions are interconnected, with both tracing back to the Kremlin. Unbundling this aid would be a strategic misstep, playing into the hands of adversaries. Moreover, a significant portion of the aid to Ukraine is reinvested in the US, bolstering our industrial base across 38 states and supporting local jobs. This not only aids in modernizing our military equipment, but also strengthens our economy. Therefore, it is imperative to support this package in its entirety, as it serves to counteract the threats posed by Russia, China, North Korea, and Iran, who aim to destabilize our global position. And then I'm modifying that for each rep depending on what industry's in the district and talking about some specifics. So that's what I'm working on. And I'll work down the list. I've sent that letter twice. Oh, sent letters like this. I've sent letters 3 times to Speaker Johnson, and I'll keep annoying him as well because I can, and so I will. Slava Ukraini.
Hello,
Is there a way you could put that sample in the nest for people, G-Man?
I'm happy for it to go there, but I'm not putting it there. I'm not tweeting this out because I need to fly under the radar.
Oh yeah, okay. I can put a sample. I'll put a sample letter in the nest for people if they're wondering. If they want to write a letter. If you want to just do a voicemail, you can use my little handy dandy guide. That's in the nest, which is also actually you can gear that towards your letters as well.
Excuse a moment, Alan. Of lack of time, can I present my narrative?
Briefly, please, yes.
Yes, thank you very much. Buonasera, Ukraine, Slava Ukraini. First of all, I was thinking about how to present my narrative. Now I wanna speak about the anecdote of Ferville. The anecdote of Ferville initiated by the fervor of President Bill Clinton and ignited by the destruction of twin skyscrapers in New York. So now we are confronting with the anecdote of destruction. Yep, destruction of cool map of Russia. The destruction of cool map of Russia is achieved while they proclaim that when some Ukrainians speak Russian, so that part of land is for us. So ridiculous, you know? The creature is created only for two entity, dignity and homeland. And other than hyena and pigs, we must obey these two principles. The life has no value without dignity and homeland. And the status quo of Jerusalem land show us when you allocate.
Yep, because your time is short, I want to be sure you're able to make your point, and so I think you should
Yeah.
go right to your.
I wanna make my point. You know, here, Islamic Republic is a mere advocate of Russia. You know, Islamic Republic. And Islamic Republic rely on Islam. What is Islam? The converted Islam of 1400 years ago. And they proclaimed that Judaism is deviated while Islam is inverted and converted. And Judaism now is acting overtly, covertly against Islam appropriately. And now we are awaited for the farewell of something which someone here said the Andromeda galaxy. Andromeda galaxy is 4 million years later. We are speaking about now. We determine now, and nature will determine then. And here we are to act against Putin and cool map of Russia. That's a story terminale. Gratitude. Move with audience. Gratitude.
It's so what you're. It seems to me what you're saying is it's truly up to each and every one of us to take the action that is demanded of us, and to ask our national leaders to stand up in ways that we can't. But they must echo our concern and, yes, our fervor. I think that is the word I heard you say, Ruhala, fervor. The graphic terror unleashed by Hamas on Israel and unleashed by Russia on Ukraine should feed that fervor. These are things that have not been seen for 80 years. They have not been seen since Nazi Germany. Thank you very much for that point. To James next. Welcome, James.
Thank you, Alan. Hi, Peter. I hope everybody's well. G-Man, I'm afraid because we're on the same wavelength. You're just way ahead of me. I thought that it was inefficient for me to express myself on the phone. I can do it quickly. I've made 4 calls in 5 minutes to reps and left messages. I can do that, but I think that the thing that needs to go across to them is what for them to say. What should they say? What is the position? Why are you on? Your mic is open, Alan. Al, thank you. Yeah. You know what is it that they should be saying? What do we want to hear from them? I don't think it's enough. I think that many people truly do not understand this conflict. They don't understand why it is the center of the world. It is the precipice, the war itself. So I think I have to write a letter, and then the call has to be about, did you read my fucking letter yet? Did you do it? I expect it. That's what I want. Because I really don't think that people understand what Russia is. And I have to say, at the beginning, I had a fair to midland idea, but I didn't have a good idea about who they were or what they did in the world and the consequences of leaving them alone to do their dastardly deeds, and in particular, this dastardly deed. And so I also think that I've lost friends already over this, and that hurts a lot. It really dissuades me. I think I'm in the right. I think I'm in the right about my views on Israel and Palestine as well. I think I can back it up with evidence and all of that, but yet I am losing friends because people are not are misunderstanding this. So for me, I kind of went, duh, slapped my forehead last night and realized, this isn't like Vietnam. Those people didn't want us in the country. They weren't ready for a democracy. We had done awful things there. The leadership of the nation was murdered, apparently, by forces of the West. I'll leave it at that. And not a good way to proceed, right? And this war isn't going to be that way. It is completely different. Ukraine wants our help. Moreover, we said we'd help. The United States of America signed a document. I don't care about the difference between an assurance and a guarantee. I don't care. It's obvious that we need to do this to defend ourselves, and that's of the essence. I don't care about military spending being a good way to spend money and helping jobs. I think it is a factor, but if you really want to build an economy, you do it with other things. But you can't have a robust economy unless it's well defended, because I think anybody smart enough can poke a hole in, oh, this is a good jobs thing. It happens to be because it's a big dollar ticket item in the economy, but not the best way to spark some things like buying heat pumps, for example, that gives people back money to spend on other things. But what's the point of having a heat pump if Russians are going to do essentially what they did with the washers and the toilets of Ukraine? What's the good of that if they're going to destroy our way of life from the inside? And so the other thing I'm very bothered by, unrelated to writing letters, is this request to cut the IRS. This is just, tax cuts part 2, and it is helping no one but our American oligarchy. You can say we don't have one, but we fucking do. Their tax rates have been the lowest ever, I believe, at this point, and they have most of the money. So we need to get over that. If we don't collect those taxes, how are we going to fund Ukraine? We really will be fighting over scraps. And remember this, that it is not this or that. What do I spend it on? It's what do we need to spend it on? $37 trillion economy can afford to go to war and beat Russia, do its share to beat Russia, and also provide for the health, wealth, and happiness, which happiness is incidental from the other two, of its citizens. So these false dichotomies got to go away. And so I think those are sort of the elements of the sort of letter that I need to write. It's sort of a challenge, and I'm going to trade some time in for quality of the letter, because I really feel strongly that our representatives don't know a fucking thing. So they don't really understand, and few do. Few people in the U.S. do, and it took me some learning. And boy, I just want to throw kudos to Yehuda and Em, who did a great job, and I learned a lot from their talk this morning, which was all about the Middle East and issues. And debunking what people brought to them, which it was pretty amazing what people brought up that were falsities. And so, anyways, this is what we need to do, and we need to also probably write letters where we can to the press, because I don't know where else you get a voice except on social media, but that seems to be pretty circular. It doesn't seem to have a good spread, except perhaps, and I'm still working on this and invite your opinions. How do you get to the people who are in your party, but really focused on domestic issues and really don't know much about, how the foreign issues really impact those domestic issues? So, anyways,
I think you said it, James. The magic word is jobs. Jobs is a domestic issue, and every penny spent helping Ukraine defeat Russia is a job, more than one job, right here in the United States. Cece, go ahead, please.
I just wanted to correct the record that our universe is expanding at 73.24. That's give or take 1.74 kilometers per second. So that was just a correction. But I really, I love James. I love that you're saying that, because it really is, when you call and you write both too, you get double the trouble, right? You get double the good trouble. They're tallying you more than once, right? So that's great that you're doing that for multiple reasons, right? Making them read the letter and we forget that these people don't know as much as we do. We think like, oh, well, they're representatives, so of course they're briefed and know more than we do, but that's not always the case. In fact, most of you here know so much more about Ukraine than 99.9% of people in the world. So it's always, when I have these meetings, and this is largely because of MriyaReport, when I have these meetings with staff members in their offices, people are always like, wow, you know a lot about Ukraine. And I'm like, yep, I do. And it's because of this spot right here, right? So we can use all of our knowledge and our group think and all of these great salient points for calls and letters, both. So, and you can call their home offices too in their district. You don't just have to call the 202-225 numbers. If you want even more points. So there's all sorts of ways to just put this into high gear this week. Because we're seeing this ridiculous, I want to say, see, there's no words. I want to say hijinks. They're not hijinks. Like, they're trying to trade Israel for funding the IRS. Like, this is horse trading on war crimes, you guys. Like, this is big time. Like, we're at an incredible inflection, insane time in history this very week, that we're going to horse trade on war crimes. So we're stopping it. The buck stops here at Buck's office. By the way, if you want to leave him a voicemail right now, he's 202-225-4676. 202-225-4676. Tell him not to unbundle this damn thing. I'm trying to sanitize my language. And to send all the money, not whittle this down, because that's what they're going to try to do, right? They're going to try to take money away from Ukraine that is vital. They've decided on $6 billion for very precise reasons. There's line items. This is not just some random number. So when they take this down and they try to get 40 billion instead of 60, this is line item 43, tourniquets. Like, this literally translates into life-saving gear when they try to drive these numbers down. So call Buck, leave him a voicemail, 202-225-4676. That's the magic number of the universe for right now, for this hour.
Thanks, Cece. I think the word you were looking for wasn't hijinks, but hijacking. There are those members in Congress who are ready to hijack this piece of legislation, this aid package for Israel, Ukraine, and Taiwan. They are ready to hijack it for their own political gain, frankly. That's what it comes down to. for their personal political gain, to tighten their grasp on power, to hold on to their seat in Congress, to find a way to make some kind of political hay out of this. They are hijacking probably the single most important piece of legislation, aside from the continuing resolutions and the budget, the single most important piece of legislation to be introduced in Congress in this session. And it is absolutely breathtakingly deplorable what they are trying to do. Cece?
I would just add to that the reason this is such a huge big deal is that it's literally a big deal. So you've heard us saying this before, but this time, this 60 billion number is so that we don't have to keep doing what we've been doing every time, right? And begging and pleading. It's all in this one thing. So this is our one of our last shots at it. So I know you've heard me a lot saying like, this is it, we've got to do this. This actually really is it, because it's not going to be broken down into a bunch of packages like it used to be. This is all of them all in one. So that's why it's so terrifying.
And wouldn't you say, Cece, if this aid for Ukraine passes Congress, which I am certain it will, it takes Ukraine off the political table in 2024 during the election year. It makes it less likely that Ukraine will become some kind of political football.
Well, inevitably they always do, but yes, it will have a lot less. It'll have a lot less charge to it. But I just wouldn't be so sure that it will go through. I mean, if we act, if we do this en masse, yes, it will. But I can't tell you. Everyone is in a flurry for a reason, right? We cannot just assume the center will hold. We have to make the center hold with everything we've got.
Oh, I agree with you. I don't want my optimism to be taken as any reason why you can sit on your hands. It's like, when there's an election day, your responsibility is to vote, because the fact of the matter is, we all know it. So many elections have been so close. Your vote really does matter. It matters more and more all the time. But you should simply take pride on election day having your voice and your vote counted, whether you are in a massive majority or in a poor minority. It makes no difference. The point is to take personal pride in casting your vote. Take personal pride in contacting your members of Congress today. William Attic, welcome.
How are you doing, Alan? How are you doing, Alan? It's a interesting evening here in the capital of crazy, Washington, D.C., and I just wanted to come up. I've been passively listening a little bit as I did a few things after work, had a long day dealing with lots of stuff. It's an interesting time for if you work in the Capitol, if you work around legislation here, because there's a lot of unknowns, but I just wanted to make sure that everybody listens to Cece. I cannot agree more with most of everything she said. There's an incredibly big fight about to happen. And it's not just for the Ukraine aid, it's for a lot of things. There's some really, really bad tactics that are going to be used next couple of days. In the upcoming weeks, especially between now and the 17th of November when deadlines show up. So it is up to us to do whatever we can. And a few things just to back up a few things. For the last 6 months, a large scale package has been being worked on to support Ukraine. A package that would get the aid for Ukraine through the election cycle. It would get it away from a piecemeal 24 billion here, 5 billion here. Piecemealing it together, where one package would be, in the words of the people designing it and the administration, it would send the Russian army into the Stone Age. And if you get up north of the $80 billion mark, It would be, we wouldn't know Russia as a country as we think of it today, because these are and this has been very much thought out. The issue is right now is the divide and conquer. Before the Speaker of the House, the last Speaker of the House lost his seat, they used Ukraine as a horse trading tool to try and connect it with many other things. And that's when we started to see a lot of messaging about a lot of prerequisites. There's a massive list of prerequisites that House Republicans are putting on this. We know this is a serious campaign issue for Republicans. We know that a large percentage of Republican districts, the primary voting base, and we got to understand, we got to take away all this national polling. We need to shut the fuck up about that. Excuse my French. The national polling means nothing to our primary election. And I apologize for cussing. I shouldn't have done that. But the reality of it is the majority of Republican districts where Trump won by over 5 percentage points, the Republican electorate, the one who's going to select between a crazy person or maybe a regular Republican, maybe a moderate Republican, maybe just a regular Republican that's not even a moderate, they are upside down on the Ukraine issue. And they're going to do everything they can to drive a wedge between this issue. It's just a fact. Unfortunately, it's politics. But what the good news is there's still more people in both parties, in both chambers that support Ukraine aid. So the real pressure has to be put on the leadership and the people that are the most at risk. And that's the 18 Biden Democrat or Biden Republicans. CC has that list. It's engaging with the Senate to make sure they stand firm. If you're a Democrat, we've got work to do too. You need to make sure you're reaching out to your members and say that Ukraine is a top priority for you, because as this fight comes down, what this new speaker is trying to do is, when it comes to any types of appropriation, he's going to be trying to use offsets, which means that if he wants to support, the first one came out today. It's about the Israeli aid, support for Israel, $14 billion. Well, he wants to make sure, like, if he's put prerequisites that he wants to use offsets, which means he wants to cut $14 billion from domestic spending, domestic budgets, from somewhere else, probably from something like trying to feed hungry kids, making sure kids have school lunches, maybe some retirement stuff, so that they can pay the bill for the Israeli aid. Now, when you think about $60 billion, that'll be very hard to offset. And it'll be hard to get anybody to vote if you're going to be taking $60 billion away from Medicare, chips, many of the other very important things that matter to many Americans. So the point is, we've got to keep everybody strong in this issue. It is a bit of a crap show, but most importantly, we have to use our tools in our tool bag to do whatever we can. We can't just sit back and say we made one phone call this week and we're good. This is something like CC's saying. You've got to make a phone call every day, multiple times if you have to. Get used to it. Call your local office. Also call your national office. But as this goes down, the idea of keeping Ukraine aid away from domestic spending problems. This is what there's two big plays that are happening to try and work for messaging for the GOP. They're going to try and tie Ukraine aid to other poison pills for other purposes. Think about some of the other ideas that the Republicans want. They'll try and tie it to that, and also they'll try and mostly domestic. And they're also creating this massive list of prerequisites and all kinds of things that are going to try and whittle this bill down to under $20 billion. And $20 billion is barely enough to keep the Ukraine going for a year. And that's the real deal. So we have an opportunity, most importantly, to keep, if we can keep Israel, aid to Israel and aid to Ukraine together, keep those important foreign affairs bills out of domestic policy. I think we're going to be in a lot better shape, but there is a lot of work to do. Call your Democrats that support Ukraine. Make sure you shore them up. But most importantly, call every Republican in the House, like I just did. I called Mike Bost, who has not been as supportive as he should be as a Marine Corps veteran and the head of one of the committees, because he's one of the ones that has a long list of prerequisites he wants to put along with aid. And we're trying to have a dialogue. We're trying to, talk with his staffers as much as possible. I've got a group of folks calling in every day from our district, and we're actually seems like we're making headway with them. So, what I will say, keep it up. Listen to CC. For this space, this is a great space to be able to provide information to folks. Every half hour, we should be doing public service announcements, making sure we get phone calls in. And if you do make a phone call, reach out to the host. Send the host a message saying that you reached out to Congressman X. That's very beneficial if they could keep track of that.
And Bill, just let me add to what you and Cece are saying. To those Americans listening right now, watching what is happening in the House of Representatives, this is not horse trading. This is not when one member says to another member, I'll help you get through your highway project if you help me get through my dam project. That's horse trading. This isn't horse trading. This is a hijacking. It's even worse than a hijacking. It is the MAGA Republican majority, slight as it is in the House, carjacking the United States Congress, because the only bite they want to take out of the nation's budget is a bite out of every single priority that Joe Biden has proposed since he's been president, and that the Congress passed previously. That it is just it is an attack dog mentality. And if anyone doubted what kind of speaker Mike Johnson was going to be, he just showed you the worst kind. Cece?
So I'm going to give a little update here on the war and tie it into exactly what we're talking about, because on the eastern front of Avdiivka, Russian forces are struggling to retain control of recently captured Terrakon. The work of Ukrainian artillery has turned the waste heap into a death trap. So as Ukrainians are hacking them away in these hellish conditions, I almost said a really bad word. Hell yeah, they're doing it right now. We need to hack away at the phones. I know that is not as fun of a weapon, but it is indeed a weapon. And especially because they're getting phone calls right now that are like, no Ukraine. There's a bunch of a lot of anti-Semites out there. No Israel. They're getting all of these calls right now.
10 to 1. 10 to 1 in most offices. 10 to 1.
So we are battling with our phones. I know it sounds ridiculous, and I want it to sound ridiculous because then it'll stand out in your head and my head. And every time I'm talking to y'all too, I don't want it to feel like I'm talking down to you or didactic. I'm reminding myself every time I'm telling you guys. But that number, that battle number is 202-225, and then whatever 4 digits for your reps, and then the 18 Biden vulnerable district Republicans as well, that are on my timeline. You can check them out. I think that it's connected to my post in the nest as well. But that the phone as weapon. So just picture the Ukrainians, what they're doing, and like ducking and like have blood all over them in trenches, and then the dirt gets mixed with the blood and it dries all over their bodies, and they're just wondering if they're going to see their families again. We get to use our weapons in the comfort of our own homes in most cases, and we're doing this for them, right? So you can even pick a Ukrainian out in your head and be like, I am doing this for you. Because I even forget. I do this all the time, right? And I can forget, like, oh yeah, of course I back Ukraine, but it just, everything gets so busy that it can just get nebulous and vague, and you lose the direct line of contact, which is that we are connected with these people in really, really intimate, real ways where we can save their lives, and we just forget.
Yeah, and if I Alan, I'll just
go ahead.
my last thing before the hands. I apologize. I know there's hands up. that's I just want to follow up with Cece and say the truth. I for folks who don't know, I was in Ukraine for 3 weeks. I got to see some pretty horrific stuff in the last few months. And I was saying this before then. I really do remember it now because I've got a lot of friends in the trenches. Is that every morning you wake up in the mirror and you think about what you did the day before. That you can think about some kid in a trench, some wife waiting for their husband, knowing that their husband's in one of the most severely active areas in Ukraine, and you can think about what they're going through, crawling through a trench, just trying to get to a position to be able to kill Russians or to survive. Those folks are not going to know if you made a phone call. Those guys and gals out there know they need our support, but they have no idea what we're doing for them. But we do as individuals. And when you look in the mirror, you just have to ask yourself, did you get into the trench today? Did you make that phone call? Did you go to your local congressional office, which I haven't heard very many people talk about going and visiting their local congressional office, which I think is very critical also. It's a very easy thing to do. Just look up where your local congressional office is. There's probably one within a few, 45 minutes of your house, if not closer. You can usually go to it. That's a great thing. But you're going to know if you made that phone call or not. And you're going to know that there's a bunch of people out there relying on you. And hopefully you make the right call. And hopefully you can go to sleep at night. And when you wake up, you look at yourself in the mirror and say, you know what? Time to go to battle again. Time to try and do whatever we can to get this stuff passed. Because I still am optimistic about a package being passed. The question is, offsets, or is it a $60 billion package that will crush Russia and show Russia that they don't have a chance to win this war?
Well, Bill, I just want to add to what you and Cece are saying, again, to the engaged Americans listening. Pick up the phone, use it as a weapon, but the real weapon you have will be the words you speak. And I love Cece's idea. When you are on this phone, keep pictured in your mind a Ukrainian soldier or a Ukrainian civilian or a Ukrainian voice you've heard right here, a Ukrainian you've gotten to know right here at MriyaReport. And if I were to have that person in mind, Bill and Cece, it would be Nucley. And I'll tell you why. Nucley is an Israeli who volunteered to fight in Ukraine. His family comes from Ukraine. Nucley went back to Israel to defend Israel. Now, you just picture Nucley in your mind, and he's been here many, many times. You can tell your representative exactly why Ukraine and Israel are bundled together in an aid package. It's because Ukraine and Israel are fighting the same enemy, the very same enemy, the axis of terror. And this is the enemy that threatens American security. Show your representative just how engaged and informed you are by echoing to them every single intelligence report that they've heard as a member of Congress. Every single intelligence report that is delivered to members of Congress points out that Ukraine and Israel and the United States are fighting the very same enemy. This axis of terror, Russia, Iran, China, North Korea. Don't let them get away, those members of Congress. Don't let them get away thinking that you don't know what you're talking about, because you really do. And it's because you listen to MriyaReport. To Cece, then to James.
Oh, sorry, because I'm going to have to drop here a sec. One last thing, I apologize for hijacking it, guys. I'm sorry. But to be very clear, there's people who really support Israel in this, and the reality of this is by pulling Israeli aid out of a bigger package, the package that the administration and bipartisan members of the Senate are wanting to push, and putting stipulations, offsets on it. That is not improving the situation for Israel or Ukraine. It is actually hurting both. So there's no way they can say they completely support Israel and not support Ukraine when they're doing jack like that. Putting offsets is going to make everything a million times harder. And I really do mean that. These needs to be, they need to be clean. They need to be foreign affairs bills. They don't need to be tied to domestic spending or anything like that.
And if the Republicans do try to do that, and they are trying to do it, it introduces this false choice for Americans to make. It's either some kind of domestic spending or some kind of foreign aid. No such choice exists. No one is asking America to make that choice in the budget because it is a false choice. It's nowhere to be seen. So don't let them get away with it.
Mike Johnson is.
As I say, Bill, so now you know just what kind of speaker Mike Johnson is going to be, right?
Can I jump in and just say, before you leave, I don't want you to miss this, that I think your work is important, and that's why I don't mind waiting usually, but I do want to challenge you on this about the case for Ukraine. Ukraine's going to be a super ally. It's a huge military power and will be much greater in the future. It is going to stimulate Americans investing in Ukraine, and the money that goes into these corporations will pay for people's 501c3s. Okay? It's going to help in their retirement. They shouldn't think the money's going overseas to clean up Ukraine's mess after the war and deliver weapon systems now. It's going to fund people's retirements. So just hang on to that, Will. I think CC is going to stay around. So that's all I had to say to you, Alan. It isn't
Definitely,
horse
James.
trading. Thanks. It isn't horse trading. It's trading people's lives, Ukrainians' lives. And we gave a security guarantee to that nation and to those people. And if we renege on it, our name is shit, which is just what Putin wants. It's just what Khomeini wants. It's just what, well, you know, the whole list of assholes. So, yeah, anyway. CC, about the precipice, the daily precipice, I think you ought to go in two modes at once. You ought to switch to an exercise metaphor like cardiac and then muscle building. You know, some days it's like, hey, did you do your daily calls? Get your steps in, you know? And then it's like, today, folks, it's all about triceps, you know, or something like that. The equivalent of that. This is a more important day than usual, in other words, because I think that precipice sense can lead to disappointment. So I'm in support of that. And so my speaking up on this to you directly about an issue I have with you, I'm intending good. I don't mean to hurt you.
James, you make such a great point, and we do need to make that clear. Actually, this morning, you know, what I do for a living is I work for workers' rights for American workers, and we were talking about this in the idea of the jobs that this will create in communities all over the country, from Arkansas to Maine to Vermont, all the different areas that these aid packages will actually help increase and support the communities that these members of Congress come from. And that's a very important message to remember, James. And I do appreciate always being given some good, what's it called? I can't even think of the word right now. Constructive criticism, James. I really appreciate it, brother.
Well, I don't think I was criticizing anything for you, William, just suggesting some avenues of, it was the feedback to CC. And you're very good at this because you're enthused about the work, CC, and I admire that, and it shows. And you deliver great. And I just thought, if that helps you, good, work with it. If it doesn't help, it was meant well. That's all, right? So this is all among friends. And Slavy, no, I'm not going to say it. Glory to Ukraine. And, you know, yeah, you guys hang in there, do your thing. We'll try to do ours. And I think it is about personal outreach because I feel that the corporate world is the wall between us. They benefit from our inaction, our ignorance, our spending money foolishly, not understanding what's best for our interests and what's best for theirs. And so on top of whatever we think about governments, there are forces that are more powerful. And one of them is the power of money. It is a more powerful thing than a government. So, and money means just the ability to have a life and live. And so it isn't to be despised. It's a tool. But anyway, so that was okay. William, you're dismissed. CC, I hope you hang in there. I know you got a busy day. I'm just kidding about being dismissed. I'm acting like an asshole. Actually, so the other thing I just wanted to say is that I'm sorry, hold on. I lost my place. Okay, you guys, I lost my place, so I'll stop. Thank you.
Thanks, James. Hey, Bill, I want to ask you to do me a favor in the halls of Congress, and I'm happy to do this publicly. If you run into Jared Golden, Representative Jared Golden from the 2nd District of Maine, who is a leading supporter of Ukraine, by the way, thank him for his support of Ukraine, and thank him for his humility in leadership. I think you know what happened in Lewiston, Jared Golden's hometown here in Maine, just a few days ago. There was a mass shooting, the largest mass shooting in the United States so far this year. So if you run into Jared, give him my personal thanks for his leadership on Ukraine, and give him some comfort for what he and his hometown have just been through. I've done it, can't do it personally. If I could put my hand on his shoulder, I would, but you're there and I'm not.
I'll text him tonight, Alan.
Thanks, Bill. Cece, and then Ukraine war update.
Thanks, Bill. I just want to say that the horse trading term is actually a DC common parlance and DC term. So yes, I hope I've made it very clear that this is trading Ukrainian lives and not horses. It's just a term that that we use a lot. You heard Bill using it as well, just because it's what is said about the region. But I was going to say there's a Ukraine situation report I was going to give just really quickly to kind of tie in again. So Russian air defense system struck in Crimea. As Ukraine destroyed an air defense system on Crimea, it is holding on to a Kherson bridgehead and fighting off a Russian advance in Donetsk. Ukraine made another big push today, destroying Russian air defenses in western Crimea. The Ukrainian armed forces, independent Russian media, and an influential Russian Telegram channel on Monday all reported that an unspecified air defense system was hit on the western portion of the peninsula. There was a difference in reporting on how and exactly where it was attacked. The Ukrainian Armed Forces General Staff said on Telegram its forces successfully, quote unquote, successfully hit a strategic target of the air defense system on the west coast of temporarily occupied Crimea on the night of 29th, 30th of October. So that's pretty cool. And I was going to tie it in. Now I've forgotten how I was going to elegantly tie it in. But yeah, that's what that was, James, is the horse trading. I was not taking the Ukraine situation lightly.
I understand, Cece. James, I just want to go to Ukraine war update. He's been patient. Then we'll come back to you and go to Kylie. Ukraine war update, please.
Thanks, Alan. Hi, Peter. Thank you for hosting the space. I was just, again, listening to the great conversation, specifically talking about, I don't know if we're talking about the American politics, but it is very important to be aware about all the different things that are happening because they have direct effect on Ukraine and support for Ukraine. So despite being a US citizen, English language is not my strongest suit or characteristic, I guess. So what I like to do when I call my representatives, I usually have a small script right in front of me, right? Because and I'm just sharing this as a technique for other people, maybe. If they want to use it, really saves a little bit of time. The way I see it, you can, I don't have to basically come up with a script as I talk, right? It's already in front of me, and I try to focus on key elements based on who I call. Typically, I make reference to some like Alan was saying earlier, right? Quantifiable items like intelligence reports, things like that, right? As well as I typically make reference to a community that I have access to, right? And create this visibility in my speech, for the congressman to really realize that I am not an individual person in a vacuum, right? I talk to other people. We have vigorous and lively discussions about all the different things that are happening, not just in domestic politics, but also in the world arena, right? And specifically the stuff that's happening in Ukraine. We all understand that, the ramifications um, of not supporting Ukraine could be grave for our national security, for our uh, threatening us being isolated and that kind of stuff. So I kind of recommend for people to use that. Also, if anybody interested, I do have a um, folder on G Drive that I share with people. I just send links by only to individuals who want it. But one of the things that I want to start doing is creating a Word document with a quick copy and paste text that you can modify if you need to when if you want to email your congressman and congresswoman representative. Basically, it's already going to have most of the meat and potatoes in it. But hopefully that will help you save a little bit of time and stay on point and maybe able to engage representatives with greater frequency and precision. And if anybody is interested in that, please DM me. I'll be more than happy to share the link. I think that's all I wanted to say. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Ukraine war update. To James, to Kylie, and to Carrie. James, please.
Hey, yes, Cece, I know, Alan, and I know, Cece, that horse trading is a term of art among politicians, or and their lobbyists, because lobbyists are the real army there with the satchels of money or checks or whatever it is, and so yeah, I get that, but I do want everybody to be clear about what it really means, and I think most everybody here understands. But if we attract new people and they don't understand literally what it's about, I'm afraid. But maybe it's all clear enough, and if people aren't going to figure it out from what we present usually, maybe they aren't going to figure it out. So I may be overdoing it a bit, but that's what I had to say about that. So
I mean, to me, the point is exactly that they're making it look like just horse trading when we know what it really is. That's the point. They're not taking it as seriously as they should.
There you go. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. So anyways, I think that I think we understand each other. I just wanted to be sure that we did.
Excellent. Kylie, please.
Hello. It's nice to hear you again, Alan. I haven't been on the space in a really long time. And CC as well. Is my Capitol Hill hero, who has inspired me to been I don't know if she's already talked about this, but I wanted to talk about an app that I found for my iPhone. It's called 5 Calls. It's a blue app, and it's got stars in a circle. And if you are as incompetent as calling people and talking to them on the phone as I am, it's great because it writes the script out for you based on the topic that you want to talk about, and it automatically identifies your representatives and your senators for you, and it has all of the phone numbers in the database, and it also keeps track of your calls. and it will shame you if you don't call because you've broken your streak. Somewhat like Duolingo, it will say, "We haven't heard from you in such and such a time." So if you if you're looking for an app to use, that's great. And that's really all I wanted to say. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Kylie. That sounds like an excellent tool and a great way to keep track of your engagement with your members of Congress.
It's really
Carrie,
great for those of us who forget and have lives where they're trying to balance all different tasks all at once. And so I like it because it does remind you, right? And like, and I don't feel put out, I just feel like, oh, it's good. Finally, I'm reminded, I don't have to remember myself and then feel such guilt. So thank you for bringing that up.
yeah, the best way to balance your life is to fall off the tightrope and then balance yourself on all fours. It works every time. Carrie, and then Benito Mussolini. Carrie.
Thank you, Alan. So I shall be honest up front and say I'd be quite grateful if somebody could please sponsor me for the swear jar because there's something I want to read out. And as a lowly teacher, I genuinely can't afford it, but I really want to read this to you. So, right, let me start. So this is a piece written by Jeff Tydrish on Mike Johnson. And I just have to read it to you because it's so good. And I'm not going to even vaguely attempt to do an American accent, but it might be more ridiculous being read by somebody who's British. So, oh fucking boy, just what we need. Another goddamn dipshit who believes he's been sent by Jesus on a divine mission to turn America into a Christo-fascist theocracy. After 3 weeks of complete clown fuckery following the banishment of feckless Kevin for insufficient fealty to the Maniac Caucus, Republicans finally settled on Mike Johnson to be their new Speaker of the House. Johnson's main qualification for the job were, and this is all written with capital letters, nobody knows who the fuck he is and we're tired, let's just get this the fuck over with, which of course are the exact criteria necessary to hold the third most important job in the American government. Here's the thing, Mike Johnson fucking sucks with lots of U's. If you thought that shouty, half-dressed, degenerate wrestling coach Jim Jordan would have been an absolute shitting nightmare as Speaker of the House, wait until you get a load of Johnson. Mikey Joe makes Jim seem like a Satan-worshipping commie rat bastard by comparison. Right up top, check out Mike and his pals immediately following his grasping of the gravel. No, they're not shooting craps, they're praying. What in the name of God's own fuck is this? The last time I looked, there was only 3 branches of the government, and the church was not one of them. I will stop there. But I just had to read that out to you. It's absolute class.
It is magnificent, Carrie, and in a British accent, much more effective. If it's a tweet, can you send it to me? Because I want to read that and laugh out loud again.
I'll send it to you, Alan, and then you can put it in the nest if you'd like to, okay?
Well, I'll fill the swear jar for you, Carrie, but if I put it in the nest, it means I'll be filling the swear jar for at least the next 24 hours.
Maybe this is a way for us to get some dosh in there, Alan. But yes, I shall send it to you as a DM, my darling, and then you can decide how you want to play with it.
Thank you. So I think I said it was, oh, wow.
Can I just say a super quick thing to
Yes.
Carrie?
Yes.
Which is a big deal. I said I had to. I listened to 2 days worth of, we went for like 28-hour marathon of listening to Mike and Kelly Johnson's podcast. And so I can attest to everything you just said, being absolutely true. This is not about Christianity. This is about someone being batshit crazy. Christianity is not batshit crazy. This man is batshit crazy.
I'm glad you enjoyed it, CC. I think we need this sort of extreme response sometimes to keep us sane and to keep us determined.
Agreed. Benito Mussolini and then Kylie. Benito. Benito, if you are with us. Oh.
Can you hear me all right?
No, your audio is quite garbled. Cannot hear you at all at the moment. Okay, very good. Kylie, please.
No, I just wanted to provide some context for what CC was talking about. I entered the space where they were listening to, I guess it was Mike Johnson's podcast, and I was leaving a rehearsal and I turned it on and I literally had a what the F moment. Like, I was so confused because what they were talking about was like absolutely insane. Yeah, it's I had a really crazy moment of like Twilight Zone. So
They being Mike and Kelly, not the space. And his wife talks like this. She has a voice like this. It's pretty crazy to listen to that many hours back to back.
I don't think I could do it. So Benito, let's try again. Go ahead. Benito. Well, while Benito tries to resolve his audio problems, let's go to James.
Thanks, Alan. Yeah, so I think one of the things about combining the two countries is that you frankly have to face the strategic picture, and they're intertwined. They're intertwined by the fact that they really are along the same delivery route for Ukraine. That's one of the ways that they're entangled. The two countries have a certain amount of trade with each other. So there's another way that they're tied together. And that goes along with some of the beginnings of what are security concerns, because if there are opportunities to put people in as agents or something like that, and this is not a conspiracy theory. All countries employ agents who go and spy and do things. So you can begin to see how they are interoperative in the way that we approach our struggle. And so that dimension is the world, right? It's the whole world is this big playground. No, war space where these players are going to play out what's going to happen. And the US has probably the biggest purview of all of the nations. But really, when you think about how the multipolar world, if you like one of those, should work, is that every nation should have their own pole in the water, so that the poles don't have to do all the work themselves in holding back Russia. And they all have to pull in the same direction. So I've made enough of that fun. But it's really important that we think about it that way, that we have the same expectations of American politicians as we do of Europeans, and thus the tourist thing. Now, last night I got distracted and I didn't tell you about the tourist, but I was embarrassed by how few replies we got. And I thought, this is a basic tool, and maybe you're worried about the security of it. And so then I appreciate it. And if you text me, no, I don't mean that, tag me in a tweet and say, just say my username, Healy J at UC, and I will look at it and I will add that to the tally. If you're saying I've got security concerns, so here's this tag, I'm voting for this one. So I just wanted to say that. But about the topic about the this whole idea of everybody's got a job to do in this. Everybody's got to call somebody and represent the people's will in this. It's really important, and I think that the other thing that I wanted to say about this is that we can't forget what security really means. It is I I liked it. I like this idea of, Putin's got this piano that he plays, and some of them are kinetic keys, maybe the black keys, and the other ones are all of the other kind of active measures and the deception and all this stuff. So those are the other keys on the evil Russian piano, which I kind of think of it that way now. And we have to have a coordinated response across our responses because there's CISA, the cybersecurity um, agency that's new, and we need that, or we need it well integrated in something. But truthfully, we've got Homeland Security, we've got DoD, we've got so many different federal agencies, not to mention state and local. We need somebody who's going to be expert on cybersecurity. So we can't cut that. You know what I mean? We can't be cutting things where we're defending elections. We can't cut much of anything because a lot of the modern spending is fairly well designed. I tell you, I having looked at most of it, I can say this is pretty well designed to have returns down the road. And I drive on those all the time when I want to go visit uphill, and there's all this new road from the ARRA from what was it, 15 years ago, whatever it was. So when we're looking at this stuff, we have to look: is it well designed? Is it integrated? Is it going to do the job? And so one of the things that I think is going to be necessary, and this is it's probably more than what your congressman wants to hear, but some of the money must remain free to be spent as seen best fit. And I say this because what we've seen in this war is the cycle of development is so fast we don't know what will work best because we don't know what will come next from other players and from our own initiatives that start working and changing. So we need to be flexible. We need to be comprehensive across all of the different strategies that we're trying to integrate and all the locations and how do we make state work and how the fuck do you get all these people? Oh, swear jar. How do you get all these people who are waiting to be approved? And Americans, every American needs to think about what do they really want? Do you want to be hauled off to jail because you protested? Do you want to be mugged and beaten up and nobody cares and leaves your body lying in the street? Because that's an alternative future that we have in front of us should Russia be the master in this war. It's a horrible future. It's very dark. Abortions. Let me not get into that. Sorry. I'll back out and just say our lifestyle choices in general could be subject to the whim of a government, and we can see that right now in Iran. And if you like that, if you think that's a good idea to run a country on religion, go to Iran, go to Russia. They've got their own. And it's because of this fallacy that they think it's a religion, or we may think it's a religion over there. But I think in each case, they're pretty well integrated between government and religion. We can talk about in expert terms about what that means all day. But anyway, so coordination, pulling it all together, having a strategy, telling the people about it, and not every detail of that stuff I said. That's for sort of insider people who need to hear and know, and that's the legislators. But the part about why we fight is the part that every citizen needs to know. Why are we fighting this? Why should we support it? We said we would. It's a support of a growing and powerful democracy that will be our great what's the word? Thankful ally, right? They will be thankful. Should the nations that are helping Ukraine stick with them to victory, Ukraine will be a great asset to the rest of those nations. And you know what's going to happen from there? I think that we'll see the spread of democracy, because we will have solved one of the biggest problems. And I don't get that out of my own insight. I take that from Zelensky, and I heard it at the UN speech that he gave. So we really need to talk to the people about why, and the politicians about how. And we need not cut our spending on domestics, except as we need to, you know, to fund what we need to do. This is not a forever war. We're going to spend more for a while, and then it's going to go back down because the war will end. And then we'll go back to like a normal, you know, military industrial system that provides for our future needs, but at that non-war footing kind of level. And so there won't be necessarily any gravy at the end where we slash the military funding, because we all better understand, and we should pass on this too and hold it in our mind for when they need to hear it, that no, it's not time to cut this. We need to keep this because deterrence is always cheaper than war.
Very well said, James. And a very simple way, again, for all of you Americans listening here, when you contact your member of Congress, a simple way to get their attention is to make a few statements of fact. As a voter, this is what you might say. I know why we support both Ukraine and Israel. I know the enemies the United States must fight. Show me you know too by supporting one funding bill for both Ukraine and Israel. Show me you know that we're fighting Russia, Iran, China, and North America, the very same enemies Ukraine and Israel are fighting for all of us. Cece, go ahead.
So, one point that came through in these tapes, which I think is very pertinent for here, is that they want to, anyone that is not like them, they want to arrest, to try, arrest, and imprison. There's prison terms for not being like them. I'm not joking. How I wish I was. So if anyone here has read The Handmaid's Tale, this is it. Like, we're here. I'm not exaggerating. I'm not being dramatic about this at all. Anyone that's not like them, they don't think has a right to be around. For example, he hooked up with a group, and I think was the lead speaker there, for Kill the Gays. So these people are not messing around, right? They want to, and that's just one group of many, right? That they want to imprison and have jail time for, serious prison time. I mean, it is just otherworldly. And why it's so pertinent to this is because anyone with that mindset cannot see that Ukrainians, they just other Ukrainians, right? Well, Ukrainians aren't us. They don't think of it as a priority. So the fact that a company called American Ethane, which is not just owned by Russians, but Russian oligarchs, I have their names if you want them. That's not an accident that they funded his campaign. And that's amongst all other sorts of funding problems. So we have the most gigantic problem we've had on our hands since Trump here. And I just feel like word isn't getting out about how bad it is. It's not that he's religious. That is not it at all. Please do not misconstrue my words that it's because he's religious. It's the type of ideas that he ascribes to that are way beyond any religion that I've come in contact with. So this is why he looks at Ukrainians as others. He's an anti-Semite, so he also doesn't want, he knows he has to pass both of those, right? But he's going to try to delay. I mean, he's not going now. See, now, as of a matter of 2.5 hours, I can now change my language tense. He is delaying, distracting, and destroying as he tries to offset it with that IRS bullshit. So just like I said 3 hours ago that he would do that, conditional tense, now as of 2.5 hours, I can say he is doing that. So don't listen to anyone that says, lay back, it's all fine. Ukraine's going to get funded. There's no worries. Because I know they want to believe that, and Lord knows I want to believe that, but that it's going to take a hell of a lot of work to dig out from these people.
And that's the work Cece and all of us are asking you to do as an American voter. Benito, let's see if you fixed your audio problems. Go ahead.
Mic check.
Loud and clear.
Oh, thank you, Lord. Okay. I just wanted to bring some attention to a post I had just made. I know the NAFO fellows have been pushing around a meme for let's host protests at the countries, at the embassies and consulates around the world. And I'm going to be putting together the paperwork to do a protest with NAFO that evening at the consulate in Toronto. So if anyone's in the area and interested for that, just click on me as a speaker, Benito Mussolini. Dear Lord, I'm going to tie my real name to this fella. That's going to be terrifying. And I'm going to go ahead and, yeah, just I'll stay in speaker for a few minutes so people can find me if they want.
So, Benito, tell me a little bit more about what you are organizing in Toronto. You said tomorrow?
No, it's on November 11th. It's Remembrance Day, and it will be around 6 p.m. Eastern Time. Because the meme that's going around right now is host at that time at 6 p.m. on that day in your local time. Host a protest, pro-Ukrainian protest in front of the Russian embassy, or in this case, I'm doing a consulate, and that will be in Toronto on November 11th.
And do we know how many other demonstrations are being held on Remembrance Day, November 11th? That, of course, is the day that World War I ended. So these would be demonstrations held by nations engaged in that war, right? Especially the Allied nations.
Could be, but it's going to be fellas wherever they are, because this is a NAFO thing that's doing the rounds. I didn't look too carefully to see if it's in any way an official thing, but it looks like other people are picking it up. So I'm going to do the meat space organizing because we are completely decentralized. There's no one calling the shots. And I'm just going to go ahead and apply for the permits with the city and the Toronto Police Department, become the point of contact. Just the boring old charity protest stuff that needs to be done in a country when you host this sort of thing to make sure it's legal.
It sounds like a great idea. You know, Peter, I think we've had this conversation for 2 hours now. It was 2 hours ago. I said I want to welcome up my co-host, Peter Hederle. Are you still here?
I'm still here, and this is the first word I've got in edgeways. We've had a flurry of hands consistently all the time for about an hour and a half now.
And it's been a good conversation, all in all, but we are going to, of course, move on to news from Ukraine. One item that caught my eye in the Avdiivka area of battle, a 6 Russian fighter jet, an Su-25, a 6 Su-25 was shot down in Avdiivka. It's an intense battle, but Russia is really taking tremendous losses there. And I'd like to welcome Prince. Great to see you.
Good evening, Alan, and welcome back.
Carrie, I would love to have a copy of that article too if you're still awake. And it's good to see you, Carrie. Good evening. I have another question. Who remembers Language Learner? Who knows who Language?
I remember.
Yeah.
I remember Language Learner.
I don't know.
I text with him all the time, so I better remember him.
Yeah. I don't know if you've mentioned this, Alan. Language Learner is coming to do a Battlefield update tonight. He is coming to do a Battlefield update tonight at 10 p.m. Eastern time, and I am hoping this becomes a regular thing. I think we are shooting for Mondays and Wednesdays at 10 p.m. I believe. So, yeah, right? Who's surprised and happy about that? I am, because it was one of the things I really loved, was Language's Battlefield update. And if you look at the MriyaReport account, there is a tweet out, and he's going to be using the map thing again, where you can follow along to see the map that he's looking at as he's looking at it. And so that will be absolutely wonderful. So I'm actually going to grab that tweet really quick and put it up in the nest, if you don't mind, Alan. And
Yes, please do that. So, Prince, I was also going to say, this must mean Language Learner is back in the United States. He was in Ukraine for months. Spoke to us about his experience in Ukraine, training soldiers and medics in the use of tourniquets and chest shields and everything in their individual first aid kits. So he's back in the States for a time, is he?
I actually, I know that he is back in the States. I don't know what his plan is. Yeah, I know I'm co-hosting when Language is coming on to do his update tonight, and we'll take it from there. I actually haven't talked to him. CC might know more and might.
He does not want you to know.
Exactly. That's what I was going to say. Language, CC may know more and may be more aware of what Language does and does not want people to know. So it's just, being careful. And that's the way that we need to be sometimes. And I totally respect it and I totally understand it.
Oh, me too. It's not only Nuno Felix who sometimes wants to speak from an undisclosed location. So, Language Learner will be with us in approximately 2 hours, Prince, right?
I don't know what time it is. I took a nap. Yes, approximately a little bit over 2 hours. So yeah, Language will, and and of course I am in a different time zone. But yes, 7 p.m. Pacific, 10 p.m. Eastern. That is the goal. That is what the card says. So I'm going with what the card says, and I'm pretty excited about it. And there is a link actually in the tweet to the live map that see the link to the live map option so that they can have that and know how to and when to get ready for that. So pretty excited, pretty happy that he is going to be joining us again, and I look forward to it. And this means that you'll have Language on Monday, Chuck on Tuesday. I'm hoping Language on Wednesday, Chuck on Thursday. That's a lot of Battlefield updates.
And Nuno Thursday, hopefully.
Yes, and Nuno.
But there's a lot happening, Prince. We need these battle updates, and from folks like Language Learner and Chuck and Nuno. We need them all because there is so much happening, and it's hard to keep up with, frankly. So I'm going to retweet that tweet, Prince. Thank you for putting it in the nest. I encourage everyone to tap on the first tweet in the nest, retweet it, and just as importantly, mark your calendar for being here at MriyaReport in just over 2 hours' time for a Battlefield update. This is also a perfect time, I think, to remind people that the MriyaReport is raising money to demine Ukraine. It's the third tweet in the nest. And this is urgently important work that needs to be carried out in Ukraine. So we're raising money to purchase and supply deminers in Ukraine with metal detectors. They need, honestly, they need hundreds of metal detectors. I don't think we can raise sufficient money to send that many metal detectors to Ukraine. But if we could raise it, we would send all the metal detectors we possibly could, because Ukraine is, at this point, the most mined nation in the world. Your donation to this fundraiser will make a difference today. You know what? It'll make a difference 10 years from today, because it could take a decade to locate and eliminate all of the millions and millions of mines that have been laid in Ukraine on farm fields, on woodland paths, in people's backyards, along the streets of small Ukrainian villages and small towns. They're everywhere. More than 10 million mines at last count had been laid by the Russians. In some cases, the Russians don't know where they even put their mines. So it makes the job of demining that much more difficult. Now, you know, every day in Ukraine, a civilian will step on a mine. Could be a child just out for a walk. Could be a family out for a walk. Could be a farmer on his fields. Every single day, a Russian mine either cripples or kills a Ukrainian. That's why this fundraising today, ongoing, is so important. So please look at the third tweet in the nest, follow the link to MriyaReport's contribution page, and thank you. James, go ahead.
Yeah, I had a fundraising question about MriyaReport's financial tool. You can select monthly or one time. And for the monthly, let's say that you were giving $25 and you say, well, I want to go up to 50. Do you just change that number? Or is it now, are you now paying 75, or is it just changing that number for the monthly amount? How does that work?
Well, James, that's an excellent question, and I cannot actually answer it because I'm not a monthly giver. I give as I am able to give to MriyaReport. But my guess is the tool for a monthly sustainer donation is simple enough that you can simply change the monthly amount. So if you're giving $25 a month and you want to give $50 a month, I think you just change that monthly contribution. You won't be giving $75 a month. You'll be giving exactly what you can afford to give and want to give. Prince, am I right about that?
I don't know. I honestly don't know. Sorry.
Well, Alan, it's on your
I
shoulders in case it's 75. I'll be sending you a bill. I mean, my friend. I'm asking for a friend.
no, but I wanted to say something that, you know, I'm sure that we will make a big deal of it tomorrow. But it's already tomorrow in Ukraine. But you know, why haven't I heard this more today? Do you know what is going to happen when we read the numbers tomorrow? When Mockers gets up in her morning and reads numbers, do you know what's going to happen?
I don't know what will happen.
Oh, Alan, let's see. So the last report that we got was, you know, for today, well, the 30th. And I think James might know. So, James, do you want to tell him?
Well, it's one of two things. Either the Easter Bunny shows up, or the personnel destroyed goes over 300,000. I don't know. I can't say Easter Bunny. I don't know.
Exactly. The total when Mockers read the numbers this morning was 299,940. I'm pretty sure that by the time Mockers read them, actually, they were over 300,000 because by the time they put them out and by the time she reads them, I'm sure that they had been able to count 60 additional eliminated Russian personnel. But tonight, tonight for me, in the morning for Mockers, when she wakes up and reads those numbers, we will go over 300,000 because I'm sure the lost personnel will be over 60.
It's been averaging well over 60 prints. It haven't touched 1,000 or surpassed 1,000 in a day for I'm going to say a couple of weeks now, but it's usually over 500, sometimes over 600. So that is it's a milestone figure that will be passed tomorrow. One would think it would begin to have an effect inside Russia, but that is not happening. James.
In Ploki's book, there is a general who dissents publicly against Putin and the Duma's decision to go to war in Ukraine. And I'm paraphrasing, but he cites the reasons that one, it will have dramatic costs that we can't, I think this was his argument, can't handle. Two, that the war would make Ukraine and Russia mortal enemies for all time. And the third one is probably the most important for our purposes. The demographic impact on both the nations would substantially degrade Russia's, and he spoke particularly of Russia's power in the world, because there'd be less people, less ability to do these things. So what was my point with that? But that's what I wanted to say, was that I don't know. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that there's someone inside Russia coming closer and closer to dissent because of how badly they are losing in this war against Ukraine. Is that part of what you're saying, do you think?
Yeah, and so yes, and so that they know this, and they're seeing it come true now. And the things that we've done and the things that we didn't predict we'd do, but the special operations going on behind the Russian border inside of Russia, whether that's partisan or otherwise, I don't know, but could be either, could be both, could be little green men from outer space. But anyway, the point is that this is coming to fruition in a lot of ways. It's not there yet, you know what I mean? And I think we got led into one of these things like, I guess in reference to our conversation, a precipice, by talking about culmination. And in a sense, they did culminate. In another sense, we didn't predict that they'd double down on mining everything. You know what I mean? But still, even though they did that, it just turns back the clock a little bit. It's still coming. Their demise is still coming. And it's almost, it isn't really inevitable the way that history is never inevitable. But you can see how their inability to change course from this foul path, right? It is dooming them to this future that we can see, we in this group can see. They're going down, and it's going to be hard, and they're not going to recover for a long time. So, yay.
Prince, please keep going.
Well, the other thing that I was actually just going to add real quick is that there was a story a couple of days ago about Russia in conversation in the Duma about changing the abortion laws in Russia. And one of them, one of them is that they're begging women to not have abortions because they need to be able to raise these children to be soldiers, so for success of the special military operation. Another member of the Duma stated that instead of having abortion, perhaps women would like to sell their children to the Russian state, so that they can be raised to be soldiers, so that the special military operation can succeed. So yeah, that's how desperate it is. The conversation is becoming in Russia.
Well, it's a conversation that will keep driving them forward too. Um, but Prince, it also has to do with why Russia has abducted hundreds of thousands of Ukrainian children to take them back into Russia to brainwash and to um, and to try to make Russian as best they can. This is why, of course, all of these hundreds of thousands of Ukrainian children must absolutely be returned to their families in Ukraine, must be returned to Ukraine. We can't allow Russia to cut off these Ukrainian children from their language and their culture and their heritage in order to bring up a new generation of Russian soldiers who would be sent out to commit war crimes on God only knows what neighbor, because we know once Russia is done with Ukraine after losing in this war, that they will turn their eyes someplace else. The hope is, if we defeat Russia absolutely in Ukraine, that this imperial nightmare that Russia imposes on the rest of the world, taking land and people into a new Russian empire, our hope is that if Russia is defeated absolutely, this kind of nightmare will come to an end. And I think it can come to an end with Ukrainian victory. Ukraine war update, please.
Hey, thanks, Alan. I mean, I have a general question. I'm sure we've already talked about this in the space many times, but I was just listening to, I was talking about the demographic crisis that Russia has. The war is not sustainable. They have literally no future, right? That's pretty evident. But I think what's also evident is that Russia doesn't see a threat from the West, right? Like Kremlin. I mean, their propaganda claims that, right? But I think they know they really have nothing to fear from the West. In fact, I bet the calculus in the long term is that these, they will normalize these relationships, the trades, and it will help to, Russia to rebound economically, blah blah blah, that kind of garbage, which I don't think it will ever freaking happen again, right? But there is precedence to it from, after the Soviet Union fell apart, Russia was saved by the West quite a few times. Anyway, I digress from that. My question is that I think the real threat that Russia sees, right, to its, like not existential threat, but I guess it is to a certain degree, but the real threat is really from China. And I suspect that was the reason why Putin was so aggressively seeking, some kind of agreement or understanding with Xi, to make sure his, eastern, Asian flank was secure from really Chinese advancing in and taking this stuff. Sorry, I know it's a long question, but right, I don't see anything. There was never really anything official that was produced between Russia and China to demonstrate its ties, right? Besides the two leaders getting together, drinking some vodka, and saying that they're best friends. So I'm wondering to what extent Russia's actually, is vulnerable to China, and if anybody can maybe shed some light on, the thoughts about, you know, what kind of threat China actually does present to Russia, because I think that's the that's one of the pressure points on Russia that really need to be exerted more. I know right now we see that China is trying to help Russia with material. North Korea is doing similar thing because it follows China's policy. But I think it's just a alliance of convenience, right? And I'm using alliance term very loosely here. But I'm wondering what would cause China to really turn its back on Russia. And did I miss? Are there any actual like official treaties between the countries that they've signed that are publicly available? Thank you.
I think there are official treaties between Russia and China, but I don't think that China poses any threat to Russia. I don't think that any of these treaties actually, mitigate whatever that threat might be. I think that China poses no threat to Russia simply because China knows what it wants. It wants Taiwan. As long as China doesn't have Taiwan, it seems unlikely to me that they would look across the Amur River into Russia and see formerly Chinese lands that it wants back and will take back through war. I don't think that would make sense for China, and I don't think that they are looking that way at all. Ukraine war update.
Thanks, Alan. 100% agree with that. But in addition, like basically to what if I can add to what you said, I remember about a year into Russia's full-scale invasion, where Putin was proclaiming some sovereign republics in Ukrainian East, right? The DPR, LNR, that kind of garbage. I think even China protested, and I think everybody was actually caught by surprise, because I don't think it's in China's best interest for Russia to claim any of those states to be or any of the the land that it occupied to be a separate independent country, right? Because it contradicts China's policy, China's domestic policy that it has towards Taiwan. So there was definitely some kind of split and misunderstanding between the two states, and I think that was driven mainly because Russia realized they're not going to be able to really do anything else, create any other clout of legitimacy, which nobody's taking that way anyway. But there was definitely, I think some kind of uh, you know rift between the two states when Russia did that, and I think that's why Putin was actually forced to claim that some of the Ukrainian territory, those regions, right, that they didn't have full control over, right? They claimed it's part of Russia, like Zaporizhia region, Kherson region, all those silly things. It's just so laughable and sad at the same time. But I think Russia, I don't know, China has interest in Russian land, and I think it's the Baikal region, right? I think it's the largest or the deepest freshwater lake in Russia's territory, but it's been heavily over the past decade, I think, heavily been populated by Chinese immigrants and kind of crawling expansion of China into that area, and I'm wondering if that's going to be one of the other elements that could ultimately cause Russia collapse completely in the near future.
Well, I don't know. I think it's so hard to speculate on such things. I do think that what will come between China and Russia is Russia's defeat, because China does not want to back a loser, doesn't want to back a loser that loses more badly than you can even begin to imagine. I think that China will end up supporting Russia financially in a way that probably it didn't intend to, but may see a benefit from in the future. because Russia will be so devastated financially, and its future will be so dim without such aid from a big economy like China's. China would probably see a great opportunity there. But I just so hard to speculate on such a future and a relationship between these two autocracies, these two dictatorships. You cannot see inside the ruling factions to see really what they're thinking. It is very, very difficult. Both China and Russia are black boxes. You can't see inside them. And I don't think even B. Ernest Shackleton could see inside those black boxes. Could you, B. Ernest?
I wouldn't dare to speculate, but it's very nice to be here, and thank you to Peter. And thank you, Alan. Eva Cordigaler. Hello, all my friends. Thank you for the conversation, Alan. It's lovely to hear you back. I missed you while you were away, but I know you had to be away, and I'm also glad that you've come back. So thank you so much. And Peter, thank you very much. I really enjoyed listening. And to everyone who keeps the show on the road, I appreciate everybody who volunteers and helps out. And on that line, if you're listening and have been enjoying and indulging, as I have, in this wonderful conversation, please retweet, share the space, let the internet know, tell a friend, bring a cousin. This is MriyaReport.org. We take contributions. Go to MriyaReport.org website. You can even volunteer, fill out the form, hit submit. It's open call at the moment. The time is 14 minutes past 8 in the evening in Florida, probably the same where you are, Alan. And I myself, I consider myself to be very fortunate to be here, and I'm very glad Maria Report is here 24/7 live. Slava Ukraine.
Herom Slava. And you know, I I don't know, but in less than 2 hours now, Language Learner is going to be up with a Battlefield update, and I don't know, Ernest, if you continue to co-host after 10 tonight, do you?
Oh God, I don't live that far in the future, Alan. I live second by second, scintillating madness.
Well, I try to live at least minute by minute, second
Oh,
by
you're
second.
terribly brave. You're a brave man, Alan. What is it like to live in the future?
Well, I'll tell you in just 1 minute. So, some of the news that I know Language Learner is going to be reviewing tonight is what is happening in Avdiivka. Ukraine has shot down 6 Su-25 Russian jet fighters in the Avdiivka area of operation. It just one today, but it's 6 in total over the last 18 days, I think, roughly, I'm going to say. So over the last 18 days, Russia has lost 6 Su-25s over Avdiivka. I think most of these planes have been brought down with man pads. This is a shoulder carried weapon on the ground by a Ukrainian soldier. Incredibly effective, bringing these jets down in Avdiivka. James, go ahead.
The best thing about shooting those down is that interrupts, well, not this time, but recently interrupts this long string of 90 days without a downed, or more, I think, even without a downed aircraft. And you know what that means is that they are risking them now. They are going out to closer and obviously in range of some stuff that we've got, or I'm sorry, that the Ukrainians got from us. And so it's great that that's happening. And it's just another one of those big, like glaring, flashing, like, hey, we're going down. See this? Yeah, we're getting destroyed. So it's really good news. They're in a different battle space, and they came in potentially with overwhelming air power. Potentially, they never potentiated it. They never got it together to really string together victories based on that. Lucky us that they can't do that. But really great that this is picked up. And I don't know if it'll accelerate or if it will be like over the last 11, no, from like a month and a half ago back to 10 months ago. There's just this kind of very even, relatively even level of attrition. And what we've seen with ground-based equipment in particular is this change in the direction of the line. You know, that average over 7 days, that overall trend, it's going up. And there's no reason to think it won't go up more, but it may just, if it just resets on this new plateau that it's sort of on, that would be great too, right? Because it's just happening. It's only a matter of time. How long it is really depends on Ukraine's allies.
And how quickly those allies act. You know, one thing I'm going to ask Chuck tomorrow about these downed Su-25s over Avdiivka, and Russia carries out airstrikes all across the line of contact. So not just in Avdiivka, obviously, but also in Bakhmut, in the salient south of Orkiv, in Kupiansk, and also in Kherson on the left bank of the Dnipro. But what I'm wondering is if these Su-25s are being brought down over Avdiivka because it's an urban battle space. It's not wide open country. It's very urbanized. It's been fought over since 2014. Russia really is not making any progress, but they are absolutely destroying another Ukrainian city where about 30,000 Ukrainians lived before the war. When this battle for Avdiivka is concluded, sadly, Avdiivka will be in the same condition that Bakhmut is in, a pile of rubble. Prince, go ahead.
Well, I have some breaking news that won't matter to anybody, but it might in the long run. It will be for next year, though. You know, I have had the same representative in Congress for 3 decades. 3 decades. And for really for what we're doing right now, he is a wonderful congressman, and he is 75 years old. He is represented he is in my district actually. He is my district congressman. He has represented us on federal, state, or local level for 50 years. He became a congressman in the US House in 1996. And he has just announced at 75 he will not seek re-election. So that is a really, really interesting twist. Now, I will say that this is a very, very strong Democratic seat, and I don't see that seat flipping at all. But I will definitely keep an eye on this more than I would have, because if Earl Blumenauer would have run again, Earl Blumenauer just would have won. but I will keep a closer eye on this. Now, I will say he is he is actually a little bit farther on the left on the horseshoe than I would like any these days. But he has been a pretty solid guy, and for 30 years for the Portland area. And so I literally just got an email alert saying that, and I thought, well, there you go. And that was a nice suggestion that I got in the background, but no, Prince Heather for Congress will not happen. Thanks for the idea, but no, you will not be hearing Prince Heather for Congress. Thanks. That was amusing.
And well, you know, I think it has a nice ring to it. I'll come up with a slogan for you too. James, go ahead.
Oh, I've got this awful one. Leather for Heather doesn't work, though. No, it doesn't. It doesn't. And it completely drove out of my mind whatever it was I was going to say. No, I think I remember what it is that watch out for your Santoses of the world. Actually, people have to be really well vetted these days because this is desperation time when you send in a Santos. It's amazing. I don't think he acted on his own. I think we have to be very suspect of everybody, suspicious of everybody.
Yep, it actually turns out that way, James. But we would not be suspicious of Prince. Prince, run for Congress.
Well, I will give
Heather
you
forever. Heather forever.
Heather forever. Yeah, I will give you a hint that per the children in my grade school, my last name rhymed with magazine just well enough. That doesn't tell you anything about what my last name is, but it rhymes well with magazine. So if you can come up with something, having to do with that, that was what they said on the playground in grade school.
That's a challenge. I think Heather forever is so much better. Uh, but we'll come up with something that rhymes with magazine.
It just fits with your accent, Alan. That's all.
Yes, I guess it does. At that. Uh, in in any event, I do want to alert folks that Language Learner will be here in 90 minutes time, roughly, with a battlefield update. I know he will take listeners to Avdiivka. I am certain he will take listeners to the left bank of the Dnipro, where Ukraine is widening a bridgehead. You know, one of the interesting things about Ukraine crossing the Dnipro, and this is uh, the south bank of the Dnipro. So they crossed from Kherson city, which is up on the north bank. Kherson is shelled and targeted every single day by Russian artillery and Russian missiles within range. These are short range missiles. So I think in one way, crossing the Dnipro was done in order to protect Kherson city and the civilians who live there. But secondly, of course, it opens a very threatening front that the Russians will have to deal with, possibly even redeploy troops to. But I did read a story as more and more Ukrainian troops and material crosses the Dnipro. Ukraine is using drones to resupply them. So I don't think these are Amazon delivery drones, so to speak, but I think this again demonstrates the innovation that Ukraine has on the battlefield wherever you look. So drones are being used to bring supplies from the right bank of the Dnipro to the left bank, where Ukrainian soldiers are widening a bridgehead, have actually liberated a few towns. Very soon they will be on the outskirts of Oleshki, it's my guess. But just imagine that drones to keep troops supplied across a river. Makes all the sense in the world. What do you think about that, B. Ernest?
I think it's always dangerous to speculate. No, I'm joking because I said it the last time. I think you're quite right. Precisely right, in fact. I've nothing to add except to say I'm very glad you put it the way you did. I think it's probably time to remind people to retweet and share the space. If they're listening, we could do with some folks retweeting. That'll be it.
Yeah, it's always important to let folks know what's happening at MriyaReport. We're here 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. We have been here throughout Russia's genocidal invasion of Ukraine. So, you know, not everyone here listens 24 hours a day. Some of us do. If you're here in American evening time or European evening time, you might hear some news repeated, but retweet the space, come up and speak, raise your hand, ask us your questions, ask us what what's in the news today, or what caught your eye in the news today, because that's the only way we keep up on it, by taking the listeners' questions when you request to become a speaker, and sometimes, of course, by going through the news of the day as if this is a newscast. And it's really, it's not a newscast, especially, but you do get all the news from Ukraine that is breaking, that's important, and that's making a difference. Be earnest.
I often think it's sometimes like a community notice board.
Yeah, I think that's exactly a good way to look at it. Ukraine war update, please.
Hey, Alan. Thanks again. So yeah, I was just thinking about that another airplane, right? The six Rusty SU, the Ukrainians shot down from the sky. Um, I am looking forward to. You say tomorrow. What's his name is going to be? Oh my God, sorry, it's been a long day.
That's okay. Chuck
Chuck.
Sparrow.
Yeah.
Chuck
Yeah.
Sparrow
Yeah.
will
Of
be here
course.
tomorrow at 7 p.m. for bullet
Yeah.
points. But tonight, language learner with us in just 1 hour and a half.
Yeah, I really want to hear maybe a little bit more insight, if possible, on that stuff, because you know, it's air defense systems are typically, you know, tiered, right? There's many different layers essentially, right? So if SU is being shot down from a manpad, right, handheld essentially, soldier carry air defense, you know, system, weapon system, that means Ukrainians able to infiltrate deeper into, you know, Russian controlled territory and basically take out those airplanes when they really don't suspect. It's essentially forward ambush, you know, for those air platforms. With that set in mind, that means Russian line is very porous, right, and allows Ukrainian maybe reconnaissance teams or, you know, small hunter killer teams to get in, set up an ambush, you know, and then hit those airplanes, because Russia's has been lately, you know, keeping distance, keeping their airplanes a little bit further back and trying to maximize the you know, those guided dumb bombs, right, where they actually weld some wings and keep air platforms further back, um, instead of bringing them closer, for the sake of preserving them as much as possible. Because I think they're hurting really bad right now, and I'm not sure if they're hurting on airplanes or they're hurting on people who can actually fly those things. So that's another thing I would want to hear. Maybe language learner would be able to share his perspective on that. Um, but also, if we go back to the tier concept air defense system, that means Ukrainians have larger weapons systems, right? Air defenses, those the mobile kind of, you know, a lot bulkier, require you know, some kind of vehicle to propel those things. You know, maybe they bring them a little bit forward too, right? Which forces you know, Russians to fly lower to the ground, in order to minimize their signature, you know, and try to uh, bypass those bigger air defense systems, you know, level 2, level 3 tier systems is a little bit further back from the front lines. And by flying lower, they become more susceptible to those manpads. Um, or maybe it's a combination of the two reasons that I just mentioned why they're losing so many airplanes, because that's a lot, and that's an expensive weapon system to lose. Again, I don't know if it's necessarily because of the platform itself, but I think Russia's probably hurting more on people than anything at this point, because that requires a great deal of technical proficiency, and it's not something that you can you know, train a pilot in just a couple of days and, you know, have them sent to front line to fly this thing. So it's really interesting. But thank you for sharing the news. I'm really looking forward to some of this additional information.
Thank you, Ukraine war update. On to Michael Weir and then to Dryfly. Michael.
Hi, good evening, Alan. Good evening, Brent. Hope y'all are doing well. Welcome back, Alan. Just wanted to ask y'all, there's been some updates I know from the front, and it looks like that the Ukrainians have taken a good chunk on the west side of that Robotyny salient. And there's an update I know on Deep State in the last couple of hours. And the intriguing thing is not just that they've widened that salient, is that according to Deep State, this is being taken against a couple of airborne assault regiments, which are supposed to be some of the more choice troops. So not only does it look like they've taken a little bit of territory there, but they've done it against the best Russian troops, supposedly. Those are both good things in my mind. I don't know if that's something you might want to mention to language learner. Or I'm definitely intrigued to see what language learner may say about that and many other topics as well.
Yeah, I'm really intrigued to see what language learner says about that. And I had not seen those reports yet, Michael. So I'm going to take a look for them and try to catch all of language learner's battlefield update tonight. Dryfly, go ahead.
Yeah, per that jet that was shot down, I've been reading that they've been cheating up. They don't have enough of those guided glide bombs for what they want to drop. They've got requirements that they've got air missions that they've got to do, and the general staff down their throats over on the Russian side. And so I've been reading that they've actually been taking quite a few chances with air support, close air support. And so it doesn't surprise me at all that they're creeping into the range of man pads. I don't think it's anything more exotic than that, to be honest with you. There's not a lot that the Ukrainians are doing differently. It's just the Russians are taking more chances because they're told they have to. And that is the message that I've been kind of reading on the net, trying to sift out what the heck is going on, because everyone says, yeah, we need to get more medium air defense to them, and we do. But that's, I don't think, what's causing these losses. They're just taking chances because Avdiivka is that important to Putin. Listen.
Yeah, I think you're right about that, Dryfly, because it's not happening all across the line of contact. It's happening in Avdiivka. It's probably happening up in Kupiansk. I think an Su-25 was shot down up there as well. But the other thing I was wondering, Dryfly, is in Avdiivka especially, I've read that Russia has depleted its artillery ammunition, so it doesn't have sufficient artillery support of infantry and armored advance in Avdiivka. Would that mean they would call in these close air support missions with Su-25 in a way to make up for that deficiency, or not? Dryfly?
That's what I read, exactly. I read the same thing, that the Korean artillery is coming in, but they don't have enough tubes. They don't have well-trained crews to operate them. I mean, they got crews, but they're not experienced. I was reading today on one of the sites about kind of a post-mortem of that October 7, 8, 9, 10 assault, the big assault that they had that went so horribly wrong. And it sounds like the timing was wrong. The artillery didn't come in. The artillery didn't come in at the right place. It didn't come in at the right time. And I just think they're really struggling to get the combined arms thing all in one box, and they just aren't doing it. As a result, you call in the Air Force and say, bomb them. We need the pressure off us, bomb them. And probably, they do 20 or 30 missions without a hitch, but then one goes down. They're doing like 60 a day or something like that, or 45 a day or something like that. And so if you're losing one every other day, that kind of tells you the risks that these guys are running. They're running one out of every 50 missions, you're going to lose a jet, and yeah, compared to World War II, that's nothing. But in modern warfare, that's pretty ugly. I mean, I don't think the U.S. would put up with 1 out of 25, 1 out of 50 missions, losing a jet. So yeah, I think that's exactly right.
And you're going to lose a jet and a pilot.
Yeah, and the pilot may be because I think they've got quite a few 25s. They're kind of junky, but they don't have near enough pilots. Now listen.
Thanks, Dryfly. Ukraine war update, please.
Yeah, I really appreciate what Dryfly said, because I was suspecting very similar thing. One of the other elements to this, and I'm wondering to what extent do anyone on the panel, Dryfly, you, Alan, or anybody else, to think, that what what I learned, especially in the early stages of this full-scale invasion, right before Russian terrorists took over Mariupol, occupied Mariupol. The way the pilots operated was with a very limited degree of decision making once they're in the cockpit flying the mission, right? They were basically, giving a target package, and they would tell them like, this is the altitude, this is direction. When you get to this grid coordinate or whatever the marking was, I'm not sure exactly how they operated. It's not important. You drop this bomb, and it will fly in this direction, and will bomb a target, whatever, right? But once pilots would get to a certain location and at certain altitude, they would be really able to see what they bombing, right? Infamously, the theater in Mariupol that was bombed by Russia, while many people and children, maybe many adults and children, families were hiding during the active phase of Russian invasion in early stages, causing tremendous casualties. But again, the way I understand Russia's, attack aviation, close air support, whatever it is, heavily relies on the intelligence from the battlefield, and then it uses the information to process actual, and create target packages for airplanes to fly out, and bomb them. Is this a limiting factor? And if that's the case, is this a significant limiting factors for pilots during the mission to really make any changes or divert the routes if they suspect any threat of Ukrainian air defense systems? I'm kind of curious to what extent do they actually have that type of agility? And I'll listen. Thank you.
I think Dryfly has the answer.
Well, from what I've read, is that that's exactly how they do it. That they get their missions before they even leave the ground. They're told you're going to drop a bomb here, X, Y. They give them a coordinate, and you go drop it there. And then they get everything together, get up in the air, and they go. And then they drop it, and that's like what, 30 minutes, an hour, from the time they leave. So the whole thing could change. Whereas in the West, and we've heard that from guys that have been here on the site, who were in Iraq and Afghanistan, that they're up over the battlefield, and they would get their bomb missions literally in the air. We want you to drop here, at this minute, because somebody's in a tough situation, or somebody needs support in this area. I don't think they do much of that. They probably do some. I mean, they're not completely stupid. They have radios. But from what I read, they do not. That their flight missions are coordinated. So they'll say, we're going to be at a certain, they're going to send their assault groups to a certain place at a certain time, and they're going to expect the jet to have bombed that place prior to them being there, or while they're off coming in. And they may be there, they may not even get there, or they may get there and get past it and get the bomb dropped on them. I mean, it's really not coordinated, from what I understand. But it also then speaks to why they try to get as close as they can. These things are not precision weapons. They aren't. I mean, some of them are standoff from quite a bit of distance. Those winged bombs that they have, and I guess they have some guidance on those, but they're not really precise. But yeah, they just drop them, and you can see that's what they did in Syria. That's how they hit, camps. they hit camps instead of hitting soldiers. They have a point on the map to hit, and they hit it regardless, or as close as they can get. They drop it on something.
They drop it on something. I think that is the byword of the Russian Air Force. Just thinking back to when the Free Russian Battalion was invading Belgorod Oblast, I remember seeing that Russian jet fighter miss by a long shot the building that the Free Russian Battalion had taken over, and it wasn't even close. The strike was criticized as too low, too fast, and off target. So that you blame the pilot with, I guess. Michael.
Yeah, and what we're talking about here is exactly why when you see, for instance, different air sorties of the Ukrainians versus the Russians and artillery barrages of the Ukrainians versus the Russians. The Russians may outnumber, but they don't have the precision that the Ukrainians have. And so while the Ukrainians may be outnumbered, they're making what they're making, theirs count, and not just in this. But that's part of the reason why ATACMS is so important, because the ability to deploy that ATACMS to the field and focus it on a target, be able to act on information related to a target is so incredibly vital. It's not just the precision of it, but the ability to deploy the munition out there and get it to where you need to get it so quickly. And that's what I think at the end of the day is going to be really important when it comes to the Ukrainians, is just the ability to quickly and precisely put a certain amount of boom in a location. As horrible as Russia is at what they do, and they destroy these civilian targets, and it is absolutely horrible. And my fear is that some of us, or many of us that don't follow this, are getting numb to this. But I think we need to just count on the Ukrainians to continue to get better at what they do, which is get a target, quickly deploy munition on it, and hit it.
And the other thing Ukraine has going for it is some of these targets have eyes on the targets. That is, Ukrainian partisans in occupied Ukraine. And I think that is part of the reason why Ukraine's attack on Russian logistics has been so successful. We haven't seen the Russians take out many Ukrainian depots anywhere along the line of contact. One or two strikes on Ukrainian supply depots, ammunition, etc. That's really all I can remember. Whereas Ukraine has taken out dozens of such Russian supply depots, in some cases supposedly hidden near the line of contact. Again, possible eyes on target, or these supply depots, for some reason, relatively out in the open, quite a ways behind the line of contact. Ukraine has had tremendous success striking these ammunition depots and fuel depots well behind the line of contact. And that, again, is a difference between how Ukraine is fighting this war and how Russia is fighting this war. And it's another reason why Ukraine will win. Folks, stick around. In about an hour and 15 minutes now, Language Learner will be with us with a battlefield update and with interactive maps. So if you look at the first tweet in the space, you will not only find just an announcement of Language Learner's session here with us on MriyaReport, as I say, in about an hour and 15 minutes, but there is a link to the maps that he uses. And I've watched Language Learner's maps in the past. They are very, very helpful because you can move them around. You can follow his narrative of the battlefield. I'm quite sure Language will be visiting Avdiivka and will be visiting the left bank of the Dnipro. Two really critical areas right now on the line of contact. Might take us up to Kupiansk too. Wait and see what Language has in store for us. But I really encourage all of you to be here in an hour and 15 minutes with Language Learner and a battlefield update. Meanwhile, those of you who are listening, don't hesitate to request to come up as a speaker and raise your hand. It's not that we have too few topics to talk about, but the best topics we want to discuss are those at the top of your mind, not necessarily the topics at the top of our mind. But one thing I do want to talk a little bit about is the Black Sea grain corridor. This is the safe transit of the Black Sea and the Western Black Sea that Ukraine was able to open primarily by driving the Russian Black Sea fleet east out of Sevastopol, away from the Crimean Peninsula. In fact, to the extent that it is dangerous for Russian ships to operate in the Western Black Sea. Now, a few days ago, I saw a report that Russia was back to mining this part of the Black Sea with sea mines dropped by jets. I haven't seen any reports of those mines causing a problem navigating the Western Black Sea. And also Bulgaria and Turkey, and possibly Romania. I'm not sure if it's Bulgaria, Romania, and Turkey that have joined forces to demine the Black Sea or not, but they do have a flotilla of minesweepers out there. So chances are they would detect those mines that were dropped by air just a few days ago. But they have not slowed down the progress of grain ships crossing the Black Sea and getting to Ukraine's ports on the Danube, getting to Mykolaiv and Odessa, and continuing to export Ukrainian grain. I think I'm just going to say this from memory. There are at least 90 ships inbound or outbound from Ukrainian ports right now, and that's a significant number. Be Earnest, I want to go back to you for a moment and see what is at the top of your mind.
Thank you very much, Alan. It's very kind of you to think of me. I've been listening keenly, and something you've mentioned just now about inviting folks to come up and speak to us. There is no production. There are no meetings held to plan out these co-hosting sessions. So what I'm trying to say is we are reliant on folks coming up to speak with us, to ask their questions, to share their ideas. So I would invite anybody who is listening to come and speak with us and to ask your questions. That was something that struck me deeply, Alan, from what you've said. That was uppermost in my mind. I want to repeat, as I have again, please retweet, share the space. You're listening to MriyaReport.org. It's 24/7 live Twitter space on your preferred mobile device, or you can even listen in on a laptop. I wouldn't advise it. A lot of people listen on YouTube. Either way, please retweet and share so we can invite new people in and hopefully spread the good word. I see John is with us. Good afternoon, good evening, good morning, John. Please go ahead.
Yeah, good evening. A complete change of tack. Apologies. In fact, I'll just ask if this has already been raised.
And now for something completely different. John.
Yeah, sorry. I've just seen Russia. Russia is apparently in discussions with Hamas with regards to 8 Russian hostages who are being held in Gaza currently. And Hamas are requesting anti-aircraft systems in exchange for their release. Has this been covered at all up to now?
I haven't heard it, but I've read it today. Go ahead, John.
Right, okay, brilliant, thank you. Well, I would just say that for anyone who is US based, this is pretty much Christmas come early, because obviously the huge problem at the moment is breaking through to the harder thinking Republican wing in the House of Representatives, who are pretty much militantly at this point anti-Ukraine for whatever reasons. But I think most of us would speculate that there is some sort of Russia adjacent mindset, shall we say, amongst those folks, and the fact that the Russians are
Go ahead, John. I think we momentarily muted everyone. Sorry
yeah,
about
no
that.
problem. Where did you lose me? Sorry.
That the Russian adjacent argument here for the right-wing Republicans in the House. They need to be aware of these negotiations taking place between Hamas and Russia.
Correct. And what I would suggest is that we all know, all of us who take an interest in Ukraine, that Russia drives hundreds of men to their deaths with no compunction whatsoever, and will happily machine gun anybody who takes a step backwards. So the idea that the Russians are concerned about 8 Russian nationals in Gaza is absolutely laughable. So the reality of what's going on is this is being used as an excuse for Russia to transfer, or potentially for Russia to transfer, anti-aircraft systems to Hamas, in order for them to be able to now prosecute their conflict that they're intending to have with the IDF. And although we know that those Republicans are very pro-Russia and very anti-Ukraine, they are in the main also very pro-Israel. So their worldviews are now about to collide quite spectacularly. And this is I would suggest, a very good opportunity for anybody who's minded to actually start to put pressure on those people and really highlight in the public sphere in the US that this is going on. Because it is really significant, particularly from the aspect of being able to knock down the mental wall that these people have erected between Ukraine and what's going on in Israel. And obviously, we all know that the common factor between the two is Iran and Russia. And if Hamas are now basically engaging in these negotiations and the Russians are using 8 civilians as an excuse in order to be able to transfer anti-aircraft weapon systems to Hamas, I think that starts to put those Republicans in a very narrowing window in terms of being able to justify their continued opposition to supporting Ukraine, because we're now looking at openly, one enemy across numerous theaters. We all knew this already, but it becomes much harder for these guys to deny. As I say, I wasn't sure if you'd addressed this before, but I thought it was something worth raising, particularly while we had the US audience on the space. And I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Come on, John Q. Alan, I believe I stepped on you. Please go ahead.
No, I was going to say, John, I think that's a great point, and we haven't really covered it. And so the way you describe it, John, I wonder 2 things. One is Russia using the 8 civilians as a cover for negotiations they would have held anyway. And 2, I wonder if Russia actually has anti-aircraft systems it can spare from Ukraine to send to Hamas. What do you think about that, John?
Yeah, I mean, we're not talking about S300, S400 to the stuff here, or bucks or anything like that. We're talking about manpads, effectively. And yes, will the Russians have manpads stacks? They'll have a whole bunch in Syria. How easy is it for those to be physically transferred from that location into Gaza? I would suggest very difficult. But that's not really the issue. The issue is making people aware that Russia is engaging in these discussions with Hamas. Because after what Hamas have just done, obviously the pro-Israel wing of the Republican Party, which I think is probably the entirety of the Republican Party, in fairness, and there's nothing wrong with that at all, they will be in quite a difficult position now, and having to speak out of both sides of their mouth, wanting to support Israel in one breath, but not support Ukraine in the other, when actually both of those parties are facing the same enemy. So I just think it's a useful thing that's going to go on. And I agree with you. It's not so much that these negotiations would have gone on anyway. There aren't really it's not really about negotiations. It's an excuse. It's a cover in order for Russia to continue to provide assistance to Hamas. And if we take Budanov at his word, which I think most of us are inclined to do, the Russians have already provided satellite support in the planning of the attack that took place on the 7th of October in the south of Israel. So this is just an extension of, or a continuation of, Russian support to Hamas, who are obviously, a genocidal organization bent on the destruction of the state of Israel and Jews worldwide. That's something that it becomes quite difficult for Republican members of Congress to run away from.
Yeah, I think that is an excellent point, and I agree with you, John. It is like Christmas come early for those of us supporting Ukraine and leaning on members of Congress to get with the program. I want to go to James, to G-Man, and then to Alex. James.
Thanks. Yes, interesting. I did not know this, so that's big news, and it reminds me of Putin calling Bush 2 days before 9/11, or a couple days before, anyways, to talk about their common problem, terrorism. And oh, doggone it, aren't they awful? And they're terrorists. And it reminds me of it because here's the case: if I were Lavrov or some other lapdog or mouth of Sauron, I would say something like, well, they're attacking us too. They're taking us hostages. We had nothing to do. You can plainly see that, can't you? So more than one use for this.
Exactly. G-Man, please.
Yeah, what we were looking at, we had an update last night. I can't remember who brought us this update on the polling across the Republicans and Democrats on a number of issues. And I think there's a dichotomy where the Democrats in the House of the representatives, House of Representatives, to a man, voted for all of the Ukraine aid. And on the Republican side, there's this problem, and some of them have a bigger problem than others, and most of them, I'm going to say most of them, support Ukraine aid. But if you flip that on its upside down, then it's almost the opposite, and that goes across public opinion in the States as well. A greater percentage of Republicans are favourable to Israel than would be the case in Democrat voters. I think that's at least the YouGov poll that was summarised by someone. Now, I have been written to representatives, and one of them has come back to me, and he's a Democrat, because I was the first way I got to write was I used the address I used to stay in Baltimore, or in Lithicum Heights in Maryland. And the representative happens to be John Serbians. Now, I wrote to him about Israel and Ukraine and aid for both. And he came back to me, thank you, dear Mr. Redacted. Thank you for contacting me about the current situation in Gaza. I appreciate having the benefit of your views and welcome the opportunity to respond. As you know, on October 7th, Hamas committed horrifying acts of terrorism against Israeli civilians. He mentions that, and then it goes on. Israel responded with retaliatory attacks aimed at the Gaza Strip. President Biden and Secretary of State Blinken continue to hold high-level talks to ensure respect for the rules of war in protecting civilian life, providing humanitarian aid to civilians in need in Gaza, establishing a humanitarian corridor for Palestinians, and securing the release of hostages. Blah, blah, blah. He goes on to say he supports the two-state solution, wanted to continue to support
the humanitarian efforts to civilians in Gaza, wanted to restore the 235 million in economic and humanitarian aid to Palestinians, which had been cut under the Trump administration. So there's sort of an example of what happens. Now, if I write to Republican representatives, and I've had replies, including from Marjorie Taylor Greene, and hers was, something similar, where they replied in the fashion of almost like a stock reply, with the things that they want to say to their constituents, not answering the questions that were raised with them. Marjorie Taylor Greene came back to me, and from memory, it was something about having supported Kevin McCarthy and continued to do so, was unhappy about his ouster, and then went on to say about it being America first and all this stuff that they achieved, which weren't necessarily achievements at all. So it's almost like, I know that in party politics this happens, but it's almost like they're a mirror image of each other when it's reversed. And it's so important that we get both sides, the majority on both sides of the aisle, to recognize that Israel and Ukraine are the same, and they're fighting against the same enemies, just with different names. Russia is at the center of this. I mean, they're not a superpower anymore, but they still have those tentacles, still have that influence. Their secret service is the KGB. I know they call it the FSB now, and there's also the SVR, but it's still the same. Still has the same influence and means of influence in certain quarters. And we know that over the years they financed terrorism. They did it here with the IRA and others. They did it in Palestine with Black September and the PLO, or in the Middle East. And Iran is their satellite, and they have done it for years too. So we've got Hamas, Hezbollah, and of course the Iranian Revolutionary Guard Corps, which is an offshoot of their government, but is in fact a terrorist organization as well. So the sooner that both sides of the aisle start talking about the same things, the better, because it's the same battle at the end of the day. Thanks.
Thanks, G-Man. I agree with you 100% there. Alex, welcome, and please go ahead.
Thank you. Yeah, it's been a while. I was reading some news, and I'm actually quite impressed that you remember there were. I was following actually a couple of Israeli military who were in Ukraine. They kind of have their blog. I was following them, and I'm pleased that they kind of do not forget about Ukraine, even though obviously they cover Israel a lot recently. But always find time to cover Ukraine. And interestingly enough, like Israeli ambassador in Ukraine said that Ukraine right now is probably the most pro-Israeli country in Europe. I think it's a strong compliment. And I was also kind of very carefully watching like UN voting. I was very pleased to find out that Georgia, even though I have said many times that its government is pro-Russian, but they actually vote in line with Israel and Ukraine and Western democracies. which I'm very pleased. Like, mind that Georgia is a small pro-Israeli country surrounded by Russia, Iran, and Turkey. So, yeah, we have strong ties with Israel. We have big Jew community, and a lot of Israelis actually are from Georgia. There were stories of there was a actually girl from Georgia on that festival, and then there was father and daughter serving in Israeli army. Father died supporting, like, fighting Hamas terrorists in one of kibbutzes, and daughter, I think, is she's in Tzachal. Yeah, we have strong ties, and I'm pleased that the government, even though, like I said, I accused them many times that they're pro-Russian. I wanted them more pro-Ukrainian, obviously, but they align with the West, they align with Israel, and they align with all right things, which is very. I'm very pleased to see that. Yeah, just wanted to share these experiences. This is terrible time, but I am also pleased that you can still hear some sound voices, from different places that I mean, Hamas need to be finished. You can't give them a break so that they regroup and find a better moment to attack. They need to be finished now. And it's this standing by the light and the darkness is so obvious that I don't even know, like, people who are still against supporting Ukraine. Like, what their next argument gonna be? They are running out of all the reasons, and I do think that it's time to kind of clearly take a position, because again, like a Russian attack on Ukraine, Russian aggression on Ukraine, it's like this is a moment of truth. I mean, what else? How this is not, different shades of gray. This is all black. Well, let's not use that word, but this is all light and darkness. And the choice cannot be more obvious. Thank you.
Thank you, Alex. Yes, it is a time for choosing, as really as every day has been a time for choosing um, in the last 600 plus days. Every day is a time for choosing, and if you haven't chosen who you support and understand why, today is a day when you can make that decision. I think we have G-Man, back to G-Man in this conversation, then Incognito, then James. But be earnest. Go ahead, please.
Thanks very much, Alan. I wanted to say hello and welcome to Alex. I always enjoy your perspective. Thank you for sharing that with us about the very ancient and recent Jewish community in Georgia, your home nation. I hope you're well and your family. Thank you for being here. And that was it. Everybody, please retweet and share the space. It's MriyaReport.org. G-Man, please carry on.
Yeah, thank you very much, Ernest. Yeah, it's important that we all stand in solidarity with Ukraine and with Israel, and we are. I'm reminded that one of the sixth, maybe the sixth, maybe not, president of the State of Israel was a man who was born in Belfast. And Chaim Herzog, I think, maybe. It's getting late, so my memory's not the best. But I just happened to glance through my Twitter feed, one of the subsets of it, where I'm just looking at things that some of my some of my followers are tweeting, and they've just tweeted something. It happened 2 hours ago. Israel's ambassador to the UN and his delegation are wearing Nazi-era yellow stars at the UN Security Council meeting, saying that when Jewish babies were burnt in Auschwitz, the world was silent. Today, Jewish babies were burnt in Bari and the southern settlements by the Nazi Hamas, and the world is silent again. It will make you remember the shame of your silence every day, every time you look at me. And this probably happened a few weeks ago. Yeah, but I'm not actually sure. No, I think it's today. So yeah, I mean, that's pretty powerful. The UN hasn't covered itself in glory yet again with the antics and the vote that happened, but we've come to, unfortunately, be disappointed in the UN quite a lot, and it is an organization that has a failing grade at this point in time, and it needs to do much improvement, because it really isn't the organization that its founders wanted it to be. Slava Ukraini.
Hello,
Hello,
Slava.
Slava.
Hello, Slava.
On to Incognito, Nico, and then James.
Hey, thank you, Alan. I wanted to respond to John earlier with an observation, an explanation, and then a suggestion for a meaningful suggestion for any American trying to write to their Republican House of Representatives member. First of all, the explanation is that many House Republicans are against supporting Ukraine simply because the titular, or excuse me, the informal leader of their party is against it and is pro-Putin. That is sad but true. And the reason that they are against Ukraine and pro-Putin isn't just because of that, but because they represent voters in reliably Republican districts, the majority of whom live within a right-wing information bubble. And so in that right-wing information bubble, news that Putin is negotiating with Hamas is highly unlikely to penetrate. You can't expect those representatives, those Republican representatives, to act on information that the fact-based universe knows about, but that doesn't penetrate into the information bubble that their voters inhabit. There's a saying around these parts that the truth matters, but only if you hear it. And unfortunately, because of the way that right-wing media operates almost identically to Russian state media, it is highly unlikely that the news of Russia or Putin negotiating with Hamas will penetrate. Therefore, my suggestion is this: if you are writing to your House of Representatives member who is a Republican in a reliably Republican district, and you know that you want to change their minds on Ukraine, you begin your letter or your phone call with immediately letting them know that that Russia is negotiating with Hamas, and you are going to judge them and organize against them if they do not vote, if they simply blindly follow the dictates of the party bubble that they're and right-wing media bubble that they live in. They have to be threatened with votes against them, and the votes, you can't do it just by saying, well, wouldn't it be nice if we stopped supporting Russia and Hamas. You gotta let them know that they have something to lose if they toe this party line and I'll just assume consistently that their voters are ignorant of facts and are content to live in the right-wing media bubble. I know it's not a great solution and I know it's not foolproof, but it's the best thing we can do to move those people. I've got a lot more to say about it, and including, like, for example, touting your knowledge that there are massive job creating benefits to supporting Ukraine, because supporting Ukraine involves building things in the United States in high paying manufacturing jobs that will be shipped to Ukraine or used to replace items that are being shipped to Ukraine. These things are, it's paramount that as you're in your communication strategy with your representative or your senator, if you live in a red state that has senators, most of them are, well, I shouldn't say that. Some of them, the Republicans, are on board with Ukraine, and some of them aren't. So please apply this tactic. Let them know that you are not beholden to the right-wing media bubble. You live in the fact-based universe, and you vote, and you organize people who vote in their districts or in their states. It's paramount. Please do that, Americans who are listening. Hopefully, many of you at this point. I have no idea. Most of the voices I've heard so far on the panel tonight have not had my bland American accent like I do. But thank you, Alan, and I know Ernest lives here too. So anyway, enough out of me. Please take my suggestions into account, and I will shut up and listen.
And I think they're very good suggestions. Hit these Republican members who live inside a right-wing information bubble. Hit them with the facts, hit them with the truth. Let them know you do live in a fact-based universe, as Incognito just said. You can explode these right-wing bubbles if enough of us throw truth darts. Okay, I think we can do it.
Please, I hate to interrupt, Alan, but most importantly, don't just hit them with the truth. Hit them with your knowledge of the truth and your willingness to organize resistance to them and challengers to them based on the facts. It can't just be that we're saying, I happen to know this fact that none of my neighbors know. You have to say, I'm going to go from door to door and let them know the truth. That's the only way that they will be persuaded to alter their positions, because they are expecting that their voters are ignorant, because the right-wing media they consume is largely devoid of pertinent facts, salient facts. It is focused on grievances and conspiracy theories and disinformation, much of it that originates in St. Petersburg and Moscow. And you've got to, they need to be they have to know that their seats will be in jeopardy if they continue blindly supporting asinine positions like the current newly installed Speaker of the House does. All right, I'm way overly emotional about this, so I'm seriously going to shut up. But thank you.
But exactly right about it, Incognito. James, go ahead, please.
exactly right, Incognito. You're right. It is something. It's something I did last time with JD Vance in Ohio, because he said, you know, we need to stop this. We can't fund Ukraine anymore. And so yeah, he needs to get blasted. I don't give him the same message that I give the other two people in my state that I regularly contact. So that's very good. I also wanted to just Alan, in particular, I think you've been busy enough that you may have missed the YouGov poll that's in the nest, first in the nest. And it is a very nice summarization of recent polling about probably heard enough about sort of the messaging, but these are numbers to back up that there is support for doing something about the people that are attacking Israel, and that it does include eventually Iran, and who is also helping Russia by giving them weapon systems. So just another piece of information, and if you hadn't seen it, I think it's useful information.
I hadn't seen that YouGov poll, James, and I do think it's useful information. And you're right. Uh, we've been behind on the information um, grid. I won't call it a game because it's not a game, but we've been behind on the information grid for too long, and I think part of the reason why, when it comes to Ukraine, is because Russian disinformation is so widespread and so successful, and you are literally fighting a fire hose of disinformation, and that disinformation is rebroadcast, reposted, reused tens of thousands of times, and often by what many people think of as legitimate news sources, uh, global media companies. And yet, this Russian disinformation somehow finds its way into Reuters stories or into the New York Times or Time Magazine. Um, and never, ever do you see or read an apology or a recognition that some bit of news, I'll put that word news into air quotes here, was actually a piece of Russian disinformation. You never see this rescinded. Um, James, do you think that's the fact?
I think that's you see very few corrections. I didn't see anything about the Gaza hospital attack, for example, most important story of at least the last month, of 3 months probably, and it went so the Apple aggregation news aggregation went from um, Israel Defense Forces bomb hospital, 500 dead, to uh, Palestine or Hamas. Was it? No, I think they said Palestine and Israel accuse each other of bombing the hospital, and so that's not really fixing anything. It just that's what they said. That's one of the ways that the press gets out. Well, that's what they said, so we're reporting both sides, and it's like, well, that's fair, and it may be true that they both said that, but without doing the due diligence of good reporting, Alan, I don't have to tell you this, but yeah, it's worthless without that. And the other point that I would make about just this way of thinking is that you could also ask a Russian to say, "Well, I hear that Ukraine is winning. That they're really doing a good job on the battlefield." And it's like, and the Russian might say back, "Oh, that's completely false. If you look at the maps and we look at the space and you do calculations, you'll see that it's only this very small number of land that they've taken." And that may well be true, but it's completely misleading as to the correct answer to the question that the person really wants to know, which is who's winning. And and so you can tell the truth and mislead by a mile or more, sometimes. So there's a lot of ways to lie with the truth, and by withholding pieces of it, and then also by mixing the lie in with truth, right? So you've trust me because I've told you 9 things true in a row, and now I'm going to tell you that Hamas was the innocent victim of this, of Israel. And it's like, wow, you traded in all your chips at once. And so, anyways, yeah, absolutely, Alan. Disgusting beings, but they're very good at it, which is makes you want to do something kinetic toward them.
Yeah, it comes down to a lot of bad reporting, James. That's true. We've talked about it here on MriyaReport before. There are good reporters, bad reporters, and lazy reporters. And the worst, of course, is the lazy reporter. Even a bad reporter from time to time can turn in a good story. But when you look at how a lot of news from Ukraine itself has been covered, go back to June when Russia blew up the Novakhovka Dam. The news coverage in the first few days of that environmental disaster was who did it. That this was the question that news outlets were asking, even though it was perfectly obvious. Only the Russians could have done it. There was, not even aliens could have come down and blown up that dam. Only the Russians could have done it. And yet, because the Russians accused Ukraine of blowing the dam, it was very, very difficult to tell the basic fact of that story that the Russians had blown the Novakhovka Dam. It took days and days. And then, of course, the coverage about the environmental damage, the flooding downstream, uh, the uh, the desperate needs of citizens in Kherson on both the right and left bank of the Dnipro. This wasn't even sufficiently covered. And one thing that was never sufficiently covered was the fact that Russians were firing across the river at Ukrainian first responders, rescuing Ukrainian civilians from the roofs of their home. It was I could go to that story perhaps primarily as one of those stories so poorly reported. Incognito, please.
Yeah, just to back you up, Alan. It's not just that it took days and days and days for the truth to get out about the dam. It is just never reported or commented upon or memorialized that Zelensky's government, the Budanov, they knew about the mining of the dam days in advance. They they didn't predict when it would blow, but they had been warning about it for weeks, if not or I think a couple of weeks, frankly. And no, but the Western media didn't want to talk about that much, and I mean the both sidesism that pertains to not only the sad reporting about the war in Ukraine, but for everything else, frankly, political and otherwise. I mean, both sidesism is a product of an age when there were two legitimate arguments to be made and the public got to decide. There are not two different arguments to be made or legitimate arguments to be made about genocide in Ukraine. There's only one argument to be made, that it must be stopped. And the presses, the journalism schools and their graduates have got to come to grips with the actual reality of the planet, and not the fact that we don't live in the early, mid, or late 20th century anymore. This is something different that has to be accounted for. Thank you.
If only we could return to a simpler, earlier time when we could say, you are entitled to your own opinion, but not to your own facts. And there are facts that can be uncovered and reported and substantiated. You cannot simply have your own facts. You can have your own opinion. You're welcome to it, but please base your opinion on the facts at hand. And what's going to be at hand in 25 minutes? A battlefield update with Language Learner. Prince Heather will be coming up to co-host and will lead us through a great discussion of what's happening on the battlefield with interactive maps. So, folks, if you look at the third tweet up in the nest, you will find a link to the maps that Language Learner uses in his battlefield update. They're really good maps to become familiar with. It's a little bit different approach than Chuck takes or Nuno takes on Tuesdays and Thursdays, but well worth listening in and learning how to use these maps that Language Learner uses, because it helps you visualize the line of contact in a slightly different way. So I really encourage you all, go up to that third tweet in the nest, click on that link so you have the maps for tonight's battlefield update. It will make a huge difference to you. You can listen on your phone, have those maps on your laptop, and the clarity of what is happening because of those maps, it just becomes more and more apparent to everyone. So stay tuned for Language Learner, top of the hour, with Prince Heather, who will be coming up to co-host. And bring your questions to Language Learner too. It's going to be a very, very good night. I encourage you all to tap on that third tweet in the nest, and retweet it. Let folks know there's a battlefield update tonight here at MriyaReport. You know, Ernest, I've covered a lot of the news that was at the top of my mind today. So we talked about the Black Sea grain corridor. We talked about a few events on the battlefield, shooting down the 6 Su-25 over Avdiivka. That's 6 Su-25 shot down in approximately the last 3 weeks. Pretty significant number. We haven't talked about the strikes in Crimea. These occurred over the last 36 hours, maybe 48 hours now.
Seems
And
to be a significant event.
Very significant, once again, taking out Russian air defense. And I also saw a report that in Crimea, Russia is now, rather than keeping its air defense static, they are moving air defense around. This is an unusual tactic for the Russians, and that tells you just how effective the Ukrainian attacks on Crimean air defense have been. We're going to talk more about that with Chuck tomorrow night. I bet Language Learner talks about it tonight. But these are not pinpricks. These are not pinpricks that Ukraine is delivering to Crimea. That these are significant losses that the Russians suffer. It really debilitates air defense. Essentially, Ukraine is punching big holes in Russian air defense in Crimea, as they did a few weeks ago, just before the special operation that landed by jet ski, which I think is incredible, on the coast of Crimea, took a captive. You know, this is a well thought out plan. They destroyed more Russian air defense, took some Russian captives with good intelligence, and the Russians didn't know what had happened. That episode alone could be a movie, Ernest.
And many more thousands I'm sure we'll never hear of, but it was top of my mind when I first heard of this recent penetration of the Russian air defenses in Crimea. That incident prior that you've just mentioned, that most often it is poking out of the enemy's eyes and making sure that they cannot use their systems, and then sending further munitions down that alley or down that now blinded path to use, and then to follow it with, be it men, materials, or through the deep of the occupied peninsula. But it's certainly not just done because it's time to fire shells. It's certainly done scientific military intent, as we know, the way in which Ukraine have prosecuted its liberation. So I'm confident in the next couple of days, maybe the next couple of weeks, when more information becomes available to us, this particular incident in Crimea will also fit in to the pattern we've seen so far. Alan.
Absolutely fit into the plan. Budanov's plan, Zaluzhny's plan, Syrsky's plan. They're all Ukrainian generals. Syrsky, the commanding general of the ground forces. Let's go to Alex for his thoughts on this, or maybe Alex, you want to change the subject. I don't know. Go ahead.
Thank you. I had a question. I do not know how many in war in Vietnam. How many Americans died? It's
So I should know that right off the top of my head, and James knows it off the top of his head, so I won't embarrass myself with the number I was going to give you. James.
Alan was going to say about 60,000.
I was going to say 58,000, James.
yeah, because the Russians are nearing. I'm sure that in next hour or two, they will reach 300,000 and continue growing. I mean, these are huge losses. It's unheard since what, World War II, and it's not over 10 years. It's what? It's less than 2 years, 20 months. I don't know. Like once they find out these numbers, yeah, it's, I don't know how they can. And again, the number is not that big. But
Is it that it's not already too late because they have such poor demographics? Losing so many men is already catastrophic.
Yes, I think it is too late. Certainly is, but it's just, because there may be, an impression that not much is going on. Well, to have active offensive, Ukraine does need more equipment and weapon, but the attrition of Russian army continues. It doesn't stop even for an hour, and Russia is losing people and equipment at an astounding speed. I mean, it's mind-boggling. So even if those numbers are kind of over, but independent sources give very similar accounts. So this is truly unheard. Again, it's yeah, we don't have every day like big news like taking huge territories, but this is attrition war, and again, I mean, we can't expect big Ukrainian offensive to happen in October, while airplanes will get there in March. I mean, that's doesn't make much sense. So Ukrainians will probably wait for bigger equipment before going on more active offensive. But right now, again, Russians attack where they should not, where it makes no sense. They expose themselves, and Ukrainians are very skillfully using it, killing many Russians, destroying all the equipment. It's yeah, the war goes on. It's certainly, yeah, we'll see. It's not yet the end of the year even, but the sheer count, I mean, just imagine, guys, like, we are talking about events that have been like fundamentally changing the nation in similar circumstances. It's just, again, after Putin is gone, after information comes out, it will be, yeah, it's too late. I don't think they can do much about it, but they will certainly go through a very difficult time.
Then there's no avoiding it, Alex. There's no avoiding it. Prince, welcome back.
Hey there. I just want to suggest to people, you will actually, it's not, you can't follow along on your computer. You might be able to if you have a Mac. I don't know. You can from an iPad, you can from a phone. And if you follow that link, it should take you to the App Store for iPhone or the Google Play, whatever it is, for Android. And what you're going to want to download, if you don't have it still left, is an app called Live Map. And then if there is actually a tweet from Language Learner that already has the code, and so that you can pull up the map already that he will be using tonight. And I will put that into the nest really quick. I already have the map up on my iPad in front of me, and I have it up on my phone also, but of course it's minimized. If you don't still have it from when Language used this before, going down Live Map, it is a blue and yellow icon. It's yeah, not too hard to find. So just wanted to recommend that for people who are going to be joining us tonight. I believe tonight, from what I'm seeing, from what he told us what the code he gave us to watch was the KH144 is the code for tonight. He will be using Andrew Perpetua's map tonight. He he uses those very frequently, but he sometimes uses other maps. So just wanted to get people set up for that if you have the opportunity and plan on joining us and following along with the maps.
Thanks, Prince. I'm pretty sure if you have a MacBook, you can get that map onto your MacBook. It seems to me that's what I've done in the past. I mean, there's no way I could follow that map on my phone, just as there's no way I can watch a big screen movie on my phone. I don't know how folks do that. I know they do. G-Man, and then Incognito. G-Man, if you're with us.
I'm still here. I haven't fallen asleep yet. I have forgotten what I was going to say, though. Oops.
Well,
Senior moment. I'll come back.
That's okay, G-Man. If you fall asleep and you're still here as speaker and have your hand up, I'll call on you just in case you're talking in your sleep. Incognito, then back to G-Man.
Hey, thanks. Quickly, yeah, it was 58,000, over 58,000 Americans killed and wounded in Vietnam over several years of that horrible war. One of the two of you was right. Also, and even the one who was wrong was only off by like less than 2,000. So good job. To Alex, what you commented on was reminds me yet again that the truth matters, but only if you hear it. And nobody in Russia is hearing anything close to true casualty figures. They're probably not talking about casualty figures at all. We may all be reminded that there was a period in the first few months of the war that Ukraine was storing dead Russian bodies in refrigerated train cars, and the Russians did not want them delivered, despite Ukraine dutifully obeying international laws and conventions about war. The Russians didn't want those bodies, and the Russians consistently leave their dead uncollected, unremarked upon, and attempt sort of deliberately forgotten on the battlefields in places like Bakhmut and Avdiivka and other places. There's no accounting for a totalitarian dictatorship with complete control over information. So that's happening consistently. And finally, to Prince, I'm pretty sure it feels like a bazillion years, but a few months ago or several months ago, when I was listening to language learners updates on MR, I was able to follow the war maps on my Windows PC. Now, I don't know if that's still available because everything changes in computer world, but it was at least available then, and it still might be. So if any of you are unfortunately saddled with an old Windows PC like I am, it may not be hopeless. You can probably find a way to access the maps, and if you can't, just follow Prince's advice. Thank you.
Thanks, Incognito. So just before going back to G-Man, Prince Heather is going to come up and take my place here. It's a great privilege to be here again, and I have been away on some necessary business, but I am back. There'll be some choppy weather ahead, but I'll be here and do my best to serve all of you listeners and speakers as a co-host here at MriyaReport. As I say, it's a privilege. With that, I want to say good night and Slava Ukraini.
Herum Slava.
Herum Slava.
So yes. Sorry, G-Man. Were you going to say something?
Yeah, no, I remembered my senior moment lapse of memory when we were talking about the Russian casualties getting close to 300,000, well above US casualties in 10 years of the Vietnam War. I just happened to look up again, just I was thinking about the UK forces casualties in killed in action in World War II. So over the 6 years, the British lost 384,000 military dead and 70,000 civilians. And so, Russia's on its way to surpassing that. And by the end of the Second World War, Britain had something like 6 million men under arms. And so Ukraine will be able to win this war because they're bleeding Russia dry. Thanks.
Thank you, G-Man. I do want to just say, language learner, it is so good to see you and so good to have you back up here to be doing your battlefield updates. I am looking forward to it. I have encouraged people, I don't know how long you've been listening, to download Live Map for their phones if they have it. And I put the link up in the nest that has the code for tonight, and so just ready to get going. I think maybe I'll take Alex's hand really quick, and then we can get going. Does that sound okay to you, Language?
Yeah, fine. I'm still throwing some last minute things together as I settle back into this. It's been a little while, so feel free to take your time.
All right, thank you, Language. It is great to see you, and yes, settling in. That's fine. We'll work it all out. It's no big deal. Good evening, Alex. How are you?
Good evening, and good evening, language learner. It's been a while. Looking forward to listening to news today. Another thing I wanted to mention, in Second World War, like, there were really, armies were millions. So in terms of, when we are looking at casualties, we should also keep in mind as a proportion of total force, these are, I mean, really mind-boggling numbers. It's yeah, mind-boggling. I understand this is dictatorship, total control of information, but eventually the truth will come out. And I do not recall anything comparable in many years. So yeah, just think about it as a proportion of those who fight. Thank you.
Thank you, Alex. And good evening, Nancy. I see you have joined me for a moment.
Yes, I snuck in on you guys. Hello, hello.
Has it,
I feel like it's a little.
go ahead, language.
I was gonna say I feel like it's a little late in Ireland now, so past my bedtime certainly.
Yes, but they.
Go ahead. Sorry.
Nope, go ahead.
I was just gonna make a joke that I worked with a number of the Irish brethren, and I recognize that they have a tendency to stay up late. So good to see you.
Yes, G-Man likes to stay up late and spend time with us at all hours, and we appreciate that. Good evening, Mark. How are you?
Yeah, good. Thanks, Prince Feather. Just to pick up, if I may, on G-Man's comment about the deaths. I think the UK was more affected in the First World War in terms of military casualties. Certainly, the school I was at was a small, what we call a grammar school in Newbury in Berkshire, in the rural area. And, we used to read the names of all the boys who had died from that school. First World War was massive. Second World War, fewer. One in the Korean War. And look round Britain, the memorials typically are longer for the First World War than the Second World War. And there was a big problem following the First World War with women unable to find people to marry. And that must have had an impact on society for decades. And I think that's going to happen. It's going to happen in Russia. It will probably happen in Ukraine as well, sadly. And that's just one of the consequences of this, isn't it?
The demographic effects are going to be pretty massive. You can already see them in Ukraine now, depending on the area. From all the reporting, they're likewise massive in areas of Russia. I think I talked about this last year, but there was a really poignant interview, which I recommend, because frankly, if you're not intelligently consuming Russian media or looking at things that come out of Russia, you're missing a whole side to this. And there was a man who was interviewed by Voice of America, so obviously, he's not a fan of Russia's actions. He served in the war. He left his he recommended his son serve because it was the only way to get out of this tiny village that had no support in eastern Russia. His son was killed very early on outside Kyiv. He then enlisted as, I'm going to go get revenge, and came back just a broken man. And, by all accounts, from the interview, it sounds like he's just been interrupted going off to hang himself. So they talk a lot about sort of not just the brain drain, but Russia's demographic problem, which has been a issue well before this war. It's not getting any better when you progressively start slaughtering all of your, youngest male populace. And there's going to be long-term consequences. Even if this war ended today, the generational differences are going to carry onward for decades to come.
Go ahead, Freedom.
Yeah, hi, Prince Heather. Hi, Nancy. So we all agree that Ukraine is going to win this war, right? I think the question might be, how is Russia going to lose this war? They keep talking about peace proposals. Every now and then they come up. Russia wants peace proposals, but they say Ukraine has to recognize the new realities of the border. And that's ridiculous. I mean, come on, that's a non-starter, and yet they keep bringing it up. And who knows about this general SVR account? Maybe Putin's dead, maybe he's not. We're going to find out sooner or later. But how is Russia going to lose this war gracefully without imploding?
Yeah, I don't know if anybody has an answer for that at this point. I don't think that there is a graceful way to lose a war. I'm really not sure. G-Man, go ahead.
Yeah, it's okay. It's interesting question, but I don't really care at this point. Lose it they must, and the after we'll have to see. We may have to pick up a lot of pieces, but they need to lose the war. Just to follow up to Mark's statement, and it's true. The First World War was much heavier in manpower deaths. It was nearly 1 million. 880,000 British forces died. My great grandfather among them, and that's nothing. So that was 6% of the adult male population. So much so, the total of the adult population meant that in the 1921 census, there was recorded 109 women for every 100 men. So that did, it doesn't sound that much, but that did impact the demographic for a generation, and it led to other things happening, like 1938, the appeasement thing, because Chamberlain had served in the First World War, and he was just they didn't want another war, but a war came anyway, and they had to deal with it. So, but that was one of the reasons why in the Second World War, Churchill, had said to Roosevelt early on that there wasn't going to be the same type of war. They wanted to concentrate on machines, that the machines do the losses of machines more than the losses of man. And I think that was where they started with this, giving troops more protection. It wasn't ideal. They still lost a lot of men. And the Americans lost a lot of men, especially in the Pacific, because it was more infantry heavy and less mechanized. But that's where that came from. And the war in the Second World War was won in the Battle of the Atlantic, in seas off Japan and in the air. They still needed the manpower to actually take the ground. You can't do without that. But the important battles, it was interdicting the machinery of the war that Germany and Japan needed to win it. And more machinery of war was destroyed in factories or on the way to the front than on the front in the Second World War. And the West continuing to do. That's the way we fight wars now. Sorry, we will not go into history because we're talking the language. Thank you.
Thank you, G-Man. Mark, go ahead.
Well, if the language is ready, I'll shut up. I'll shut up. Otherwise, I want to go back to G-Man. But I'm very happy to turn off the mic.
I'm ready whenever you guys are. I think I've got my
Okay, go for it. Thank you. Yeah, cheers.
So thank you. Howdy, everybody. Been a while. Yeah, let's dive into it. For those who haven't heard this before, a little background. I used to do this fairly regularly. Now I have a few more people that I talk to in Ukraine. So it's a little easier in some ways and a little harder in others. And perhaps I have a better perspective on it now that I've been there. The way this generally works is we start in Northwest around Belarus, we proceed clockwise, and then end with some general statements. I'll post the script that I'm reading from if you prefer to read it that way later, as well as a recording of the audio if you are having troubles falling asleep at night. You can, I've been told I can put you right to bed. Otherwise, if there's questions, I'm happy to stick around and answer them. And but we'll just hold those to the end. And there's a map. If you are using it, it should be available on your phone. I haven't used it in a while, but some really great guys put it together last year. We're using Andrew Perpetua's map. It's the best, bar none. And there's a number of icons there. If you're looking at it, you should see what I'm looking at on my other phone screen, which will just show you a bunch of icons, for instance, where missile strikes have occurred, the general extent of territory, as well as other events. Ideally, when I move the map, it'll move for you too, so that way when I say Alexandrivka, you know which of the 200 I'm talking about. The link to that should be up in the top. If you are in the app and it's saying you need a code, the code is KH144. That is Kilo Hotel 144. I find it's a lot easier unless you spend all your time staring at maps of Ukraine, in which case, you know, we can all pity each other, right? But with that, we'll jump right into it. This is going to be a cumulative update, so we'll begin. Okay, so this is the military update from October 28th through October 30th, 2023, day 612 through 614 of the Russian invasion of Ukraine. Starting in Belarus and proceeding clockwise, Russian instructors have continued to increase their presence in Belarus over the last few weeks, specifically training Belarusian drone operators. This appears to specifically be recon drones, such as the Russian-produced Supercam, up to their 350 model, which has an operating range of approximately 240 kilometers. It is suggested that Russia may be attempting to recruit Belarusian drone operators in the future. There has not been any noted presence of Shahed drone operators among the training cohorts, as we know those can be tended to be launched from Belarus. However, otherwise, there continues to be no significant operational threats from Belarus. They have like 1,500 soldiers at the border, although they are almost on their 80th week extension for their ongoing April 2022 exercises. So give it up, it'll be week 100 before you know it. Moving into central Ukraine and the west. In the aftermath of a very heavy storm in central Ukraine, several people were killed by debris, and power infrastructure in 16 oblasts was damaged and taken offline by the wind. This poses concerns for possible future damage to power infrastructure should Russian missile attacks resume. There has been a noted launch of air-launched cruise missile attacks for well over a month now, and it is believed that Russia is stockpiling missiles to attack the energy grid over the winter. There were, however, a dozen Shahed drones and 2 missiles launched overnight, all of which were intercepted. Zelensky and his staff had a sobering interview with Time today, which expressed his administration's concerns regarding equipment shortages at the front line, the world, quote, getting bored of the war like it's a rerun of a show, unquote, and the shifting international focus to the Israel-Gaza war. Concerns were also raised about the aging demographics of the ZSU, with the average age of soldiers over 42. However, the Ukrainian government has been making a number of statements lately implying that those who seek local police employment as a way to dodge the draft, if you will no longer be exempt from mobilization in the future. Speaking from personal experience, there's a lot of 18 to 20-year-olds running around with police uniforms, and there's a lot more older people running around with camo on. So I'll leave it there. Following civilian protest and petitions, the Kyiv city government is positively responding to requests to divert more of its funds to the Ukrainian military after a rash of apparent corruption centered around purchasing extravagant luxuries for bomb shelters rather than more efficient usages of money have made news in recent weeks. And the Ukrainian Minister of Foreign Affairs stated that by the end of this week, Ukraine will work to make substantial progress in European Union membership negotiations, so keep an eye out. Meanwhile, to the east, around Kharkiv, Sumy, and Chernihiv, Russia continues to shell the border settlements and also reinforce their own side of the border, particularly in Belgorod, with mines and other impediments. Moving to the front, around the Kupiansk region on the Oskil River. While Russian forces continue to launch attacks from the northeast Kupiansk direction, there has likewise been no significant change in territory. The terrain between Liman Pershi and Kupiansk towards Petropavlivka is very exposed to Ukrainian artillery fire, and as such, Ukraine has maintained decisive control. The poor weather conditions in recent days have led to a noted reduction in drone and helicopter operations on the Russian side. Further to the east, Russian forces are continuing attempts to advance west from the town of Yehidne through the ground control over the fields northeast of the major regional highway in the area remains unclear. Russian forces appear to be bombarding more of the fields rather than the highway itself, indicating that it's still positional warfare. Further south towards the Russian-controlled city of Svatove, which is one of the major hubs in the area, Ukraine appears to be conducting a number of strikes on the highway to the southwest of Svatove, with drone footage showcasing a number of Russian vehicles destroyed. Further south, near Makivka, Russia continues to make slow progress across the field in the last several weeks. It appears that Russia is still focused on regaining control of the Zerobets River as a natural terrain feature to both reinforce their positions as well as an attempt to freeze the conflict in Luhansk Oblast. Continued assaults towards the town of Torsk, located further south, also support this conclusion. Overall, in the Kupiansk district, 220 families with children in 21 settlements in the Kupiansk area are being forcibly evacuated after a long process and discussion, and one former mandatory evacuation that a lot of people didn't follow. Police are now being given the power to refuse re-entry to families bringing children into the said conflict zones, and humanitarian organizations are standing by to assist in transport. It's only the latest in the long story of what do we do with families who have children in the war zone who don't want to leave. Moving down to the Kramatorsk area, south of Bakhmut, Ukrainian forces continue to make strikes towards Kurumivka along the river in broader attempts to retake the southern access highway to Bakhmut city proper. Russian forces are reportedly strengthening their positions and sizings here per the Ukraine General Staff and beginning to move from defensive to offensive operations. Moving down towards Avdiivka, where we continue to see Russian attempts at an offensive. Russian forces have continued to make small advances around northwest and southwest of Avdiivka at great cost. Currently, the northwest contact line is the main highway leading into the town, and it appears the bulk of Russian forces are concentrated here. To the southwest, Russian forces continue to make intermittent progress across the fields, but the advances here from the town of Volyan have been minimal in comparison. Ukrainian defense officials claim that Russia has lost over 6,500 soldiers in the Avdiivka offensive alone in the last 20 days. Airstrikes and artillery fire continue in the city and main roads leading into it, but another Russian Su-25 close air support jet was shot down today. This is the sixth one shot down since the offensive began only 20 days ago. Should Russian forces continue to make any sort of advance from the north, they will likely attempt to secure control not over the highway itself, which is frankly less important, but over the western road leading into Avdiivka, which is and has been the main supply route. The massive losses of Russian forces over the last weeks, due in large part to a frankly appropriate amount of Ukrainian artillery ammo, will complicate Russian plans, equipment, and morale should they continue. Reportedly, Wagner forces are also being introduced to the area, as well as additional Storm Z units, the Penal battalions, which are being used in highly costly infantry assaults. Either due to a lack of Russian artillery resources or caring, these infantry assaults often go unsupported by Russian artillery and result in massive losses. Due to the destruction of heavy Russian equipment previously following failed assaults and the encroaching winter, it remains to be seen how many more of these meat assaults will be fed to the grinder. In more positive news, Ukrainian doctors successfully extracted a pencil eraser-sized piece of metal from a soldier's heart today, following a long and complex surgery, and the patient is expected to recover. Overall, in the occupied regions, Donetsk and Luhansk, Russian forces executed a family of 9, including 2 young children, in the town of Volnovas when they refused to turn their home over to them. After considerable local outcry, the occupation government arrested 2 Russian soldiers from the Far East. Russia has decided to place Luhansk Oblast under the control of the Russian Independent Republic of Tatarstan in terms of continued re-education of local youth into paramilitary programs. At least 200 youth have already been taken to said camps. Russian forces are apparently reaching out to prisoners in the occupied territories who were incarcerated prior to the war to try and convince them to enlist. Russia is also attempting to settle former soldiers in the occupied zones, promising them lodgings and essentially carte blanche with their treatment of local civilians, which has led to numerous concerns about increased lawlessness and crimes committed. Moving to Zaporizhia and the southern axis, Ukrainian forces continue to launch strikes on Russian equipment near Novodonetsk and Staromilivka in the general Vuhledar area of eastern Zaporizhia Oblast towards the Donetsk region. There is apparent gain towards the river west of Robotny. Russian forces have intensified their drone strikes on the western axis or southern axis in recent days, with up to 35 daily attacks across the counteroffensive zone, as you might call it, reported. The increased activity of Russian first-person view drones and the unfortunate inclusion of a number of specific drone units has led to a noted increase in casualties and more standoff fighting, as well as losses of APCs and other armored vehicles during assaults. This has caused further complications. Further to the west, Russian forces continue to launch drone strikes from Enerhodar and the territory of the nuclear power plant across the river into Nikopol. Family members of soldiers who have been enlisted for more than 18 months staged a peaceful protest today in front of the Zaporizhia administration building, demanding a response to their third petition to the government. They claim that due to the lack of clarity on demobilization, morale is suffering and long-serving soldiers are not being given the necessary time to recover after progressive deployments. Similar small protests occurred around the country over the last 2 days, with government officials coming out to meet the protesters and promising to communicate their concerns. Currently, there is no official government position regarding demobilization during Ukraine's period of martial law, and no maximum or minimum time frame communicated. Down to Kherson and the river. Following Russian shelling, electricity supply to the area around Bereslav, northeast of Kherson City, has been interrupted to a number of locations and is unclear when it will be restored. Russian forces also shelled a popular library in the city of Kherson, but the fire is extinguished with no casualties. Several injuries are reported from daily general shelling. Per the Kherson government, more than 600 children remain in areas that are critically unsafe along the front line. The city administration entreated family members to evacuate said children to safer areas. Across the river, Ukrainian forces continue to skirmish with Russian troops on the south bank, with continued evidence of Ukrainian long-range artillery fires and drone strikes. While there does not appear to be a sizable contingent of Ukrainian forces across the river at this time, Ukraine has advanced further from their bridgehead at the Antonovsky Bridge, as well as further towards the small village, I can pull it up here, of Krinky, where Russian forces are currently complaining about a lack of supplies, and Ukrainian forces are showing a number of drone strike videos. To the Black Sea, Odessa, and Crimea, Russia has recently targeted the Odessa ship repair factory with missiles and drones, although there has not been any noted threats or actual acts on them, I should say. There's been plenty of threats to shipping going in and out of Odessa. They continue to target port infrastructure in a variety of ways. In Crimea, Oleg Zarev, a former Ukrainian parliamentarian and later separatist official post-2014, was shot twice in an SBU assassination attempt, as confirmed by the agency. He's currently in the hospital in critical condition. He was believed to be Russia's pick for the replacement for Zelensky should their initial attempts be successful. In Odessa City, there was a protest demanding the city government divert more funds to the armed forces and less to discretionary city projects, a continuation of a broader movement across the country. And per Ukrainian telegram channels, Russian air defense forces in Olenivka, Crimea, were struck by long-range missiles. This comes after last night's large Ukrainian drone strike attempt and reported Ukrainian naval drone activity outside the naval base in Sevastopol. Meanwhile, in Russia proper, the Russian AFIP oil refinery in Krasnodar, which is just across from Crimea, was attacked by 2 Ukrainian drones. This site processes a sizable quantity of fuel for the Russian aerial forces, about 7 million tons last year. There continues to be international fallout from the heavily anti-Semitic demonstrations in Dagestan, with protesters breaking into an airport and attempting to board a jet from Tel Aviv, looking for Jewish passengers. While the Russian government blames this on Ukrainian influence ops, the more likely culprit is entrenched divisive Russian propaganda. 20 people were injured, with 2 remaining in serious condition due to brain injuries. Russian political personnel have expressed concern that if such demonstrations spread from the Dagestan region, it could lead to greater divisions in society among the broader Russian populace. Likewise, there have been increased reports of ethnic conflicts brewing between the Tuvan minority and ethnically Russian sources in the Russian military, many times due to unequal distribution of equipment as well as generalized racism. These have resulted in fights and deaths. Overall, yesterday, Ukraine conducted 21 airstrikes and Russian forces conducted 47. And Ukrainian forces eliminated some 860 soldiers for a total of 299,940, almost certainly 300,000 by time of recording, 17 armored personnel carriers and other armored vehicles, 15 tanks, 1 air defense, hello Crimea, 14 artillery systems, 23 cars and trucks, 1 aircraft, and 20 UAVs. Overseas, Germany provided Ukraine with a new package of military aid, including another Iris-T air defense system. The German Air Force said on Monday that a new group of Ukrainian soldiers have begun training to operate Patriot surface-to-air missile systems in Germany, likely prompting their inclusion in packages in the future. Training F-16 jets are expected to arrive from the Netherlands to Romania within the next 2 weeks, at which point training should begin shortly. Norway has stated that they are ready to provide assistance to Ukraine in medical treatment and rehabilitation for injured fighters, including in Norway itself. And the third Ukrainian Peace Formula meeting, held in Malta on the 28th and 29th, focusing on the issues of nuclear safety, food and energy security, releasing POWs, and the restoration of Ukraine's general borders, has been completed. 66 representatives attended, a considerable increase from the last one in Saudi Arabia. And with that, this is a quick one. I'm about done. If there's any questions, I'm happy to stick around. Thank you so much.
This is wonderful language. I have missed your updates so much, and being able to follow along is on the map is just, I forgot how much I love that too. And it's just good to have you back doing updates. And so anybody who would like to ask language a question, please request to speak. Come on up, raise your hand, and when we get some hands here, language, I'm going to let language call on the hands himself. I think it might take a day or two for people to realize that we're back doing a couple of times here to realize that we're back doing these updates with you, language. But I can tell you that I am looking forward to it and looking forward to hearing you a couple of times a week at least to give us these updates because they are great. So, James, go ahead, and then we'll let language take over the hands.
Hi, language. I started listening to these particular things not long before you took off. So I appreciate them very much now because I can see all the units and we can see where they're moving through this kind of map technology. It's awesome. But what I really admire is the work done on pulling the stories that really do kind of show an overall view and are most interesting. So that's really cool. This is the kind of thing. Is this going to go up on Spotify?
I've been supposed I don't have a Spotify. I have a SoundCloud, but I think Spotify. Some people told me Apple Music's better, but I'm not cool enough for an iPhone, so I'd have to figure that out.
I meant us doing it. Using this episode to Spotify.
Yeah, sure, go nuts.
Okay, what do you think, Prince? Nancy?
Yeah, let me do some messaging in the background, and I think that will probably, I mean, usually when we have a speaker card, they try to do a Spotify. It just, I know language will put up the audio and language will put up the text because he has his way of doing that. But we can put it up on our Spotify also. I think that might be good if languages.
You can always download it.
Yeah.
I just try and edit it a little bit so that way it's easier for people.
Exactly.
I could pull some of the background noise and stuff out of it.
Exactly. So thank you, James. Continue, please. Go ahead.
As long as there's a route to it, I think that's going to be good to share because it comes off as like a weekly review kind of format very well. So great, and I hope your travels have been good. And I'll let the next person speak.
Thank you. Let's go to Chris.
Language. I happen to be awake in the middle of the night. It's so great to hear you. It's like listening to the shipping forecast again, and I'm committed to I'm committed to promoting your report as I used to be back in the old days. So great to hear you. I'm a sort of am I right in thinking that you maybe skipped over top Mac area for OPSEC reasons or something? Because
We're looking, I mean, the honest truth is until I see more evidence on the ground from TalkMac, I'm not going to call anything there. The evidence I have of guys there is challenging, to put it politely. So I figured I'd leave that out. The Southern offensive is, it's not going great, as I'm sure it's not going to shock anybody here. Unfortunately, the lack of ammunition and now the changing weather conditions, as well as the increasing prevalence of Russian drones, has made assaults more difficult. Because if you're just running across a field, well, then you're doing what the Russians are doing, and we see how well that works around Avdiivka. So while there have been continued strikes towards Tokmak, and I look forward to seeing more of them, as far as notable ground changes over the last 2 to 3 days, I haven't seen any pressing evidence of them.
okay, Language, thank you for that.
Thank you. Hope you guys have all been well. Fletch, let's go to you.
Yeah, hi, Language. Yeah, thanks for the summary. Yeah, I understand some of the OPSEC side of things. One question. Now, we had the General Staff saying this week that they are producing tens of thousands of drones on a monthly basis. Can you tell me how you think that will affect things on the front as far as Ukraine is concerned?
Drones are the super weapon of this war, more than anything else. I mean, you know, I'll have people here come from my head, but I'd rather take all 16 of those Abrams and turn that money into an American, you know, FPV-funded drone program. There's a lot of reasons why that'll never happen, and you know, we can choose to agree or disagree about whether it's even a good idea. But I have watched drones just decimate the battlefield. It is really wild. You can have a guy who's, you know, they're usually not huge dudes, just, you know, sort of small guys, men and women, accountant looking types, not to diminish our accountant friends. And they sit in a building a couple kilometers from the front, and they put on this contraption, and then they kill 10 people a day, every day, or vehicles. And it's consistent, sometimes more. I've also, unfortunately, borne witness to incredibly competent groups of Americans, frankly, obviously, you know, former American soldiers, Green Berets, who just got turned to hamburger by Russian drones, because there's very little you can do if somebody decides to fly an RPG into your face or your car. So by the virtue, and that's for people who are very well trained, very capable. Overall, the Russians are not as well trained nor as capable. So if we're able to outproduce them, and there is the concern of China and the Russian drone factories and whatnot, then it will have a considerable increase in Ukraine's combat effectiveness. The only thing that would be better would be artillery ammo. Frankly, I think those two are the most important things in terms of offensive arms that can be provided right now. And FPV drones, I mean, any battle in the world now, I mean, I'm certainly not gonna start talking about the Gaza-Israel war, but my biggest concern has ever been, since I saw Hamas using a drone there, that this could end up being something of a wake-up call to Western militaries that, oh, this is a problem that's not going away and that we don't quite have a handle on. Because when it's $500 in an RPG from the 70s and that's worth, I don't know, a hole in a tank, well, the cost-benefit analysis becomes very concerning. So in short, it's a good thing. I do know for a fact that there's a lot of people who have pivoted to just drones, especially the smaller ones, which is the things that I was more exposed to, as well as the recon drones in my time. But as far as the larger ones, that's also part of it. But I don't know as much about those. I never had any occasion to go surfing around in Odessa. I don't know if that answers the question or not.
Yeah, it does. Now, you did mention about the Zaporizhzhia front not gaining, shall we say, or not doing as well as was hoped. And obviously the minefields are initially the key scenario. Just a question from a bigger picture point of view. I've seen how Zaporizhzhia can be a fixing area for some of the better qualified troops, the VDV that were moved in from the Kreminna Kupiansk area and also from Kherson. Now, from a strategic point of view, that certainly weakened Kherson. And with all these new drones coming on, where it's tens of thousands on a monthly basis, do you see that fixing those troops in the Zaporizhzhia region would benefit the Kherson front?
I don't know if it's necessary, because there's benefits in both, right? And unless you're going to send guys over the bodies of their friends to go pick out mines, which has been attempted, spoiler alert, it's a bad way to do things, then you need to have some breathing room to clear minefields. There's just no other way about it. And because you can't go around them, and going through them is not recommended, so you need some time. Otherwise, you're going to lose people. Even if they're very good at defusing mines, they're probably less good at teleporting out of the way of artillery. So unfortunately, having a Russian presence there is going to lead to some stagnation on the front. That's just the nature of things. The weather, as that changes, Zaporizhzhia is very flat. I mean, think like Kansas flat if you've ever been there. It's just fields. So that makes it challenging because all the tree lines have been just turned into splinters and just, a couple freestanding structures, or freestanding trees, I should say. So it makes it difficult to amass things there because you can see it from quite a ways away. And especially with the increased prevalence of drones, not all of them are suicide drones. Some of them are just UAVs that are looking out for things. You can see them from a ways coming. So while that's good and bad for both sides, it generally leads itself to stagnation, especially when you have heavily prepared defensive lines like the Russians do. I don't know of any good solution to that off the top of my head. It certainly is a little bit beyond my scope, but I think it is pulling some forces from Kherson. The question is, can Ukraine push across the river, secure a bridgehead, and begin to reinforce it in Kherson? I hope so. I've known guys on those boats, and they can do a really good job. The issue is that when you hit defenses on the boats, it's usually very messy because the Russians will just sit there with a thermal sniper or something, and it's a river, right? It's a kilometer, 2 kilometers across. How are you going to hide from that? You can't. You can see them. Think about being out on the sea, and you've got a thermal imager. A guy a mile or 2 away, you're probably going to see him, right? It's not like he's got a lot that he can hide behind. So there had been a couple assaults, actually. It's all public knowledge now. I had worked with a guy who participated in a Ukrainian assault, multiple ones, towards the nuclear power plant itself, which unfortunately they got turned away because the Russians had thermal imagers and 50 caliber set up. Not the highest level of military technology, but there's not a lot of places to hide when you're on a boat in the middle of a river. So until Ukraine is able to push further inland from the river, it's kind of a catch-22. They have to push further inland before they can get enough troops so they can push further inland, right? Because if your goal is we're going to land everything on the beach and walk in, not going to work. But if you say, oh, well, we need to push further in so that way we have the beach, well, how are you going to do that without getting all the forces over in the first place? That's a question for people who are much more adept at these things than